Chapter 3883. Everyone in Tonglang province knew that the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had started the War of the Emperors. Of course, those who did not know were either too weak or had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Once the War of the Emperors began, countless god-kings and god-emperors died. This was a great burden for the Tianlong clan and Tai sect. Under such circumstances, the two sects began to recruit god-king and god-emperor disciples. Their purpose was to let them participate in the War of the Emperors and share the burden of their sections. In fact, joining the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. It could be described as 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Because of this, there were far fewer people who were willing to join the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time. Of course, it was only fewer than other times, but not none. Some people, who had been living a peaceful life for too long, found it difficult to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Coupled with the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in order to seek a breakthrough, would choose to join the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time and devote themselves to the War of the Emperors. For some god-emperors of the Tianlong clan and Tai sect, the War of the Emperors was a very good opportunity to become a god-emperor. And for many god-kings and god-emperors, was it not a very good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Some people's talent and comprehension were worse. Even if they had cultivation methods, they would encounter an extremely difficult bottleneck to surmount. And at this time, if they were faced with a life-and-death crisis, it was very likely that they would be able to smoothly make a breakthrough on the line between life and death, profiting from a disaster. There were many similar examples. Many people, for this reason, even entered dangerous places where there was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, fought powerful monsters, and even left behind by psychologically twisted experts. They either died or made a breakthrough. And compared to those dangerous places, although the War of the Emperors between the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had the same effect, it was not as dangerous. In addition, in the Tianlong clan and Tai sect, if you died in the War of the Emperors, you would be treated as a martyr, and your family would be taken care of by the sect. If you didn't die, you could use your battle merits to exchange for some treasures you wanted. In comparison, god-kings and god-emperors who wanted to make a breakthrough in the War of the Emperors would be more willing to join the Tianlong clan or Tai sect at this time. Because of the critical situation in the War of the Emperors, the disciples of the two sects had been fighting inside, without rest. Therefore, at this time, the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had simplified the War of the Gods. Since the start of the War of the Emperors, the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up a place to register disciples outside of the sect's encampment, in the void beyond the 9 mountain ranges. There was a small floating island with some tables and chairs on it. The Sky Dragon sect's elder, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, was sitting on top of it. 3 elders, the elders, and 3 Tai sect elders. Elders were sect, the elders. In fact, these elders' duties were not only to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Dragon sect, they were also in charge of patrolling the surrounding area. And part-time recruitment. Because there weren't many people coming to join the Tianlong clan at this time, there weren't many sect elders left. There was also a White Dragon elder and 7 inner sect elders patrolling the area. Take this identity token and go in directly. Someone will receive you. A young man in blue received an identity token from an inner elder of the Sky Dragon sect. When he heard the elder's words, he couldn't help but glance at the Sky Dragon sect's camp. Elder, I can go in directly? I heard that the Tianlong clan's sect guarding array is very powerful. Once the killing array is activated, even god-emperors will die. The young man in blue said with fear. I'm just a high-level god-king. Won't I be killed if I go in rashly? Upon hearing his words, Elder Bai Long and the other 2 inner sect elders couldn't help but laugh. The face of the inner sect elder who gave him the token darkened as he said, Kid, what do you think the identity token I gave you is for? If you go in with this identity token, you won't be targeted by the sect guarding array. Someone will take you to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds because you have this identity token. So that's how it is. The young man in blue understood. Elder, what is the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds? With my cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to become an inner sect disciple, right? Shouldn't I be going to your sect's inner sect disciples' training grounds? If you want to go to the inner sect cultivation grounds, you'll have to come out of the Emperor Battle realm alive. The inner sect elder said faintly, once the war is over, as long as you are willing to stay in the Heavenly Dragon sect, we will treat you like any other disciple and arrange a place for you. Now that you've joined the Tianlong clan, you can only go to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds. This is to prevent people with ulterior motives from coming to the Tianlong clan and causing trouble. The Emperor Battle Sex Cultivation Grounds was an area specially designated by the Tianlong clan after the Emperor Battle began. It was for the godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples who joined the Tianlong clan during the Emperor Battle to stay and cultivate. That area was close to the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm was located. It was only a mountain away. The godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples could only move around that area and the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm was located. They were not allowed to go anywhere else. If they were found to have gone somewhere else, they would be executed. There was a golden dragon elder personally overseeing the area. I see. The young man in blue was enlightened when he heard this. He smiled and said, "The Tianlong clan is indeed a good clan. They're so considerate. This will stop those who want to take advantage of us." Take advantage of us? The inner sect elder sneered. If anyone dares to take advantage of us at this time, the same time next year will be the anniversary of their death. All right, you can go now. Remember, don't keep the identity token in your spatial ring. It's best if you keep it in your hand. Of course, if you think it's too cumbersome, you can hang it on your waist. The young man in blue did not stay any longer under the inner sect elder's urging. He flew directly to the Tianlong temple. Shortly after he entered the Tianlong temple, an inner sect deacon came forward and led him to the Emperor Battle Sex Cultivation Grounds near the entrance to the Tianlong Temple's cultivation grounds. Emperor Battle Realm, I've heard so much about you. I hope you won't disappoint me. If I can break through and become a divine emperor before the Emperor Battle ends, I'll be the first divine emperor under the age of 10,000 in the history of the clan. The young man in blue was filled with anticipation as he followed the inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan to the Emperor Battle Sex Cultivation Grounds. That kid sure is a chatterbox. It's so quiet now that he's gone. Another inner sect elder shook his head with a smile on his face. That's right. He's the only one who has come to join the sect in the past 2 days. Elder Bai Long nodded in agreement. As soon as White Dragon Elder nodded, the old man with the Black Dragon Elder's identity token on his waist suddenly stood up. Sensing the Black Dragon Elder's actions, the White Dragon Elder and the remaining inner sect elders all stood up one after another. In the next moment, while the 3 inner sect elders were at a loss, Elder Bai Long seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the distant horizon. As for Elder Black Dragon, he had already looked in that direction. Someone's there. The 3 inner sect elders looked into the distance, but they did not see anything. It was only when the clouds in the distance stirred that their eyes narrowed slightly. It's only now that we've noticed it. Is it a divine emperor? Even if it's a lesser divine emperor, we should have noticed it long ago. Could it be that it's not a lesser divine emperor? While the 3 inner sect elders were whispering to each other, Elder Bai Long said, "It's a medium divine emperor." A medium divine emperor? Elder Bai Long looked solemn when he heard Elder Bai Long's words. The 3 inner sect elders' eyes lit up. A medium divine emperor is going to join the sect at this time? That's good news. Since the start of the War of the Emperors until now, there have only been 5 lower divine emperors. This is the first medium divine emperor. As the 3 inner sect elders' eyes lit up, a figure flew over from afar and landed on the floating island in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and sturdy young man. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. He carried a divine weapon on his back. Judging from the aura it gave off, it was obviously a superior divine sword. After the black-robed young man landed, he looked at Elder Bai Long and said calmly, "I want to join the Tianlong clan and participate in the War of the Emperors." "Welcome." Elder Bai Long stared at the black-robed young man for a while, then a smile appeared on his skinny face. At the same time, he personally helped him with the formalities. A medium divine emperor, even if he had bad intentions, couldn't cause any trouble in the Tianlong clan. Besides, these people were usually isolated in the War of the Emperors. They couldn't do anything except help the Tianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. Moreover, if they dared to cause trouble in the War of the Gods, they were doomed to die. The black-robed young man was a man of few words. Even when Elder Bai Long asked for his name, he only replied coldly, "Xianxia." After the black-robed young man entered the Sky Dragon Sex encampment with his identity token, the White Dragon Elder, who was standing not far from the Black Dragon Elder, shook his head as he watched the black-robed young man leave. How reclusive. However, judging from his aura, he's still some distance away from becoming a superior divine emperor. He shouldn't be here to break through. As Elder White Dragon spoke, he looked puzzled. Elder Bai Long said indifferently, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Those lower divine emperors who came before didn't all come to break through to the medium divine emperor realm." Chapter 3884. Although the Tianlong clan was wantonly recruiting, they weren't brainless. After all, everyone was worried that someone would come in and cause trouble. When the first few low-level god emperors joined the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan would send an inner sect elder to lead them to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. One by one. The purpose was to prevent them from causing trouble on the way to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. As for the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect, the Golden Dragon Elder would be there. If anyone dared to cause trouble, the Golden Dragon Elder would be the first to notice. And now, a mid-level god emperor named Xianxia had just entered the Tianlong temple with his identity token when a white dragon elder appeared and led him to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. What a coincidence! And now, the one who had received the order to lead Xianxia was none other than Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian had just returned from outside 2 days ago. As soon as he returned, he wanted to find Shui Haichuan and Duanling Tian and hear them talk about the big things they had done recently. Although Dongfang Yannian had been outside for the past year, he had heard a lot about the things that had happened in the sect. For example, Shui Haichuan had entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm and killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. He had become the first person in the Tianlong clan to kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect since the start of the Emperor Battle Realm. He was also the only one who had killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Another example was that Duanling Tian had been ambushed by the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing. At that time, Duanling Tian had been alone. Kuang Tianjing had attacked 3 times but still failed. And the reason for this was that Duanling Tian had broken through and become a god emperor. Although he was only a low-level god emperor, it was said that his strength was comparable to a mid-level god emperor. I only went out for a trip and such a big thing happened in the sect? Little Tian became a god emperor, and Shui Haichuan killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect the first time he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm? When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he wanted to find Duanling Tian and Shui Haichuan and hear them tell him the details. And before he returned to the sect, he sent a message to confirm that they were both in the sect and had not entered Emperor Battle Realm. However, before he returned to the sect, he received another piece of news from somewhere else. The first time Duanling Tian entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he had killed 2 inner sect elders from the Tai Yi sect. Moreover, the 2 inner sect elders had killed each other, causing both of them to be severely injured. Duanling Tian had become the Oriole. Why Dongfang Yannian? Thinking about how he had only killed a lower god emperor from the Supreme E sect when he entered the battlefield of the god emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. Why was his luck so bad? Moreover, that lower god emperor of the Greater One sect had been with him and his wife. His wife was too lazy to fight and gave him the opportunity. Hello, I am Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he received a message from his superior, the Black Dragon Elder, telling him to bring a person to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. The reason he was sent was because the Black Dragon Elder had not stopped communicating with him when he received a message from the Black Dragon Elder outside who was in charge of recruiting people. So, he directly arranged for Dongfang Yannian, who was still communicating with him and had already returned to the Tianlong clan. Faced with Dongfang Yannian's friendly greeting, the black-robed, cold-looking young man indifferently swept his gaze over Dongfang Yannian's waist. When he saw the lifelike white dragon, his pupils shrank, but they soon relaxed. In the next moment he said indifferently, "Xianxia, I'll bring you to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. Follow me." Dongfang Yannian did not mind the other party's indifference. As a mid-god emperor, it was normal for him to be somewhat arrogant. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, it was clear that he was not arrogant. Instead, he was used to it. The young man did not respond. However, when Dongfang Yannian started moving, he followed closely behind him. On the way, Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile, "Brother Xianxia, I feel that you are still quite a distance away from becoming a high god emperor. Did you join the Tianlong clan and enter the Emperor Battle Plain to train yourself?" Xianxia did not respond to Dongfang Yanyan's question at first. Just as Dongfang Yanyan frowned slightly, feeling that this mid-god emperor was too arrogant, the other party unhurriedly replied with the same indifferent tone, to kill the people of the Greater One sect. Brother, you have enmity with the Greater One sect? Dongfang Yanyan's eyes lit up. In the beginning, he was still worried about this middle-level god emperor. Since this middle-level god emperor wasn't here to break through his bottleneck, then he might not necessarily fight to the death with the Supreme E sect. However, now that he heard that the other party had enmity with the Greater One sect, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Dongfang Yanyan was only a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he felt a sense of belonging to the Tianlong clan. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that the Tianlong clan would become better and better. He was prepared to do his best in this emperor battle. If he could kill as many divine emperors of the Greater One sect as possible, he would kill as many as he could to share the pressure of the other divine emperors. Yes. Xianxia nodded. It was precisely because he knew that Xianxia had enmity with the Greater One sect that Dongfang Yanyan did not have any prejudice against him, even though Xianxia did not like to talk much and did not answer any of his questions. Elder Blue, I've just returned and you're already telling me to go pick someone up. Aren't you being too disrespectful? There was a black dragon elder overseeing the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. As for the golden dragon elder overseeing this place, he was also overseeing the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plain. The black dragon elder on duty right now was the black dragon elder above Dongfang Yanyan, Blue Feather Mountain. He was also the host of the Hidden Dragon competition when Duanling Tian had joined the Tianlong clan. At the same time, he was also the person in charge of the recruitment of the Tianlong clan. Isn't it because I just happened to be contacting you, and you just happened to return to the sect, so I wanted you to come along? Blue Feather Mountain shook his head and smiled. Kid, you can only blame yourself for returning at the perfect time. Hearing that, Dongfang Yanyan could not help but roll his eyes. Afterwards, he glanced behind him and said, Elder Blue, I've brought him here. I'll be leaving first. With that, before Blue Feather Mountain could reply, Dongfang Yanyan looked at the black-robed young man and smiled. Xianxia, I hope to hear the news of you killing the people of the Greater One sect on the battlefield of God Kings soon. Under Xianxia's indifferent gaze and nod, Dongfang Yanyan left with a flash. After leaving the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect, Dongfang Yanyan directly went to Shui Haichuan's residence. Duanling Tian was there as well. There, he could directly see the two people he wanted to see the most. Of course, during this process, Dongfang Yanyan did not forget to send a message to his wife. I've returned to the sect. There's something I need to talk to Little Tian and Shui Haichuan about. Dongfang Yanyan emphasized the two words Little Tian. Indeed, his wife, Ouyang Xueli, replied very straightforwardly, got it. Don't bully Little Tian. Don't forget how my veins of heaven recovered in such a short period of time. Hearing his wife's words, Dongfang Yanyan was about to cry. Although it was all thanks to Duanling Tian's Supreme God Pill, he had also exchanged for it with contribution points. Of course, Dongfang Yanyan did not dare to say that to his wife. When Dongfang Yanyan arrived, Duanling Tian and Shui Haichuan were already waiting for him in the residence's front courtyard. Before Dongfang Yanyan arrived, he had already sent them a message. What? You've already reported to sister-in-law after returning? Seeing Dongfang Yanyan, Shui Haichuan said with a mocking smile. Duanling Tian was startled. Then, he looked at Dongfang Yanyan in surprise. He truly could not tell that his big brother Yanyan was a henpecked person. Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Dongfang Yanyan spat at Shui Haichuan. Then he smiled and said to Duanling Tian, my position in our family is high and mighty. If I say one, your sister-in-law wouldn't dare to say two. Although Dongfang Yanyan was explaining himself, Duanling Tian's current gaze clearly showed that he did not believe him. Seeing this, although Dongfang Yanyan felt guilty, he still had an arrogant expression on his face. Originally, I had just returned and was going to bring you all here. However, as soon as I arrived, I was called by an elder of Blue Feather Mountain to do something. Shui Haichuan smiled. As soon as you returned, an elder of Blue Feather Mountain called you to do something? When did an elder of Blue Feather Mountain become so inconsiderate of his subordinates? Don't mention it, Dongfang Yanyan snapped. Dongfang Yanyan said in annoyance, I just happened to arrive at the sect and was communicating with Blue Feather Mountain's elder. Then, Blue Feather Mountain's elder received a message from the elder in charge of recruitment. Then, he changed the topic and told me to go pick someone up. He told you to personally go pick someone up? At this moment, the smile on Xue Haichuan's face also began to disappear. His gaze also became serious. You mean, that person is a mid-divine emperor? In the current situation, only mid-divine emperors could be personally picked up by an elder of the White Dragon clan right after entering the sect. For example, the low divine emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan after the War of Emperors had only been picked up by inner sect elders. It was impossible for an elder of the White Dragon clan to pick them up. Mid-divine emperor? Hearing this, Duan Tian also looked at Dongfang Yannian. It's a mid-divine emperor. Dongfang Yannian nodded. A cold guy who doesn't like to talk. However, seeing that he views the people of Greater One sect as his mortal enemy, I won't bicker with him. Amen? Almost at the same time as Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? Xue Haichuan and Duan Tian looked at Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian glanced at the two of them and said with a strange expression, I just received a message. After that cold guy, another mid-divine emperor joined the sect. From the beginning of the War of Emperors until now, no mid-divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But today, in a single day, 2 mid-divine emperors had joined in succession. Chapter 3885. 2 middle divine emperors joined on the same day? Duan Tian was also surprised. Middle divine emperors were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. In the Tianlong clan, even the weakest middle divine emperor was an inner sect elder. At this level of cultivation, they either had extraordinary talent or extraordinary strength. Without sufficient strength, how could they resist the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation? Before becoming a divine king, cultivation was not equal to strength. After becoming a divine king, due to the existence of the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation, the further one cultivated, the greater the pressure one would have to face. Among the divine kings, there were many people of varying strength, but among the divine emperors, there were not many of them. Perhaps they know each other and agreed to join the clan together. Xue Haichuan said, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Now, it had been nearly 10 years since the start of the War of Emperors. According to 10 years, there were 365 days in a year, so 10 years was 3,650 days. In the past 3,000 days, not even a single middle divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But now, in a single day, 2 middle divine emperors had joined the Tianlong clan? They should know each other, but they didn't come together. One came before the other. Duan Tian said. At the same time, Dongfang Yannian, who had just received a follow-up message, nodded in a timely manner. They should be together. The one who came later is similar to the one who came before. They both have cold faces. It's said that birds of a feather flock together. But I really don't understand how this kind of cold-faced person could mix with the other party. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in bewilderment. Perhaps they have their own way of communicating. Duan Tian said with a smile. That's the only explanation. Xue Haichuan nodded in agreement. All right, let's not talk about them. At this time, Dongfang Yannian also remembered why he had come to find Duan Tian and Xue Haichuan. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, You two, hurry up and tell me what major you did recently. Little Tian, you tell me first. How did you predict that Kuang Tianzheng would attack you and set him up? Just as Duan Tian was answering Dongfang Yannian's questions one after another. Somewhere in the Tianlong clan, in a secluded valley, there was a sudden shout. 2 idiots. I didn't ask them to enter the sect separately on the same day. Instead, I asked them to enter the sect separately after a period of time. On the other hand, although they came from different sects, they still arrived on the same day. 2 middle-level godly emperors, and both of them have coffin faces. Who would have thought that they were together? Now, in a clean courtyard in the valley, a middle-aged man with an ugly expression was cursing loudly. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to have completely lost his composure. Nearby. At this moment the young woman standing at the side said, They are men of sacrifice. It's normal that they don't know how to be flexible. You can tell the people who can command them not to act too deliberately. I just finished talking to them. After being comforted by the woman, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and his mood improved a lot. It's best if those two men of sacrifice don't act as if they don't know each other. Right now, anyone would be able to guess that they're together. If they deliberately act as if they don't know each other, it'll be even more suspicious. The woman said again. Hearing the woman's words, a gratified expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then he nodded and said, "I've already told them all this, Father." Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something. She looked at the middle-aged man and said hesitantly, "You really can't tell Brother Can about this? What's the point of telling him now?" The middle-aged man asked in return, "Could it be that he's going to step forward and help those two men of sacrifice lure Duan Lingtian over? Wouldn't that be the same as implicating himself? The fewer people who know about the identities of those two men of sacrifice, the better." "Father, it's not that you don't trust him. It's just that you can't be careless about this matter." At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before he added, "It's not a problem if you really want to tell him. However, you'll have to wait until the two men of sacrifice succeed in their mission and kill Duan Lingtian. At that time you can tell him. However, even then, you still have to remind him not to tell anyone about this matter, no matter how close he is. If he's not careful about this matter, he might consign me to eternal damnation. Once I fall from power, my enemies in the sect will definitely not let the two of you off." As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression became more and more solemn. The woman's expression changed. Then she solemnly promised, "Father, don't worry. I won't tell even Brother Can about this matter. In the Tianlong clan, only you and I know." Hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man finally heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his lips. "That's for the best. I knew a girl like you wouldn't be so unreasonable." The woman sighed in relief before she asked, "Father, the two men of sacrifice can only stay in the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle Sect. If Duan Lingtian doesn't go there, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to make a move." "There's no way they won't have a chance." The middle-aged man smiled confidently. "Unless Duan Lingtian doesn't go to the Emperor Battle Realm, there's no way they won't have a chance. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian frequently enters and exits the Emperor Battle Realm. Ever since he entered when he was a God King, he has never entered again. However, after he broke through to the God King realm, he entered twice and exited twice. The second time he entered, he merely used the battle merit Shui Haichuan gave him to exchange for some items. If Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, he would definitely be shocked by the middle-aged man's attention to him. The middle-aged man even knew he had recently entered the Emperor Battle Realm and exchanged battle merit points for items from the Tianlong clan. I don't believe someone like him won't enter the Emperor Battle Realm again. Once he's prepared to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, he'll die before he even enters." The middle-aged man spoke with great confidence. "But..." The woman frowned slightly as she said, "There's a golden dragon elder guarding the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm. Moreover, there's a black dragon elder guarding the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle Sect as well. With the golden dragon elder and the black dragon elder around, do you think they'll have enough time to kill Duan Lingtian? Someone will distract them before they make a move." The middle-aged man smiled. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "This time, I bought the lives of these two middle god emperors. They also gave me 3 other death warriors, 2 middle god kings and 1 high god king. Before they make their move on Duan Lingtian, the 3 god king sacrificial warriors will attack the other disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect to distract the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder. As long as the Elder Golden Dragon and Elder Black Dragon are distracted, the 2 of them will have enough time to attack Duan Lingtian. In that sort of situation, the Elder Black Dragon will need at least 3 breaths of time to react. Although the Elder Golden Dragon is stronger than the Elder Black Dragon, he'll need at least 2 breaths of time to react. By the time they make their move, they'll probably need another breath of time. So as long as the 2 God King Deathsworn keep their eyes on Duan Lingtian, they'll have at least 3 breaths of time to attack Duan Lingtian. Could it be that 3 breaths of time isn't enough for them to kill Duan Lingtian? After Dongfang Yanian returned, Duan Lingtian didn't return to Guardian Sikong's cultivation grounds. He stayed with Shui Haichuan. The The current him was no longer the past him who needed Shui Haichuan and Guardian Sikong's protection. He was already a lower god emperor, and had once fled for his life from the desperate inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing. In the Tianlong clan, unless 2 or more inner sect elders joined hands, or if an existence at the level of a white dragon elder or above personally acted, there was no chance of killing him. The 10,000 demon sect behind Kuang Tianjing did have 2 white dragon elders, but they couldn't possibly attack Duan Ling Tian within the sect. Because once they did, only death would await them. They didn't dare to joke around with their lives. For example, one of the white dragon elders, Lu Yin, might be willing to exchange his life for the life of his son's killer, Shui Haishan, but it was impossible for him to exchange his life for Duan Ling Tian's. Duan Ling Tian didn't have a grudge against him for killing his son. As for Kuang Tianjing, Lu Yin didn't care if he lived or died. In fact, when Kuang Tianjing was executed by the sect this time, even his family and disciples were implicated. From beginning to end, the 10,000 demons sect didn't say a word, let alone plead for his family and disciples. What a joke! If they really wanted to plead, it wouldn't be their turn. Right now, Kuang Tianjing's greatest backer in the Tianlong clan wasn't the 10,000 demon sect, but vice sect master Shui Mingji. Shui Mingji couldn't even protect Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. Even if they spoke up, they couldn't change the outcome. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. The cultivation of a lower god emperor is too slow. Even with the help of a divine pill, it's impossible to break through in a short period of time. It's 10 times harder to break through from a higher god king to a lower god emperor. In Shui Haichuan's residence, Duan Ling Tian was still living in the same room as before. He had just woken up from his cultivation, and he sighed. Although he had noticed this long ago, he had taken so many divine pills this time. Even with the powerful medicinal effects, his cultivation still hadn't improved by much. It was a blow to him. Since it's difficult to break through, I'll spend more time on the law of space. With the supreme divinity, I can comprehend the law of space with just a nap. In addition, I bought a floating image pearl in the Emperor Battle Realm in Ping City that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space. With the floating image pearls in there, I'll be able to deduce many things from one instance. My comprehension of the law of space will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered about the slow progress of his cultivation. Instead, he shifted his attention to the law of space. Based on the current situation, it was more cost-effective to spend more time on the law of space. Chapter 3886. In the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. In the heavenly palace. I'm back. A young man in a long green robe stood in the air. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His expression was calm as he looked down at the familiar place in front of him. His face trembled. Come back, all of you. The green-clad young man looked around before he sent out a series of voice transmissions to every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. All of a sudden, powerful figures shot up into the sky from all over the solitary destructive heaven, and headed for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Lord Heavenly Emperor is back. Lord Heavenly Emperor is calling for us to return to the Heavenly Palace. It's Lord Heavenly Emperor. It's time for the Heavenly Emperor puppets supported by the Tidal Temple to scram. Hearty laughter resounded in every corner of solitary destructive heaven. Many of the people who were not part of the situation became excited after a moment of contemplation. This was especially true for the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Heavenly Emperor? Could the Lord Heavenly Emperor from his mouth be that Wind Heavenly Emperor of the past? It's obvious that he's referring to the Wind Heavenly Emperor. Back then, the Wind Heavenly Emperor disappeared without a trace. Even the powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace left as well. It was as though the Wind Heavenly Emperor had moved to another location. Then, the Tidal Temple appointed a titled Celestial Emperor as the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Palace is like the backyard of the Tidal Temple's sub-palace. It's said that the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has to bow to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. He's a disgrace to the solitary destructive heaven. That's right. When the Wind Heavenly Emperor was still around, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's sub-palace wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. A commotion broke out in the solitary destructive heaven. It did not take long for news of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to spread to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was merely a titled Celestial Emperor in the Title Temple. He was not even a match for some of the more powerful titled Celestial Emperors, let alone the former Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Go and inform the Palace Master of this matter. Since that Feng Qingyang has returned, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It's better for me to escape. I remember when Feng Qingyang was lost in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Someone had taken over his place and become the new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. When Feng Qingyang returned, he killed that person. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death when Feng Qingyang returns. I'm not interested in the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It's better for him to stay in the realm where the Title Temple is located. The new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven muttered to himself as he made his way to a transporting formation in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The teleportation formation led to the Title Temple's Solitary Destructive Heaven sub-temple. When he arrived at the Vice Hall, he immediately went to look for the Vice Hall Master, and asked him to bring him to the main hall to report the matter of the Title Temple's main hall master. Since Feng Qingyang has returned, I'm afraid the Palace Master will personally come. The Vice Hall Master had received the news, so he was not surprised when he saw the new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He quickly brought the new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to the main hall through the transporting formation. Feng Qingyang has returned? It did not take long before Wu Hongqing, the Vice Hall Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, received the news. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, since he dares to return, it means he's confident he can defeat Mi Xian. He must have broken through to the intermediate God King stage at the very least. I'm afraid I might not be a match for him now. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted as he felt the pressure on him increase. Back then, Mi Xian was so powerful that Feng Qingyang had hidden in the Azura Hell when he realized he could not defeat Mi Xian. Both Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian were helpless against him. At that time, Wu Hongqing was certain Feng Qingyang would return one day. The reason Wu Hongqing sent someone to the Solitary Destructive Heaven to become the new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was not because he cared about the position of Heavenly Emperor. This way, if Feng Qingyang returned, Wu Hongqing would be the first to know. Just like now. Both of you may return. Wu Hongqing looked at the Vice Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and the new Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven before he said, since Feng Qingyang has returned, return the position of Heavenly Emperor to him. At the same time, tell him the Title Temple has no intention of making an enemy out of him. When they heard Wu Hongqing's words, the expressions of the two seated below, which had changed when they heard Wu Hongqing telling them to return, finally calmed down. If they did not seek peace, they would most likely die in Feng Qingyang's hands if they returned. Now that they heard the words of the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple, they felt much more at ease. In their opinion, since the Title Temple wanted peace, there was no way Feng Qingyang would reject them. In their opinion, the Title Temple was like the heavens above all Devata realms. Even if Feng Qingyang was a god, it would not change this fact. In the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, a young man dressed in a green robe was sitting in the air. His eyes were tightly shut. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or merely resting. His aura was so quiet that even the Title Temple would not be able to detect it. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared near the young man. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a sturdy robe. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he bowed at the young man. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. A hint of excitement could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. Meng Luo. At the same time, the young man opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. After scanning the middle-aged man with his divine consciousness, his eyes lit up. It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years. Meng Luo smiled sheepishly. This little improvement is nothing compared to you, Lord Heavenly Emperor. However, Meng Luo is confident that I can help your majesty kill the fake celestial emperor who has taken over the nest. Meng Luo's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he spoke. He's just a puppet supported by the Title Temple. There's no need to worry about him. The young man, Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face. Without waiting for Meng Luo's reply, he looked to his left. A fiery red figure was flying toward him at breakneck speed. Around this fiery red figure, there seemed to be the illusory image of a flying bird. It seemed to cover the sky, and its aura was like a rainbow. It emitted a scorching aura that swept across the sky like a raging inferno. Swoosh! A few moments later, the figure retracted its flames. It was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as the old man arrived, he bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Lord Palace Master." Lord Palace Master was how the old man addressed Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also the palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Walao." Feng Qingyang nodded at the old man with a smile on his face. Then his eyes glinted as he asked, "Where's little Tian?" "I tried to contact him in the solitary destructive heaven, but he didn't respond." Upon hearing this, Walao smiled wryly. "I don't know." However, after the young palace master picked up his family and friends, he left the solitary destructive heaven and brought them to the mundane realm. He didn't tell me which mundane realm they were going to. However, based on his words, it seems like he won't be returning to his hometown. Walao said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang nodded. It's good to be careful. Since Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact, Feng Qingyang was not worried at all. Moreover, he was certain his disciple, Duan Lingtian, would come looking for him as soon as he heard about his return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There are some things I have to do before little Tian returns. There are some people and forces that will pose a threat to me if I don't do something about them. Feng Qingyang muttered to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. In an instant, whether it was Meng Luo or Elder Hua, they felt their bodies and souls trembling intensely as if a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared beside them. Lord Heavenly Emperor. After Feng Qingyang withdrew his aura, Meng Luo, who was on the verge of suffocating, gasped for air and asked excitedly, "What's your current cultivation base?" Walao looked at Feng Qingyang excitedly. Feng Qingyang replied indifferently, "Killing the pavilion master of the main hall of the tidal temple is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Walao could not help but gasp. It was one thing for a pavilion master of a tidal temple to be killed. However, the main palace master of the tidal temple was an absolute powerhouse. Some people even said he was the strongest powerhouse in the Devata realms. Even the gods in the Devata realms were no match for him. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, the others will be here soon." After a long while, Meng Luo broke the silence and said, "Don't worry." At the same time, Meng Luo looked at Feng Qingyang in awe. It was a reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. "All right." Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. "Since they're here, let's wait for them to arrive before we return home." Return home. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Hualao's eyes lit up. In the next few hours, more and more figures appeared in front of Feng Qingyang and bowed respectfully. "Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor." When the group of heavenly emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven arrived, Meng Luo and Hualao led them to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, some celestial emperors who were foolish enough to reprimand Meng Luo, and the others were killed by Meng Luo's punch as soon as they finished speaking. "Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Meng Luo and the others cried out in unison. Their voices were as loud as thunder, and their auras soared into the sky. Chapter 38-87. Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven under the protection of his former subordinates, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Since the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new ruler, those who tried to stop Meng Luo were killed without exception. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had been in hiding for many years. Even though he was waiting for the return of his only heavenly emperor, he did not stop cultivating. It was as though he could fend off thousands of soldiers and horses. Not a single person from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could survive a single punch from Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Meng Luo punched out again. The astral fist that appeared on Meng Luo's fist smashed into the body of an immortal emperor, instantly exploding him into a bloody mist. It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He's the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The group of immortal emperors who wanted to leave the heavenly emperor palace saw Meng Luo descending like a god of death, killing one person with a single punch. None of them dared to leave the heavenly emperor palace for a long time. Meng Luo. A voice suddenly rang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You killed a celestial emperor from the tidal temple. Even if Feng Qingyang returns, he won't be able to save you. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the void with a giant sword under his feet. His build was similar to Meng Luo's, and he had fierce eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes. He looked very impressive. If I'm not mistaken, you're the heavenly sword celestial emperor, Yan Tiannan, right? Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the burly middle-aged man. The heavenly sword celestial emperor was the vice hall master of the tidal temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. He was known as the second sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. His strength was second only to Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang ascended to godhood, Yan Tiannan was widely acknowledged as the strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Yan Tiannan was not qualified to be Feng Qingyang's invincible sword celestial. There might not be any sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven who could defeat him, but there were still a few sword celestials who were evenly matched with him. However, because those sword immortals relied on many other methods, and he purely used the sword, he was still recognized as the #1 sword immortal. As for Feng Qingyang, he was invincible in the solitary destructive heaven. That was why he was recognized as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. I've always wanted to fight you, Yan Tiannan, but I haven't had the chance. Today, I'll see how strong you are. Meng Luo shouted. His eyes burned with the desire to battle. He charged forward and took the initiative to attack. On the other hand, Yan Tiannan did not dare to be careless when he saw Meng Luo charging at him. With a solemn expression on his face, he quickly blocked Meng Luo's attack. Whoosh! At the same time, Feng Qingyang floated down from the sky and stood at the forefront of the group. He led Hua Lao and the others to watch the battle between Meng Luo and Yan Tiannan from afar. That guy Meng Luo must have been bored out of his mind after all these years. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a smile on his face. Hua Lao, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Meng Luo has always been straightforward. However, the heavenly sword celestial emperor, Yan Tiannan, is not a simple person. While the two of them were conversing, Meng Luo and Yan Tiannan had already begun to fight. In just a blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. Both of them were evenly matched, and it was obvious both of them were not holding back at all. Meng Luo, come back. At this moment, Feng Qingyang said indifferently, both of you are on par with each other. It's meaningless for you to continue fighting. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, he moved away from the battle and returned to Feng Qingyang's side. At the same time, he looked at Yan Tiannan from afar. The heavenly sword celestial emperor lives up to his reputation. The heavenly savage celestial emperor does have some skills. Yan Tiannan's eyes narrowed when he saw Meng Luo had stopped fighting. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists together and said to Feng Qingyang, Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyang. He did not address Feng Qingyang as the heavenly emperor. Meng Luo's expression darkened when he heard how Yan Tiannan addressed Feng Qingyang. Even the expressions of Hua Lao and the other former celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven changed drastically. Are you trying to stop me? Feng Qingyang calmly looked at Yan Tiannan, who was hovering in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. His tone was indifferent, as though he was speaking to Yan Tiannan. Lord Feng Qingyang, Yan Tiannan said solemnly. Yan Tiannan's expression turned solemn as he said, the tidal temple will temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you want to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, you'll have to wait for the palace master of the main temple's order. Currently, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the palace master of the tidal temple have gone to the main temple to inform the palace master of your return. For this reason, please wait for a moment, Lord Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Yan Tiannan's words, Feng Qingyang was taken aback. Wait for the palace master of the title temple to give him an order? Wu Hongqing? Meng Luo and Hua Lao, who had heard Feng Qingyang said he could kill the palace master of the title temple as if he was killing a dog, had an interesting expression on their faces. Meng Luo looked at Yan Tiannan and sneered. Yan Tiannan, the palace master of the title temple, isn't qualified to order Lord Heavenly Emperor around. Yan Tiannan glared at Meng Luo as he said, Meng Luo, although it's difficult for me to defeat you, I don't mind fighting you to the death since you've disrespected the palace master of the title temple. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Meng Luo sneered. Meng Luo was about to say something when Feng Qingyang raised his hand slightly to stop him. Meng Luo no longer said anything. Are you trying to stop me? Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Yan Tiannan calmly. However, at this moment, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of Feng Qingyang's eyes. Yan Tiannan's scalp turned numb when he felt Feng Qingyang's gaze on him. However, he maintained a solemn expression on his face and remained motionless. Lord Feng Qingyang, please wait for the palace master's order. As soon as Yan Tiannan finished speaking, two beams of light shot out from Feng Qingyang's eyes and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gigantic sword on Yan Tiannan's back flew out of its scabbard and fell toward Yan Tiannan's head. During this entire process, Yan Tiannan didn't move at all. In the next moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yan Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon fell on Yan Tiannan's head. It was as though a towering mountain had fallen on Yan Tiannan. In just a blink of an eye, Yan Tiannan was reduced to a bloody mist. What was even more terrifying was Yan Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon, an emperor-grade celestial weapon, suddenly exploded. At the same time, a cry of despair rang from the sword. Lord, please spare. Clearly, it was the voice of the sword spirit. However, before the sword spirit could finish speaking, the celestial sword shattered into pieces. It was obvious the sword spirit was not going to survive. Gulp. Upon seeing this, Hua Lao could not help but gulp as a chill ran down his spine. In the past, he used to be the artifact spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the sword spirit of Yan Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword was killed, he felt helpless. If a celestial weapon was destroyed, its weapon spirit would be destroyed as well. Unless the person who destroyed the celestial weapon was willing to find another celestial weapon to host it. However, why would such a powerhouse care about the life and death of a mere weapon spirit? For a time, Elda Hu looked once more at the back of the young man before him, and a wisp of gratitude flashed in his eyes. It was precisely because of the young man that he was able to escape from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, reconstruct his body, and stop being an artifact spirit. Heavenly Emperor Feng, please have mercy. As soon as Yan Tiannan died, an anxious voice rang from the depths of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as the voice rang in the air, two figures appeared in a flash. They were none other than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and the pavilion master of the solitary destructive heaven subhall, who had just returned from the title temple. At that moment, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not expect to see Feng Qingyang attacking Yan Tiannan as soon as they arrived through the transporting formation. Although they tried to plead for mercy, it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Yan Tiannan was dead. What was even more terrifying was that Yan Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword that possessed a weapon spirit was destroyed as well. Even its weapon spirit was not spared. Are the two of you going to stop me as well? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently as he looked at the two figures hovering in the air in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the two figures' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly moved to the side to make way for Feng Qingyang. At the same time, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a titled celestial emperor from the title temple's main hall, hastily announced, "From today onward, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be ruled by the invincible sword celestial, Feng Qingyang. Everyone from the title temple is to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." This is also an order from the main hall master. As soon as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, a group of people rushed out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. What a joke! Even the main hall master of the title temple had personally ordered them to return the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Feng Qingyang. How could they dare to continue occupying the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, they had just received news that Yan Tiannan, the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple, the heavenly sword celestial emperor, had been killed by Feng Qingyang with just a glance. Even his emperor-grade celestial sword and its sword spirit were destroyed. Earlier, they were stunned when they heard that Feng Qingyang's gaze could kill. When they heard the familiar voice of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they quickly regained their senses and left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the leader of a patrol team in the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were his subordinates. The Wind Heavenly Emperor. After everyone left, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked at Feng Qingyang with a smile on his face. I'm just following orders to temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the Wind Heavenly Emperor has returned, everything will be returned to its rightful owner. Chapter 3888. The eyes of the celestial emperors behind Feng Qingyang lit up when they heard the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was willing to relinquish his position. Their Lord Heavenly Emperor was indeed formidable. Even the Tidal Temple had to bow before him. However, the next moment, the scene that happened caused them to be stunned. As soon as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, his body stiffened. His eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently. Naturally, this caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was originally a middle-aged man's long black hair turned grayish-white. At the same time, his originally muscular body began to sink like a deflated balloon. In just a few breaths, the originally muscular middle-aged man had turned into a skinny old man with wrinkles all over his face. Moreover, this was not the end of it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the old man's body began to age again before it dissipated with the wind. At this moment, everyone present could clearly feel an ancient and vicissitude aura surging towards them. This scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Everyone turned to look at Feng Qingyang in unison. Apart from Meng Luo and Hua Lao, everyone, including the celestial emperors behind Feng Qingyang, looked at Feng Qingyang with fear in their eyes. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? How can a person who could have lived as long as heaven and earth become an old man in just a blink of an eye? Is this the law of time? Is there such a technique in the law of time? Isn't Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor skilled in the law of destruction? At this moment, the people from the Tidal Temple could hear the trembling in each other's voices as they communicated through voice transmissions. Feng Qingyang's strength had exceeded their expectations. Previously, they were still doubting the authenticity of Feng Qingyang's murderous gaze. However, at this moment, they no longer had any doubts. After all, what was happening was even more terrifying than the murderous gaze. Heavenly Wind Emperor. The expression of the Hall Master of the Solitary Heaven Palace's Tidal Temple changed drastically. He was about to say something when he discovered his body was shrouded by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he was unable to break free. At this moment, he was only left with his consciousness. He couldn't even control his own body. Under his gaze, the group of immortal emperors behind Feng Qingyang were staring at something behind him in shock. He really wanted to turn around, but the power that enveloped him made it impossible for him to do so. Not to mention turning back, he couldn't even move a finger now. Under his gaze, Feng Qingyang stood in the void with a calm expression on his face. He had not moved at all since the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, he realized that he had regained control of his body and subconsciously looked back. With just a glance, he saw the people from the Tidal Temple who had just left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, had turned into old men. Then, these old men died just like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was sent by the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Meng Luo, Hua Lao, bring the others back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll return as soon as I'm done. At the same time, Feng Qingyang said to Meng Luo and Hua Lao. Meng Luo and Hua Lao looked at Feng Qingyang passionately. After that, Feng Qingyang looked at the hall master of the solitary destructive heaven hall and said indifferently, "Bring me to the Tidal Temple's main hall, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, The Vice Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall hesitated for a moment before he nodded. His tone was filled with awe, but there was also a tremor of fear. There should be a transporting formation here that leads to the Tidal Temple's main hall, right? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently. Yes. Lead the way. The Hall Master of the Solitary Heaven Palace's sub-hall brought Feng Qingyang to the sub-hall of the Tidal Temple through the transporting formation. After that, he brought Feng Qingyang to the main hall of the Tidal Temple through the transporting formation. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if the Hall Master finds out I brought you here, he won't let me go. I can't travel with you anymore. The Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall said to Feng Qingyang warily. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. You can leave if you want. Do as you wish. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he stepped onto the teleportation array and was about to activate the teleportation array, bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. A huge palm print had descended from the sky and killed the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall. Wu Hongqing. Feng Qingyang looked at the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall. He said indifferently, I didn't expect the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's main hall to be so ruthless to his subordinates. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. You must be joking. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly. Even if I don't kill such a traitor, the enforcement hall of the Tidal Temple won't let him go. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be much stronger now that you've returned from the Azura Hell, right? Right now, Wu Hongqing was only one step away from asking Feng Qingyang if he was confident in his current strength. Was that why he decided to stay in Azura Hell? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. His body flickered, and the space around him froze. Even Wu Hongqing, who was in the distance, was no exception. When Feng Qingyang approached him, Wu Hongqing struggled to break free. His eyes narrowed slightly. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you've hidden your strength so well. Your attainments in the law of time are definitely not inferior to your attainments in the law of destruction. Wu Hongqing's voice was filled with fear when he spoke. You're smart to leave a clone here. Feng Qingyang said indifferently as he struck out with his palm. The void froze again, and the same happened to Wu Hongqing's body. At the same time, Feng Qingyang raised his hand and waved it in the air. A gray light blade swept through Wu Hongqing's body and destroyed it in an instant. Wu Hongqing's body was destroyed like a flower in the water. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. This was because this was only one of Wu Hongqing's law clones. In the past, you Wu Hongqing joined forces with others to kill my disciple, Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang's body swayed before he shot up into the sky. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the entire Tidal Temple's main realm. Today, I'll annihilate your entire main realm. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, terrifying energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that shot up into the sky and swept across the Tidal Temple's main realm like meteors. In the next instant, all living beings in the Tidal Temple's main realm were killed, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. In just a few breaths' time, Feng Qingyang was the only living being in the realm where the Tidal Temple's main palace was located. Naturally, this did not mean there were no law clones. Swoosh! Another law clone of Wu Hongqing appeared before Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, Feng Qingyang, are you going to fight to the death with the Tidal Temple? Although I'm not as strong as you, I'll be able to summon the ancestors of the Tidal Temple when the space passage from the Devata realms to the realms of gods opens in 300 years. Even in the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple is still considered an emperor god force. Even if you're a divine emperor, you won't be able to escape death when the ancestors of the Tidal Temple arrive, let alone you're just a high-rank god king. Wu Hongqing's voice was extremely cold. As you said, it's 300 years later. Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. How do you know I won't be able to kill a god emperor after 300 years? How arrogant! Before Wu Hongqing's law clone was destroyed by Feng Qingyang, Wu Hongqing could only shout coldly. After destroying 2 of Wu Hongqing's law clones and everyone in the Tidal Temple's main realm, Feng Qingyang finally left. Little Tian, you almost died here in the past. Today, I'll help you collect some interest. One day, I'll find Wu Hongqing's true body and kill him. In the Wanderer Heaven. Wu Hongqing stood on top of a cliff in a lofty mountain range. His expression was extremely unsightly. Feng Qingyang has already broken through and become a high-rank god king. With his current strength, even if my true body is in front of him, it'll be easy for him to kill me. I'm no match for him. I can't accept waiting for 300 years. It looks like I can only ask Mi Xian for help. Feng Qingyang definitely doesn't know that Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to strut around so openly after becoming a high-rank god king. After thinking for a while, Wu Hongqing gritted his teeth and headed to the netherworld. At the same time, a soul orb appeared in his hand. It belonged to Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who'd come looking for him after entering the netherworld. However, Mi Xian was no longer an ordinary dead spirit clansman. In fact, he'd even exterminated the dead spirit clan. It could be said that he was the only dead spirit clansman in the world. Back then, Mi Xian suffered a great loss at the hands of Feng Qingyang and his disciple, Duan Lingtian. He's been brooding over it all this time. Now that he has a chance to make a move on Feng Qingyang, given his personality, there's no way he'll miss it. In the past few years, I've been the only one who hasn't made any progress. Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm as a God King, and Feng Qingyang has broken through from the lesser God King realm to the higher God King realm for the second time. The more Wu Hongqing thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Chapter 3889. Duan Lingtian was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and returned to the solitary destructive heaven to take charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had destroyed the main hall of the Tidal Temple in a fit of rage to avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Tidal Temple. Even Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, had left his 2 clones to await Feng Qingyang's return. Currently, Duan Lingtian was fully focused on comprehending the law of space. His attainment in the law of space was constantly improving. The improvement in my law of space will affect my Tao of control as well. The more profound my comprehension of the law of space is, the more powerful my Tao of control will be. Naturally, I can improve my Tao of control as well. However, based on the current situation, it'll be difficult for me to advance my Tao of control to the next stage. Duan Lingtian had learned about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth when he was still in the Devata realms before he came to the mystic gangland in the realms of gods. For example, the rudimentary stage was the first stage of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian had shown others the rudimentary stage of the sword Tao. Up until now, those who knew Duan Lingtian had mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth did not know much about Duan Lingtian. After the rudimentary stage was the second stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Following that was the third stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Feng Qingyang was at the third stage. As for Duan Lingtian, his sword Tao and Tao of control remained at the second stage for many years. Even after he came to the realms of gods, there was no improvement in his sword Tao or Tao of control. This was because he had no idea how to advance the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, there must be other stages after the third stage. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, had already touched the threshold of the next stage. However, since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low, his master, Feng Qingyang, did not tell him much about it. If I integrate this profundity into my profundity, my attainment in the law will not be inferior to any of the White Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. In fact, my attainment in the law is even higher than some of the White Dragon Elders who has comprehended the law. With this thought Feng Qingyang's, he continued comprehending the law. Spring and autumn. Spring came and came spring. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The gods God Emperor God Kings of the gods King God King God. The battlefield of God Kings was still the most intense battlefield. Every now and then, some God Kings would die, including many higher God Kings. After Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of Divine Emperors, only a few lower God Kings had died. Some were from the Tianlong clan, and some were from the Tai sect. It's Shimen Longxiang. At the entrance of the battlefield of Divine Emperors in Tai City, a group of people looked at a young man who was walking slowly toward the entrance of the battlefield. When I saw him walking over here, I wondered if he had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage. Did he really break through? He entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors as soon as he broke through. Is he learning from Duanling Tian of the Tianlong clan? Bah! Senior brother Shimin Longxiang is a peerless genius of our Tai sect. How can Duanling Tian compare to senior brother Shimin Longxiang? Do you think senior brother Shimin Longxiang will gain something from entering the battlefield of Divine Emperors? Under the gaze of a group of people, Shimin Longxiang, a genius disciple of the Tai sect who had killed many god kings of the Tianlong clan, entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors. The news quickly spread to the Tianlong clan. Shimin Longxiang broke through? He entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors as soon as he broke through? He's going to fight with Duanling Tian. Fight. What qualifications does he have to be compared with senior brother Duanling Tian? Senior brother Duanling Tian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. That's right. Even if there is a certain element of luck, but as a cultivator, we should know that luck is actually a part of strength. In a battle of life and death, even if your strength is not as good as your opponent, if your opponent is distracted for a moment, maybe you can take the opportunity to kill him. At that time, who dares to say you're not as good as your opponent? Senior brother Duanling Tian's monstrous performance in the battlefield of Divine Emperors made the patriarch of the Tai sect personally come to discuss with our patriarch to let senior brother Duanling Tian and Shimin Longxiang enter. The fact that our patriarch agreed to this matter shows how monstrous Shimin Longxiang is. Even if he's not as good as senior brother Duanling Tian, he won't be able to find out much. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of performance Shimin Longxiang will have inside. Throughout the Tianlong clan, many people began to pay attention to the performance of the Tai sect disciple Shimin Longxiang in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. Whether it was Duanling Tian or Shimin Longxiang, they were the only ones in the Tianlong clan and Tai sect who had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and had not yet become an elder. First, because they did not care, and second, because the situation of the Emperor battle was urgent, very few people paid attention to this aspect. More people's attention was on the 3 major battlefields of the Emperor battleplane. On the battlefield of Divine Emperors, there was killing basically every day. On the battlefield of Divine Emperors, there was less killing, but there were still many people inside. Only on the battlefield of Quasi-Emperors, so far, only a few people from the Tianlong clan had entered, and it was more or less the same on the side of Tai sect. As for whether they had met or fought, no one knew. It could be said that as long as no one died, it was unlikely that anyone would know what happened inside. Duanling Tian was unaware of all this. Now, Duanling Tian was still concentrating on comprehending the law of space. Shimin Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of Divine Emperors attracted the attention of all parties. A month later, a lower-level Divine Emperor realm outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan died, but no one thought that it was Shimin Longxiang who killed him. Another 2 months passed, and another lower-level Divine Emperor realm inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan was killed. On the same day, another lower-level Divine Emperor realm inner sect deacon was killed. It was no secret that the 2 inner sect deacons of the Tianlong clan who were killed on the same day were good friends. Moreover, they entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors together. They either died at the hands of the same person, or died at the hands of the Tai sect's Divine Emperors. On the battlefield of Divine Emperors it is impossible to have large groups. But there are still some small groups of 2 or 3 people. In half a month's time, this topic gradually died down. At this time, another piece of news was spread. Another lower-level Divine Emperor realm outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan was killed. At the same time, half a month later, Tai sect's Heaven's Prideling disciple Shimin Longxiang walked out of the battlefield of Divine Emperors, entered Peace City, and publicly took out 4 lower-level Divine Emperor identity badges of the Tianlong clan in exchange for battle merits. In just 4 months, 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan had died. All of them had died at the hands of Shimin Longxiang. For a time, the Tai sect was in an uproar. After the Tianlong clan received the news, there was a dead silence. A Tai sect disciple who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm had killed 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan in just 4 months? 2 outer sect elders and 2 inner sect deacons. Among them, the 2 inner sect deacons entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors together in a small group, and were killed on the same day. In other words, they may have been killed by Shimin Longxiang in a 2 versus 1 situation? That Shimen Longxiang of the Tai sect is so terrifying? Heavens! Did he really just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? He just entered the Divine Emperor realm and killed lower-level Divine Emperors like killing chickens. How can his strength be so terrifying? In the past, we only heard that he was a monster. Back then, in the battlefield of the God Kings, all of the disciples who saw him were killed by him. So we didn't have any idea how strong he was. But now, we can be sure that his means are not simple. Isn't it obvious? Do you think Duan Lingtian can be compared to him? I don't think so. Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect, he took advantage of the situation and killed them after they were seriously injured. Shimen Longxiang, on the other hand, killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of our sect with his own strength. That's because Duan Lingtian didn't meet the lower-level divine emperors. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have killed them with his own strength. That's true. When Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang left the battlefield of divine emperors one after another, in fact, many people of the Tianlong clan subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he had killed more divine emperors than Shimen Longxiang. But now, Shimen Longxiang's stunning performance made them reconsider. Could Duan Lingtian really compare to Shimen Longxiang? Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of divine emperors later, while Duan Lingtian had entered much earlier. At the same time, Shimen Longxiang's performance might not be worse than Duan Lingtian's, right? Moreover, in the battlefield of divine emperors, whether or not one could meet people frequently depended on luck. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was better than Shimen Longxiang's. Just like this time, Shimen Longxiang's luck was very good. In a short 4 months, he had met 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan. Many of the Tianlong clan's divine emperors had entered the battlefield of divine emperors for 2 or 3 months without meeting a single divine emperor of the Tai sect. By the time Duan Lingtian found out about this, it was already half a year later. I've finally settled it. Now, my attainments in the laws of space have surpassed the majority of the White Dragon Elders. I'm afraid that only a few White Dragon Elders, including Brother Hai Chuan, can compare to me in the laws of space. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and happened to see Shui Hai Chuan chatting with Dongfang Yannian in the front yard. The two were talking about how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan half a year ago. Chapter 3890. Shimen Longxiang broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? He broke through half a year ago? Moreover, as soon as he broke through, he entered the battlefield of divine emperors and killed 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about Shimen Longxiang being able to break through in such a short time, because no one knew how much Shimen Longxiang had accumulated before he entered the battlefield of divine kings. After all, Shimen Longxiang was already a mid-divine king many years ago. Unlike him, after he broke through to the divine emperor realm, those who knew were shocked because they all knew that he had only broken through to the high divine king realm a few years ago. In less than 10 years, he had just broken through to the high divine king realm to the lower divine emperor realm. In Tonglang province, as long as one was a normal person, they would be shocked. Little Tian. Seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Shui Hai Chuan and Dongfang Yannian both stopped chatting for a moment and looked at him with a smile. Duan Lingtian directly sat down at the stone table in front of the two and said with a smile, "I heard you were talking about Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect. It seems that his strength is indeed not bad to be able to make you 2 white dragon elders whisper to each other." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Hai Chuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't underestimate Shimen Longxiang. He was able to kill 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan right after breaking through to the divine emperor realm. This is enough to prove his strength." As soon as Shui Hai Chuan finished speaking, Dongfang Yannian continued, "Hai Chuan is right. You should know that when the Greater One sect master came to find our sect master and set the entry agreement between you and Shimen Longxiang, he didn't give anything else to our Tianlong clan. It was a completely equal prohibition agreement. Under these circumstances, the sect master was still willing to agree. This means that in the sect master's eyes, Shimen Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of divine kings is no less a threat to the Tianlong clan's divine kings than your entry into the battlefield of divine kings." When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his speech, his expression became solemn. Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect these two big brothers to take it seriously. After all, Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. He had fought his way to where he was today. His experiences in the mundane realms and the Devata realms had taught him not to underestimate anyone. Not to mention Shimin Longxiang, who he felt was not weak in the past. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yanian, don't worry. I won't underestimate him. Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanian were so serious. They were worried that he would suffer because he underestimated Xue Haichuan. After all, in the eyes of most people in the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect, he and Shimin Longxiang were destined opponents, and would fight sooner or later. In the past, Shimin Longxiang had entered the battlefield of God Kings precisely for him. It was just that he didn't meet him. Perhaps, after he had broken through to the Godly Emperor stage, no one thought Shimin Longxiang would be a match for him. However, Shimin Longxiang had also broken through to the Godly Emperor stage. His cultivation base was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's, and he had displayed extraordinary strength. At this time, it was only natural that people would compare him to Shimin Longxiang again. Although he had just come out of closed-door cultivation, it was not difficult for him to guess this. Little Tian. However, Dongfang Yanian did not seem to believe Duan Lingtian's words. His expression was solemn as he said, "A long time ago, Shimin Longxiang was widely acknowledged by many as the most talented person in the Greater One sect since it was founded. If he hadn't appeared on the battlefield of the Divine Kings, even I would have thought that he had already left the Greater One sect and even the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, he definitely won't be a nobody if he joins any of the top Emperor stage forces in Tunglang province." His performance in the battlefield of God Kings further proved his strength. Right now, he's already made such achievements as soon as he became a godly emperor. It's enough to prove that his reputation is well-deserved. Based on his current strength, he's at least comparable to a mid-godly emperor. He might even be able to stand up to some of the weaker mid-godly emperors. Of the 4 low-godly emperors from our Tianlong clan that he killed, 2 of them were traveling together. It's very likely that he killed them 2 against 1. Towards the end, Dongfang Yanyan's tone became more and more solemn. "I understand." At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to joke around. He could tell that both Dongfang Yanian and Xue Haichuan were serious. At that moment, he could not help but feel warmth in his heart. He naturally knew that the 2 of them were serious because they were worried about him. They were afraid that he would underestimate Shimin Longxiang and suffer at his hands. "Little Tian, you've made good progress in your closed-door cultivation this time, right?" As if sensing the seriousness of the atmosphere, Xue Haichuan changed the topic and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. At that moment, Dongfang Yanian also looked at Duan Lingtian. He was amazed by Duan Lingtian's progress in cultivation. It took him less than 10 years to go from a high godly king to a low godly emperor. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were also enough to show that he had extremely high comprehension abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such progress in less than 3,000 years of age. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then his eyes flashed. "Brother Haichuan, I plan to make another trip to the Emperor Battle Realm and stay a bit longer in the battlefield of God Kings." Haha, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xue Haichuan laughed. "It seems that you've made good progress. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Emperor Battle Realm with you and see how strong you are." Xue Haichuan smiled. Before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation last time, Xue Haichuan said that the next time Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, he would go with Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation and wanted to enter the battlefield of God Kings, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. "You want to enter the battlefield of God Kings together?" Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yanyan's eyes suddenly lit up. "I have nothing to do recently and don't need to be on duty. I'll go with you." "You?" Xue Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yanyan and said with a fake smile, "Have you asked sister-in-law? Did sister-in-law let you come with us? I remember that last time when I wanted to ask you to enter the battlefield of God Kings, sister-in-law just said one sentence and you didn't say anything." Xue Haichuan said. Hearing this, Dongfang Yanyan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Isn't that because you're a lunatic? Last time, You took the initiative to provoke the 2 Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect and drag them around. In the end, you forcibly dragged them down and then killed one of them. And you weren't much better at that time. You were almost killed. Otherwise, the other Dark Earth Elder of Greater One sect was a coward, or he could have taken you down with him. Someone as dangerous as you. Do you think that sister-in-law would dare to let me enter the battlefield of God Kings with you? Hearing Dongfang Yanyan's words, Duan Lingtian also looked at Xue Haichuan in surprise. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Xue Haichuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Last time, I was just unlucky. I originally thought that they were 2 ordinary Dark Earth Elders of Greater One sect, but I didn't expect that they were the stronger kind. So, I could only rely on the advantage of my cultivation method to drag them down and exhaust their divine power. In the end, I killed one of them and scared the other away. Of course at that time, although I was an arrow at the end of its flight, if the remaining person attacked me, I was still confident that I could make him stay." Saying this, Xue Haichuan was forcefully interrupted by Dongfang Yanyan. "At the same time that you made him stay, you were most likely done for yourself, right?" Dongfang Yanyan said unhappily, "You madman, since they couldn't catch up to you in speed, you could have run to a place with complicated terrain and hide. If they couldn't find you, they would naturally have left. Why did you have to drag them down? Aren't you just hoping for a fluke? Relying on your cultivation method to allow your divine power to last longer than theirs, you want to counterattack and kill them? In the Emperor battle plane, regardless of which battlefield it was, divine power could not be recovered by absorbing the spiritual chi of the world. It could only be recovered by consuming divine pills. However, the recovery of divine pills also required a process. If one constantly consumed divine power, no matter how many divine pills one had, they would not be able to keep up with the consumption. In the end, it was still a matter of who could last longer. I wasn't relying on luck," Xue Haichuan said unconcernedly. "As soon as those 2 old men attacked, I could tell that their endurance was definitely not as good as mine. In fact, before I even prepared to drag them to death, I had already guessed that it was very likely that I would only be able to kill one of them in the end." "You think I'm just looking to die?" Xue Haichuan said. "In any case, I'll go with you this time." Dongfang Yanyan could not be bothered to argue with Xue Haichuan. "As for your sister-in-law, she'll definitely agree. After all, I'm not going with you alone. Little Tian is going with me too. I told her that I was afraid that you would kill Little Tian if you went with him, so I wanted to go with him to protect Little Tian. At the crucial moment, I'll leave you behind and run with Little Tian," Dongfang Yanyan said. After saying that, under the stunned gazes of Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yanyan smiled and said, "All right, I've told her. She told me to protect Little Tian. When are we leaving?" "Now." Tianlong Temple, in a secluded valley. A middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on a black rock in front of a waterfall at the foot of the valley suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. That Duan Lingtian left Xue Haichuan's residence? He went to the entrance of the Emperor battle plane? At first, his eyes were incomparably bright, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan also went with him? Could it be that those 2 brats knew that it would be dangerous for Duan Lingtian to go to the Emperor battle plane alone? No, that's impossible. Chapter 3891. Perhaps they're leaving Xue Haichuan's residence with Duan Lingtian and going their separate ways? Dongfang Yanyan is famous for being a henpecked husband. Up until now, he's only entered the Emperor battle plane once, and it was with his wife. Would his wife let him take the risk alone? The middle-aged man was none other than the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master, Xue Mingji. After receiving the message from the person in charge of monitoring Xue Haichuan's residence, he continued, "Continue watching them. See if they'll part ways with Duan Lingtian." Xue Mingji was still hoping for a fluke. However, after waiting for a while, when he received more news, his expression turned completely gloomy. This was because neither Xue Haichuan nor Dongfang Yanyan had parted ways with Duan Lingtian. They had followed Duan Lingtian through the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Realm's disciples and arrived at the valley at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm before entering the Emperor Battle Realm. The 3 of them traveled together. Moreover, Two of them were white dragon elders. Do they recognize Duanling Tian now? Xue Mingji took a deep breath and asked through voice transmission. Now, he wasn't asking about his own people in the Sky Dragon sect, but his friend who bought the two Death Warriors for him. The control of the Death Warriors was in his friend's hands, not his. He trusted his friend unconditionally because they were friends who had gone through life and death situations together. They had saved each other's lives before. When I received your message, I had them keep watch nearby. They've already memorized Duanling Tian's appearance. Although they won't have a chance to attack, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Xue Mingji replied. Although Xue Mingji knew his friend was trying to comfort him, he still calmed himself down. Tell them to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. They'll enter in 2 days. In the Emperor Battle Plane, they can enter the Divine Emperor battlefield and wander around the entrance for a while before leaving. There's no need to go find the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect to kill. Xue Mingji was also worried that the two Divine Emperor men of sacrifice would be killed by the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors if they entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. Although the strength of those two Divine Emperor death soldiers was far inferior to him, he had to pay a hefty price to buy their lives. They could afford to lose their lives. However, the prerequisite was that he would help him take away Duanling Tian. I understand. There was a quick response from the other side. I will send the other 3 God King Death-sworn soldiers into the Emperor battle plane in the coming days. In the Monarch battle plane, if Duanling Tian is alone, they will find an opportunity to attack Duanling Tian. Of course, I will make it clear to them that unless they are absolutely certain, they should not make a move. Hearing that, Xue Mingji was relieved. I'm not worried about you. Thanks. Xue Mingji thanked him. What kind of friendship do you have with me? There's no need to thank me. The other laughed involuntarily. The person you want to kill has been holed up in the Tianlong temple all this time. If he comes out, I can personally help you kill him. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. If he comes out, there's no need for you to do anything. I can do it myself or send someone to do it. Big brother Yannian, do you know those two? Duanling Tian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously as soon as he entered the Emperor battle plane. Just now before he entered, he could sense that many people's gazes were on him. He wasn't surprised because he could be considered a celebrity in the Tianlong clan. However, before he entered, there were 2 people standing together who were clearly different from the others. They seemed out of place. The 2 of them glanced at him, then looked at Dongfang Yannian. The youth was talking to the other middle-aged man as if they were discussing Dongfang Yannian. You should know those 2, said Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Dongfang Yannian said with a smile, do you still remember what happened 2 years ago when I just returned from outside? 2 years ago? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duanling Tian pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Big brother Yannian, you're saying, those 2 were the medium god emperors you received and the other medium god emperor who came in on the same day? Yes, it's them. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Speaking of which, they've already been in the Tianlong clan for a while. During that time, they also entered the Emperor battle plane, but they only walked around Tianlong City and Heping City for a while before leaving. Many people are wondering if they're afraid of death and don't dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly. That Xianxia. To think I had a good impression of him when I heard him say he had enmity with Greater One sect. Now, he doesn't even dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Even if he has enmity with Greater One sect, what's the point? Dongfang Yannian's tone was filled with disdain. Could it be that the sect doesn't have a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle must enter the Emperor battle plane within a certain period of time? Asked Duanling Tian. Of course. Xue Haichuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. The sect has a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle and are disciples of God Kings must enter the battlefield of God Kings within 2 years. As for disciples of divine emperors, they must enter the battlefield of divine emperors within 5 years. If they don't enter by then, they'll be expelled from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan doesn't accept those who don't dare to enter the Emperor battle plane during the Emperor battle. At the same time, they must also hand over a certain amount of divine stones and divine crystals as compensation for violating the agreement. After all, before they join the sect, The sect has already told them that they must enter the Emperor battle plane or battlefield upon entering. If they don't, they'll have to abide by the rules. Hearing this rule, Duan Ling Tian nodded. At least by doing this, no one would waste their time. This time with 2 white dragon elders by his side entering the battlefield of divine emperors, Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease and didn't feel the slightest pressure. With 2 white dragon elders roaming the battlefield of divine emperors with him, unless they encountered a group of 3 or more elders of Greater One's sect, it would be impossible for them to stay. In fact, even if it was a group of 3 or more people, Duan Ling Tian might be able to defeat or even kill them if he used his trump card and had Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan's help. Of course, it wasn't that he completely trusted Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan. It was just that when he had no other choice, he could only choose to trust them. Based on his current personal impression, after interacting with the 2 of them, he felt that they were trustworthy. As for whether the 2 of them would have any thoughts after he revealed his trump card, he wasn't sure. After all, there were many blood brothers who had turned against each other because of the benefits of splitting the family. Although his relationship with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan was good, it definitely couldn't be compared to blood brothers. Let's go. Because Duan Ling Tian had applied for an identity badge last time, he didn't need to apply it all this time. In addition, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan both had identity badges, so the 3 of them didn't need to go through any formalities and directly entered the battlefield of divine emperors. As soon as the 3 of them entered, the people who had personally witnessed the 3 of them entering the battlefield of divine emperors spread the news. In an instant, all the people of the Tianlong clan in Sky Dragon City knew that Duan Ling Tian had entered the battlefield of divine emperors again, and that he had entered the battlefield of divine emperors accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Xue Haichuan and Elder Dongfang Yanyan have entered the battlefield of divine emperors together. Are they planning to do something big? If it's a lone elder of Greater One's sect, encountering them, it's likely that he won't be able to escape death. Duan Ling Tian has disappeared for 2 years, and now he's come to the Emperor battle plane and entered the battlefield of divine emperors again. Is he planning to compete with Greater One's sect's Shimin Longxiang? When the disciples of the Tianlong clan learned that Duan Ling Tian had entered the battlefield of divine emperors with 2 white dragon elders, they only thought that the 3 of them were going to do something big. However, when this news reached the Greater One sect and was spread by the people of the Greater One sect, it had a completely different meaning. Duan Ling Tian has entered the Emperor battle plane again after more than 2 years, and he's accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Half a year ago, our Greater One sect's Shimin Longxiang entered the battlefield of divine emperors and killed 4 people of the Tianlong clan in 4 months. You say, is he afraid of encountering Shimin Longxiang inside, afraid that he would be killed by Shimin Longxiang, so he found 2 white dragon elders to follow and protect him? I didn't think too much about it at first, but now that you mention it, I think it makes sense. If that's the case, then Duan Ling Tian is really as timid as a mouse. Last time, he dared to enter the battlefield of divine emperors alone when he had just broken through, but now he doesn't dare to do so? Perhaps, this is called the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Now the calf has grown up. Thinking of witnessing the battle between the 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect, I reckon he has a lingering fear and will not dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors alone. The Tianlong clan has been comparing Duan Ling Tian to senior brother Shimin Longxiang. But now it seems that he is not worthy of being compared to senior brother Shimin Longxiang. Of course, senior brother Shimin Longxiang will not enter the battlefield of divine emperors with the elder of our Greater One sect. On the Greater One sect side, there were voices of pessimism about Duan Ling Tian everywhere, as if they had grasped some weakness of Duan Ling Tian's. And when these words were passed to the Tianlong clan, the people of the Tianlong clan began to argue with the people of the Greater One sect in Peace City. A person who killed hundreds of your Greater One sect's God King disciples, who just broke through to the Divine Emperor realm dares to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone, and killed 2 inner sect elders of your Greater One sect, you say he is inferior to Shimin Longxiang? Ridiculous! Who doesn't know that senior brother Duan Ling Tian and the 2 white dragon elders have a good relationship? So what if they agreed to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors together? Is there a rule against this? Yes. Perhaps, the current senior brother Duan Ling Tian already has the strength comparable to the White Dragon Elders. In this case, the 2 White Dragon Elders are willing to travel with him. I advise you to tell your Greater One sect's Divine Emperor disciples to be careful. lest they enter the battlefield of divine emperors and run into senior brother Duan Ling Tian. At that time, they won't be able to escape even if they want to. Chapter 3892. As the person involved, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know what was happening outside. Currently, he was leisurely flying, running, and sightseeing with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian in the battlefield of divine emperors. That's right. Sightseeing. I don't feel nervous at all when I'm with the two of you. Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile. I'm starting to regret coming in with the two of you. How can I train myself like this? In truth, the main characters of the War of Emperors should be the higher divine emperors who wanted to break through and become god emperors. However, if it were that simple, there would be no need for a War of Emperors. Two higher divine emperors could have just agreed to a battle to the death. Why did no one do that? This was because no one knew how many trump cards their opponent had up his sleeves. Usually, the opponent's strength might be on par with yours. However, in a battle to the death, the opponent could very well reveal their trump cards and kill you. In the history of the Plains of Gods, similar things had happened everywhere. It was just that it had rarely happened in recent years. No one was stupid. The existence of the War of Emperors, War of Supremes, and War of Sovereigns, to a certain extent, prevented a battle to the death. In the Emperor Battleplane, the Supremacy Battleplane, and even the Supremacy Battleplane, in the Quasi-Emperor Battlefield, the Quasi-Supremacy Battlefield, and the Quasi-Supremacy Battlefield, if you couldn't defeat your opponent, you could still escape, or if you weren't confident enough, you could find someone to enter with you. For example, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Anyone who entered the War of Sovereigns would generally form a group. No one dared to enter alone. This was because if someone entered alone and encountered the Supreme Elder of the Greater One sect, they would be dead without a doubt. The Supreme Elder of the Greater One sect was so strong that he was not weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The Profound Sky Elders of the Greater One sect were in a similar situation. They would generally find someone to enter with them and form a small group. They were all worried that they would encounter the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. In the War of Sovereigns, if you could not defeat your opponent, you could escape if you had the ability. However, in a normal battle to the death, it was impossible to stop until the victor was decided. In other words, the Monarch Horoscope contest was inevitable. Since this was a plane that had been specially opened for the Emperor's War, it was naturally impossible for only higher god emperors to enter. In addition, such an environment could be used to train the other members of the two forces who were participating in the Emperor's War. Thus, the second-tier and second-tier battlefields had been created. In the Emperor Battleplane, the battlefield of divine emperors was a level lower than the battlefield of quasi-emperors. As for the God King battlefield, it was a second-grade battlefield. Don't worry. Xue Haichuan smiled and said, if we really meet someone, we'll hold the fort and you'll go. If you're no match for them and are in danger, we'll take action. This way, it won't affect your training. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Duan Ling Tian felt helpless. With the two of you on the side, who can focus on fighting me? He has no chance to kill me. Under such circumstances, do you think he could still focus on fighting me? I'm afraid he's only thinking about how to escape. Duan Ling Tian said. That's true. Hearing this, Xue Haichuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, the two of us won't travel with you. We'll hide in the shadows and follow you. And the person who can discover us will definitely be the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. At that time, even if we hide, it'll be meaningless. In Xue Haichuan's view, Duan Ling Tian was not a match for the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. If they really encountered the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder, he and Dongfang Yannian would still have to take action. That's fine. Dongfang Yannian nodded in agreement. With Little Tian's current strength, he should at most be able to fight against the Greater One Sect's Inner Sect Elder. He might not even be able to win. In the end, we might still have to take action. However, we should still wait for him to fall into a disadvantageous position before taking action. We still have to let him know where we are. At a crucial moment, if he really encounters danger, he can immediately teleport over to our side so that we won't be too late to rescue him. Dongfang Yannian and Xue Haichuan discussed for a moment, then quickly decided on this plan. With regards to this plan, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not have any objections. He was not worried that Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian would fight over the battle merits with him. This was because before Xue Haichuan had entered with him, he had already told Dongfang Yannian that after entering, they would split everything equally. However, at the same time, they would also have to temporarily lend him the battle merits. Dongfang Yannian did not have any objections to this at all because he did not need anything for the time being. Furthermore, he had even taken the initiative to ask Duan Ling Tian to refine some Peak King-level divine pills to repay his debt. In response, Duan Ling Tian also agreed. To him, this was only a small matter. Right now, let alone Peak King-level divine pills, he could even refine the majority of Emperor-level divine pills. In the following journey, Duan Ling Tian traveled alone. He did not pay any attention to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian who were secretly following him. He completely treated them as if they did not exist. That Shimen Longxiang, in 4 months, encountered 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan. His luck is really not bad. Thinking of how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower divine emperors of the Tianlong clan in 4 months, Duan Ling Tian not only felt that his strength was not bad, he also felt that his luck was very good. It must be known that the last time he entered the battlefield of divine emperors, he had only encountered 2 divine emperors of the Tai sect after 2 whole months. Of course, the 2 he had encountered were 2 middle divine emperors of the Tai sect. 2 middle divine emperors were worth 4,000 battle merits altogether. As for the 4 low-level divine emperors, they were only worth 800 battle merits. In terms of battle merits, Shimen Longxiang's harvest was much worse than Duan Lingtian's. Furthermore, he had spent almost 4 months. However, do they really believe that those 2 people killed each other? Duan Ling Tian was not unhappy about the gossips outside, saying that he had taken advantage of the situation and was just lucky, but he still felt puzzled. Those people did not think that even if there was a deep hatred between 2 elders of the Tai sect, would they really fight to the death on the battlefield of divine emperors? It must be known that in the battlefield of divine emperors, one could encounter divine emperors of the Tianlong clan at any time. Rather than having a battle of life and death there, it would be better to directly start a battle of life and death in the Tai sect, or one of them could wait for the other to leave the sect and chase after the other to kill him. You said you were afraid that the other side would send a message to complain? You think those formation discs that could isolate messages were fake? Perhaps they thought that I, a person who had just broken through to Divine Emperor, could not kill 2 elders of the Tai sect with my own ability. Thinking that even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian believed him, Duan Ling Tian felt relieved. He put himself in their shoes. If he was someone else, he would certainly think the same. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since they had entered the battlefield of divine emperors. In this month, he did not see a single living person. He did not see anyone from the Tai sect, nor did he see anyone from the Tianlong clan. Thinking about it, Shimen Longxiang's luck is really good. Duan Ling Tian thought. And perhaps because Duan Ling Tian did not expect to encounter anyone from the Tai sect in the following month, he finally discovered a figure after a short 3 days. However, because of the distance, he could not confirm the identity of the other party. And the other party at the same time his figure stopped, also stopped. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian directly teleported, disappearing from where he was, and rapidly teleported towards the other party. He had nothing to worry about. If the other party was a member of the Tianlong clan, then so be it. But if the other party was on his side, then he would greet them and continue to part ways. And if the other party was a member of the Tai sect, then no matter how strong the other party was, there were 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan secretly following behind him. On the Divine Emperor battlefield, the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan and the Earth Underworld elder of the Tai sect symbolized the strongest force. Perhaps the other party's reaction was slower, or perhaps the other party also had the intention of meeting Duan Ling Tian face to face. When Duan Ling Tian approached, the other party did not move away. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also saw the other party's face. It was a middle-aged man. However, after Duan Ling Tian saw the other party's face, he did not care about anything else. The first thing he did was to look at the other party's chest. At a glance, he saw that the identity badge on the other party's chest was completely different from his. It's a member of the Tai sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed, his face beaming with joy. And the other party also noticed the identity badge on Duan Ling Tian's chest at the first moment. After his pupils shrank slightly, He saw the joy on Duan Lingtian's face, and his face suddenly changed. On the Divine Emperor battlefield, one could only identify whether the other party was on one's side by looking at the identity badge. Only the other party's status in the other party's force was unknown. Unless the other party was very famous, and one had seen the other party before and could recognize him. However, looking at the Tianlong clan's disciple in front of him, after discovering that he was a member of the Tai sect, the other party was full of confidence in his own strength. Could he be the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? If it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, I would have specially gone to find out about them, including the clothes they usually like to wear, and some facial features. But there is no one here. Because of the dangers on the Divine Emperor battlefield, whether it was the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor disciples or the Tai sect's Divine Emperor disciples, if they were not confident in their own strength, they would first investigate the other party's White Dragon Elder or Earth Underworld Elder. He shouldn't be the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. If he is just an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, I may have the power to fight. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man made up his mind. Because he himself was an inner sect elder of the Tai sect, otherwise he would not dare to swagger in the air, which would easily make him a target for others. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the middle-aged man made the first move. He swung the long saber that appeared in his hand, and a golden saber ray whistled out. It bloomed in the air and formed a golden saber net that swept toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his figure rapidly retreated. He wanted to try and see if the other party was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, even if he had not seen this person in the information of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. If the other party was the White Dragon Elder, he would take advantage of the other party's failure to attack and his current retreat to try and escape. Chapter 3893. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, and a powerful spatial storm wreaked havoc around him. In the blink of an eye, he met the incoming golden blade net head-on, forcibly colliding with it. However, the instant his divine power fused with the law of space collided with the opponent's divine power fused with the law of metal, his figure flickered, and he teleported far away. Boom! Rumble! In the distance, the moment Duan Lingtian appeared, the space where he was previously seemed to have turned into a golden ocean. The devastating golden blade net crushed the spatial energy, and then scattered in the air like dazzling golden flames, beautiful and dazzling. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man again, and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. A middle divine king! In the next instant, he teleported again. A lower divine king? At this time, the Greater One Sect Inner Sect Elder who had been extremely vigilant was first stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's technique. Then when Duan Lingtian teleported a second time, his figure turned into a golden ray of light and pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time and caught up with Duan Lingtian. Should we make a move? In the distant void, Dongfang Yannian, who was hiding in the dark, asked Xue Haichuan through sound transmission. No need. Xue Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian is showing weakness. He should have a backup plan. He's just an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. His strength is most likely not as strong as Kuang Tianjing, who attacked Little Tian back then. Let's see the situation before we make a move. Xue Haichuan did not seem to be worried. That's true. Dongfang Yannian originally saw Duan Lingtian fleeing, and subconsciously prepared to make a move. Now that he heard Xue Haichuan's words, he also reacted. The opponent was just an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. At this distance, if he were to make a move, even if Duan Lingtian's life was hanging by a thread, he was confident that he could save him. At the same time, the Greater One Sect Inner Sect Elder who had caught up with Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man, inwardly laughed at himself, and attacked Duan Lingtian again. Wang! Another resplendent saber light flashed by. The golden light was like a blazing sun, as if it wanted to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian. So it's just a low-level godly emperor. And here I thought he might be the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The middle-aged man laughed at himself in his heart. He couldn't help but feel angry. He had been scared by a low-level divine emperor. This was simply a great humiliation. Boy, you're just a low-level godly emperor of the Tianlong clan. How dare you swagger in the sky? You're courting death. The middle-aged man sneered and attacked again. Wang, 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 wang. Hundreds of saber auras followed after the first saber aura and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man was prepared to go all out and not give Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. Although this would consume a lot of divine power in a short period of time, this divine power could be recovered through divine pills. If he gave Duan Lingtian a chance, Duan Lingtian might have some means to save his life and escape. If a low-level godly emperor escaped from under his nose, even if no one saw it with their own eyes, he would find it hard to accept. He would even be ashamed. Therefore, he would rather use his full power at the beginning and kill Duan Lingtian directly. Things might change if he delayed. What's wrong with a low-level godly emperor? Just as the middle-aged man finished his words and attacked, Duan Lingtian's space storm raged around him. At this moment, he vaguely activated the Tao of Control. Space Control. In an instant, the surrounding space twisted and folded to a degree that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still crushed the incoming saber light. Then whoosh! Accompanied by the clear hum of a sword, a blurry streak of sword light and a figure whistled through the air, heading straight for the middle-aged man. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. How could a low-level godly emperor be unharmed under his full power attack? What on earth had happened just now? Although Duan Lingtian's space law was far superior to his metal law, it should not be so exaggerated. After all, Duan Lingtian's divine power was only that of a low-level godly emperor. However, at this moment, he did not have time to think too much. Duan Lingtian had already launched his attack. Damn it! Just now, he must have used some external force to crush my attack unscathed. He is just a low-level godly emperor. Even if his space law is stronger than mine, the gap between our divine powers is not that easy to overcome. He should only be able to use that technique once. It is unlikely that he can use it twice. The middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath. In a flash he made a choice. He faced Duan Lingtian head-on. Duan Lingtian was only a low-level godly emperor. Duan Lingtian's attack was not as strong as his previous attack. It was not as strong as his previous attack. Boy, even if you have external force to block my attack, so what? That attack did not consume much of my divine power. The middle-aged man shouted. Then, his body swayed and turned into a golden light. Like a golden meteor in the night sky. He charged toward the figure holding the sword. Dang! The middle-aged man shouted. He moved along with his saber. Dazzling saber radiance wandered between the heavens and the earth. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it fell toward the figure holding the sword. In the next instant, the saber radiance passed by and was about to suppress the figure holding the sword. Right at this moment. At the critical moment. Swoosh! Another crisp sound of a sword rang out. This time, it came from another direction. A figure who looked exactly like Duan Lingtian teleported behind the middle-aged man and swung his sword. When the sword was swung, the void shook. The raging space storm condensed into a point and charged toward the middle-aged man. If it had been any other time, the middle-aged man would have been able to react in time and block the attack. But now, although he sensed the sharp aura behind him and smelled the scent of death, he did not have time to block the attack behind him. He only had time to activate the remaining divine power in his body. He tried his best to activate the law of gold and integrate it with his divine power to block the attack behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the surface of the middle-aged man's body, the golden power seemed to have solidified. A phantom flashed out. It was a defensive divine artifact. However, judging by its aura, it should be a medium divine artifact. Swoosh! The sword was like a dragon. It was unstoppable. Swoosh! The sword swept past and penetrated the middle-aged man's defensive layer. Then, it penetrated the defensive divine artifact and stabbed into the middle-aged man's body. The moment the sword entered the middle-aged man's body, the sharp power began to spread in his internal organs. A terrifying space storm enveloped him in the blink of an eye. No! A shrill scream echoed in the sky. It was sharp and ear-piercing. It was extremely miserable. This was the last sound the middle-aged man made before he died. Swoosh! A purple figure appeared. It was the person who had attacked the middle-aged man earlier. It was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, The other Duanling Tian who was not affected by the attack because the middle-aged man had died and his attack had completely dissipated. He stepped into the air and walked toward the Duanling Tian unscathed. After a short while, he entered the Duanling Tian's body. This was Duanling Tian's avatar formed from the law of space. Earlier, when Duanling Tian secretly activated the law of space to block the middle-aged man's attack, he had used the golden cicada shell shedding technique. His real body had teleported away while his avatar remained where he was and took the initiative to attack the middle-aged man. If it had been any other time, Duanling Tian would have definitely been discovered by the middle-aged man. However, at that time the situation was urgent. Moreover, the middle-aged man had underestimated Duanling Tian because he was only a lower celestial emperor. Therefore, he did not use his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings. Otherwise, even if Duanling Tian wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would not have gone so smoothly. Whoosh! Duanling Tian opened his hand and put away the middle-aged man's identity badge and spatial ring. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky not far away. They passed through the clouds and landed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Duanling Tian. They were Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. At this moment, the two of them still had shocked expressions on their faces. They were clearly shocked by the scene just now. A lower celestial emperor, and one that only broke through a few years ago. He killed an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect as if he was killing a chicken. I really wonder what the people of the Greater One sect would think if they saw this scene. Dongfang Yannian stared at Duanling Tian for a long time before he sighed and said, "It's a pity that we can't use the floating image pearl here. Otherwise, I would have recorded the scene just now and brought it out for others to see." Although Xue Haichuan did not say much, his gaze towards Duanling Tian was also filled with shock. He had thought that Duanling Tian's strength might not be the same as before, but he also felt that Duanling Tian would at most be able to fight to a draw with an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Even if Duanling Tian had shown weakness just now, he did not think that Duanling Tian would be able to kill the other party by himself. However, the scene that happened next was an eye-opener for him. Duanling Tian had completely taken advantage of his disadvantage in cultivation to make the other party careless. Then, at the crucial moment, he took the other party by surprise. Using the law doppelganger to launch a sneak attack with his main body, he killed the other party with a single sword strike. Xue Haichuan had seen the entire process clearly. He asked himself, even if it was him, he might not be able to do this. Duanling Tian's attainments in the execution of the law, as well as his methods that were as smooth as flowing water, were clearly instinctive reactions that had been cultivated through countless battles. The entire process was impeccable. Even if it was me, if that attack was blocked by him without being injured, and if my divine sense did not observe the surroundings and did not discover that his body had left, even if I did not die, I would have been seriously injured. Xue Haichuan put himself in the shoes of the Greater One sect inner sect elder who had just died, and finally came to such a conclusion. This time, my luck is better than last time. Duanling Tian weighed the storage ring, identity badge, and divine tool in his hand, a faint smile on his face. According to the agreement with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, the battle merits represented by the identity badge would be divided equally between the three of them, but the spoils of war such as the storage ring and divine tool would belong to whoever contributed the most. Chapter 3894. Last time, Duanling Tian had encountered the two inner sect elders of Greater One sect 2 months after entering the battlefield of the God Emperor. This time, he had only been in the battlefield for a little more than a month before he encountered an inner sect elder of Greater One sect. This inner sect elder of Greater One sect, in terms of strength, was in fact not weaker than either of the two people last time, but Duanling Tian had killed him without using the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Among them, he had made a great breakthrough in the law of space. Secondly, he had secretly displayed the way of control, and in the final sneak attack, he had displayed the embryonic form of the sword way, and had not exposed the complete sword way. Of course, there was one more important point. That was, the other party had underestimated him. And this was also within his calculations. At that time, when he first saw the other party, he could only confirm that the other party was a disciple of Greater One sect's divine emperor. But as for his identity in Greater One sect, he did not know. The front of the identity badge was the symbol of Greater One sect, and on the back there were words, and only a name. People who did not know him, even if they saw the name, would not know his position in Greater One sect, unless this person was very famous. However, the moment the other party made the first move, Duan Ling Tian knew that the other party was a middle god emperor, and from the other party's move, he could tell that the other party was not the elder of Greater One sect. Although he had not come into contact with the elder of Greater One sect, but the strength of the elder of Greater One sect was equal to that of Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan, and obviously could not be weaker than Elder White Dragon. Compared to Elder White Dragon, the other party was far inferior. Therefore, at that time, he concluded that the other party was just an inner sect elder of Greater One sect, and had the same identity as the two disciples of Greater One sect's divine emperor that he had killed last time. A middle god emperor encountered a lower god emperor. If the lower god emperor panicked and fled, he would certainly chase after him. It was because of this point that Duan Ling Tian put on a good show in front of the other party, pretending to flee in fear, and finally killed the other party in the pursuit. Everything was going according to his calculations. This time, it could be said that he had smoothly killed an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect without exposing any of his trump cards. As for the way of control, it was something he had been researching for the past 2 years. The way of control was to control space, and space was related to the law of space that he was proficient in. Therefore, in the past 2 years, while he was working hard to comprehend the law of space, he was also studying how to make the way of control appear obscure so that it would not be easily seen by others. At most, it would be seen as a method of the law of space. After 2 years of research, as well as watching the floating image pearls of many experts who were proficient in the laws of space, he had finally gained something. Earlier, he had used that ability. Judging from the current situation, even though Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were white dragon elders with higher cultivations and greater strength than him, they were still unable to tell. This was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. This was because the purpose of him researching this ability was to not be seen through by people of the same cultivation level. As for people of a higher cultivation level, such as the God Emperor, Duan Ling Tian felt that no matter how obscure he used the way of control, the other party would still be able to see it clearly. It was like a child playing a little trick. Perhaps it could fool the same child, but adults would often be able to see through it more clearly. Of course, the child could also be compared to an inexperienced person, while the adult could be compared to an experienced person. Little Tian, although you were willing to launch a sneak attack when you killed the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, based on the law of space you've displayed so far, in addition to your embryonic form of the Way of the Sword, even if his cultivation level is higher than yours, even if you can't defeat him, he won't be able to defeat you. Xue Haichuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sigh. I really didn't expect that in a short 2 years, you've improved so much. Although your cultivation hasn't increased, the law of space you've grasped is already no weaker than my mastery of the law that I specialize in. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Dongfang Yannian also laughed in self-mockery. I really suddenly feel that I've lived for so many years in vain. Even a youngster who's not even 3,000 years old has caught up to me in the comprehension of the law. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in self-mockery. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at him. In the end, he still decided that he couldn't tell him that he wasn't actually less than 3,000 years old. His age of 2,000 years was revealed through taking a divine pill that could change the age of his bones. His true age was less than 1,000 years old. He was only a little over 700 years old. There's nothing to compare with in this aspect. Seeing that Dongfang Yannian seemed to be somewhat disappointed, Xue Haichuan shook his head and said, You've also seen little Tian's attack just now. It's straightforward and ruthless. If he hadn't experienced many life and death battles, how could he have such a method? In this aspect, it's completely the accumulation of experience. In less than 3,000 years, he's already accumulated so much experience that he's not inferior to us. From this, one can imagine what he's experienced in the past few years. Compared to Dongfang Yannian, Xue Haichuan clearly saw things much more clearly. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian thought of the scene just now. After a moment of silence, he also understood. That's true. Not every lower god emperor would be able to do as perfectly as little Tian when facing a middle god emperor. At the very least, when I was a lower god emperor and encountered the same situation, even with little Tian's methods, I wouldn't dare to say that I would be able to do as he did. Both Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were amazed by Duan Ling Tian's method just now. At the same time, they witnessed the spatial laws that Duan Ling Tian currently grasped. They also realized that it probably wouldn't be long before this little fellow who was only a middle god king when they first met him would catch up to them, or even surpass them. How is it? Do you feel a lot of pressure? After hiding in the shadows again and following Duanling Tian, Xue Haichuan sent a voice transmission to Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Xue Haichuan in annoyance. He replied via voice transmission, I think you're the one who feels pressure. In the Tianlong clan, I can't be considered a genius. You, on the other hand, although we're both white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, I've heard many people say behind our backs that you're the one with the greatest hope of cultivating to the God Emperor level through your own efforts. They're just joking. Xue Haichuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to mind at all. At the same time, he didn't seem to be surprised by this. It seems that you've heard this before. Dongfang Yannian gave Xue Haichuan a meaningful glance. Are you feeling very good inside? As Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian communicated via voice transmission, Duanling Tian, who had revealed himself ahead, continued to quickly move through the God Emperor plain. A day passed. They didn't see a single living person. 2 days passed. It was still the same. 3 days. Half a month passed. Duanling Tian finally met a living person. It was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Duanling Tian didn't know him, but he knew Duanling Tian. After meeting Duanling Tian, he greeted Duanling Tian before parting ways. Very soon, another month passed. So far, Duanling Tian had met 2 members of the Tianlong clan. One was an inner sect elder, and the other was an inner sect deacon. The latter even wanted to cooperate with him, but he was tactfully refused. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded and heartless. It was just that this time, earning battle merits was secondary. His most important goal was to familiarize himself with the laws of space. Compared to 2 years ago, his laws of space had undergone a qualitative change. However, he had never had the opportunity to use it. Now, on the God Emperor plane, he finally had a stage to display it. Another half a month passed by. Duanling Tian finally met people of the Divine Emperor plane of the Greater One sect, and there were 2 of them. 2 people of the Greater One sect of the Divine Emperor plane. When Duanling Tian discovered the 2 people, and at the same time intentionally approached them to see the identity badge on their chest, his eyes lit up. Of the 2 people, one was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man, thin and pale, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Before Duanling Tian approached, the 2 people of the Greater One sect had already discovered Duanling Tian. They wanted to walk over to Duanling Tian. But, seeing Duanling Tian take the initiative to approach, they waited where they were. When they saw the identity badge of the Tianlong clan on Duanling Tian's chest, the old man's face was calm, as if there was no joy or sorrow, and the middle-aged man said to the old man, It's not Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. It's an ordinary Divine Emperor plane member of the Tianlong clan. At most, he's an inner sect elder. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man nodded indifferently. Kill him, we'll continue to move forward and see if we can meet Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. When his voice fell, a murderous intent flashed in the old man's eyes, as if he had some special opinions about the Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. Elder Bai Long? Hearing the other party's words, Duanling Tian's face changed slightly. The other party dared to say this, which meant that he was at least an elder of the Greater One sect. As for the other person, he was not sure if he was also an elder of the Greater One sect. Duanling Tian's figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. The elder of the Earth Underworld was not someone he could deal with. At least, he could not deal with him without exposing his trump card. Lower Divine Emperor? While the old man was in a daze, the middle-aged man sneered. I thought he was at least an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, but he's just a lower Divine Emperor. Boy of the Tianlong clan, it's your bad luck to have met us. As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, he swept out. In the blink of an eye, he was near Duanling Tian, and he raised his hand to grab Duanling Tian. The other party's grab made Duanling Tian feel great pressure, and his face slightly froze. This person is also an elder of the Greater One sect. Although it was just a casual move, Duanling Tian could feel the other party's terrifying power. Whoosh! Just as the middle-aged man was about to grab Duanling Tian, he seemed to have noticed something, and his face changed. He quickly retreated and returned to the old man's side. Two figures like gods descended from the sky and landed in front of Duanling Tian, protecting Duanling Tian behind them. Then, he stared sharply at the two people of the Greater One sect in front of him. Chapter 3895. Elder Huang Yunfeng, we meet again. After Shui Haichuan appeared with Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the old man in the distance with a faint smile. I suddenly feel that this divine emperor battlefield is really small. It is indeed small. The moment Dongfang Yannian's voice fell, his figure flickered and he appeared on the other side, surrounding the two people from Greater One sect with Shui Haichuan. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had arrived on the other side and was also looking at the old man in front of him with a mocking expression. As for the middle-aged man, whether it was him or Shui Haichuan, they only glanced at him indifferently and did not look at him any more. Huang Yunfeng, the old man of the two Greater One sect elders, stared at Shui Haichuan with an ugly expression. Shui Haichuan, you didn't die last time, count yourself lucky. Haha, Shui Haichuan could not help but laugh. Elder Huang Yunfeng, your words seem to be wrong. I remember that the one who escaped that day was you, not me. Shui Haichuan smiled brilliantly. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. If it wasn't because I saw that you were young and didn't want to destroy your great future, do you think I would have left? I only did that because I didn't want to die together with you. Otherwise, do you think you would have survived? The one who escaped was you. Shui Haichuan spoke again, still saying the same thing with a brilliant smile. At this moment, hearing the conversation between Shui Haichuan and the other party, Duanling Tian finally came back to his senses. So the old man of the two Greater One sect inner sect elders was one of the two Greater One sect elders that Shui Haichuan encountered last time? At that time, both of them were exhausted by Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan killed one of them, injured the other, and was also injured. If they had continued to fight, in the end neither Shui Haichuan nor that person would have survived. At this time, that person was afraid and was unwilling to die together with Shui Haichuan, so he chose to escape. Such a coincidence? At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood what Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were talking about. As it turned out, the Earth Nether Elder from the Tai Yi sect was one of the two Earth Nether Elders that Shui Haichuan had encountered previously. Last time, he had already learned about Shui Haichuan from Dongfang Yannian. Shui Haichuan encountered two Earth Nether Elders of the Supreme Sect, and both of them had extraordinary strength. Although he had the chance to escape, he did not. He dragged the two of them, almost exhausting their divine power, and then at the cost of injuries, he killed one of them and injured the other. At that time, Shui Haichuan's injuries were actually more serious than that person's. But because Shui Haichuan had more god power in his body than the other person, if Yan Guan continued to fight, they might die together. At that time, the other person retreated, and the injured Shui Haichuan did not dare to give chase. He was deeply afraid that he would encounter other Greater One Divine Emperor disciples on the way. This should be the new elder of the Greater One sect, Elder Xianxia, right? Just as Huang Yunfeng's expression sank because of Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yannian's gaze landed on another middle-aged man. His eyes flickered. A newly appointed Earth Nether Elder? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. He naturally knew the chilling meaning behind those words. It meant that this person was only barely qualified to be an Earth Nether Elder. Among the Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders, he was at the bottom. Dongfang Yannian. At that very moment, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Dongfang Yannian was filled with fear. He had some understanding of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elders, and had even seen some of them before. For example, Shui Haichuan. Just now, when he saw Shui Haichuan and then saw the person in front of him, he guessed that the other person was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. We'll take one each. At that moment, Shui Haichuan sent a sound transmission to Dongfang Yannian. You're faster than me, so you can stop Huang Yunfeng. After I kill Xianxia, I'll join hands with you to kill Huang Yunfeng. Shui Haichuan was pleasantly surprised that the three of them were able to encounter two Greater One sect's White Dragon Elders. This time, it was different from the last time. Last time, he had encountered two Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders by himself. Moreover, they were both old Earth Nether Elders who had been Earth Nether Elders for many years. Their strength was definitely among the best among mid-divine emperors. Relying on his advantage in speed, as well as the divine power regeneration speed bestowed by his cultivation technique, he dared to be arrogant and drag them down. In the end, even though he was seriously injured, he still profited. He had killed an greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, and he was not a nobody. Okay. Dongfang Yannian directly replied. However, he did not send a sound transmission. Instead he spoke directly. Then, his figure swayed, and as if he had turned into a gust of wind, he blew towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Huang Yunfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Today, I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're quite capable to be able to escape from under Xue Haichuan's nose. Today, if you can escape, it means that my strength is on par with Xue Haichuan's. However, if you can't escape, it means that Xue Haichuan is inferior to me. Dongfang Yannian moved. As he charged towards Huang Yunfeng, he did not forget to ridicule him. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, although Xue Haichuan felt somewhat helpless, and even felt that Dongfang Yannian was shameless, he did not say anything. He moved, and charged towards the Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elder Xianxia. Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, it's best that you let us leave. Otherwise, even if we have to risk our lives, we'll drag this lower-level god emperor of your Tianlong clan down with us. Huang Yunfeng promptly turned around, and as he blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack, he did not forget to fiercely shout. If it was a head-on battle, he was confident that his strength was not inferior to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's. However, Dongfang Yannian was proficient in the laws of wind, and was proficient in speed. His speed was simply inferior to Dongfang Yannian's. It was practically impossible for him to escape from under Dongfang Yannian's nose. Although there was another greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder by his side, this Earth Nether Elder was only a newly promoted Earth Nether Elder. His strength was only stronger than that of an inner sect elder. As someone who had just become an Earth Nether Elder, in terms of strength, he was at the bottom of the greater one sect. You have sharp eyes, to be able to tell that we care about him. Dongfang Yannian did not say anything, but Xue Haichuan smiled faintly. However, if you think that you can kill him under our noses, then go ahead and try. If it was an ordinary lower-level god emperor, Xue Haichuan really did not dare to guarantee that he and Dongfang Yannian would be able to protect the other party from the two Tianlong clan's Earth Nether Elders. However, the problem was that this lower-level god emperor was Duan Ling Tian. After personally witnessing Duan Ling Tian's attack last time, Xue Haichuan practically treated Duan Ling Tian as an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Even if he did not have that status, at least his strength had reached that level. Xianxia, is it? As his voice fell, the smile on Xue Haichuan's face did not change, but the gaze with which he looked at the other greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder became much sharper. Within 10 moves, I will definitely kill you. In the next moment, when Xianxia's expression changed greatly, Xue Haichuan had already moved. Moreover, as soon as he moved, he attacked like a storm. He did not hold back in the slightest. He was completely fighting with his life on the line. Xue Haichuan's thoughts were actually similar to the greater one-sex inner sect elder that Duan Ling Tian had encountered last time. They both wanted to use their full strength from the beginning to finish off their opponent as soon as possible. Xue Haichuan did not dare to guarantee that Dongfang Yannian would be able to stop Huang Yunfeng, a veteran greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, from attacking Duan Ling Tian. However, he could guarantee that Xianxia, a newly promoted greater one-sex Earth Nether Elder, would definitely not be able to attack Duan Ling Tian under his nose. Boom! Xue Haichuan attacked with an imposing manner, as if a god from the ninth heaven had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, an incomparably huge face appeared in the void. A sharp ray of light shot out from each of its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The face looked blurry, but one could be sure that it was not Xue Haichuan's face. Careful! That's Xue Haichuan's bloodline ability. Soul-sealing Eye. While Xianxia's expression was solemn as he used all his strength to deal with Xue Haichuan's attack, Huang Yunfeng warned Xianxia while fighting Dongfang Yannian. In the realms of gods, there were many people who possessed bloodline energy. Among them, there were some people whose bloodline energy had mutated and were able to perform techniques that were independent of their own body. To be more precise, they were techniques that did not rely on divine energy. These techniques were known as bloodline abilities. Shui Haichuan was such a person. As Huang Yunfeng spoke, Sha Yunjie's pupils abruptly shrank, and his expression became even more grave. At the same time, a deep beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a soul attack condensed from his own soul strength. It contained the law of destruction that he was skilled in. Shui Haichuan, I'll make you regret this, Huang Yunfeng shouted. Seizing an opportunity, he left the battlefield and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Today, even if we must die, I'll drag this lower-level divine emperor of your Tianlong clan down with me. The fact that they were willing to enter the battlefield of divine emperors with him is enough to show that he has a close relationship with you. When Huang Yunfeng charged towards Duan Lingtian, it caused Dongfang Yannian to feel slightly embarrassed. He moved again and caught up to Huang Yunfeng. However, even so, Huang Yunfeng was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the same place, motionless. This made Huang Yunfeng secretly delighted. If this brat wanted to dodge, he might not be able to catch up with him as he was being held back by Dongfang Yannian. But now, this brat was standing in the same place, motionless, as if he had been struck dumb. Bang! A loud sound rang out. After forcibly blocking Dongfang Yannian's attack, Huang Yunfeng suddenly erupted with power. At the same time, he forced Dongfang Yannian to retreat. The divine weapon in his hand trembled. An array of light tore through the sky and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Huang Yunfeng was confident that no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack of his. At least, in their Greater One sect, apart from Shimen Longxiang, no lower-level divine emperor would be able to block this attack. Shui Haichuan, open your eyes wide and watch me kill this lower-level divine emperor of your Tianlong clan. After attacking, Huang Yunfeng blocked Dongfang Yannian's attack again, and did not forget to sneer loudly. Chapter 3896. Kill me. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Elder Huang Yunfeng's words and saw Huang Yunfeng's aggressive attack. Did he look like a soft persimmon to her? Did he really think he was an ordinary low-level divine emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He took out a high-grade divine sword and pointed it at Huang Yunfeng. Immediately, a spatial storm condensed into a sword light and shot out with an extremely sharp aura. Whoosh! The sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything, leaving a clear sword cry in the air. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Huang Yunfeng saw Duan Lingtian attack from the corner of his eyes, he only had this thought. In his opinion, Huang Yunfeng was only a low-level divine emperor. No matter how hard Huang Yunfeng tried, he couldn't block his attack. If a low-level divine emperor couldn't dodge in time, his attack would be enough to kill most low-level divine emperors. Bang! It wasn't until a loud sound was heard that his attack had been crushed by the low-level divine emperor that he had looked down upon. Moreover, the low-level divine emperor had crushed his attack and was now rushing towards him. His expression completely changed. How is this possible? Who are you? Huang Yunfeng couldn't help but change his expression. As far as he knew, he had never heard of a low-level divine emperor in the Tianlong clan who had the strength of a middle-level divine emperor. The attack that the low-level divine emperor had just used was already comparable to a middle-level divine emperor's attack. Could it be? Suddenly, a name appeared in Huang Yunfeng's mind. Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? Huang Yunfeng asked with a gloomy expression as he looked at the purple-clothed young man flying toward him. When Duan Lingtian heard Huang Yunfeng's words, he smiled faintly. I didn't expect that Elder Huang Yunfeng of the Greater One sect would know my name. I'm really flattered. It's really you. Huang Yunfeng's pupils shrank rapidly. Before he could speak again, Dongfang Yannian's attack made him shut his mouth. Elder Huang Yunfeng, to think that you're able to remain so relaxed in front of me. It seems like I haven't given you enough pressure. Dongfang Yannian let out a mocking laugh. Then the power in his body erupted once more, causing Huang Yunfeng to be even more flustered. This was especially the case when Duan Lingtian also joined forces with Dongfang Yannian to deal with him. He only felt his scalp go numb as despair filled his heart. Dongfang Yannian was not weaker than him. In terms of one-on-one combat, he wasn't afraid of Dongfang Yannian. But now, Dongfang Yannian was not fighting him head-on. Instead, he was restraining him, making him feel as if he was powerless. From the very beginning, he had been led around by Dongfang Yannian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian joined the battle and directly attacked Huang Yunfeng. The strength of his attacks didn't need to be too exaggerated. They were only comparable to the attacks of ordinary middle god kings. However, it was attacks of such strength that caused Huang Yunfeng's expression to change multiple times. After blocking them many times, he fiercely threatened Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to attack again, I'll definitely kill you even if Dongfang Yannian injures me. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Dongfang Yannian had already sneered. Huang Yunfeng, you think too highly of yourself. If you attack him and hand over the junior to me, you will definitely die. Dongfang Yannian's tone contained some disdain. Without a doubt, Dongfang Yannian's words struck Huang Yunfeng's sore spot. At that moment, Huang Yunfeng's expression became extremely ugly because what Dongfang Yannian said was the truth. Right now, he could find an opportunity to attack Duan Ling Tian as he fought against Dongfang Yannian. However, the strength of his attacks would at most be the same as before. They wouldn't be able to threaten Duan Ling Tian. No matter how strong his attacks were, it wasn't that he couldn't use them. However, once he used them, he would be handing over his junior to Dongfang Yannian. With Dongfang Yannian's strength, he would most likely be able to kill him. After a short moment, under the combined pressure of Duan Ling Tian and Dongfang Yannian, Huang Yunfeng was surrounded by dangers. His complexion became much paler and bloodless. Brother Yunfeng, save me! Suddenly, a hurried and sorrowful cry came from afar. It was extremely urgent and mournful. Bang! Accompanying it was a loud sound. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two subconsciously looked over, they just happened to see the scene of Xue Haichuan killing the new Earth Underworld elder Xianxia of the Greater One sect. From the current situation, Xue Haichuan wouldn't have used more than 10 moves. Yunjia! Huang Yunfeng's expression changed greatly. His pupils rapidly shrank and his face was filled with grief. Xianxia was from the same batch of disciples that were recruited into the Greater One sect. The two of them were also the two most outstanding people from that batch of orphan disciples with the surname Yun. Along the way, his relationship with Xianxia was no different from that of blood brothers. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane, he made an agreement with Xianxia, who had just become an Earth Underworld elder, to enter the Divine Emperor battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plane together to hunt the disciples of the Tianlong clan. However, after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane, Xianxia just happened to be in seclusion. He couldn't stay idle, so he made an agreement with a senior elder who had a good relationship with him, Elder White Dragon. That time, they met Xue Haichuan. He originally thought that the two of them could kill Xue Haichuan together, but he didn't expect that Xue Haichuan would kill one of them and he could only escape. This was his second time entering the Divine Emperor battlefield. This time, he had entered with Xianxia. Before entering, he wanted to kill a few more disciples of the Tianlong clan to avenge the Earth Underworld elder who had died at Xue Haichuan's hands last time. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. They met a lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan and successfully killed him. He thought that the rest of the journey would be as smooth as before. However, he never thought that he would meet Xue Haichuan again. Furthermore, Xue Haichuan had another elder by his side who was no weaker than him, Elder White Dragon, Dongfang Yannian. In addition, there was another lower god emperor whose strength was comparable to a middle god emperor, Duan Ling Tian. Now, after witnessing Xianxia's death with his own eyes, Xue Haichuan did not even collect the spoils and directly charged towards him. Huang Yunfeng's expression changed again and again. In the end, he said savagely, "Since you insist on killing me, I'll take one of you down with me before I die." With a roar, Huang Yunfeng's divine power swept out. The mysteries of laws fused into it. At the same time, the silhouette of a god artifact armor appeared. In the next moment, he no longer paid any attention to Dongfang Yannian and directly charged towards Duan Ling Tian. Faced with the menacing Huang Yunfeng, Duan Ling Tian teleported in the direction that Xue Haichuan had come from. After 2 teleportations, he arrived behind Xue Haichuan. No! Seeing that Duan Ling Tian did not stand there foolishly like before, staring at his descending attack, and instead fled behind Xue Haichuan, Huang Yunfeng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. After Duan Ling Tian teleported to a safe place, Xue Haichuan moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Huang Yunfeng and launched an attack towards him. As he faced the menacing Xue Haichuan and sensed Dongfang Yannian quickly rushing over from behind, Huang Yunfeng knew that he was probably doomed today. Unless the other Earth Underworld elders of Greater One sect arrived, he might still be able to leave one behind. Moreover, it had to be a relatively powerful Earth Nether Elder, not a new Earth Nether Elder like Xianxia. Unfortunately, Huang Yunfeng's savior did not arrive in the end. Under the combined attacks of Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, he only lasted for a dozen breaths before being heavily injured by Dongfang Yannian and dying at Xue Haichuan's hands. They're both Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect, but the difference is far too great. Duan Ling Tian, who had been watching from the side, could not help but sigh when he saw Huang Yunfeng die. If it was Xianxia, I would have been completely confident in killing him if I used all my trump cards. But Huang Yunfeng, even if I used all my trump cards, I might not be able to kill him successfully. It was only today that Duan Ling Tian had truly witnessed the strength of the Greater One sect's Earth Nether Elders. Within the Tianlong clan, there should be quite a few White Dragon Elders who were no weaker than the other party. Not to mention the others, just Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were no weaker than Huang Yunfeng. Little Tian, take them. When the time comes, we'll exchange them for battle merits together. This time, after killing the two White Dragon Elders, the battle merits exchanged for their identity badges were split equally between Duan Ling Tian and the other two. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's badges were temporarily lent to Duan Ling Tian. As for the god artifacts and storage rings they left behind, they belonged to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, after the two of them took the storage rings, they still took out the items inside and asked Duan Ling Tian if there was anything he needed. Duan Ling Tian took a glance. He was not interested in the items inside Xianxia's storage ring. However, there was a medicinal ingredient inside Huang Yunfeng's storage ring. It was the main ingredient that Duan Ling Tian urgently needed to refine Emperor-level divine pills. Not only could this medicinal ingredient not be exchanged for in Peace City, but even the Tianlong clan did not have it. Who would have thought that he would see it here? Brother Haichuan, lend this medicinal ingredient to me. Duan Ling Tian pointed at the medicinal ingredient he needed. This is a miluo flower. Xue Haichuan glanced at the medicinal ingredient Duan Ling Tian was pointing at. Then, he asked Duan Ling Tian in surprise, Little Tian, you can already refine Emperor-level divine pills? The miluo flower was the main ingredient for some rare Emperor-level divine pills. It could also be used as a supplementary ingredient for Earth-level divine pills. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Haha. Then I must congratulate you. Xue Haichuan said with a smile. As for this miluo flower, I can just give it to you. There's no need to say, lend. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian seemed to want to refuse, Xue Haichuan said. Speaking of which, it's not like you didn't do anything just now. Didn't that Huang Yunfeng attack you? You even blocked his attack. After that, he even tried to kill you. It can be said that he put quite a bit of psychological burden on you. This miluo flower can be considered your spoils of war. After saying this, Xue Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yannian. You don't have any objections, right? Hearing this, Dongfang Yannian glared at Xue Haichuan. If you had agreed to lend it to Little Tian, I would have thought that you were narrow-minded. If Little Tian wants it, just give it to him. This thing is useless in our hands. Chapter 3897. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that it was inappropriate for him to take the miluo flower since it did not belong to him in the first place, he eventually gave in to Xue Haichuan and Duan Ling Tian's insistence and accepted the flower. He thought to himself that he would share some with Xue Haichuan and Duan Ling Tian after he finished refining the divine pills. The miluo flower could be divided into many petals. Every time he refined a divine pill, he would only need one petal to refine multiple divine pills. The kind of emperor-grade divine pill he planned to refine would be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor. Although it was not suitable to give Xue Haichuan and Duan Ling Tian a supreme emperor-grade divine pill, it would still be of great help to the cultivation of a divine emperor, even if it was not a supreme emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, if he did not refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill, he would be able to refine a few more at a time. It was not like a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills were still fine. However, from the King-grade divine pill onwards, there were very few divine pills that could refine multiple Supreme Emperor-grade divine pills at once. At the Emperor-grade divine pill level, it was destined that one could only refine one Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill at a time. It was the same even if one could refine the ordinary version of the Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill at a time. Every Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill that was refined was unique. Even if it was refined later, there would be some difference in the medicinal effect. In that case, I'll take it. When we return, I'll refine 6 primordial brightness divine pills for each of you. Duan Ling Tian said to Xue Haichuan and Duan Ling Tian after he put away the Miluo flower. Both of them were stunned when they heard his words. Then, they looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Little Tian, you can even refine primordial brightness divine pills? You must have just learned how to refine Emperor-grade divine pills, right? At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with shock. Although they were not good at refining pills, they knew how difficult it was to refine pills. They paid more attention to the primordial brightness divine pills that divine emperors could only dream of. They had even tried to obtain 1 or 2 primordial brightness divine pills through various means, but they did not have the chance. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian actually wanted to give each of them 6 pills? As the saying goes, don't do things more than 3 times. The same goes for the Yuan Ming divine pill. Only the first 3 pills would have an effect on a person. From the 4th pill onwards, it would no longer have any effect. But Duan Ling Tian gave each of them 6 Yuan Ming divine pills. It was clear that he was thinking of their families. Little Tian, I thank you on behalf of myself and your sister-in-law. Dongfang Yannian looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. At this moment, he didn't refuse anymore, as the primordial radiant divine pill was of great help to him. Perhaps, with the help of the 3 primordial bright divine pellets, he would be able to enter the high-level deity emperor realm. As for his wife, although she was still far away from the level of high divine emperor, she could still reach a higher level because of this. Little Tian, thank you. Xue Haichuan didn't refuse either. He was the same as Dongfang Yannian. He greatly desired the primordial bright divine pellet. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to break through to high-level divine emperor. Although he could also smoothly break through to high-level divine emperor under normal circumstances, there was still a long way to go. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, why are you so polite? You gave me the Miluo flower, so it's normal for me to refine a few primordial bright divine pills for you. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, if you really want to say that you don't deserve it, then wouldn't it be the same for me to take the Miluo flower? The Miluo flower had a total of 9 petals. Duan Ling Tian had calculated that if he wasn't refining the ultimate primordial bright divine pill, he should be able to refine at least 3 primordial bright divine pills at a time. If he was lucky, 4 or even 5 wouldn't be a problem. But even if he were to refine 3 pills at a time, he would only need 4 petals to refine 12 primordial bright divine pills for Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. The refinement of primordial bright divine pills mainly relied on the Miluo flower as the main ingredient. The other ingredients weren't that precious. You can't say it like that. Dongfang Yannian shook his head and said, Little Tian, if we take that Miluo flower to a divine pill master who can refine primordial bright divine pills and use the Miluo flower as a reward, not to mention 12 primordial bright divine pills, we'd be lucky if he could give us 2. Under normal circumstances, we'd only be able to get 1 at most. Moreover, the refinement of primordial bright divine pills requires a lot of attention to the communication and control of life energy between heaven and earth spiritual energy. Even our Tianlong clan's old clan master failed to refine primordial bright divine pills in the past, wasting a Miluo flower in vain. It's also because of this that the value of primordial bright divine pills can be considered top-notch among all emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the difficulty of refining primordial bright divine pills that Dongfang Yannian mentioned. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters. Even emperor-grade divine pill masters couldn't guarantee the success rate of refining primordial bright divine pills. This was because primordial bright divine pills were one of the very few emperor-grade divine pills that weren't ultimate divine pills. They were all divine pills that tested the communication and control of life energy. Naturally, it was even more difficult to concoct an ultimate divine pill. However, Duan Lingtian was still confident. After all, his control and communication of life energy wasn't something that ordinary divine pill masters could compare to. Not to mention emperor-grade divine pill masters. Even venerable-grade divine pill masters might not be able to compare to him. This was because within the little world within his body, there was a complete divine tree of life. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian exchanged a few glances, then Xue Haichuan said, "What we've gained so far is 3 divine emperor-grade divine sect badges. The battle merits should be split equally between the 3 of us. However, after discussing with Dongfang Yannian earlier, we feel that we can't take advantage of you. The battle merits exchanged for those 3 badges will all belong to you. We won't participate in the split." Hearing this, Duan Lingtian frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Dongfang Yannian spoke first. "Little Tian, to us, using that bit of battle merits to exchange for so many primordial bright divine pills is absolutely worth it. Do you believe that if you take out the primordial bright divine pills to exchange for battle merits, there are even black dragon elders in the sect who would be willing to give you even more battle merits in exchange for primordial bright divine pills?" Dongfang Yannian said. Battle merits were obtained from various battlefields in the Emperor battle plane. However, if one could transfer them to another, they could naturally be used as a currency for transactions. There were many people who had nowhere to use their battle merits. There were also some people who had taken a fancy to some things in Peace City but didn't have enough battle merits to buy them. At this time, the latter could take out the things that the former needed and exchange them for battle merits. Then they could use the battle merits to buy the things they wanted in Peace City. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, there's no need to be so calculative between us," Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. "This isn't calculative." Xue Haichuan shook his head. "This is a matter of principle. If you don't agree, the 2 of us will only take 6 primordial bright divine pills from you at most. Moreover, we'll be taking advantage of you." In the end, Duan Lingtian was still unable to dissuade Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. However, at the same time he made a request. The battle merits he obtained from the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor Disciple Badge would be split between the 3 of them. This was because Duan Lingtian was worried that they would give him more points. Afterwards, Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian stayed in the Divine Emperor battlefield for another half a year. They only left after a full year had passed. In the next 6 months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not as good as the first 6 months. Duan Lingtian only encountered 4 lesser divine emperors and 1 inner elder of the Tai Yi sect. However, all of them were killed by him. So far, the 3 of them had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for a year. They had killed 2 Earth Underworld elders, 2 inner sect elders, and 4 lower One Sect's disciples. However, even though Duan Lingtian was not satisfied with this result, the entire Greater One Sect had been shaken up in the past year. 2 Earth Underworld elders had died. Before this, the Greater One Sect had only lost a single Earth Underworld elder. He had died at the hands of the Tianlong clan's White Dragon elder, Xue Haichuan. And this time, another 2 Earth Nether elders had fallen. Now, the Greater One Sect's losses on the Divine Emperor battlefield had already surpassed the Tianlong clan's losses. Not only did they no longer hold the advantage, they could not even maintain the balance. Only when Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan came to Peace City together, and handed over their badges in exchange for battle merit, did everyone know that the 2 Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One Sect who had died 8 years ago had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. No wonder the 2 Earth Underworld elders of our Greater One Sect died. So they died at the hands of Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Neither of the 2 White Dragon elders were weaker than Elder Huang Yunfeng. Elder Xianxia was only a newly promoted Earth Underworld elder. His strength was far inferior to either of them. If that's the case, the 2 of them really are unlucky. When the people of the Greater One Sect learned the truth, their expressions naturally did not look too good. However, they still sent the news back. On the other hand, the people of the Tianlong clan were grinning from ear to ear. Of course, there were also people who were not grinning from ear to ear. In the corner of the crowd, a young man with an indifferent expression stood there, looking at Duan Lingtian, who was currently exchanging for battle merit. When he saw Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian beside Duan Lingtian, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. If Dongfang Yannian saw him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. This person was the mid-divine emperor. He had personally led to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect 3 years ago, Xianxia. The target is accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Go out and wait for an opportunity. Xianxia sent a transmission to his companion, a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. He was also a mid-divine emperor. When the latter received the transmission, he left Sky Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and returned to the Tianlong Temple. As for Xianxia, he quietly left Peace City while Duanling Tian and the other 2 were surrounded. Let alone Duanling Tian, even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian did not notice anything. Not long after Xianxia and his companion left, the vice-sect master of the Tianlong clan, Xue Mingji, also received news from his friend. There's no opportunity to act in the Emperor Battle Realm. The 2 white dragon elders are with him. End of chapter. Chapter 3898. There was no chance to attack. Hearing his friend's message, Xue Mingji's face sank. That Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, did they eat Duanling Tian's bewitching potion? You actually followed him around like a dog skin plaster. However, Xue Mingji's face relaxed. I don't believe that Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian will follow him every time he enters the Emperor battle plane. There will always be a chance to attack him. Thinking of this, Xue Mingji's mood improved a lot. Duanling Tian naturally didn't know how Xue Mingji was feeling. However, he was in a good mood right now. This time, the 3 of them had reaped a great harvest. They had killed 2 greater 1-sex Earth Nether Elders, which could be exchanged for 3 times the battle merits of an ordinary God Emperor. Each person was worth 6,000 battle merits. The 2 of them were worth 12,000 battle merits. In addition to the greater 1-sex inner sect elder that had died at Duanling Tian's hands, they were worth 14,000 battle merits. In addition, they had encountered and killed 4 greater 1-sex lower god emperors and 1 greater 1-sex middle god emperor. In total, they were worth 16,800 battle merits. These battle merits should be enough for you to exchange for the things you haven't exchanged for yet, right? Seeing Duanling Tian beaming with joy after receiving the battle merits, Xue Haichuan asked with a smile. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded, then said to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I don't think I need so many battle merits. After I exchange for the things I need, I'll return the remaining battle merits to you. Although he knew that the 2 of them weren't in a hurry, he didn't want to take advantage of them. Sure enough, Xue Haichuan shook his head and smiled. I'm not in a hurry. You should wait until you have enough battle merits to return to me. I'm not in a hurry either. Dongfang Yannian shook his head. He was different from Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan had previously lent Duanling Tian some military merits. The Duanling Tian owed Xue Haichuan quite a bit of military merits, but he owed Dongfang Yannian very little. He didn't even want it anymore. In the future, he would never mention it again. Of course, if Duanling Tian took the initiative to return it, he would accept it. This was because he knew Duanling Tian's personality. It would be bad if he didn't accept it. All right, then we'll pay it back together. Duanling Tian smiled and said, However, I reckon that before we leave this time, we'll have enough battle credits left to return to Brother Yannian. At this point, Duanling Tian looked at Dongfang Yannian. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and said, Now, let's go and exchange for what you want first. Next, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian followed Duanling Tian to exchange for things. They were also curious as to what Duanling Tian wanted to exchange for so many military merits. In the end, they discovered that Duanling Tian spent more than 80% of his military merits to exchange for all kinds of rare medicinal ingredients. The remaining military merits were used to exchange for things like floating image pearls that could help him comprehend the laws of space. Medicinal ingredients were used for cultivation. Floating image pearls were used for laws of space. For a moment, the 2 looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. As expected, there was no luck in geniuses. For Duanling Tian to have his current achievements, he must have paid a corresponding price. Little Tian, don't be in such a hurry to return my military merits. When Dongfang Yannian saw that Duanling Tian really wanted to return the remaining battle credits to him, he smiled and said, Just now, I passed by the mystical item hall over there, and I just happened to see a rather rare item being sold there. What item? Duan Lingtian was startled. Something he could use? Do you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle? Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. Space-piercing divine shuttle? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, and then his eyes widened. Big brother Yannian, you mean, there's a space-piercing divine shuttle in the mysterious item hall? Yes. Dongfang Yannian smiled and nodded. Since you know about the space-piercing divine shuttle, then I don't think I need to tell you what it's used for, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and waves of excitement involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The space-piercing divine shuttle was a divine artifact that was said to be able to tear space apart in a realm of gods and enter a lower realm. At the same time, it was a one-time use divine artifact. This divine artifact was made by a divine artifact master. If one wanted to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle, one must have the energy of a supreme expert. In other words, supreme energy had to be poured into it. Of course, a drop of supreme energy could be used to refine no less than 10 space-piercing divine shuttles. As for how many space-piercing divine shuttles could be refined, it completely depended on the skill of the divine artifact master. In the realms of gods, if one wanted to go to a lower realm such as a Devata realm or a mundane realm, one had to use a normal spatial tunnel. Moreover, they had to wait until the planar battlefield closed for the spatial tunnel to remain stable. Only then could they leave. Now that the realm battlefield had opened and the realms of gods were converging, the unstable spatial tunnel was closed. There was only one way to go from a realm of gods to a lower realm. The space-piercing divine shuttle. As for the path Duan Lingtian took to enter the realms of gods, it was not a path ordinary people could take to enter the realm of gods through the spatial barrier in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Duan Lingtian had the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to do it. After all, he was already a god king and could not enter the Nine Serenities battlefield that only celestial emperors could enter. There's a space-piercing divine shuttle here? How many battle merits does it cost to refine a space-piercing divine shuttle? When Dongfang Yannian saw how anxious Duan Lingtian seemed, he was confused as well. He had only casually mentioned it because he felt it might be useful to Duan Lingtian. For example, if Duan Lingtian wanted to visit his family and friends in the lower realms in the next 300 years? He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so excited. I didn't notice. However, it shouldn't be too expensive. The remaining battle merits should be enough, Dongfang Yannian said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, under Dongfang Yannian's lead, Duan Lingtian saw the space-piercing divine shuttle in Peace City's mysterious item hall. It was a pitch-black object with an extremely sharp spike. The surface of the space-piercing divine shuttle was covered in complicated patterns. If one looked at it carefully, they would be able to steal one's soul. I'm just short of a few battle merits. When Duan Lingtian saw the price of the space-piercing divine shuttle, he frowned. He discovered the remaining battle merits he had were not enough to purchase the space-piercing divine shuttle. He was still short of 100 battle merits. Little Tian, don't worry about it. I'll lend it to you. Dongfang Yannian smiled. Just like that, Duan Lingtian owed Dongfang Yannian another debt. This time, Duan Lingtian did not reject Dongfang Yannian's offer. After all, he really wanted the space-piercing divine shuttle. With this space-piercing divine shuttle, I'll be able to return to the Devata realm. However, this space-piercing divine shuttle is a one-time use god artifact. Moreover, it's only a one-way space-piercing divine shuttle. However, it's not bad that I can return with my clone. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Unknowingly, it had been several decades since he came to the mystic Handle Land in the realm of gods. For several decades, he had been alone. He did not seem to fit in with the realms of gods. Compared to the natives of the realms of gods, he was just an outsider in the realms of gods. Little Tian, do you want to go home? Shui Haichuan asked with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's excitement. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had not left home for too long, for someone like him who was traveling alone in the realms of gods, it was more torturous than going into closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. He wanted to go back and see his wife and children. He wanted to go back and see his parents. At the same time, he wanted to see if his master had returned from the Azura Hell. Do you plan to return with your true body or your clone? Shui Haichuan asked again. Then he added, I don't recommend you return with your true body. If you return with your true body, you'll have to wait for 300 years before you can return. At that time, the realm battlefield will close, and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms will be stabilized. If you return with your true body, you'll only be able to return after 300 years. And 300 years to you is not a short period of time. Right now, you are not even 3,000 years old. If you return with your true body, the cultivation environment in the lower realms will be harsh. Even if you have enough divine pills, your cultivation base will be wasted. Shui Haichuan said, I suggest you return with your clone. With your clone's strength, you'll be able to dominate the lower realms. That's what I plan to do. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. With his current strength, he could easily kill a lesser divine emperor with his clone formed from the law of space. With such strength, he would be invincible in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian believed that there were gods and godly kings in the Devata realms. However, it was impossible for there to be divine emperors. However, just because there are no divine emperors in the Devata realms and the realms of gods, it doesn't mean there are no divine emperors in the 7 deadliest realms. Before coming to the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were many godly spirits in the independent realms where the 7 deadliest places were located. There were also many powerful gods in the 7 deadliest realms. There was no lack of godly kings and divine emperors. Duan Lingtian did not know if there were any godly emperors. However, based on his master, Feng Qingyang's speculation, there was a high chance there were some. I'll be able to return soon. After obtaining the space-piercing divine shuttle, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his excitement. He would be able to return to the Devata realms soon. Not only would he be able to see his family again, but he would also be able to help them get rid of some threats. For example, he had no choice but to ask his family to hide. If he did not allow them to hide, his family would face a calamity if the people from the Tidal Temple or the God King of the Dead Spirit race discovered them. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian could not understand Duan Lingtian's emotions. If they knew Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 700 years old, they would definitely understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Bang! After leaving the Emperor War Realm, Dongfang Yannian bade farewell and left in a hurry. Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan returned to Dongfang Yannian's residence. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian could not wait to summon his clone from the Law of Space. Then he ordered his clone to use the space-piercing divine shuttle to tear a tear in the void before entering it. Chapter 3899. It's the Mundane Realm. Duan Lingtian's true body was cultivating in a realm of gods while his clone tore a hole in the void with the help of the space-piercing divine shuttle and went to a lower realm. He had no idea which lower realm he would end up in. The only thing he was certain of was that he would either end up in a Devata realm or a mundane realm. There were far fewer Devata realms in this world compared to mundane realms. For this reason, the probability of his clone arriving in a mundane realm was much higher than a Devata realm. Although the clone's actions were controlled by the true body, it did not affect the true body's actions. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to cultivate in the realms of gods, even when his Law of Space clone arrived in a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Naturally, he could not fully focus on his cultivation. He still had to control his clone. Only when the clone didn't need to do anything would the main body be able to focus on one thing, such as cultivating or concocting divine pills. I don't need to refine divine pills for now. Let's return to the solitary destructive heaven first. Duan Lingtian's clone appeared above a lake in a mundane realm. He knew this was a mundane realm because the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Duan Lingtian suddenly discovered a few groups of people had appeared in the distance not long after he appeared. They were flying toward him at high speed and surrounded him in just a blink of an eye. There were more than 20 people in groups of 3 to 5. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. With just a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could tell the cultivation base of these people. Most of them had the cultivation base of Emperor Wu in the mundane realm. There were a few who were slightly weaker, but they were close to the cultivation base of Emperor Wu. Who are you? The Buddha Peace Lake has been sealed by the few great saint lands. How did you get in? The thing that's about to appear in the Budapest Lake belongs to the few great saint lands. You better tell us your origin and whether you have any companions here. Otherwise, you won't be able to return alive." Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, the group of people surrounding him had already begun to speak. Their words were not polite at all, and when they looked at him, their eyes flashed with killing intent. "Something about to be born?" Duan Ling Tian stared blankly for a moment. Then, his divine sense swept out and enveloped the huge lake beneath his feet. In an instant, everything within the lake appeared before his eyes. At the same time, he also knew the reason why these people had surrounded him. There was actually a cave in the lake. Moreover, there were actually a few celestial artifacts in the cave. To the current him, immortal artifacts were no different from scrap metal. But to the people of the mundane plains, it was a supreme treasure. There's actually a formation inside. Moreover, the formation has already been activated. I'm afraid it won't be long before this cave dwelling hidden in the depths of the lake appears before everyone. The immortal who left behind this cave must have left behind some kind of message. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come at this critical moment. After pondering for a moment, Duan Ling Tian lost interest in the cave dwelling in the depths of the lake. The thing inside was extremely tempting to people from the mundane plains. However, it was not attractive to him at all. "It's time to leave," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he prepared to leave the mundane realm and head to the Devata realm. With his current cultivation base, he could easily tear open space and sense the location of the Devata realm nearby. As long as he could find the point where the space barrier between the two realms connected, he would be able to tear open space and head to the Devata realm. As for other places, he did not dare to take the risk even though he was a divine emperor. The turbulent space between the planes was filled with extremely terrifying spatial turbulence. Not to mention divine emperors, even god emperors and ultimate gods could perish if they were not careful. Even powerful ultimate gods could stay in the turbulent space for a period of time. It was said that supreme powerhouses could roam freely in the turbulent space. On the other hand, ordinary ultimate gods could only stay in the turbulent space for a short period of time, let alone those who were weaker than ordinary ultimate gods. Even with my current strength as a divine emperor, if I'm lucky and don't encounter the turbulent space, I'll definitely die if I enter the turbulent space. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. While Duan Ling Tian ignored the questions from the surrounding people and fell into a daze, someone finally lost his patience and directly attacked Duan Ling Tian. One of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the mundane realm flew forward and struck Duan Ling Tian with his palm. A huge palm print shot out and landed on Duan Ling Tian. Bang! In the next moment, a soft sound rang in the air, much to everyone's surprise. The martial monarch who attacked was stunned in mid-air. He had used at least 80% of his strength in that attack. Even if any of the martial monarchs at the scene were to be caught off guard, they would still die without a doubt. However, the person in front of him just stood there. He did not seem to use any strength, but when his palm landed on Duan Ling Tian, it suddenly exploded and scattered with the wind. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was not only unscathed, but his robe was also unwrinkled. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was already a divine emperor. Even an ordinary immortal who had not yet reached the divine king realm would still have a layer of divine power on the surface of his body, forming a layer of protection. This kind of protection was naturally useless against people whose cultivation bases were close to his own. However, an ordinary immortal would not be able to break through this layer of protection, let alone a group of immortals from the mundane realm who did not even have a mortal body. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's body in the mundane realm was not his true body. It was a clone formed from the law of space. The protective energy around his body was even more terrifying. Even celestial emperors from the Devata realms might not be able to break through it, let alone Emperor Wu from the mundane realm. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. It was not that he could not react in time, but it was just that his opponent's cultivation base was not strong enough for him to make a move. What was the point of him making a move if his opponent could not even break through his protective energy? It was as though a 2-meter-tall man was punched by a 2- or 3-year-old child. Was he supposed to block the punch? Was he supposed to block the punch? What a joke! Meanwhile, the expressions of the onlookers were no longer gloomy and angry. Instead, they were filled with fear and panic. Heavens! What kind of monster was this? As he stood there, the martial emperor expert's all-out attack did not even break through his protective dipper energy. Even an ordinary immortal would not be able to do this, right? After Duanling Tian returned to his senses, he glanced at the martial emperor who attacked him and said nonchalantly, "You attacked me for no reason. Moreover, the moment you attacked, you used almost all of your strength with the intention to kill. According to my past temper, you'll definitely die." If Duanling Tian had said this when everyone had gathered around him, no one would have taken him seriously. However, no one doubted his words at this moment. Emperor Wu, who was being stared at by Duanling Tian, was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hastily kneeled in the air and kowtowed as he begged for mercy. "My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Emperor Wu was a person with a lofty status in the Saint Land. He was second only to the emperor, but at this moment, he had completely thrown away his dignity. Although this scene was seen by the surrounding people, no one made fun of him. The purple-clad young man in front of them was too terrifying. Based on the defense he had displayed earlier, with his strength, even if the few great Saint Lands joined forces, they would not be a match for him. This was an existence that could single-handedly destroy several of their great powers. "Break one of your own arms," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Break the arm that's moving." The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the martial emperor who was still kowtowing raised his left hand in ecstasy. With a chop, he chopped off his right arm. However, as though he wanted to show off in front of Duanling Tian, he smashed his severed arm with a punch with his left hand. There was no way he could reattach it. In fact, he was thinking that when he returned to the Saint Land, he would ask his senior brother, the leader of the Saint Land, for one of the only 2 celestial pills in the Saint Land that could regenerate severed limbs. At that time, he would be able to regrow his severed arm. A celestial pill in exchange for a life was worth it. "My lord, do you have any other requests?" After severing one of his arms, Emperor Wu asked again and again. It was obvious he was worried Duanling Tian was still angry. However, Duanling Tian did not bother to argue with Emperor Wu when he saw Emperor Wu had severed one of his arms. After he looked away, he struck the air with his palm. In the next instant, bang! A soft sound rang in the air as a violent energy wreaked havoc in Duanling Tian's palm. The energy sent chills down the spines of the powerhouses from the mundane realms. At this moment, they felt as though their breaths had stopped. Although that power was perfectly controlled by the other party's palm, they could still faintly sense how terrifying that power was through the void and following the other party's control. In the next instant, they saw a black hole appear in the void. It was so dark that they could not see the bottom of it. "It's in the east." After a while, Duanling Tian discovered the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm through the tear in the void that he had forcefully torn open. Then, he teleported and left the place. Under the watchful eyes of the people from the mundane realm, Duanling Tian disappeared into thin air. When the tear in the void closed again, everyone regained their senses. Gulp. Gasp. At this moment, there were people who swallowed hard, and there were also many who gasped. They looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. After a long while, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Do you think he's a celestial?" Even an ordinary celestial wouldn't be so terrifying, right? Chapter 3900. Duanling Tian was no longer the person he used to be. His opinion of the people from the mundane realm had changed. Throughout his life, as long as he had the ability to deal with someone who wanted to kill him, none of them were still alive. Even if there were, he had not dealt with them yet. For example, the Zhong clan in the Heavenly Wind City in the Mystic Gangland in the Realms of Gods. The God King clan in Heavenly Wind City had once sent their men of sacrifice to kill Duanling Tian. Although they had tried to befriend Duanling Tian and even gave him many treasures, Duanling Tian had no intention of annihilating the clan. However, Duanling Tian would not let the Zhong clan, who was the mastermind, off. Although the people from the mundane realm had tried to kill him, they were too weak. Moreover, he was in a good mood now that his clone had returned to the mundane realm. "This is the place." Duanling Tian made a few teleportations and arrived at the intersection between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. There were 2 layers of spatial barriers between the mundane realm and the mundane realm. However, these 2 layers of spatial barriers seemed to overlap with each other. Bang! Duan Ling Tian punched out, and a black whirlpool instantly appeared in the air. The whirlpool was not completely black. Apart from the edge of the whirlpool, there was a beautiful picture in the middle of the whirlpool. It was the scene of the Devata realm on the other side. Since the two realms were adjacent to each other, there was no spatial barrier. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian flew into the Devata realm in front of him. Not long after he entered the Devata realm, the spatial tunnel he had created with his punch quickly closed up. After a few breaths, the spatial tunnel returned to normal as though nothing had happened. I'll look for a transporting formation in the Devata realm and head to the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of excitement could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he arrived at a ravine with beautiful scenery. Although he had only left the Devata realms for less than 100 years, his experiences in the realms of gods were not inferior to those in the Devata realms. Although he had stayed in the Devata realm for hundreds of years, he had spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He rarely came into contact with the outside world. In fact, he didn't even know many people. Duan Ling Tian sped all the way and finally saw a city after about half a day. Although this city was small and did not have a transporting formation, what Duan Ling Tian needed now was to ask for directions. He asked for directions to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Duan Ling Tian followed the flow of people into the city and did not attract too much attention. In fact, in the eyes of those people, Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary young man. Clear sky. After entering the city, Duan Ling Tian quickly learned the name of the Devata realm he was in. It was the empty sky realm he had been to in the past. In the past, he had traveled to many Devata realms to look for his family and to see if they would reply. In fact, he had been to almost all of the Devata realms, but he had only stayed for a short period of time. I don't even know where the transportation formations in the Devata realms are? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he discovered he was in a small corner of the clear sky realm. Moreover, the Celestials in this area did not have high cultivation bases. Although they had heard of the transportation formations in the Devata realms, they had only heard of them in rumors. They did not know where they could find them. Sir, it's said that there are many powerhouses in the far north. You can go there and ask around. After the waiter received some celestial crystals from Duan Ling Tian, he was very friendly to Duan Ling Tian. He was just short of introducing his ancestors to Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was the only thing he could do. It was better to have a direction than nothing. Otherwise, he could only wander around like a headless fly. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of buildings in the heavenly palace collapsed. Many figures flew out and stood in front of the entrance. Their expressions were grim as they looked at the trembling void in front of the heavenly palace. Who's that person? He's able to fight Lord Heavenly Emperor to such an extent? An old man dressed in a fiery red robe asked solemnly. I don't know. It's a new face. Meng Luo shook his head. He had seen the person's appearance earlier. However, when the person fought with Lord Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even he had to avoid him. Even the aftershock of the person's attack made him feel as though his life was on the line. Even the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple could only leave behind a clone to escape when Lord Heavenly Emperor went to the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Even the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple isn't a match for Lord Heavenly Emperor. Who's that person? I don't know. It's impossible to enter the heavenly palace now. Even titled god emperors would be severely injured if they managed to enter the heavenly palace. Who's that person? Inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, a large number of buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The aftermath of the collision of the two forces swept away everything inside the mountain gate of Heavenly Emperor Palace, forming a force field that prevented people from getting close, let alone entering. Earlier, one of the titled celestial emperors who was considered average among the titled celestial emperors was severely injured by the shockwaves from the collision of the two energies. Fortunately, he had consumed the celestial pill given to him by Hua Lao and managed to survive. At this moment, his face was pale and filled with fear as he looked into the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streaks of sword chi rose into the sky like beautiful fireworks. Wherever the flames passed, the void would stagnate. Even the air seemed to be frozen. At the same time, an extremely powerful force turned into a giant palm and smashed down, shattering all the sword lights. Feng Qingyang, I have to admit that you're one of the strongest among the higher god kings. Your attainments in the law of time are truly shocking. A figure stepped out from the distant void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold face. He looked at the green figure standing in the distance, surrounded by a sword light, and said in a cold voice, "When we first met, although I only saw your law clone, I'm certain you were only a lower god king at that time. To think that you've broken through from a lower god king to a higher god king in just a few decades. It seems like you're hiding a lot of secrets. I'm curious." A hint of greed and desire could be seen in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes as he spoke. "Mi Xian." Feng Qingyang moved with his sword and became one with the sword. He continued to attack the middle-aged man as he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be spared by the Dead Spirit clan. A clansman who betrayed the Dead Spirit clan shouldn't be allowed to live in this world." Feng Qingyang still remembered that he had personally entered the netherworld to inform the Dead Spirit clan of Mi Xian's betrayal. Although Mi Xian was very strong, as far as he knew, the Dead Spirit clan in the netherworld had even stronger existences. Regardless of whether the Dead Spirit clan was stronger or not, given the Dead Spirit clan's foundation in the netherworld, they must have made many friends. At a critical moment, they could find experts from other clans to help them clean up their clan. However, what Feng Qingyang hadn't expected was that Mi Xian would reappear several decades later. This time, he was no longer in soul form but had taken over someone else's body. The most unexpected thing was, Mi Xian had broken through to the God Emperor realm. However, based on the current situation, the body that Mi Xian had taken over was not completely compatible with him. As a result, although he was a middle god emperor, he was unable to suppress a higher god king in a short amount of time. "Feng Qingyang, you managed to escape from me in the past. Today, you'll die in my hands as well." As Mi Xian spoke coldly, he shot toward Feng Qingyang like a bolt of lightning. The laws that he comprehended were no weaker than the laws of time that Feng Qingyang comprehended. After all, he had lived much longer than Feng Qingyang. Coupled with the difference in cultivation, even though his soul and physical body were not completely compatible, he was still able to suppress Feng Qingyang. However, the strength that Feng Qingyang had displayed still amazed him. At the very least, it was very difficult to find such a powerful higher god king in the netherworld. If he hadn't been a middle god emperor but a lower god emperor, he might not have been able to suppress Mi Xian. At most, they would have been evenly matched. He might even have been slightly weaker. "Fortunately, I broke through some time ago." Mi Xian sighed in relief when he thought about how Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, had come to look for him. The battle between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was earth-shattering. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was reduced to rubble. Even the mountain gate in the distance was on the verge of collapse. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Meng Luo, Hua Lao, and the others could only watch from afar. They could not see anything at all. Even their divine consciousness was swept away by the aftershocks of the battle. "We can only wait." Hua Lao sighed. "I believe in Lord Heavenly Emperor." Meng Luo had a determined expression on his face. He trusted Lord Heavenly Emperor unconditionally. Finally, after about half an hour, the commotion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven finally subsided. Peace was restored, and the dust in the surroundings began to disperse. When the dust finally settled, Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others were greeted by the sight of a wasteland. Outside the wasteland, there were broken things that had fallen to the ground. Inside, there was only dust everywhere. It was like a desert. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been razed to the ground. "Someone's coming out." At this moment, someone saw a figure flying out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 3901. The entrance to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins. At this moment, a figure could be seen flying toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived before Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the other celestial emperors who had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. These celestial emperors were all loyal followers of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They were pleasantly surprised when they saw the figure flying toward them. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor! At this moment, the person who appeared in front of everyone was none other than Feng Qingyang. However, as soon as Feng Qingyang arrived, Meng Luo, who was most familiar with him, frowned slightly. This was because he realized the Heavenly Emperor seemed unfamiliar to him at this moment. He was still the same person. His appearance was still the same. However, his aura had changed. Just by standing there, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Soon after, Hua Lao frowned slightly when he noticed this as well. Only the remaining celestial emperors were not familiar with Feng Qingyang. Every time they met him, they would look up to him from afar. Even if they felt that something was amiss with Feng Qingyang, they would think that it was because Feng Qingyang had just experienced a great battle. Humph. Suddenly, Elder Hua, Meng Luo and the others saw Feng Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, let out a cold snort the instant he looked at them. Their hearts skipped a beat as they wondered what was going on. Feng Qingyang's body began to tremble. Waves of terrifying soul energy swept out from his body in just a blink of an eye, causing Hua Lao and the others to retreat in horror. Some of the slower immortal emperors were affected by the soul aura and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Their eyes, which were originally full of light, dimmed at this moment. Their souls were destroyed. There's another soul in Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. At this moment, Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others who had retreated, could clearly sense this from the strange situation just now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in their ears. It was from the mouth of the Sky Emperor in front of them. Feng Qingyang. The moment he opened his mouth, he actually called out his name? You better behave yourself. Do you really think I can't destroy your soul? You may be strong, but your soul is only that of a high god king. I, Mi Xian, am not only a middle god emperor's soul, but a member of the ghost race. Battles between souls are my specialty. If I wasn't interested in some of the things you know and wanted to get those things, do you think I would have spared your life? As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Hua Lao and the others turned ugly. Now, they finally knew what had happened. Another soul had entered their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. Moreover, the soul belonged to a middle god emperor. Now that the Sky Emperor had spoken, they finally learned about their Lord Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. A high god king. Although they were only celestial emperors in the Devata realms, they knew celestial emperors were stronger than celestial kings. For example, celestial emperors in the Devata realms were stronger than celestial kings. Mi Xian. When Feng Qingyang spoke again, his voice had changed. It was the voice Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others were familiar with. His voice was calm, as though he was not afraid of another soul entering his body. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's voice, the eyes of Hua Lao and the others brightened immediately. They sighed in relief. Based on their Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, it was clear he was fine. Mi Xian. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to speak. As a member of the Dead Spirit Clan, you've already possessed a human's body. After the human's body was destroyed, it's impossible for you to possess another person's body. As a member of the Dead Soul Clan, you should know this better than anyone else. It's meaningless for you to possess my body. Moreover, even if it's just a soul, you won't be able to destroy me. Perhaps, you might be able to destroy me, but you'll have to pay a hefty price. Are you willing to pay such a hefty price just to destroy me? As for what you want, it's the secret of the Azura Hell. However, I can't share it with you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. With your current strength, I can't kill you. However, that doesn't mean I can't kill you in the future. Feng Qingyang's voice grew colder and colder as he spoke. After a while, Feng Qingyang's body gave off a powerful soul ripple. When he spoke again, it was the same cold voice as before. Feng Qingyang, I don't know what will happen in the future, but right now, a high god king's soul like you isn't qualified to be my enemy. Now, you'd better behave yourself. If you don't want to tell me the secret of the Azura Hell, I'll find a way to make you tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll kill these people. Feng Qingyang, or more accurately, Feng Qingyang, who was under Mi Xian's control, narrowed his eyes and looked at Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others icily. Everyone's expression changed. If you touch them, I won't let you succeed even if I have to destroy my own soul, Mi Xian said indifferently. Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. Clearly, he did not care about Mi Xian's threat at all. Of course, before I self-destruct, I'll make you pay the price. At that time, your soul will be left with an irreparable wound. You'll definitely die in the next tribulation. Feng Qingyang's tone was incomparably cold. Mi Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems that these people aren't very important to you, Feng Qingyang. Fine. Since you don't care about them, I'll let them live. However, if they want to live, they have to work for me. The conversation between Mi Xian and Feng Qingyang was between their souls. The last thing Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others heard was that Mi Xian was going to attack them. The group led by Meng Luo spoke up, Your Majesty, please don't compromise for us. Your Majesty, I have no regrets dying for you. Your Majesty. At this moment, the group of celestial emperors led by Meng Luo and Elder Hua could be said to be loyal to Feng Qingyang. They were willing to shed blood for him. While Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others were prepared to die, Feng Qingyang, or to be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, raised his hand and threw a formation compass into the air. As soon as Duanling Tian activated the formation plate, an illusory grand formation descended from the sky and shrouded the entire heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. From now on, no one is allowed to leave this formation. If anyone dares to approach the formation, I'll kill them immediately. Mi Xian looked at Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others coldly. His tone was so cold that no one dared to doubt his words. What's he trying to do? Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were at a loss when they heard Mi Xian's words and saw that Mi Xian had no intention of attacking them. They couldn't figure out what the person controlling their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body wanted to do. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of Meng Luo and the others, Mi Xian sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was meditating or doing something else. Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others remained where they were, not daring to make any rash moves. He's not letting us leave, and he's staying here. What's he trying to do? Why do I feel like he's waiting for someone? The formation he set up earlier seems to be able to cut off transmissions. What? Soon after, Meng Luo, Hua Lao, and the others discovered the formation Mi Xian had set up earlier was able to cut off transmissions. In truth, although Feng Qingyang had a similar formation disk, Mi Xian definitely did not know that Feng Qingyang had such a formation disk. Even if he did, he would not be able to take it. Although Feng Qingyang's spatial ring had recognized him as its owner through his blood, he still needed to use his divine sense to open it. Even though Mi Xian had temporarily taken control of his body, he could not touch his spatial ring. The formation disk Mi Xian had taken out came from his own spatial ring. To be more precise, it came from the spatial ring of his previous body. He could open it directly with his divine sense. As a member of the dead spirit race without a body, his spatial ring was recognized by his divine sense, not his blood. Earlier, after he had abandoned his body and entered Feng Qingyang's body, he had controlled Feng Qingyang's body and taken his spatial ring. What's his goal? Is he afraid that we'll find help? What kind of help can we find? That's right. Lord Heavenly Emperor is even stronger than the strongest person in the Devata realms, the main hallmaster of the Tidal Temple. Who would be able to deal with someone stronger than him? Not only is he a divine emperor, but he's also an intermediate divine emperor. What's he afraid of? He's actually blocking our communication. Since Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others had nothing to do, they couldn't help but wonder why Mi Xian had set up the communication isolation formation. In the end, Hua Lao's expression changed drastically when he thought of a possibility. Is it possible that he's waiting for the young palace master to return? The young palace master? Meng Luo was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as well. That must be it. He must think the young palace master is more valuable to Lord Heavenly Emperor than us. If the young palace master returns without knowing what's going on, he can use the young palace master to threaten Lord Heavenly Emperor. After listening to Hua Lao and Meng Luo's voice transmissions, everyone felt this was the most likely possibility. As a matter of fact, Mi Xian indeed had such thoughts. Now that news of Feng Qingyang regaining control of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven has spread, I'm sure the Duan Ling Tian will return if he hears about this. This saves me the trouble of looking for him. Not only did that brat kill my brothers, but he even fooled me. Chapter 3902. Mi Xian's hatred for Duan Ling Tian was greater than his hatred for Feng Qingyang. Previously, Mi Xian's brother, Lord Yahiko, was killed by Duan Ling Tian using the 5 divine elements. At that time, Mi Xian had wanted to obtain the 5 divine elements from Duan Ling Tian. However, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Later on, Mi Xian had possessed the body of the young master of the Tidal Temple's main hall. It was the only chance for a dead spirit clansman to possess a foreign body. However, that body had been destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. Due to the restriction of soul energy in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian was defeated by Duan Ling Tian and had to flee in a sorry state. In fact, Mi Xian had suffered at the hands of Duan Ling Tian more than once. Even though so many years had passed and he had made a name for himself in the netherworld, he still hated Duan Ling Tian to the bone deep in his heart. At the same time, he longed to obtain Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements. After all, Duan Ling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements. Mi Xian was extremely jealous of Duan Ling Tian. Feng Qingyang returned in a domineering manner and killed all the members of the Tidal Temple in the realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple is located. Not only that, but Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, has also become a homeless dog. Once news of this spreads, I'm sure Duan Ling Tian will come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Mi Xian closed his eyes and rested for a moment before he made up his mind. Then, he sent a message to his subordinates. This time, when he returned from the netherworld, he also brought people with him. They were the slaves he had subdued over the years, and he had planted a soul imprint on them. Although they were only ordinary godly spirits, they were still good helpers in the Devata realms. Help me send a message out. After Mi Xian explained the situation to the 2 of them, he gave the order. Yes, master. The 2 of them quickly responded to Mi Xian and began to move quickly. After Mi Xian opened his eyes and glanced at Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others, he closed his eyes again and continued to rest. As for Hua Lao and the others, they did not dare to act rashly. However, as time passed, both Hua Lao and Meng Luo began to feel anxious. Although they did not need to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep like mortals, they could not help but feel anxious when they thought about the possibility of Duan Ling Tian returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course, although they were anxious, they did not dare to act rashly. However, even if they did not act rashly, it did not mean that the others did not have the same thoughts. 2 days later, one of the weaker celestial emperors volunteered to take the soul pearl from Hua Lao before he left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He teleported and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the formation. However, just as he appeared outside the formation, before he could send out a message, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A wisp of soul power swept through the air like a gust of wind. As soon as Mi Xian opened his eyes, the person who had teleported outside the formation fell to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. His body and Dao dissipated. Don't provoke me again. Mi Xian glanced at Hua Lao and the others indifferently. If anyone dares to leave the formation again, I'll kill them as well. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Hua Lao and the others' expressions turned unsightly. However, there was nothing they could do. They could see it. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the formation, they would be killed before they could send out a message. Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't respond this time. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul is indeed suppressed by him. However, based on Lord Heavenly Emperor's tone, he shouldn't be in any danger for now. Meng Luo sent a voice transmission to Hua Lao. Of course, to a certain extent, he was comforting himself by saying this. All right. Hua Lao nodded. I think so too. The young master isn't in the solitary destructive heaven. I hope he doesn't hear about Lord Heavenly Emperor's return until later. When Meng Luo spoke again, there was a hint of worry in his voice. I hope so. A bitter expression appeared on Hua Lao's face. His heart was filled with worry. Before today, he had hoped that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven would receive the news as soon as possible and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although their Lord Heavenly Emperor was still alive, his body was temporarily possessed by someone else, and his soul was suppressed. If the young master of the solitary destructive heaven returned, not only would they be in trouble, but their Lord Heavenly Emperor would also be forced to do things he was unwilling to do. This was not something they wanted to see. However, even if they were worried now, it would be of no use. They were too weak to affect anything. Moreover, if they dared to act recklessly, they would be killed by the Divine Emperor who had temporarily taken over their Lord Heavenly Emperor's body. If the Divine Emperor wanted to kill them, it would be easier than killing an ant. Perhaps, all he needed was a thought? Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still in a Devata realm near the mundane realm where he had arrived. He had finally found a place with many powerhouses and found out about the location of a transporting formation. However, he was stopped from using the transporting formation. During this period of time, Lord Mansion Master has prohibited the use of transporting formations in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian was stopped by a group of powerhouses. The people who stopped him were led by a group of celestial lords. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly, but he did not waste his breath on the other party. He raised his hand and pressed down on the air. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings began to stir before it began to gather in the air. In just a blink of an eye, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm silhouette appeared in the air and slammed down on the people who were blocking Duan Ling Tian's path. In just a blink of an eye, the people who were blocking Duan Ling Tian's path were slammed to the ground by Duan Ling Tian's palm silhouette. Puff! Barf! Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from their mouths. Everyone, including the immortal emperor, was in a sorry state. Those with weaker cultivation bases had suffered serious injuries. In fact, this was because Duan Ling Tian had shown mercy. Otherwise, all of them would have been annihilated in that one strike. When Duan Ling Tian made his way to the transporting formation, the people standing in the surroundings did not dare to say a word as they watched Duan Ling Tian's figure disappear into the transporting formation. After Duan Ling Tian left, the celestial lord could not help but gasp as his body trembled. Who's he? He looks like an ordinary person, but even an ordinary celestial emperor might not be able to do that, right? The others were also trembling with fear at this moment. I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master isn't a match for them. When they thought about the purple-clad young man and the mansion master who was the strongest in their district, many of them instinctively thought to themselves. Swoosh! Through the transporting formation, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a Devata realm transportation formation near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He had been here many times in the past. I didn't expect to return as a law clone after so many years. When Duan Ling Tian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but think about his master, Feng Qingyang. When they first met, Feng Qingyang was also a law clone. Feng Qingyang was still in the Azura Hell. I wonder if master has returned. Duan Ling Tian took out Elder Hua's soul pearl from his spatial ring. This was the spatial ring he had given to his clone before he used the void-piercing divine shuttle to travel to the Emperor Battle Realm. He had already made preparations before he left the Emperor Battle Realm. For example, he had brought Hua Lao and his family's soul pearls with him. Initially, he wanted to duplicate 1 or 2 more soul pearls. However, based on the amount of soul imprints in the soul pearls, it would not last long even if he duplicated 1 more soul pearl. After all, the soul imprints in the soul pearls would fade with time. Not only did Duan Ling Tian send messages to Hua Lao, but he also sent messages to Meng Luo and Meng Luo. However, he did not receive any response from them even though their soul pearls were still intact. It was as though a stone had sunk into the sea. Since their soul pearls were still intact, it meant they were still alive. If they did not reply in time, it meant they were either in another Devata realm or in closed-door cultivation. Forget it. I should return to the heavenly palace and have a look. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven without waiting for their reply. After a few teleportations, Duan Ling Tian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Ling Tian arrived near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he saw through the clouds that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was no longer there. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is destroyed? Was it done by the tidal temple? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and Hua Lao and the others had left as well, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was now an empty city. He was still in the solitary destructive heaven. However, they were forced to do so by circumstances. If the crisis was averted, they would return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was gone. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon enough, he discovered several figures standing outside the crumbling entrance of the heavenly palace. Duan Ling Tian recognized 3 of the figures from afar. Master! Hua Lao and Meng Luo? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he teleported to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian discovered a formation had been set up around the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, it did not seem to be offensive at all. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel puzzled. Since Hua Lao and Meng Luo were still in the solitary destructive heaven and were not in closed-door cultivation, why did they not reply to his message? Could it be because of the formation? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, a surprised voice rang in the distance. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Chapter 3903. Most of the time, it was just a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian had been in the realms of gods for many years. He had thought about his family and friends in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, but he had never thought about returning to the realms of gods before the realm battlefield closed. After all, he knew it was impossible. Back then, he was only a celestial emperor and had yet to ascend to godhood. He was able to sneak into the realm of gods through the realm of gods through the realm of gods. After he had become a god, even with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would not be able to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield since only celestial emperors who were not gods could enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had only bought the divine void-piercing shuttle because Dongfang Yannian had reminded him of it. Otherwise, he would not have known it was sold in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Ling Tian had thought of many possibilities when he returned to the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect to see his master, Feng Qingyang, being possessed by Mi Xian. To be more precise, it was a temporary possession. Feng Qingyang's soul was still in his body, but Mi Xian's soul was stronger and had taken over. It had only been a month since Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he heard a sharp voice from his master, Feng Qingyang. Even the voice lines had changed. Moreover, he found it strange that Mi Xian had addressed him by his name. Master. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang with a slight frown on his face. Based on Mi Xian's gaze and aura, he felt Mi Xian was not his master, but someone else. However, based on Mi Xian's figure and appearance, there was no doubt Mi Xian was his master. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. For a moment, he did not think about the possibility of Mi Xian being possessed. Young Palace Master. He is not the Lord Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others also flew toward Duan Ling Tian as soon as they noticed him. They stood in front of Duan Ling Tian and looked at Feng Qingyang in the eyes, shielding Duan Ling Tian behind them. They knew that even if they allowed their young palace master to escape, he would not have the chance to do so. The other party's strength was too strong. It had already reached the point where it could kill all of them within a year. Divine Emperors. That was an existence above divine king powerhouses. In the Devata realms, ordinary gods were still quite a distance away from becoming god kings. Young Palace Master, a month ago, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body was possessed by someone else, and His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's soul was suppressed by the other party. Now, the one controlling His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's body is not His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, but someone else's soul. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. Duan Ling Tian's joy at seeing his master turned into anger in just a blink of an eye. His eyes turned sharp as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. You'll have to kill us if you want to use our young palace master to threaten the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo said coldly as he glared at Feng Qingyang. Although Meng Luo knew his strength was much weaker than Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian could kill him with just a thought, he was not afraid at all. He stood in front of Duanling Tian without hesitation, shielding Duanling Tian behind him. Hua Lao and the others were also glaring at Feng Qingyang. "You're Mi Xian?" Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at Meng Luo and the others. He was about to kill them when Duanling Tian spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Recalling the familiar sharp voice and the fact that the other party was able to possess his master, Feng Qingyang's body, Xianxia had a rough idea of who the other party was. "I didn't expect an ant-like brat like you would remember me." Mi Xian, who was controlling Feng Qingyang's body, smiled sinisterly. "Brat, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Once your master tells me everything, I'll give you a quick death so you can accompany my brother Yahiko, who was killed by you. Of course, if Feng Qingyang refuses to cooperate, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of having your soul refined." Soul torture. That's more painful than 1,000 cuts. Don't even think about committing suicide. Even if you die, I can use a secret art of the dead spirit race to imprison your soul the moment your soul disintegrates. Mi Xian was surprised that Duanling Tian could recognize him, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, it wasn't hard to guess. Suicide? Duanling Tian paused when he heard Mi Xian's words. Then he smiled mockingly. "Mi Xian, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make me commit suicide. To think that you can suppress my master's soul. It looks like you've improved over the years. You must have broken through to become a higher god king." Duanling Tian had known that Mi Xian was an intermediate god king in the past. His master, Feng Qingyang, was a lower god king. Later, his master hid in Azura Hell, planning to emerge only after breaking through to become an intermediate god king. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear Mi Xian. His master must have broken through to become an intermediate god king before he came out. However, his master did not expect Mi Xian would break through to become a higher god king at the same time as he broke through to become an intermediate god king. This was Duanling Tian's guess. After all, it had been less than 100 years since he left the Devata realms and the conflict between Mi Xian and them. He had only achieved so much in less than 100 years due to a fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, although his master had obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, he still had to cultivate step by step. As for Mi Xian, he was certain his master was still inferior to him. A higher god king? Mi Xian was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then he laughed. "Duanling Tian, do you think I'll be able to suppress your master's soul if I'm only a higher god king? You are underestimating your master too much. Of course, you've also underestimated me." It was not difficult for Mi Xian to guess Duanling Tian's thoughts. He could not help but scoff at Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Mi Xian's words. His master had broken through to become a higher god king? At this moment Meng Luo, who was standing in front of Duanling Tian, said in a deep voice, "Young palace master, this person is now a god king. Moreover, he's a middle god king." Middle god king. Duanling Tian was shocked by Meng Luo's words. However, when he thought about it, he recalled his master was a higher god king, and yet, he was no match for Mi Xian. It was clear Mi Xian was not just a lower god king. Previously, Mi Xian had possessed the body of Tang San Pao, the young palace master of the Tidal Temple. After the body was destroyed, it was impossible for Mi Xian to possess a new body. There would always be a gap. However, his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Even if he was only a higher god king, his battle prowess was on par with a god emperor. If Mi Xian's soul was only a lower god emperor, he might not be able to suppress his master. When Mi Xian heard Meng Luo's words, he raised his head proudly and looked down at Duanling Tian. "Boy, it's meaningless to mention my cultivation base. Whether I'm a god king or a god emperor, I'm not someone you can defeat. You've been hiding in the shadows for so many years. I'm afraid you haven't even become a god yet, right?" At the end of his sentence, Mi Xian's tone had a hint of ridicule. "Becoming a god isn't that simple." "Become a god?" Duanling Tian laughed at Mi Xian's words. He did not waste any more words and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already close to Mi Xian. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Whoosh! Duan Tian's powerful aura spread out as he stood in the air like an immortal. At this moment, he who had an extraordinary bearing was like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. This is... When Meng Luo and Hua Lao regained their wits and tried to protect Duan Tian again, they were forced back by the aura radiating from Duan Tian. The aura was so strong that it made them feel oppressed. This aura! Why does it feel like it's even more terrifying than His Majesty's? Meng Luo and Hua Lao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When their Lord Celestial Emperor had returned from the Azura Hell and summoned them back, they'd sensed a terrifying aura from him. However, that aura was far inferior to this one. Could it be? All of a sudden, a thought popped up in their minds. Young Palace Master. The student has surpassed the master? How is this possible? While Meng Luo and Elder Hua were still in shock, Mi Xian was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You! In less than 100 years, how could you become a god king? A divine emperor. As a medium divine emperor, Mi Xian was familiar with the aura of a divine emperor even though he was only a soul. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was radiating the aura of a divine emperor. To be more precise, it was the aura of a lower divine emperor. If it were only the soul of a lower divine emperor, Mi Xian would not be afraid. However, his opponent was not a lower divine emperor. His opponent was a human with a fleshly body. His soul was connected to his body and could be used to attack and defend. In this aspect, he had an advantage over Mi Xian. Even if he had taken over someone else's body before, because they were not completely compatible, that body might not be able to eliminate his worries when fighting with others. It might not be able to become his escape route. In terms of strength, a lower divine emperor was not weaker than him. If they were in the netherworld, he was confident that he could kill a lower divine emperor with the help of the environment there. However, he was not so confident in the outside world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have used some external object to simulate a divine emperor's aura. After a moment, Mi Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. His gaze on Duan Tian grew colder and colder, but it also seemed to say, "I've seen through you. Stop pretending." Chapter 3904. Imitate the aura of a divine emperor? Duan Tian was taken aback when he heard Mi Xian's words. He was impressed by Mi Xian's imagination. However, Duan Tian did not waste his breath on Mi Xian's skeptical expression. He raised his hand and unleashed his divine energy that belonged to a lesser divine emperor. Coupled with the power of the law of space, he sent a sonic boom toward Mi Xian. Naturally, Duan Tian only attacked casually. His purpose was to show Mi Xian that he, Duan Tian, was a bona fide divine emperor. As for why he did not kill Mi Xian directly, how could he kill Mi Xian? Mi Xian's soul was currently in his master, Feng Qingyang's body. If Mi Xian was in danger, who knew what he would do to his master's soul? Bang! As soon as Mi Xian dodged, Duan Tian's palm strike created a huge black hole where Mi Xian was standing. It hovered in the air and did not close for a long time. Based on this, one could see how terrifying Duan Tian's attack was. Although the top powerhouses in the Devata realms and ordinary gods could create a black hole in space, it would not take long for the black hole to close. However, Duan Tian's attack did not affect the black hole at all. Even god kings did not have such a technique, let alone ordinary gods. He's really a divine emperor. Mi Xian's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Tian again, he looked as though he had seen a ghost. How did you do it? In less than 100 years, a brat who's not even a god has become a divine emperor? Mi Xian felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. He even thought he was lucky to be able to break through from an intermediate god king to an intermediate god emperor in less than 100 years. However, he knew what he had gone through. He had devoured all the powerhouses in the Dead Spirit clan. None of them had escaped. It could be said that he was the only member of the Dead Spirit race left in this world. Later on, he relied on devouring the Dead Spirit race's clansmen to break through to the low-level God Emperor realm. Then, he had a fortuitous encounter in the Dead Spirit world, and recently, he had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm. And now, he was starting a new life in the Netherworld, occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Otherwise, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple, would enter the netherworld and tell him that Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell and had no intention of coming to the Devata realms for the time being. After all, back then, Feng Qingyang was only a primitive god king. He was shocked that Feng Qingyang had become a superior god king. Moreover, back then, Feng Qingyang was proficient in the laws of destruction. But today, the laws of time that Feng Qingyang displayed surpassed the laws of destruction that he had grasped in the past. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew that Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, and it must have been a great fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, Feng Qingyang would not have treated the Azura Hell as his own backyard and come and go as he pleased. Even Mi Xian, who had become a divine emperor, did not have the courage to enter the Azura Hell. After all, there was no lack of divine emperors in the netherworld who had disappeared after entering the Azura Hell. Mi Xian had thought Feng Qingyang's achievements in just 100 years were shocking enough. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang's disciple, would be even more shocking. Was Duan Ling Tian really the same celestial emperor from decades ago? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a spirit body that mainly cultivated the soul and basically didn't have the concept of sleep and dreaming, he might have thought that he was dreaming. Master, I'll help you force Mi Xian's soul to retreat. While Mi Xian was still in shock, Duan Ling Tian had already mobilized his soul energy and the law of space to attack Mi Xian. This time, he planned to use his soul energy to fuse with the laws of space to form a soul attack to injure Mi Xian's soul and help his master escape. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, Mi Xian activated his soul energy to form a protective barrier as though he had foreseen it. Whoosh! Although Duan Ling Tian's soul was not as strong as Mi Xian's, after all, the latter was a mid-level divine emperor. The laws of space contained within made Mi Xian's heart tremble. Even in the netherworld, not every divine emperor possessed such a level of Dharma laws. In fact, many mid-level divine emperors did not have such high attainments in the laws of space. Who can tell me what kind of monster this Duan Ling Tian is? Not only did he become a divine emperor in less than 100 years, but he also comprehended the laws of space to such a level. Even Mi Xian had only comprehended the laws of space to the point of complete fusion of 3 profundities, and was in the process of fusing 4 profundities. Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the laws of space were several streets ahead of him. Bang! When their soul energies collided, Duan Ling Tian felt his own soul tremble. Mi Xian's soul body also swayed. Mi Xian's sharp voice rang out. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect your laws of space to be so terrifying. However, even if my grasp of the laws of space is inferior to yours, my soul is at a higher level than yours. Moreover, I, Mi Xian, am a member of the netherworld soul race and exist as a soul body. Although your soul attack is a threat to me, it's not strong enough to harm me. Also, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I, Mi Xian, will drag Feng Qingyang down with me even if I have to die together with you. Mi Xian said. You dare. Duan Ling Tian's calm expression changed. The soul attack just now had made him realize something. Even though he had the advantage in the laws of space, Mi Xian's soul attack was not inferior to his. You can try and see if I dare? Mi Xian sneered. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Do you think I, Mi Xian, am inferior to a dog? In my eyes, you really are inferior to a dog. Duan Ling Tian said coldly, Mi Xian, leave my master's body. I won't kill you this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Do you think I'll believe you? Mi Xian sneered. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the netherworld and exterminate your netherworld race. Duan Ling Tian threatened in a low voice. However, Mi Xian froze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's threat, then he couldn't help but laugh. Then I'm afraid you'll have made a wasted trip. I've already exterminated the netherworld race. You can't say that I've exterminated them. After all, I'm still alive. The moment Mi Xian's words left his mouth, not only was Duan Ling Tian stunned, but even Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others were stunned. From what Mi Xian said, he'd exterminated his own people. Otherwise, how do you think I broke through to become a divine emperor in such a short time? Mi Xian licked his lips as he spoke. Those people tasted so delicious. It's a pity I won't be able to taste them in the future. Duan Ling Tian's expression instantly darkened. You won't even spare your own people? To me, They're both my people and nourishment. Mi Xian smiled brilliantly. At the same time, the smile on Mi Xian's face froze. Then, his face regained its calm and indifference. His sharp eyes also calmed. Little Tian. At this time, Feng Qingyang was clearly a different person. Duanling Tian could not be more familiar with the aura he displayed now. Hearing Mi Xian's greeting and sensing the familiar aura on him, Duanling Tian's eyes shone with excitement. Master. To him in this world, apart from his family and the women by his side, only this master was the most important person. Not only had he led the way for him, but he had also provided him with a lot of help. To him, Mi Xian was both a master and a father figure. Amazing. You've become a divine emperor in less than 100 years. Feng Qingyang looked at Duanling Tian and grinned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mi Xian won't dare to touch me lightly. If he really pushes me too far, he won't live for more than 1,000 years after I die. This is a matter between me and him. Let me settle it with him. With that, Feng Qingyang looked at Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others. Wait for me in the Celestial Emperor Palace with little Tian. Trust me, I'll be back soon. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Hua Lao and the others replied. They trusted Mi Xian unconditionally. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, was still frowning. Alas, there was nothing he could do. If he was in his true body, he could continue fighting Mi Xian with his soul energy. However, since he was only a clone using the law of space, his soul energy was limited. Unlike the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms, his soul energy could not be replenished by absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even if the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was weak, it could still be replenished with time. His soul energy could only be replenished with his soul energy. He only had one soul, which was in his main body, and could only be in his main body. Little Tian. At this moment, Feng Qingyang looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, When I return, I'll listen to you tell me how you managed to break through to the Divine Monarch stage in such a short time. The cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is very good. Since your family is in the mundane realm, why don't you bring them here? With you here, as long as the spatial tunnel to and from the Devata realms is closed, no one in the Devata realms will be a threat to you. As for the powerhouses in the 7 deadliest lands, they're either not interested in the Devata realms or they're worried the supreme powerhouses will attack them if they see them invading their hometowns. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the Devata realms is not as good as where they came from. After Feng Qingyang was done explaining everything, his expression changed once more. His eyes turned cold, and his gaze turned sharp. At the same time, a sharp voice rang in the air again. How long-winded? Are all of you humans so long-winded? After Mi Xian finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully before his clone left. During this entire process, Duanling Tian could only look on helplessly as he left, and there was nothing he could do. If my true body was here, I would have been able to kill him. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt helpless and sullen in his heart. Chapter 3905. With this, Feng Qingyang left. To be more precise, Mi Xian, who was controlling Duanling Tian's body, had left. Not only that, but Mi Xian had also taken Duanling Tian's body and soul with him. Outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Mi Xian's departure, Duanling Tian hovered in the air in silence. Meng Luo, Hua Lao, and the others did not dare to speak. However, at this moment, everyone, including Meng Luo and Elder Hua, were looking at the back of the purple figure with a fanatical expression. Their young master had become a divine emperor. The student had surpassed the master. Even their Lord Heavenly Emperor was only a god king. Even a high-rank god king was still a ways away from becoming a divine emperor. Hua Lao, Senior Meng Luo. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he turned to look at Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others. Seniors, I'll leave the rebuilding of the heavenly palace to all of you. The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, Elder Hua, Meng Luo, and the others answered in unison. Their voices were filled with reverence. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was the only direct disciple of their Lord Heavenly Emperor. He was also their young palace master. Now that Duanling Tian had revealed his strength as a divine emperor, It was only natural that they were even more respectful of him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Hualao and the others watched on in awe and veneration as Duan Lingtian left. He went to the mundane realm. However, he did not show himself. He merely watched from afar and probed with his divine consciousness. After all, he was not in his true form. Although he was not in his true form, it would not affect him from reuniting with his family. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait for a while longer. He did not intend to accept his master, Feng Qingyang's, suggestion. Even if he waited, he would only have 300 years to reunite with his family. After 300 years, he would become even stronger. At that time, he would set up a safe place for his family in the Devata realm so they could cultivate without worry. Even if he brought his family to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, what if he had to abandon his law of space clone and form a new one because the realms of gods needed it? Only one law avatar could be formed. This was the law of heaven and earth, the iron law of heaven and earth. Previously, Duan Lingtian had thought about forming a law clone to return to the Devata realm or the mundane realm. However, for safety's sake, he decided to form a law of space clone. It was also fortunate that he had chosen the space law avatar. Otherwise, if it had been any other law avatar, his law avatar would have been destroyed when he encountered Mi Xian earlier, because other law avatars were no match for Mi Xian. Father, mother. Duan Lingtian had been hiding in the dark for many days. He could see his father, Duan Rufeng, and mother, Li Ro, cultivating, drinking tea, and chatting. Occasionally, his wife and children would visit them. Although the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was not the best, he had spent a lot of celestial stones and celestial crystals to set up a spirit-gathering formation here. Moreover, he had set up other formations to isolate the heaven and earth spirit energy on the island so that his family would not be disturbed. Although the formations could not isolate all humans and demon beasts, he was certain those who came close would not be a match for his family. There were many celestial kings and celestial lords in his family. To be more precise, there were even celestial emperors in his family. For example, Huan Er's life was the most mundane among Duan Lingtian's family. Apart from cultivating, she spent most of her time in a daze. Occasionally, Li Fei would visit her to chat. However, Huan Er seemed to be in a daze. Whenever Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but feel sorry for her. Soon, in 300 years at most, we'll be reunited. Even if they were reunited now, they would have to part ways once they were reunited. After all, it was impossible for his clone to stay here forever. At that time, they would have to go through another separation. It would be unfair to his family. I'll stay here and wait for them. Occasionally, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to check on the situation. I'll also have to make a trip to the realm where the tidal temple's main hall is located. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Previously, when his master Feng Qingyang regained control of his body, he had sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and told him that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the tidal temple's main hall, had something to do with Mi Xian's appearance. Once Wu Hongqing learned that Duan Lingtian had been possessed by Mi Xian, he would most likely return to the realm where the tidal temple's main hall was located. Previously, Duan Lingtian had failed to kill Wu Hongqing because Wu Hongqing's main body had escaped. Little Tian, make a trip to the realm where the tidal temple's main hall is. Wu Hongqing will definitely return after he learns that I've been possessed by Mi Xian. Of course, if Mi Xian tells Wu Hongqing about you, he won't return. However, I don't think Mi Xian will bring up your matter. First, he's afraid of embarrassing himself. Second, Mi Xian might not be happy with Wu Hongqing. Who knows, he might even try to take advantage of Wu Hongqing. If you can destroy Wu Hongqing, you should create a new hall master of the tidal temple. That way, you'll be able to control the tidal temple. The tidal temple has been in the Devata realms for many years. It's deeply rooted in the Devata realms. If you control it, it'll be able to do many things for you for at least 300 years before the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods is opened. Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang also sent a voice transmission to Hualao, Meng Luo, and the others, telling them not to spread the news of Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm for the time being. For this reason, apart from those present on the scene, No one knew Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor. The title temple. Wu Hongqing. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered how Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, had colluded with Mi Xian and Yahiko in an attempt to steal his 5 divine elements. If it were not for the clear heaven's divine wood, not only would Mi Xian and Yahiko have succeeded, but he would have been killed as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage when he thought about this. After leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Mi Xian felt more and more depressed. He had originally thought that his achievements in less than 100 years were already astonishing. He had even heard that there were many god emperors in the netherworld who knew of his achievements. However, when he met Feng Qingyang after leaving the netherworld, he suffered a huge blow. Although Mi Xian's improvement was not as great as Mi Xian's, it was still very exaggerated. After all, 70 to 80% of the reason why Mi Xian's improvement was so great was because he had devoured the people from the Dead Soul clan. Those people had become his nourishment, allowing him to enter the divine emperor realm in such a short time. However, when his most hated enemy, Duan Lingtian, appeared, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated than Feng Qingyang's. Duan Lingtian was only a celestial emperor a few decades ago. He had not even become a god. However, after a few decades, he was already a divine emperor. Although he was only a lesser god emperor, his strength was comparable to an intermediate god emperor. If Duan Lingtian were to fight with his life on the line, a mediocre divine emperor like him would most likely die. Damn it! How can this pair of master and disciple be so lucky? It's one thing for Feng Qingyang to be lucky, but Duan Lingtian is even luckier? I hate these children of destiny the most in my life. Once I've taken away Feng Qingyang's fortune, I'll kill him. Then with this fortune, I'll continue to improve and kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how strong he'll be. Mi Xian began to plan his future. After a while, he recalled the reason he had left the netherworld. It was because of Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the title temple. Also, Wu Hongqing asked me to inform him of the good news after I succeed. With this thought in mind, Mi Xian sent a message to Wu Hongqing, who was in the solitary destructive heaven, to meet him somewhere in the solitary destructive heaven. When Wu Hongqing saw Mi Xian, his expression changed drastically. It was as though he was facing a great enemy. At the same time, he wanted to flee. He only stopped when Mi Xian spoke. Me. Divine Emperor Mi Xian. You possessed Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian as though he had seen a ghost. Although he knew Mi Xian was no weaker than Feng Qingyang since he had become a divine emperor, he did not expect Mi Xian to be so strong as to possess Feng Qingyang. It's a small matter. Mi Xian said nonchalantly, he's just a mere higher god king. I, Mi Xian, am a medium god emperor. All right, the matter has been resolved. Wu Hongqing, you'll have one less problem to worry about. However, there's something I must tell you. Wu Hongqing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mi Xian's words. What is it, Divine Emperor Mi Xian? Mi Xian said, this is what happened. Mi Xian said, although I managed to possess Feng Qingyang, it wasn't that smooth. Wu Hongqing nodded inwardly. He did not think Mi Xian was lying. After all, it was not easy to possess another person even if the difference in cultivation base was a whole realm. When Feng Qingyang was dying, he could have severely injured my soul. However, I agreed to a condition of his so he didn't destroy his own soul. Mi Xian continued to say, from now on, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be under the control of Feng Qingyang's subordinates. The title temple is not allowed to interfere. This is what I promised Feng Qingyang. If I discover the title temple is still interfering with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll look for you. After Mi Xian finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Hongqing coldly before he left. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted when he saw Mi Xian had left. Feng Qingyang was possessed by Mi Xian. Mi Xian is getting more and more terrifying. As for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it's just a small matter. Now, I can finally return and rebuild the title temple's main hall. Chapter 3906. Why did Mi Xian say he would protect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from now on? Why did he say Feng Qingyang made such a request before he died? He was worried Wu Hongqing would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and discover that Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing had always been using each other. They were not friends at all. This time, Mi Xian had wasted his time and effort while Wu Hongqing reaped the benefits of Mi Xian's hard work. If everything had gone smoothly, it would have been fine. For this reason, Mi Xian felt it was unfair. Wu Hongqing would not have it easy either. For this reason, Mi Xian had put on a show in front of Wu Hongqing so Wu Hongqing could return to the title temple with peace of mind. After all, Duan Lingtian would definitely look for Mi Xian in the future. I'm curious how Wu Hongqing met Duan Lingtian and witnessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base as a divine emperor. Before Mi Xian entered the netherworld, he had been in a bad mood. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's words were not without Mi Xian's guidance. Mi Xian, you must have heard from Wu Hongqing that I've escaped from the Azura Hell, right? You attacked me in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but Wu Hongqing hid in the dark. Moreover, you suffered a great loss. Are you really willing to accept this? Why don't you put on a show and lure Wu Hongqing back to the title temple's main temple? I've already sent a voice transmission to my disciple, Duan Lingtian, to remember to visit the title temple. I'm sure you don't have a close relationship with Wu Hongqing, right? You suffered a great loss at the hands of my disciple. Don't you want him to suffer a loss as well? You don't care about him, right? He's just a mere god king. I can kill him with just a finger. Even if he dies, it won't affect you at all. Just like that, Feng Qingyang conversed with Mi Xian. Every word he said struck a chord with Mi Xian. For this reason, Mi Xian was tempted. Then he put it into action. Moreover, the lies that Mi Xian had spouted upon meeting Wu Hongqing hadn't been taught to him by Feng Qingyang. Instead, he had been the one to write and direct it. Hearing his words, even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but sigh. Mi Xian really wasn't a good person. It was self-taught. Even he might not be able to weave such a perfect lie. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing, who was directly involved in this matter, did not know anything about it. All he wanted to do was to return and rebuild the main hall of the title temple. Everyone who was killed by Feng Qingyang in the title temple, I, Wu Hongqing, will summon Mi Xian to deal with Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing quickly found a title temple's branch and returned to the title temple's main hall. Looking at the lifeless realm, Wu Hongqing's expression was gloomy, but soon it was replaced by a smile. Let bygones be bygones. Don't think about it. After all, that Feng Qingyang is already dead. There's no point in haggling over it. Next, I'll have to rebuild this place. However, it won't take much effort. Feng Qingyang only destroyed a few places when he killed those people. The damage to the main hall of the title temple was not as severe as the damage to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, managed to rebuild the main hall of the title temple in less than half a month with the help of a dozen branch palaces. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing did not remain idle. He began to select people from the various branch palaces to enter the main hall of the title temple. This time, he held a grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. The grand competition in the main hall was a gathering of powerhouses from the various branch palaces of the title temple. There were many titled celestial emperors who participated in the grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. As for ordinary celestial emperors and celestial lords, they participated in the grand competition in the main hall of the title temple. In the eyes of the people from the various branch palaces of the title temple, the main hall of the title temple was extremely sacred. It was difficult for them to even enter the main hall of the title temple. However, this time, they took the initiative to recruit people from outside the main hall of the title temple. The grand competition in the main hall would be held in the various branch palaces. Naturally, titled celestial emperors did not need to participate in the selection. They only needed to go to the main hall of the title temple. However, if they wanted to obtain a high position in the main hall, they would have to display their strength. Moreover, it was said that the main hall's powerhouses would test them during crucial moments. Very good. It seems like the branch palaces have quite a number of talented people after so many years. In the main hall of the title temple, Wu Hongqing smiled when he heard his subordinate's report. It was as though he could already see the main hall of the title temple flourishing again. Lord Hallmaster, I heard that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was damaged and is currently being rebuilt. Since you said Feng Qingyang is dead, should we? One of Wu Hongqing's confidants, a powerhouse from the main hall who was not present when Feng Qingyang arrived, looked at Wu Hongqing and gestured at his neck. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wu Hongqing's face froze. Then he said indifferently, I know what to do. You don't have to worry about it. Also, without my permission, no one from the title temple is allowed to enter the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. As he spoke, Wu Hongqing's tone suddenly turned cold. The expressions of the people below changed slightly when they heard Wu Hongqing's words. Although they did not know why Wu Hongqing would say such a thing, they knew Feng Qingyang was dead. Was the solitary destructive heaven not a fish on the chopping board? However, they did not dare to question Wu Hongqing's words since they could sense the anger in Wu Hongqing's voice. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Wu Hongqing waved his hand. After the people below him left, his expression darkened slightly. Wu Hongqing did not dare to touch the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven when he thought about Mi Xian's threat. Naturally, he could not tell his subordinates that a powerhouse forbade him from touching the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If he did that, he would lose his reputation as the hall master of the title temple. After all, he was a god king. However, even if I can't touch the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it doesn't mean others can't as well. Since Feng Qingyang is gone, only the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, is still relatively strong. After the main hall competition ends, find a titled celestial emperor who's stronger than Meng Luo and bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to compete for the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The competition for the position of the heavenly emperor has nothing to do with me or the title temple. As long as Mi Xian doesn't find out I'm the one who arranged for this, it'll be fine. Moreover, if Meng Luo and the others are willing to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they can serve the new heavenly emperor. If they leave, they can't blame me for killing them. I'll make them pay for what happened to Feng Qingyang. I'll have to make arrangements for this. The more secretive, the better. With this thought in mind, Wu Hongqing began to come up with a plan. During the early stages of the title temple's main hall competition, many people participated in the title temple's branch palaces. As time passed, more and more people advanced to the next round while more and more people were eliminated. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the various sub-halls had also chosen their own representatives. They were personally led by the sub-hall masters to the main hall to participate in the last few tests of the main hall's competition. As long as one passed the first stage, one would be able to stay in the main hall and become a member of the main hall. The final stages would determine one's status in the main hall. I hope I'll be able to pass the first stage. If I can stay in the main hall, my status will skyrocket. Who would dare to look down on me when I return to the branch palaces in the future? Many people who had come to the main hall from the branch palaces said similar words. Their eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. The young people, in particular, were overjoyed. Among the group of young men and women who had just arrived in the main hall, there was a purple-clad young man who had a calm and indifferent expression on his face. The purple-clad young man was extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He attracted the attention of many young women and men in the surroundings. Some of them were looking at him with envy in their eyes. There was also a gaze that suddenly swept over him, carrying a strong sense of awe. This person was none other than Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of the title temple's branch palace. Zhuang Tianheng still could not forget what had happened some time ago. The purple-clad young man had appeared in front of him and suppressed him with just a lift of his hand. After all, he was one of the strongest among the godly beings. Even among the godly beings in the title temple, apart from Wu Hongqing and a few powerhouses in the main hall, no one was a match for him. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the branch palaces of the title temple. The branch palaces referred to the 81 branch palaces in the 81 Devata realms. Divine Emperor. After being suppressed by the purple-clad young man, Zhuang Tianheng discovered the purple-clad young man was a divine emperor, a powerhouse who was even stronger than godly kings. What shocked him the most was the purple-clad young man's identity. The purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. Due to the fact that he was in closed-door cultivation, he did not attend the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The person who won the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was not even 1,000 years old. In just a few decades, he had become a divine emperor? Bring me to Wu Hongqing. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently through voice transmission as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng when he saw Zhuang Tianheng looking at him. Yes, my lord. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied respectfully. At the same time, he bade farewell to one of the vice palace masters next to him and left with Duan Ling Tian. Many people frowned when they saw Duan Ling Tian leaving with Zhuang Tianheng. A young man said with a jealous expression on his face, "What's his relationship with Lord Palace Master? He hasn't appeared in public until recently. It said he's in closed-door cultivation. Don't tell me he's Lord Palace Master's illegitimate son? Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? At this moment." Chapter 3907. Lord Templemaster, Zhuang Tianheng, the Vice Palace Master of Zhou Mingtian's Vice Palace, requests an audience. The main hall competition had yet to begin. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, was resting in his residence with his eyes closed. He was watching the floating image pearl in his hand. The floating image pearl was showing the battle between god-kings from the realms of gods. This was the accumulation of the Tidal Temple's strength and foundation. The Tidal Temple had a long history in the Devata realms, and it even had a strong foundation in the realms of gods. Some people even said the Tidal Temple was related to the supreme powerhouses. Otherwise, how could it have such a high status in the Devata realms? How could the supreme powerhouses from the Devata realms not have any thoughts about the Tidal Temple? Naturally, there were also people who said the supreme powerhouses did not care about such things. In the eyes of the supreme powerhouses, the Tidal Temple was only an ant in the Devata realms. It was just like when a child grew up and saw another child occupying the hillside where he used to play house and be the king. Just like how he did back then, how could he go and join him? The difference between them was too great. Therefore, the supreme powerhouses did not care about the Tidal Temple at all. Very few people could confirm which of the two statements was true. However, there was one thing they were certain of. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple would not provoke the forces that were related to the supreme powerhouses. For example, the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Eastern Dark Celestial sect in the Tiger Hill Heaven, and the Hidden Wind sect in the Wave Trace Heaven. These forces in the Devata realms were related to the supreme powerhouses. Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Didn't I say I won't see anyone before the main hall competition ends? What's wrong with Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing's voice was slightly dark. Lord Templemaster. He said he has something urgent to discuss with you. Wu Hongqing's frown deepened when he heard the voice. He said indifferently, "Tell him to wait for me in the front courtyard." Yes. The person nodded and left. Zhuang Tianheng. Wu Hongqing got off the bed with a gloomy face and walked out of the room. He still didn't look good. If it was not for the fact that Zhuang Tianheng was one of the strongest powerhouses in the many sub-palaces in the Devata realms, and the fact that he planned to transfer Zhuang Tianheng back to the main palace as a vice palace master, he would not have bothered with Zhuang Tianheng. Damn it! It's all because of that Feng Qingyang. If he didn't kill so many of my Tidal Temple's main hall's experts, I wouldn't have to compromise with a vice hall master. Wu Hongqing felt a burst of resentment in his heart, but when he thought about how Feng Qingyang was already dead, he felt that there was no need for him to argue with a dead person, and his expression gradually eased up. Soon, Wu Hongqing arrived at the front yard of his residence. His residence was located in the deepest part of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. It was a spacious residence. Even the front yard was huge. There was a man-made lake and a rockery beside the lake. There was a pavilion in front of the rockery. At this moment, Wu Hongqing saw Zhuang Tianheng standing outside the pavilion, looking in the direction he had appeared from. However, Wu Hongqing's expression quickly changed. He discovered that behind Zhuang Tianheng, within the pavilion, there was a purple figure. This was the figure of a young man. He stood there with his back facing Zhuang Tianheng and Zhuang Tianheng. He even felt that this figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Where exactly have I seen this figure before? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly. However, his expression did not improve at all. Zhuang Tianheng greets Lord Palace Master. Zhuang Tianheng smiled and cupped his fists at Wu Hongqing when he saw Wu Hongqing. However, he did not bow at all. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened when he saw Zhuang Tianheng. Since when did Zhuang Tianheng disrespect him so much? He did not even know how to bow at all. However, he was not concerned about Zhuang Tianheng. Instead, he was concerned about the purple figure standing behind Zhuang Tianheng. Did this person come with Zhuang Tianheng? Who was he? Why did he find this person familiar? Zhuang Tianheng, did you bring him here? Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure in the pavilion again before looking at Zhuang Tianheng. He asked in a deep voice as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. How could Zhuang Tianheng be so impudent? Not only was he rude in front of him, he even brought someone even more rude? Just as Zhuang Tianheng turned his head to look at the purple figure had already turned around and interrupted Zhuang Tianheng at the same time. Palace Master Wu, we meet again. The purple-clothed youth turned around and looked at Wu Hongqing with a smile on his face. His eyes flickered with playfulness. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as soon as the young man turned around. When he heard the young man's words, he instinctively asked in astonishment, Duanling Tian? What? Palace Master Wu, we have not seen each other for a few decades. Do you not recognize me? Duanling Tian asked with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wu Hongqing finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Tianheng with a bright smile on his face as he said, Palace Master Zhuang, I'm sorry for being narrow-minded earlier. I didn't expect you to be able to capture Duanling Tian for the title temple. This is a great contribution. When I go to the realms of gods in the future, I'll consider handing the title temple over to you. Wu Hongqing's heart was filled with joy when he regained his senses. Duanling Tian. This was a moving, peerless treasure. The 5 divine elements were in their higher forms, and they were all in his possession. Zhuang Tianheng was stunned when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. He had captured Duanling Tian? What a joke! After all, Duanling Tian was a divine emperor who could kill him with just a finger. Palace Master Wu. At the same time, Duanling Tian took a step forward. At the same time, the divine energy in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time surged out. The spatial windstorm shook in the air before it transformed into an invisible energy that landed on Wu Hongqing's body. In an instant, a soft sound was heard. Wu Hongqing suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to split apart. Wu Hongqing struggled to lift his head. He looked at Duanling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. The joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a look of disbelief. Was this really Duanling Tian? Was this a joke? Was he dreaming? However, the intense pain in his feet and the pressure on his body made Wu Hongqing realize he was not dreaming. He tried his best to circulate the divine energy in his body, but it did not budge at all. That formless power was like a seal, sealing away all of his power. In fact, even comprehending the power of laws was extremely strenuous for him. I, Wu Hongqing, am a divine king expert. Even if Feng Qingyang has broken through and become a superior divine king, he can't possibly do this to me. Moreover, this divine energy is obviously not a divine king's. Suddenly, in Wu Hongqing's mind, a thought that almost scared him to death suddenly appeared. Could Duanling Tian have broken through and become a divine emperor? How could this be? Wu Hongqing's current state of mind was similar to Mi Xian's from a year ago. They both found it impossible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Palace Master Wu, if I was captured by Palace Master Zhuang, what would you do? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a playful smile as he looked at Wu Hongqing, who knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Decades ago, Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had forced him into a corner. If not for the help of the 5 divine elements, he would have died at their hands. His hatred for Wu Hongqing was no less than Mi Xian's. Duanling Tian, you're a divine emperor now? Even now, Wu Hongqing still found it hard to believe that the kid from decades ago who hadn't even attained godhood had become a divine emperor in the blink of an eye. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Can't you feel it, Palace Master Wu? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. How is this possible? Wu Hongqing's eyes were blank and dazed. There are many impossible things in this world. Duan Lingtian said coolly. Palace Master Wu, you and Mi Shen teamed up and almost killed me back then. You even tried to steal my belongings. I'm sure you didn't expect this day to come. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. Then, as if recalling something, he subconsciously glanced at Zhuang Tianheng. However, as soon as Zhuang Tianheng raised an eyebrow, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. A wave of soul vibration energy swept out along with a spatial storm before it shattered Wu Hongqing's soul. Wu Hongqing was dead. However, his corpse was intact and he died with his eyes wide open. Was he transmitting his voice to you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Yes, Zhuang Tianheng replied. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied. He called out my name through voice transmission as if he wanted to tell me something. However, just as he called out my name, he was killed by you, Lord Lingtian. Zhuang Tianheng's tone was filled with reverence when he addressed Duan Lingtian as Lord Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuang Tianheng deeply. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not have time to tell Zhuang Tianheng that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he turned his attention back to Wu Hongqing's corpse. Then, in a flash, he entered Wu Hongqing's body. Following that, Wu Hongqing stood up. However, Wu Hongqing's aura was completely different from before. He seemed unfathomable. Lord Lingtian? Zhuang Tianheng's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Did Lord Lingtian possess Zhuang Tianheng's body? However, where was Lord Lingtian's body? Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen through Zhuang Tianheng's confusion. He said indifferently, I'm just a law clone now. You don't have to be so surprised. A law clone? Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. Just a law avatar was already powerful to such an extent. Chapter 3908. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the Duan Lingtian in front of him was only a law clone. Now that he had seen Duan Lingtian's law clone enter Wu Hongqing's body and take control of his body and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he finally realized what had happened. For this reason, Zhuang Tianheng's respect for Duan Lingtian deepened. After all, Duan Lingtian could take his life in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the title temple and a god king, was a high and mighty figure. However, even he was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian, let alone Zhuang Tianheng. You better be prepared. I'll appear as Wu Hongqing on the day of the main hall's grand competition, and appoint you as the new hall master of the main hall. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's face flushed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he seemed to recall something and said worriedly, My lord, it's not a problem for you to appoint me as Wu Hongqing's successor. However, I'm afraid some people won't accept it. There are a few people who are stronger than me in the main hall. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came, they weren't around. While most of the branch hall masters were still in the dark, Zhuang Tianheng had already found out the reason behind the destruction of the title temple's main hall. He also knew that many people had died during that incident. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, decided to hold the grand competition. Don't worry, I'll deal with them. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian said. Zhuang Tianheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. As for Duan Lingtian, he returned to Wu Hongqing's residence under the guise of Wu Hongqing. Previously, he had already confirmed Wu Hongqing's residence with his divine consciousness. As the hall master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is actually a self-destructing spatial ring. What a pity! At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing's storage ring that had been reduced to powder after his death, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. Even though he wasn't interested in the things in Wu Hongqing's spatial ring. However, it did not mean that it was useless to his family. Forget it. If there's anything I need, I'll just ask Zhuang Tianheng to help me look for it after he becomes the hall master of the main hall. In the next 300 years, the title temple will belong to me, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt relieved. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of people he brought with him couldn't help but look at him. When some of the youngsters only saw Zhuang Tianheng and didn't see Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but frown and start whispering amongst themselves. Li Feng has already been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master. Hearing their whispers, Zhuang Tianheng swept a glance at them and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry." Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's identity in Zhou Mingtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. He was still using his old alias. His surname was taken from his mother, Li Rou, and his name was taken from his father, Duan Ruffing. What? Li Feng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master? How is he worthy? As soon as Zhuang Tianheng finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the people in Zhou Mingtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. This was especially true for the youngsters. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple arrived one after another. The people in the main hall had also arranged accommodations for them. Apart from Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's branch of the Tidal Temple, no one knew that the hall master of the main hall had died. Days passed one after another. Soon enough, the people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple had all arrived. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The grand competition of the main hall was about to begin. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Ling Tian controlled Wu Hongqing's body and landed in the vast valley where the grand competition of the main hall would take place, the entire place was filled with awe and respect. The youngsters looked at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at the people present. When he used his divine consciousness, he could not help but sigh. The Tidal Temple has recruited so many geniuses. It's no wonder the Tidal Temple is so powerful. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the Tidal Temple's strength. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and the entire place fell silent. Although there were many people present, no one dared to speak. All of them were staring at Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was the temple master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. Originally, I was supposed to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, it just so happens that I've gained some insights in the past few days, so I decided to continue cultivating. For this reason, I'll let someone else host the grand competition of the main hall. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, many people were disappointed. However, most of them expressed their understanding. After all, they could not afford to make any mistakes in their cultivation. The grand competition of the main hall will be hosted by Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall. When Duan Ling Tian said this, many people were not shocked. After all, Zhuang Tianheng was indeed qualified to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, when Duan Ling Tian continued to speak, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Apart from that, in order to focus on cultivating, I'll step down from my position as the hall master of the main hall. From today onward, Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall, will take over my position and become the hall master of the main hall. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the entire scene was in an uproar. What? Lord Hallmaster is passing the position of Hallmaster of the main hall to Zhuang Tianheng? Although Zhuang Tianheng is the strongest person in the sub-halls, there are many grand elders who are more experienced and stronger than him in the main hall, right? How can it be him? Why is it Zhuang Tianheng? Many people present on the scene voiced their doubts. Naturally, they only whispered among themselves. They did not dare to voice their doubts out loud for fear of angering the Hallmaster. However, there were still people who stepped forward. The people who stepped forward were 3 of the 4 remaining higher deities in the Tidal Temple who were stronger than Zhuang Tianheng. Two of them were middle-aged men, and the last one was a young man. Lord Hallmaster, this isn't appropriate. One of the middle-aged men said hesitantly. Under normal circumstances, he should not refute the Hallmaster's words in front of so many people. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Zhuang Tianheng was just a newly ascended higher deity. Who did he think he was? How could he be fit to be the main Hallmaster and stand above them? Lord Hallmaster, I think it's more appropriate for Elder Chu to take over the position of Hallmaster. The other middle-aged man chimed in. As for the young man, although he did not say anything, based on his expression and gaze, it was clear he did not agree with Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you have an opinion as well? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he glanced at the two higher deities before he shifted his gaze to the young man. His tone was calm and emotionless. Lord Hall Master. The young man who had not spoken earlier quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Guardians, your opinion is similar to mine. Zhuang Tianheng is only a newly promoted higher deity. In terms of strength, he's not even comparable to the three of us, let alone Elder Chu. In terms of status, he's only a hall master of a sub-hall. Elder Chu is the first vice-hall master of the main hall. The young man was also one of the vice-hall masters of the main hall. At the same time, the people from the other sub-halls held their breaths as they looked at the hall master of the main hall and the three high-ranking officials of the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. If anyone wishes to change my mind, they must first have the strength to make me change my mind. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the three higher deities' expressions changed. At this moment, they even felt that the hall master in front of them had become extremely unfamiliar. Their Lord Hall Master should not be this kind of person. If their Lord Hall Master was this kind of person, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have spoken out earlier. Boom! A loud explosion came from high up in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic palm print that seemed to be void came crashing down like a black cloud. It blotted out the sky and the sun and enveloped the three higher deities. The three higher deities, the two guardians and one vice-hall master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, found themselves locked down by a powerful and invisible force. They could not even mobilize the divine energy in their bodies. In the next instant, before they could even react, the palm imprint in the sky had already come crashing down with a loud bang. Bang! With a loud bang, the void of the plane shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. It took a while before it gradually closed. Meanwhile, the three higher deity-level upper echelons of the main hall were reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was as if it had been vaporized. Just like that, three higher deities perished. Even though the group of people present regained their senses one after another, no one dared to make a sound. When they looked at the godlike man standing in the void again, their eyes were no longer filled with reverence, but also with fear. Why was the temple master of the main temple so violent and bloodthirsty? All they did was express a different opinion, and the three higher-ups of the Prime Palace, all of whom seemed to be gods, were all killed by him? Furthermore, how could he be so powerful? Killing the three gods was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lord Hall Master. Those branch hall masters who had been in contact with the main hall master Wu Hongqing in the past could not help but frown. They felt that the hall master in front of them had become a little unfamiliar. Their impression of the hall master should not be such a person. Hall master. Just as the various branch hall leaders present were feeling puzzled and the others were feeling frightened, an old and cold voice was already being emitted from the distance. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure, Feng Su, appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a slightly unpleasant expression. What? Elder Chu, do you have a problem with that? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked in an indifferent tone. Chapter 3909. Hallmaster, don't you think you've gone too far? The old man glared at Duan Lingtian as he said with a dark expression. The three of them have served the Tidal Temple for many years. Even if you've disrespected them, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, do you think it's appropriate for a sub-hall master to become the main hall master? The old man asked in a deep voice. Elder Chu, do you have something to say about this? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man. Although his tone was still indifferent, his gaze revealed coldness. Humph! The old man harumphed coldly. What? Wu Hongqing, are you planning to make a move on me? As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, it caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate, especially those of the younger generation with weaker cultivations. They were pressured by this aura to the point that their faces turned pale and they were unable to breathe. Elder Chu has broken through to the God King realm? Many of the sub-hall masters were shocked. Even Zhuang Tianheng, the sub-hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall master Zhuang Tianheng, was shocked. That old man has broken through to the God King realm? With his attainments in the laws of profundity, even Wu Hongqing might not be able to kill him now that he has broken through to the God King realm. His attainments in the laws of profundity are even higher than Wu Hongqing's. Chu Hui, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, was the person with the highest seniority in the Tidal Temple. In terms of seniority, he was Wu Hongqing's junior grand uncle. Chu Hui's innate talent was ordinary, but his comprehension of the laws of profundities was outstanding. When he was a lesser god, he was said to be invincible below the higher god realm in the Tidal Temple. Not even an intermediate deity was a match for him. As soon as he became a higher god, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the God King realm in the Tidal Temple. Now that he had broken through to the God King realm, even if he was only a lesser God King, he would be able to fight against an intermediate God King. Moreover, in Chu Hui's opinion, Wu Hongqing might not have been an intermediate God King in the past. Of course, even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate God King, it was almost impossible for him to kill Chu Hui, who had broken through to the God King realm. Elder Chu has broken through. Elder Chu has broken through to the Divine King realm. Even if he's only a lower Divine King, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a medium Divine King. Elder Chu is an expert in the law of destruction. Not only that, but his attainments in the law of destruction are unrivaled in the Tidal Temple. The hall masters of the various Tidal temples sighed. There were even some people who whispered, "I'm afraid that even the palace master might not be able to defeat Elder Chu. I wonder how the hall master will appear today. Will the hall master fight with Elder Chu?" Of course, although these people were whispering, they also knew what could be said and what could not be said. If they felt that the hall master of the main hall was behaving inappropriately, they would not dare to say it out loud. They could only communicate with him telepathically. There were even people who hoped that Chu Hui would be able to defeat Wu Hongqing and take over the Tidal Temple as the new hall master of the Tidal Temple. Wu Hongqing's actions earlier had made them feel very uncomfortable. In fact, they did not feel safe at all. None of them wished for a tyrant to control their fates above them. This was not a good feeling at all. I didn't expect Elder Chu to have broken through to the God King realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him and smiled faintly. Elder Chu, is this why you're so confident? Chu Hui glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me." Chu Hui sneered. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face remained unchanged. However, in just a blink of an eye, the smile on his face disappeared. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he shouted, "Vice Palace Master Chu Hui of the main palace has offended his superior." Not only did he disrespect the palace master, but he even tried to attack the palace master. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it downward. The entire process was done in a casual manner, deliberately mystifying things. Chu Hui released his divine energy. The tyrannical God King's divine energy merged with his law of destruction and erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. Many of the expressions of the younger generation from the sub-halls changed drastically as they bled from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the sub-hall master had acted in time so no one died. Otherwise, many of the younger generation would have perished just like that. Is this the aura of a God King? A God King is actually so powerful. Although I'm a demigod, I can't even muster the will to resist in front of this aura. As expected of a God King who's above the gods. He's too terrifying. At this moment, the sub-hall masters were looking at Chu Hui with reverence in their eyes. However, this reverence did not last long. This was because in the next instant, a faintly discernible giant palm suddenly appeared above Chu Hui's head and slammed down on him. However, Chu Hui did not seem to notice it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as the giant palm slammed down on Chu Hui, sending him crashing into the ground. At the same time, a bottomless palm print appeared on the ground. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a bottomless abyss that was shaped like a palm print. The sub-hall master's strength is actually so powerful? Vice Hall Master Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Even if he's only a lesser god king, with his attainments in the law of destruction, he should be able to fight against an intermediate god king. However, he's completely powerless in front of the sub-hall master? Did Vice Hall Master Chu get careless? Did Vice Hall Master Chu die? The people from the sub-halls of the Title Temple were dumbfounded as they stared at the bottomless abyss in front of them. However, the sub-hall masters were communicating through voice transmissions. They could hear the fear in each other's voices. Although they knew that the main hall master, Wu Hongqing, was extremely powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. A person who could fight against an intermediate god king was actually sent crashing into the ground with a single slap. No one knew if Chu Hui was dead or alive. Throughout the entire process, Chu Hui did not even have the strength to resist. "Come out. I haven't killed him yet." Duan Ling Tian spoke at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Based on what the main hallmaster said, if he had killed Chu Hui earlier, Vice Hallmaster Chu would have died. Bang! A loud sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Following that, a figure shot up to the sky at lightning speed. However, he was in a wretched state. His robes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. After Chu Hui came out, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You're not Wu Hongqing." "I'm not Wu Hongqing?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "What's wrong? Vice Hallmaster Chu, are you saying that I'm not Wu Hongqing because you don't think that you're a match for me? You need someone to believe what you're saying." Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Wu Hongqing isn't as strong as you are." Chu Hui's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Did you possess Wu Hongqing? You think you're stronger than Wu Hongqing just because you possess him?" Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Do you really think that you'll possess the same cultivation base and strength as before you possess him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Chu Hui, the palace masters of the various palace halls present on the scene shook their heads one after another. "Vice Palace Master Chu, it seems like you find it difficult to accept this fact." "That's right. Based on what Vice Hall Master Chu said, it's obvious that he doesn't need to fear Hall Master Chu anymore since he has broken through to the God King realm. However, he didn't expect Hall Master Chu to be stronger than him." Although these branch palace masters were whispering, Chu Hui could still hear them clearly. He was so angry that his expression was especially ugly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" This time, Chu Hui asked Duan Lingtian telepathically. "You don't need to know." Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. The reason why Duan Lingtian didn't kill Chu Hui earlier and only killed him now was because he didn't want to kill Chu Hui too early. To the people present, this would serve as a greater deterrent. As expected, after Duan Lingtian killed Chu Hui, the whole place fell silent. Now, does anyone still have any objections to my decision? After killing 3 higher deities and a lesser deity king, Duan Lingtian looked around and asked in an indifferent tone. No one said anything. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refute, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous 4. Those 4 were all top-notch existences in the main hall. Yet, they were all killed by this main hallmaster just because of a few words. They didn't think that the other party would show them any mercy. It seems like no one has any objections. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng will be the host of the main hall tournament. From today onwards, Zhuang Tianheng will be the main hall master. As for me, I will start cultivating in seclusion. At this point, he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. If anyone tries to make things difficult for you or goes against you, you can wake me up and let me come out of seclusion if you can't deal with it yourself. I will help you deal with it. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, he glanced at the various branch hall masters and some of the higher-ups in the main hall, making them completely forget about making things difficult for Zhuang Tianheng, the new hall master, in the future. Zhuang Tianheng understands. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, Zhuang Tianheng stood up and thanked Duan Lingtian as he accepted the order. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Then with a sway of his body he disappeared. As for the main hall tournament, he was not interested in watching it at all. Currently, he was in a hurry to make a trip to the Tidal Temple's main hall's treasure vault to retrieve some items that would be helpful to his family. Chapter 39:10. Duan Ling Tian had come to the Tidal Temple to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, and secretly take control of the Tidal Temple. One of the reasons was due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Another reason was that he felt there were only benefits to be had. As the strongest force in the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a terrifying amount of resources. Although Duan Ling Tian had become a divine emperor, he did not dare to claim he had the same influence as the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms. After all, it took time to accumulate a foundation. It was not enough to rely on one's strength alone. It's better if I don't show myself so they won't feel sad. I'll just disguise myself as someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and deliver the items to them. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he thought about his family. Although he felt it was a pity that he could not reunite with his family, he did not regret coming back. After all, he had already met all of his family members. It was just that his family members did not know he had returned. If her family knew that she was back, they would enjoy a moment of joy and then have to go through separation. After all, he had only returned with his clone. Duan Ling Tian no longer paid attention to the grand competition of the main hall. He was confident Zhuang Tianheng, the new palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, would be able to take care of the situation. What happened next was just as Duan Ling Tian had expected. Duan Ling Tian had controlled Wu Hongqing's body to kill 3 higher gods and a primitive god king during the grand competition in the main hall. His actions had shocked everyone in the Tidal Temple's main hall and its sub-palaces. Although many people thought Duan Ling Tian was a bloodthirsty person, they did not dare to offend him. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not only the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, but he was also the strongest person in the Tidal Temple. Even if he was no longer a palace master, he would still be like the retired emperor. Only a fool would dare to offend such a person. Currently, many of the vice palace masters were planning to complain to their seniors in the Tidal Temple about Wu Hongqing's atrocities when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was reopened 300 years later. They wanted to ask the seniors in the Tidal Temple to punish Wu Hongqing. Until then, all of them planned to be obedient. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all these things. Even if he knew, he would not care. What happened to Wu Hongqing? He was not Wu Hongqing. Even if the Tidal Temple in the realms of the realms of the realm of the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple would not be blamed. Therefore, if he exposed, he would be in the palace's hall. Duan blamed blames betrayals blamed the temple of gods would. The heavens realm of the gods. Blame to sect. S's the this. The of gods. At that time, Zhuang Tianheng would be the best candidate to take over the Tidal Temple. Those who were qualified or suitable to take over the Tidal Temple would have been killed by Wu Hongqing. To be more precise, they were killed by Duan Ling Tian, who had impersonated Wu Hongqing. After the main palace's grand competition had ended, Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain many cultivation resources with Zhuang Tianheng's help. All of them were cultivation resources that were beneficial to his family. Although Zhuang Tianheng was puzzled why Duan Ling Tian wanted these cultivation resources that were useless to him, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he agreed to Duan Ling Tian's request. I won't interfere with the Tidal Temple's matters. At most, I'll ask you for some cultivation resources so you can do whatever you want. Therefore, there's no need for you to feel pressured as the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. After 300 years, even if the Tidal Temple sends powerhouses from the realms of gods, they'll only punish Wu Hongqing. They won't make things difficult for you. At that time, they will discover that Wu Hongqing has died. Before that happens, I'll publicly announce that I've entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I'll also announce that I know some of Feng Qingyang's secrets. Duan Ling Tian had already thought of many things and made arrangements for Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was worried he would become Duan Lingtian's puppet. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fully control him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even prepared a backup plan for him. Lord Lingtian, if you have any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Zhuang Tianheng said confidently. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had obtained the cultivation resources, he did not linger in the main hall of the Devata realm. After he left, he went to the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's family was. Then, he donned a long black robe. His aura from the law of life was circulating around his body, making him look like a powerhouse who specialized in the law of life. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived at his family's residence, he did not look for Li Fei and Huan since they were too familiar with him. Even if he disguised himself, they would still recognize him. You're the young palace master's parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro? Duan Lingtian appeared in the small valley where Duan Ruffing and Li Ro lived. At this moment, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard. They were playing the Chinese chess that Duan Lingtian had taught them. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro did not notice the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared. They only regained their senses when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian had already casually tossed the spatial ring that he had prepared in advance onto the chessboard on the table in front of Duan Rufeng and his wife. The young palace master gave me the items in this ring before he left. He asked me to give them to you at this time. Now that my mission is complete, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian pretended to have a hoarse voice. There was no trace of his original voice at all. Moreover, as soon as he finished speaking, he floated away. When he left, the life aura swept through the small valley. At once, the flowers and trees in the small valley began to grow madly. They only stopped growing strangely when the life aura disappeared. At this moment, Duan Ruffing and Huan finally regained their senses. They looked at the spatial ring in front of them and the flowers, plants, and trees that were growing wildly in the small valley. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Ruffing claimed ownership of the spatial ring. He looked inside and sighed. Tian, you've done a great job. I feel like I'm useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone has their own destiny. Tian is our son, and we should all be happy for him to have such a destiny. Li Ro smiled and said, moreover, Tian won't think we're useless. Of course I know that. I'm just a little emotional. Duan Ruffing shook his head. Although Duan Ruffing and Huaner were shocked by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the black-clad man, they were relieved when they figured out the black-clad man was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Tian arranged for these cultivation resources to be delivered at this time shows how much he trusts the black-clad man. However, I've never seen this black-clad man in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Li Ro speculated. Perhaps he's hiding in the dark. Perhaps he's protecting us from the dark. Duan Ruffing said. Unbeknownst to the duo, their conversation had been overheard by the black-clad man who was hiding in the dark. After a long while, the black-clad man finally left. I have to make the best use of my time to improve my strength. If I encounter any bottlenecks, I'll have to enter the Emperor Battle Realm to train. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension of profundities. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the mundane realm and made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, his true body was cultivating in the Tianlong clan's residence in the Tungleng province in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. At the same time, he was refining supreme divine pills. He had also refined and delivered the divine pills he had promised Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Apart from cultivating, he spent his time comprehending the law of space. There was no time in cultivating. Similarly, there was no time in comprehending the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Master hasn't returned yet? In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had just returned from the mundane realm. He could not help but frown when he learned that his master, Feng Qingyang, had not returned yet. It's been 10 years. Master still hasn't gotten rid of me, Xian? If it were not for Feng Qingyang's soul orb, Duan Lingtian would have charged into the netherworld to seek revenge for his master. During these 10 years, he had spent most of his time in the mundane realm, protecting his family with his clone. Although it was unlikely that his family would be in danger in the mundane realm, he felt more at ease. During these 10 years, Duanling Tian would often return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if his master, Feng Qingyang, had returned. 10 years had passed, but his master had yet to return. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the law of space, it's time for me to enter the divine royal battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm again. However, for safety's sake, I'll have to form a clone using the law of space in the realms of gods. Otherwise, if I encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Supreme Sect and fail to kill him even after using all my trump cards, it'll be a disaster for me if he finds out about my trump card. My clone using the law of space will be a great help to me. While Duanling Tian was deep in thought, Duanling Tian's main body in the realms of gods finally woke up from his cultivation and began to form his clone using the law of space. At the same time, his clone using the law of space in the Devata realm began to dissipate as well. Naturally, Duanling Tian had already made all the necessary arrangements before the law clone was destroyed, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Moreover, if he wanted to, he would be able to find a second divine void-piercing shuttle and send his clone back to the Devata realm. I hope my master has returned safely by then. Duanling Tian sighed. His mind wandered for a while before he finally calmed down and formed a new clone from the law of space. Chapter 39:11. This was Duanling Tian's third time forming a clone using the law of space. He was more familiar with the process and it did not take long for him to successfully form his clone. At the same time, the other space law clone in the lower secondary plane was completely annihilated and no longer existed. A person could only form one clone using the same law of space. After successfully forming his clone, Duanling Tian finally felt relieved. At the same time, he planned to enter the Emperor Battle Realm in a few more days. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Duanling Tian came out from the Emperor Battle Realm. 10 years was not a long time for people in the realms of gods. It was just a blink of an eye. This was because many experts would cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. It was not impossible for those who cultivated in seclusion for more than 1,000 years. This was because after becoming a god king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even godly venerables who were half a step away from becoming a supreme expert were no exception. As for whether supreme experts would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years, very few people knew. Most likely, only the utmost powerful beings and those close to them would know about it. It's been 10 years. That Duanling Tian is still holed up in Shui Haichuan's residence? For the Sky Dragon Sect's vice sect master, Shui Mingji, these 10 years could be said to be very torturous. Even before this, he never thought that he would have such a torturous time. This was because a lesser divine emperor who had just become a divine emperor not long ago. He was tormented because Duanling Tian's growth was too fast. He was worried that if Duanling Tian continued to grow, the two middle-level divine emperors he had arranged for him would not be able to kill Duanling Tian. Secondly, the two divine emperors he had arranged for Duanling Tian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm several times. Although they had returned safely, who knew if one of them would be unlucky enough to encounter the Supreme Sect's Elder Di Ming and be killed? The risk was too great. For this reason, he had been tormented for the past 10 years. In fact, this was not the first time Shui Mingji had been tormenting himself like this. He had lost count of how many times he had been tormenting himself. However, this time, the chanting seemed to have an effect. Not long after, Shui Mingji received a message. Lord, Duanling Tian has left Shui Haichuan's residence alone and is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plane. It seems like he wants to enter the Emperor Battle Plane. Shui Haichuan is still cultivating in seclusion. This message was sent by the person he had arranged to monitor the vicinity of Shui Haichuan's residence for the past 10 years. Because this person was now in charge of patrolling the area, even if Shui Haichuan found him nearby, he would not be suspicious. Moreover, Shui Haichuan would never have thought that in order to kill Duanling Tian, Shui Mingji would actually find two mid-level godly emperors to sacrifice their lives. That was a very high price to pay. Good, very good. After receiving the message, Shui Mingji's eyes lit up. At the same time, he took out a soul bead and sent another message. Duan Tian is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor battle plane alone. Tell them to prepare and wait for an opportunity to strike. Haha. Congratulations. The other party replied, you're about to get what you want. Let's hope so. Xue Mingji said. Before there was a result, he could not be 100% optimistic for the time being. He only felt that he had seen the dawn of hope. I know that the death of those godly emperors in the Emperor battle plane has a great impact on you. However, they are just incidental death warriors sent to you. They have no value at all. The other side sent another message with a smile. Don't forget, these two godly emperors entered the battlefield of the Emperor battle plane twice. Not only were they not seriously injured, but they also killed several Greater One Sect's godly emperor disciples. Among them, there was also an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Even if the Greater One Sect's elder Di Ming acted alone, he might not be able to kill the two of them. From the other side's words, it was clear that he was full of confidence in the two godly emperors. Hearing this, Xue Mingji replied bluntly, I don't care how strong they are. What I care about is whether they can succeed. He had paid a great price to buy the two godly emperors. Death, they would definitely die. It just depended on whether their deaths were worth it. If he could successfully achieve his goal, even if the price was a little high, he would accept it. This was his choice. But if he could not achieve it, he would suffer a great loss. The risk would be borne by him alone. After all, he did not hire an assassin. The price of hiring an assassin to kill in the Tianlong clan was even greater. Perhaps the price of an ordinary godly emperor assassin would be higher than the value of the two godly emperors added together. Assassins were not only strong, but also flexible. As for godly emperors, they only had their master's orders in their hearts. They would do whatever their master told them to do. Their thinking was fixed and would not be flexible. It's just a lower godly emperor. Don't worry. The other side said casually, unless the target is already a middle godly emperor. Otherwise, under the joint attack of those two, he will definitely die. Hearing the other party's words, Xue Mingji relaxed a lot. Middle godly emperor? He did not think that Duan Tian could break through and become a middle godly emperor in just 10 years. Because, even the proud sons of heaven of those godly venerable level forces would not be able to break through twice from the high godly king realm to the middle godly emperor realm in just 10 years. The path of cultivation was more difficult the higher one went. The cultivation of a godly emperor was 10 times more difficult than that of a godly king. Even if one had more cultivation resources, such as divine pills and divine fruits, it would still take time to accumulate them. Therefore, he concluded that no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying Duan Tian was, it was impossible for him to enter the middle godly king realm in such a short time. In reality, Duan Tian had indeed not entered the middle godly emperor realm. In fact, even though he had consumed many divine pills, and there was no lack of peak emperor level divine pills, his current cultivation was not only not in the middle godly emperor realm, it was even quite far away from the middle godly emperor realm. After leaving Xue Haichuan's residence, Duan Tian flew towards the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor battle plane was located. From the beginning to the end, he did not tell Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this. In his opinion, if he told the two of them rashly, perhaps the one of them who was free would follow him in. If that happened, his planned training would definitely be affected. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is no longer a problem of the accumulation of divine power, but a problem of the flow of divine power. After I entered the godly emperor realm, I rarely fought with others. If I want to increase the flow of divine power, fighting with others is the best choice. If it's a life and death battle, the effect will be even better. And my laws of space. The bottleneck I've encountered recently is rather large. Even the divinity of the sovereigns no longer appears in my dreams to guide me. Although Duan Tian was anxious about his current situation, he also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He had to overcome it one by one. The problem of the flow of divine power could definitely be solved in the Emperor battle plane's godly emperor battlefield. As for the laws of space, perhaps he could solve it in the godly emperor battlefield as well. If he couldn't solve it, it wouldn't be too late to think of other methods. He could completely enter the middle godly emperor realm first before considering a breakthrough in the laws of space. The laws of space I've comprehended are already faintly stronger than the laws that Brother Haichuan, Brother Yonian, and some of the weaker elders of the Black Dragons are proficient in. It's enough for now. The most important thing right now is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. To Duan Ling Tian, making a breakthrough in his cultivation required no delay. Sometimes, he even wondered if the bottleneck in the laws of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. This was because he had read all kinds of books in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. Whether it was in the history of Tonglang province or the various regions outside of Tonglang province, there had never been anyone who comprehended the laws of space as powerful as he did when he was just a lower-stage godly emperor. Up ahead is the cultivation ground of the Emperor Battle Clan. Over the years, the number of people here has been increasing, but many people have perished in the Emperor Battle Realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a hilly area made up of small valleys. There were many people hovering in the air above them. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were having fun. Some were playing games unique to Tonglang province. Some were even betting with divine crystals. These people who joined the Tianlong clan for the Emperor Battle Realm are pretty optimistic. However, since they decided to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, it means they have already accepted death. It's normal for them to be so calm. If one wanted to reach the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, one would have to cross this area. In the past, when Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan, and Dongfang Yanian came here together, they had also passed by this area. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian heard a light noise coming from afar. Moreover, the noise was getting closer and closer. He raised his head and looked over. He saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting fiercely, and they had attracted quite a few people's attention. This was also the only sparring match between middle-level divine emperors in the cultivation grounds of the Emperor War Sect. Bang! 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 When Duan Ling Tian heard the noise, he saw the two figures moving closer and further away. However, they were still moving in his direction. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he instinctively came to a halt and looked over. A battle between middle-stage godly emperors would give him a certain amount of inspiration, especially since it was just a battle. It's them. When the two people fighting got closer, Duan Ling Tian recognized them. They were the two middle-stage godly emperors who joined the Tianlong clan on the same day that Dongfang Yanian had mentioned. Boom! There was a loud noise. The two people launched a huge wave of attacks. When their attacks collided, both of them were sent flying. One of them was sent flying into the distance. The other person was sent flying in the direction of Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. Chapter 39:12. When Duan Ling Tian and the others in the surroundings saw one of the people in the battle flying toward them due to the remnant force of the battle, all of them instinctively dodged. Of course, they did not move too far away. Even Duan Ling Tian did the same. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is even stronger than an ordinary inner sect elder. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. Not far away, the cold-faced middle-aged man stared at the similarly cold-faced young man and shouted in a deep voice, "Again!" Hearing this, the young man with a cold face shook his body. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After a while, he was not far away from the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man also moved. Boom! A powerful divine power swept out from the middle-aged man. It was infused with a profound meaning of the law. It spread out like a tornado and wreaked havoc in all directions. Those with weaker cultivations who were closer were blown away by this gust of wind. Those with higher cultivation bases also took a few steps back. Only a few divine emperors like Duan Ling Tian were not affected. However, the middle-aged man's next move and the young man's next move stunned the divine emperors, including Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Bang! Along with two earth-shattering explosions, whether it was the middle-aged man or the young man, both of them turned around and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. They did not use any divine weapons in the fight. At this moment, one of them took out an upper-grade divine saber and the other took out an upper-grade divine sword and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were firm and they did not hesitate in the slightest from beginning to end. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if they had rehearsed this scene many times. They want to kill me. Duan Tian was the first to regain his senses. He felt goosebumps on his scalp as he tried to use the teleportation profundity to escape. However, he discovered the middle-aged man was skilled in the law of space as well. He had disrupted the space around him, making it impossible for him to use the teleportation profundity. I'm afraid these two fellows have long planned this. They are here to kill me. At this moment, if Duan Tian still did not realize this, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. These two middle-level god emperors had entered the Tianlong clan on the same day. Now, they were trying to kill him in the Tianlong clan. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. Last time when they glanced at me, I thought it was because they were looking at Brother Yannian and me. After all, Brother Yannian was the one who personally brought that young man to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. Now it seems that they were looking at me. Right now, Duan Tian couldn't teleport. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, it would be too late to use his divine power to dodge. Moreover, his opponent's attack could still change direction. It happened so suddenly that even the Black Dragon Elder and the Golden Dragon Elder needed time to react. I won't wait for them. I'll take care of those who want to kill me myself. Duan Tian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although his cultivation hadn't improved much in the past 10 years, his comprehension of the law of space had improved. Now, he could even more perfectly manifest the law of space. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to tell. And the Tianlong clan clearly didn't have a god emperor. What's going on? Heavens! Are they trying to kill him? They're trying to kill him. At the same time, the few low-level god emperors nearby showed no intention of helping Duan Tian. Instead, they all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if the two middle-level god emperors attacked Duan Tian. They were all low-level god emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan during the War of Emperors. They had never seen Duan Tian before, so it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Whoosh! The young man with a cold expression slashed out with his sword, causing the air to tremble. The sword ray that was like a meteor pierced through the air and headed straight for the space between Duan Tian's eyebrows. Moreover, it extended an aura that locked onto Duan Tian. Buzz! The middle-aged man swung his saber. Several spatial saber lights whizzed out, causing the space around Duan Tian to sway. At the same time, the saber lights gathered and turned into a saber light prison, trapping Duan Tian inside. The two middle-level god emperors were originally exchanging pointers. But in the blink of an eye, they changed their target and attacked Duan Tian. That's Duan Tian. I saw him in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Two middle-level god emperors from the Emperor Battle Sect want to kill Duan Tian? Are they crazy? Not only is the Black Dragon Elder here, but the Golden Dragon Elder is here too. At the same time, the people from the Emperor Battle Sect who had retreated a long time ago regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Obviously, they did not expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that this change was earth-shattering. Duan Tian is only a low-level god emperor. I'm afraid he's going to be killed. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Who are these two people? Why would they risk their lives to kill Duan Tian in the Tianlong clan? They're using their lives to exchange for Duan Tian's life. Two middle-level god emperors using their lives to exchange for Duan Tian's life. A low-level god emperor. It sounds like a losing trade, but it's actually a great profit. Many of the people from the Emperor Battle Sect who had regained their senses had the same thought. Swoosh! Duan Tian, who was imprisoned by the Saberlight prison, faced the young man's sword that seemed to have gathered all his strength into a single point. It was aimed at the spot between Duan Tian's eyebrows. It was obvious that the young man wanted to kill him with one strike. Dang! The middle-aged man roared. The saberlight continued to wreak havoc as it surrounded Duan Tian. At the same time, two furious roars rang out as Duan Tian was attacked from both sides. They spread to half of the Tianlong clan. Stop! You're courting death. One of the voices belonged to the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle Sect. The other voice belonged to the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. They had not paid much attention to the fight between the two middle-level god emperors. They had only scanned the area with their divine senses and did not find anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, the two of them had often sparred with each other in recent years, and there had been no problems. Because of this, neither the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle Sect, nor the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm, had expected the two of them to suddenly change their target and attack Duan Tian, who had just passed by the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle Sect. When Duan Tian had arrived, they had already noticed him. They had even paid attention to him for a while before shifting their attention away. After all, they had to patrol the surrounding area. It was impossible for them to keep their attention on Duan Tian. Even though Duan Tian was outstanding, they were still curious about Duan Tian. However, they did not expect that not long after their attention was diverted, the two medium divine emperors who were originally sparring would suddenly attack Duan Tian. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to react. The Golden Dragon Elder was further away. However, because he was stronger than the Black Dragon Elder, he reacted at the same time as the Black Dragon Elder. Bang! Boom! Then, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. Two overbearing forces pierced through the air. The Golden Dragon Elder's technique fell from the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Then, it condensed into two rays of sword light that shot toward the two people who had attacked Duan Tian. At this moment, although they had attacked at the same time, there was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. This was because they felt that it was too late. Although they had reacted quickly, they were still too late. Even if they managed to kill the two of them would be able to kill Duan Tian before their attacks landed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder could react and attack, Duan Tian's divine power had already burst out of his body. The space law ultimacy followed him like a shadow. A high-grade divine sword also appeared in front of Duan Tian. At the same time, the shadow of an armor appeared. It was a medium-grade divine weapon that Duan Tian had activated. Although it could not block the attacks of the two people in front of him, it was enough to slow them down. Control! Then, when the sword and saber were about to hit him, Duan Tian had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, the space around his body started to vibrate violently. Space was pulsating so quickly that even the Golden Dragon Elder, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, did not notice it. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the two middle-level divine emperors who wanted to kill Duan Tian. Die! The middle-aged man and the young man not only looked cold, but there was no emotion in their eyes. It was as if it did not matter if Duan Tian died or if they were killed. As for the attacks of the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder, they completely ignored them. They were still fully focused on killing Duan Tian. It was as if they would not rest until they killed Duan Tian. Boom! Rumble! Soon, loud noises spread around Duan Tian, who was in the middle of the space storm. It was deafening. At the same time, the onlookers sighed in their hearts. Duan Tian, the most brilliant genius of the Tianlong clan, is going to die today. A genius like Duan Tian, even in the Tongling province, is a top genius. It is a pity that the heavens are jealous of such a genius. Today he will die here. These two people are going all out to kill Duan Tian. How much hatred do they have? At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder thought that Duan Tian was going to die. Little guy, the only thing I can do for you is to kill them and avenge you. The Golden Dragon Elder, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe, appeared in the void. He looked down and sighed softly. Behind him, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist appeared at the right time and sighed at almost the same time. Chapter 39:13. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder sighed. They both thought that Duan Tian would definitely die. However, in the next moment, something happened in front of them. Their expressions froze. Boom! Rumble! In the energy storm far below, the two of them attacked the two middle-level divine emperors who had attacked Duan Tian. However, the two middle-level divine emperors' attacks were all crushed by the space energy around Duan Tian. The space energy around Duan Tian was like an invincible wall. It blocked all the attacks that were about to hit him. What a terrifying defense! Even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They saw that the defensive divine weapon's shadow on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body had only become dimmer. It was not destroyed at all. "You want to kill me with your little strength?" An indifferent voice came out from the space storm. At the same time, 2 condensed space sword radiants came out. They were entwined with 2 upper-level divine swords. They whizzed out and aimed at the 2 middle-level divine swords. The 2 middle-level divine emperors had been focused on killing Duan Lingtian. They had used all their strength. Even the inertia of their bodies had been aimed at Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they had no time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. It was too close. Moreover, even if they could dodge in time, they might not have the chance to do so. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Although they were men of sacrifice, they did not have any emotions. The meaning of life was to complete the task given to them by their current masters. This was also the ideology that they had been instilled in them since they were young. Moreover, their souls had been sealed, so they could not disobey their current masters. Even so, the scene before their eyes still caused great waves to rise in their hearts. They were extremely shocked. This low-level divine emperor had actually managed to block the 2 of them, who had used their high-grade divine artifacts. How was this possible? Now that they had been in the Tianlong clan for some time, they had a certain understanding of the strength of the Tianlong clan's divine emperor. They knew that they were even stronger than most of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders. This was because once they fought with others, they would fight without any regard for their lives. A normal person would not be able to do this. And if the 2 of them joined forces to carry out an ambush under such circumstances, even if it was any of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Yet now, not only had the young man survived, he was also completely unscathed. As for their attacks, they had been completely nullified by the spatial storm surrounding the young man. Even Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan couldn't have escaped unscathed under such circumstances. Could he? Roar! However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's counterattack, the 2 sword rays that seemed to be able to shatter everything, they simultaneously let out a low roar from the depths of their throats. Then, they actually used their bodies to block the sword rays in front of them. And their actions were still to continue their attacks, covering Duan Lingtian's body. It was as if they were going to kill Duan Lingtian even if they had to risk their lives. This time, the spatial storm around Duan Lingtian's body had obviously become much dimmer. After keeping a low profile for a while, it shattered into pieces, and even the phantom of the defensive divine artifact was destroyed. Then, Duan Lingtian was swept away by the residual power of the 2's attacks, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out congested blood from his mouth. This was not an act. He was really injured. Of course, it was only a moderate injury. As long as he took a divine healing pill, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% in a quarter of an hour at most, and he would be fully recovered in a few hours. The last attack was, of course, done on purpose. Although he could perfectly manifest the way of control in the form of the law of space, and even Elder Bai Long could not see through the clues, he did not want to make it too exaggerated. Otherwise, even if Elder Bai Long could not see through it, he would definitely make more guesses. It was better to be careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian was sent flying backward, he barely managed to stabilize himself in the distance, and his face was slightly pale. The bodies of the 2 middle-level god emperors were also hit by Duan Lingtian's sword radiance. After the sword radiance hit their bodies, it split into many sword radiances, shattering their hearts and heavenly veins. A few sword radiances that carried a wisp of Duan Lingtian's soul power directly destroyed their souls. When the 2 were killed by Duan Lingtian, their lifeless eyes were wide open, and their corpses were about to fall to the ground. Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long's attacks arrived. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out, and the void trembled. The 2 corpses instantly turned into a bloody mist, and then the bloody mist evaporated in the air. A powerful force rubbed against the air, creating an extremely high temperature, and the fine bloody mist could not maintain its original state. At this moment, the vast cultivation ground of the Emperor War sect returned to its original tranquility. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The sound of heavy breathing came from Duan Lingtian. Since he had decided to put on a show, he had to go all the way. Duan Ling Tian was very professional in this aspect. However, even though he looked battered and exhausted, the other people present, as well as those who had sensed the commotion, looked at him with eyes full of shock. Duan Ling Tian, an inner sect disciple who had just entered the lower-level God-Emperor realm 10 years ago. Today, facing the ambush and encirclement of 2 middle-level God-Emperors, not only did he not die, he even killed the 2 of them. As for Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long's attacks, they were ignored. Even if Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long were not there, the 2 of them would have died without a doubt. In fact, the attacks of Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long might have made the 2 of them even crazier under the pressure, which led to them attacking Duan Ling Tian with extraordinary strength. Duan Ling Tian is actually so powerful? Is he really just a middle-level God-Emperor? It can't be wrong. The divine power he just displayed is indeed the same as ours. He's just a middle-level God-Emperor, there's no doubt about it. How can a middle-level God-Emperor be so powerful? In that situation just now, let alone a middle-level God-Emperor, even the White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan may not be able to escape unscathed as easily as he did. As the group of middle-level God-Emperors spoke, the others realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's strength was. Even the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would have died in the ambush just now? After realizing this, they were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. They were Elder Bai Long and Elder Bai Long, who had attacked just now. One of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man in a black robe. Duan Ling Tian knew who they were just by looking at the identity tokens on their waists. One was a black dragon token. The other was a golden dragon token. Duan Ling Tian greets the 2 elders. Duan Ling Tian took out a healing elixir and took it. After recovering for a while, he forced a smile on his pale face and greeted the 2 elders in front of him. At this time, the 2 elders looked at Duan Ling Tian with complicated expressions. They had thought that the person in front of them would definitely die, but they did not expect his strength to be so powerful that it was beyond their imagination. Even though he was injured later, it was still commendable. It was a miracle that a middle-level God-Emperor could do this. They knew that even the top middle-level God-Emperors in Tonglang province might not die in the face of what had just happened, but it was almost impossible for them to be as calm as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Amazing. The black-robed middle-aged man, Elder Black Dragon, who was currently in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Wargate's disciples, gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up and praised him, but there was still a complicated look in his eyes. He also had a disciple who was already a middle-level God-Emperor, but compared with Duan Ling Tian, he wanted to throw that disciple away. Whoosh! As for the Golden Dragon Elder, he simply raised his hand and sucked Duan Ling Tian's identity token into his hand. Duan Ling Tian, I failed in my duty today and didn't have time to take action. Fortunately, you are fine. Here are 100,000 contribution points as compensation. Elder Yang, there's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and stopped him. When he saw the other party's attire, he guessed the other party's identity. He was one of the few Golden Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan named Yang Feng. Reportedly, before Yang Feng joined the Tianlong clan, he was an outstanding genius of a God-Emperor rank Taoist sect. After joining the Tianlong clan, he rose to prominence and now became a pivotal figure in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, Yang Feng was recognized as the kindest Golden Dragon Elder. Usually, even if an ordinary inner sect disciple was lucky enough to meet him and ask him for advice, he would not be stingy with his guidance. As a result, Yang Feng's reputation in the Tianlong clan was well known. Take it. I don't usually use my contribution points. After transferring the contribution points, Yang Feng returned Duan Ling Tian's identity token to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, as if he suddenly thought of something, he added, "The sect will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter." With that, he nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and then left in a flash. As a top figure among high divine emperors, when Yang Feng left, even with his current strength and eyesight, Duan Ling Tian only saw an afterimage flash by. He couldn't keep up with Yang Feng's speed at all. What a terrifying speed! Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. He thought that if such a powerhouse had attacked him today, then even if he used all his trump cards, he would not have been able to escape death. This is just a high divine emperor who hasn't stepped into the God Emperor realm. If it was a god emperor, then he would be even more powerful. Above the god emperor realm, there is the god venerable. And above the god venerable realm, there is the supreme powerhouse. God emperor, god venerable, that's not my goal. Only the supreme powerhouse is the goal that I, Duan Lingtian, pursue in my life. The look in Duan Lingtian's eyes became firmer. Chapter 39:14. The Gold Dragon Elder Yang Feng didn't say any superfluous words. The whole process was neat and tidy. As for the Black Dragon Elder, after seeing that Yang Feng, as the Gold Dragon Elder, gave Duan Lingtian 100,000 contribution points, he finally transferred 50,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian. Although the Gold Dragon Elder was in charge of this matter, and even if he had to take responsibility, his responsibility wouldn't be too great. However, if he did nothing, who knew what the sect master would think? He knew that the sect master valued Duan Lingtian even more than the Azure Dragon sect disciples. Moreover, to him, befriending someone like Duan Lingtian would only bring him benefits and no harm. Duan Lingtian, my name is Wang Yizhan. If you need anything in the future, so long as it's within my power, you can look for me. After transferring the contribution points to Duan Lingtian, the Black Dragon Elder Wang Yizhan handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian, a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. He didn't refuse the other party's good intentions, and put away the other party's soul bead. Even though he felt that it was almost impossible for him to use this soul bead. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Wang Yizhan was leaving, more and more people were gathering at the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. They were the ones who had received the news and rushed over. Little Tian, are you okay? Dongfang Yannian had arrived, and his wife, Ouyang Xueli, was by his side. Both of them arrived before Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on their faces. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said with an indifferent expression. Why did you come here alone? Are you going to enter the Emperor Battle Plain alone? Where's Xue Haichuan? Ouyang Xueli frowned slightly. When she mentioned the name Xue Haichuan, there was some resentment in her voice. Sister-in-law. Almost as soon as Ouyang Xueli's voice fell, Xue Haichuan arrived. When he heard Ouyang Xueli's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'm sorry. In fact, Xue Haichuan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had left. Of course, even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had left, he wouldn't care, because he felt that no one in the Tianlong clan would attack Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if someone attacked Duan Lingtian was a White Dragon Elder, with his current strength Duan Lingtian with his current strength, Duan Lingtian might not be able to hold Whole Dragon, Duan Lingtian with his current strength. At that time, the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of that area would definitely be able to make it in time to save Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Xue Haichuan did not think any of the White Dragon Elders would risk their lives to kill Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 White Dragon Elders from the Thousand Devil sect would not do that. Long. Yannian Dragon Elder to Lingtian Tian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides, I have something to do. With my current strength, if you want to kill me in the Heavenly Dragon sect, only a high-level Divine Emperor can do it. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he was confident in his strength. I heard. Xue Haichuan exclaimed in admiration, 2 mid-level god emperors attacked you, but you not only stopped them, you even killed them. Moreover, those 2 mid-level divine emperors were stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Xue Haichuan was also shocked when he arrived. After the trip to the Emperor Battle Plain, he had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. He knew that Duan Lingtian was no weaker than an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian had killed an inner sect elder of the Supreme Sect in the Emperor Battle Plain. Although it was a trick, he did have the strength to do so. Even if they faced each other head-on, it would take some time and effort. But this time, 2 mid-level divine emperors, who were no weaker than the inner sect elders of the Supreme Sect, joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian. They pretended to be exchanging pointers and attacked Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. In this situation, Even he could not guarantee that he could stop the two's attack in time. Even if he could, he would be injured. And Duan Ling Tian? The first sneak attack by the two was forcefully stopped. It was not until the second time that Duan Ling Tian was injured, and it was only a light injury. At that time, he knew that although Duan Ling Tian had not broken through to become a mid-level divine emperor, he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Perhaps, he was almost on par with the White Dragon Elder. Little Tian, I did not expect you to be so strong now. Dongfang Yannian could not help but sigh. When you break through to become a mid-level divine emperor, you will have the advantage of divine power. Even we might not be your match. Now, Dongfang Yannian was still confident that he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. But when Duan Ling Tian became a mid-level divine emperor, he did not have the slightest confidence. He even felt that it would be good if he did not lose too badly. It's only been 10 years. Dongfang Yannian was still sighing. In these 10 years, it seems that your spatial laws have improved a lot. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian and Ouyang Xueli stood there and chatted. More and more people came to watch. In the end, even Ding Yan came. As for Ho Qingning, because he had not come out of the Emperor battle plane, he naturally could not come at this time. Duan Ling Tian, are you all right? When Ding Yan arrived, Duan Ling Tian saw that even the daughter of Reverend Sikong Yu, had come. Furthermore, when she looked at him, there was a faint trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. It seemed that this woman had not given up yet. However, although Duan Ling Tian inadvertently saw this, he pretended not to see it. Ignoring Sikong Yu's somewhat disappointed and dejected gaze, he turned his attention back to Ding Yan. He squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine. What? You haven't entered the Emperor battle plane recently? Asked Duan Ling Tian with a smile. I'm planning to enter after some time, said Ding Yan. At the same time, he greeted Shui Haichuan and the other two. Because they knew Ding Yan was Duan Ling Tian's good friend, Shui Haichuan and the other two were very polite to him. They did not treat him as an ordinary inner sect disciple at all. At this moment, when the onlookers saw Duan Ling Tian and the others gathered in the distance, they could not help but whisper among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian's strength to be so strong. When I think of the people from the Greater One sect saying that Duan Ling Tian's strength is inferior to their Greater One sect Shimen Longxiang, I find it funny. Shimen Longxiang's only record of killing a lesser divine emperor of our Tianlong clan. Today, Duan Ling Tian killed 2 lesser divine emperors. Moreover, that scene was recorded by the sect's Great Protective Formation and recorded in the floating image pearl. It said that it will soon be available for us to borrow. That's great. I was just thinking that it was a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. With the floating image pearl, I can spend some contribution points to borrow it and have a look. I really didn't expect that a lesser divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old would have such strength. His strength is clearly superior to most of the inner sect elders, and he's catching up to Elder Bai Long. I think that even an ordinary new Elder Bai Long wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat him. Similar words sounded in Sikong Yu's ears. She stood there with her legs as if they were filled with lead. The gaze that shot out from her eyes landed on the back of the purple figure in the distance, revealing a somewhat gloomy expression. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would grow to such a level. In the past, I, Sikong Yu, thought that he was only slightly stronger than me. Now it seems that it's difficult to close the gap between us. My personality is bad, and my talent and comprehension are not as good as his. It's normal that he doesn't like me. Sighing faintly in her heart, Sikong Yu gracefully turned and left, leaving behind a lonely figure that made people feel sad. Of course, very few people paid attention to this scene. This was because the gazes of the people present were currently more focused on Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the bustling cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect, the atmosphere in the Tianlong clan's great meeting hall was incomparably somber. The clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing Chong, stood in front of the main seat with a gloomy expression. At the same time, his gaze fell on an old man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist. You took them in on the same day. You should know them better than anyone else. When the black dragon elder heard this, his expression turned solemn as he said, Clan leader, The impression they gave me that day was that they were stern and stern. At that time, I only thought that their personalities were like that. However, based on today's matter, that's not the case. Based on what Elder Yang said today, when the two of them attacked Duanling Tian, they didn't care even when he attacked them. They weren't afraid of death at all. Some people also said that they didn't panic at all when they saw the two of them. It was as though they weren't afraid of death at all. All in all, I suspect that the two of them are suicide soldiers. Someone took advantage of the fact that the Tianlong clan was recruiting disciples to recruit the Emperor Battle Sect to kill Duanling Tian. I'm sure the person behind this has a grudge against Duanling Tian. The Black Dragon Elder's words hit the nail on the head and determined that the two of them were suicide soldiers. Even Elder Yang said that their actions and courage were no different from suicide soldiers. Clan leader. At this moment, another Black Dragon Elder stood out. The two of them didn't directly enter the battlefield in the Emperor battle plane when they just joined the clan. Instead, they only entered when the time set by the clan was almost up. They seemed to be unwilling. This clearly doesn't match what one of them said to the White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. Over 10 years ago, Dongfang Yannian brought that young man to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect. On the way, Dongfang Yannian chatted with him. He said that he had a grudge against the Greater One sect. Why would someone who had a grudge against the Greater One sect wait until the time set by the clan was almost up before entering the battlefield? He was clearly lying. Based on the current situation, I also feel that the possibility of them being suicide soldiers is very high. Chapter 39:15. Death Sworn. The Tianlong clan, a Grand Divine Empyrean rank force, actually had Death Sworn infiltrated? When he heard the second Black Dragon Elder speculate the same thing, the complexion of the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong became extremely gloomy in an instant. The person who did this was tantamount to slapping the Tianlong clan in the face. They should be Death Sworn. At the same time, the only Gold Dragon Elder present, Yang Feng, also opened his mouth. I have observed them for a while. They usually live in seclusion and are reserved. Even when others talk to them, they are indifferent. Plus, they aren't afraid of death. How many people are really not afraid of death? Even if they aren't afraid of death, but when faced with a life or death crisis, they instinctively feel fear, right? But they don't seem to know what fear is. Since Yang Feng said so, the people present knew that the two people were most likely loyalists. Intermediate Divine Emperor Death Sworn. What a big move! A Black Dragon Elder exclaimed. Who is that little guy Duanling Tian? How did he provoke others into sending Divine Emperor Death Sworn to kill him? Another Black Dragon Elder was puzzled. That's right. A middle-level godly Emperor Death Sworn is not an ordinary Death Sworn. Even ordinary superior Divine Emperors don't have enough financial resources to buy the life and death of two intermediate Divine Emperor Death Sworn. When the Black Dragon Elder who spoke before spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment, and then said with a wry smile on his face, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but with all my current savings, I'm afraid that I can only buy the life and death of one intermediate Divine Emperor Death Sworn at most. Could it be the work of a Divine Emperor powerhouse? A Black Dragon Elder guessed. But his voice had just fallen, when Long Qingchong concluded decisively, Impossible! If a Divine Emperor powerhouse really wants to kill Duanling Tian, why would he need to find a Divine Emperor Death Sworn? He could have openly entered the Tianlong clan and taken Duanling Tian's life. Even if an Emperor God is wary of our Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protecting Array, it would still be extremely difficult for the Great Sect Protecting Array to stop him. Moreover, if our Tianlong clan doesn't hand over the Duanling Tian to him, he can completely block our Tianlong temple's entrance and kill every single person from our Tianlong clan that leaves. Many people nodded after hearing Long Qingchong's words. They felt that it was impossible for a Divine Emperor to do this. If it's a person, even if he's not a God Emperor expert, he should be at least a high-level God Emperor. If it's not a high-level Divine Emperor, then it's probably the work of some Divine Emperor-level force. If you want to investigate, start from the high-level godly emperors who have grudges with Duanling Tian, as well as the godly emperor forces. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The news has already spread. Now, everyone in the Tianlong clan is in a state of panic, especially the younger disciples. Many of them are saying that if it wasn't Duan Lingtian who was killed today but them, they would have died without a doubt. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible and let the clan disciples know that the Tianlong clan will not let go of anyone or any force that offends the Tianlong clan. This meeting of the Tianlong clan's upper echelon was filled with anger. Almost every upper echelon present was furious. Of course, there were exceptions. Xue Mingji, the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, was in the clan's encampment. Naturally, he had to be present at this meeting of the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. In the meeting he, like the others, was filled with righteous indignation. He hated the person who had sent the men of sacrifice, and he looked as if he could not wait to find the person behind the scenes and kill him. Before Xue Mingji returned to his own cultivation grounds, everything was calm and tranquil. Even if someone greeted him on the road, he would respond with a smiling face, without the slightest hint of abnormality. When he returned to his place of practice, he threw away the formation plate and set up an isolation array. Then, his face became completely gloomy and ugly. Damn it! They actually failed. Those two men of sacrifice are simply useless. I've spent almost half of my life savings, but they couldn't even kill a low-level divine emperor. Damn it! At this time, Xue Mingji was no longer as calm as before. He looked as if he had gone mad and was extremely angry. It was not until about 15 minutes later that he calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still bloodshot. His face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. Little girl. Xue Mingji sent a message to his daughter, asking her to come over. At the same time he reminded her, "Don't bring Zhongcan with you. Come over alone." "Father, I heard they failed?" A message came from the other side. "I'll come over alone now." Before long, a beautiful figure arrived. It was Xue Mingji's daughter. "Little girl, based on what you said earlier, it's obvious you know the two men of sacrifice have failed. From now on, don't tell anyone about this matter, including Zhongcan. This time, whether it's the clan leader or the Golden Dragon Elder, who I've been able to contact for the time being, they're furious about this matter. They're even determined to find the person behind the scenes for the time being. You should know how serious this matter is. If they find out that I'm responsible for this matter, even if I'm the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, I won't be able to escape death. I'm not afraid of death. After all, I've lived for tens of thousands of years. What I can't let go of the most is you." Xue Mingji sighed. "Father, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about this matter." "Good. Then I'm relieved." "Father, what should we do next? They won't find out about you, right?" "Don't worry. I'll do my best. However, you must be mentally prepared." I plan to blame the Myriad Demon sect for this." "The Myriad Demon sect?" "Yes. The Myriad Demon sect has a grudge with the Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianjing even risked his life to kill Duan Lingtian. It's reasonable to say that the Myriad Demon sect paid a huge price to hire two men of sacrifice. However, I'm afraid not many people would believe that the Myriad Demon sect paid the price for the two elders of the White Dragon sect. The Myriad Demon sect, as a godly emperor sect with a decent foundation, is capable of buying the lives of two middle-level godly emperors of sacrifice. Father, I don't care about the lives of the others in the Myriad Demon sect, but brother can. Don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Zhongcan. Thank you, Father." At the same time, in another part of the Tianlong temple, Duan Lingtian, accompanied by Ding Yan, came to meet the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The clan leader whom Duan Lingtian had always wanted to meet was finally going to meet him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Long Qingchong. He had heard many people describe Long Qingchong as the sect leader. Just like the rumors, he was tall and mighty, dignified and serious. Ding Yan greets the clan leader. Ding Yan took the lead to bow to Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong nodded at Ding Yan. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his stiff face. "The last time I saw you was at revered Elder Sikong's place. I didn't expect you to have such great achievements in just a blink of an eye." Great achievements. When Ding Yan heard Long Qingchong's praise, He instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was next to him. He felt bitter in his heart. His mouth moved, but in the end, he smiled wryly and said, "Clan leader, please don't praise me in front of Duan Lingtian. I feel a little ashamed." Ding Yan had seen Long Qingchong a few times. In fact, before he went to the hidden fog academy in Tianfeng City, he had seen Long Qingchong before. Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, had a good relationship with Uncle Sikong. He often went to play chess with Uncle Sikong and chatted with him. Since Long Qingchong had been busy recently, he rarely went to Uncle Sikong. Ding Yan's words stunned Long Qingchong. Then he shook his head and said, "You can't compare him to you. Even I and the previous generations of geniuses in the Tianlong clan would be ashamed of ourselves if we were to compare ourselves to him, let alone you. A lesser divine emperor who is not even 3,000 years old. His battle prowess is comparable to Elder Bai Long's. Moreover, he is only an inner disciple now. This is the first time in the long history of the Tianlong clan that such a freak has appeared." When Long Qingchong reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Didn't they say the Tianlong clan's clan leader was a serious person? How could he joke like this? Or did he not take it seriously? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Long Qingchong's expression turned serious again. He asked bluntly, "Duan Lingtian, do you have any clues about the two mid-level divine emperors who attacked you this time?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. "Sect leader, do you want to ask me if I suspect the person behind this?" "Yes." Long Qingchong nodded. "Yes." Duan Lingtian spoke frankly without the slightest hesitation. "Who?" Long Qingchong's calm eyes turned completely sharp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Qingchong calmly and said word by word, "Either it's the Thousand Demon Sect, or it's Vice Sect Leader Shui." Vice Sect Leader Shui. In the Tianlong clan, there was only one Vice Sect leader with the surname Shui, and that was Shui Mingji. When Long Qingchong heard Duan Lingtian's words and his eyes narrowed slightly, Duan Lingtian continued, "There are many people and forces who want me dead. However, only the Thousand Demon Sect and Vice Sect leader Shui have the financial resources to hire two mid-level divine emperors to risk their lives to kill me in the Tianlong clan. Of course, this is just my guess. However, it will be difficult to find any clues. After all, both of the men of sacrifice are dead." Duan Lingtian did not mince his words and did not hide anything. Whether it was the Thousand Demon Sect or the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect leader Shui Mingji, they were nothing in the eyes of the sect leader of the Tianlong clan. In fact, he only needed to give an order to kill both of them. He did not even need to do it himself. "I understand." Long Qingchong nodded after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Other than his eyes narrowing slightly, there was no change in his expression. Chapter 39:16. That's it? After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan left Sect Master Long Qingchong's place, Ding Yan's face was still full of confusion. Sect Master called me over to ask that question. Since he got the answer, it's naturally over. What? You still plan to stay and freeload? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Ding Yan smiled awkwardly. I just thought it was too fast. I just went in and came out again. The next moment, as if he thought of something, Ding Yan's face turned serious. Duan Lingtian, do you think the Myriad Demon Sect or Vice Sect Master Shui is more likely to be involved in this matter? I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It was really hard for him to say. The conflict between him and the Myriad Demon Sect had started a long time ago. As for Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji, the conflict between them originated from Zhong Can of the Myriad Demon Sect. At the same time, Zhong Can was Shui Mingji's son-in-law. Shui Mingji only had one daughter, so it was easy to imagine how much he valued his son-in-law. Last time, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill him in the Tianlong clan, which caused a sensation in the entire Tianlong clan. Later, the sect told him not only to execute Kuang Tianjing, but also to eliminate Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. Of course, Zhong Can was excluded. It was precisely because Zhong Can was Shui Mingji's son-in-law that he was able to escape death. Not sure?
Ding Yan was startled, then smiled bitterly. Just as you said in front of Sect Master, the 2 men of sacrifice are dead.
I'm afraid there's no more clues. No one knows who did it.
Is Sect Master going to ask the myriad demon Sect Master and Vice Sect Master Xue to swear a heart demon blood oath and have them swear that this matter has nothing to do with them? At this point, Ding Yan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said,
No. A heart demon blood oath doesn't seem to guarantee what happened in the past. It can only guarantee what happens in the future after the heart demon blood oath is made. What a headache.
Ding Yan said, annoyed.
What's there to worry about?
Hearing Ding Yan say that he had a headache, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but find it funny.
Even I, the person involved, don't have a headache. What are you thinking about? All right, don't think about it anymore. Neither you nor I can interfere in this matter. Let the sect master do whatever he wants.
Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart, whether it was the 10,000 demon sect or Xue Mingji, there was nothing he could do. Perhaps, with his current strength, he would be able to bring some trouble to the myriad demon sect. However, he was still a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and the myriad demon sect was an indirect subordinate of the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not sit idly by and watch their disciples cause trouble for the myriad demon sect. Besides, the 10,000 demon sect didn't only have godly emperors. In the Tianlong clan, the 10,000 demon sect had 2 white dragon elders. They couldn't ignore the 10,000 demons sect.
As for Xue Mingji,
he was in existence several times stronger than an ordinary black dragon elder. With his current strength, even if he used all his cards, it was almost impossible for him to kill Xue Mingji. The gap between them was too big. Xue Mingji was a veteran high-level godly emperor. Not to mention the gap in cultivation, even in the comprehension of law profound, he might not be able to compare with Xue Mingji.
That's true.
Ding Yan nodded, thinking that Duan Lingtian's words made sense. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Duan Lingtian.
It's okay.
Even if the sect master doesn't give you justice, with your growth speed, you can definitely get back at him by yourself. If we really can't find out who did it, we'll just kill both the 10,000 demon sect and Xue Mingji.
Ding Yan said.
From his words, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh. After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan left, a figure followed behind them. The person who left was none other than the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, who had met with Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan earlier. After Long Qingchong left, he directly locked onto a direction and flew over. Not long after, he arrived outside a valley. At the same time, he sent a message. A moment later, a figure also appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, Xue Mingji. Xue Mingji saw the sudden arrival of sect master Long Qingchong. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a storm in his heart. Did sect master discover something? Impossible. In the entire Tianlong clan, only my daughter and I know about this matter. Sect master, you shouldn't know. Although his heart was in turmoil, on the surface, Xue Mingji had a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, Sect master, is there anything you need from me? Although they were both high-level divine emperors and were fellow disciples, Xue Mingji respected Long Qingchong from the bottom of his heart. This was because Long Qingchong was the leader of his generation. In the past, when he was young, he had set Long Qingchong as his goal and wanted to surpass him. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. As time passed, Long Qingchong left him far behind, causing him to completely give up on catching up to Long Qingchong. He no longer dared to think about surpassing Long Qingchong.
What's wrong?
We're already at the entrance. Junior brother Xue, aren't you going to invite me in? Long Qingchong looked at Xue Mingji and asked with a smile. When Xue Mingji heard this, he quickly greeted Long Qingchong. Sect master, I've been rude. Please come in. After a short while, Xue Mingji invited Long Qingchong into the valley. When they arrived at his courtyard, he only sat down after Long Qingchong took a seat. However, he only sat on a corner of the table. His reverence for Long Qingchong was ingrained in his bones.
Sect master, do you have any instructions for me?
Xue Mingji asked again. Long Qingchong looked at Xuemingji. He placed his right hand on the stone table and gently tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes were calm as he looked at Xuemingji as though he was observing something. Sect Master. Xuemingji felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by Long Qingchong. He, who was already feeling guilty, could not help but feel agitated. Of course, he still looked calm on the surface, but there was a hint of doubt on his face. At this moment, Long Qingchong stopped what he was doing, and his eyes turned from calm to deep. Junior brother Xue, I heard that you have some grudges with Duan Tian? Sect Master, did you hear wrongly? Xuemingji was stunned. I haven't even met Duan Tian before. How could I have any grudges with him? Are you sure you haven't met him before? Long Qingchong smiled faintly. Or are you sure you haven't met him before? Including the kind of person who watched from the dark? As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xuemingji's expression finally changed subtly. He immediately understood what Long Qingchong was talking about. In the past, when Duan Tian had just joined the Tianlong clan and participated in the Hidden Dragon competition, Long Qingchong had gone to the scene and warned Duan Tian to give up his ranking. Otherwise, he would kill the former patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. At that time, Duan Tian did not do as he was told, so Long Qingchong was furious. Later, he even sent a black dragon elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie. However, he died in the Linghu family. He was killed by a God Emperor expert from the Linghu family. He only found out about this when the God Emperor expert, Linghu Ranfeng, personally went to the Tianlong clan to look for him. You went to the Hidden Dragon competition, but you did not show up. At the same time, Long Qingchong continued. After that, Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan went to your place, but he left the sect and died outside the sect. After that, a God Emperor expert appeared in the Tianlong clan and came to your place. Can you explain to me? What's the connection between these two? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Xuemingji with a faint smile on his face. Xuemingji's expression changed again when he heard this. Sect Master, you know everything? He did not expect Long Qingchong to know that a God Emperor expert had come to the Tianlong clan and come to his place. Did this mean Long Qingchong's strength was close to that of a God Emperor? Only someone with that kind of strength would be able to detect the God Emperor's whereabouts. After all, the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Array had been threatened by the God Emperor expert to withdraw. Tell me. Long Qingchong still had a smile on his face, but Xuemingji felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. However, he did not say anything in the end. He did not dare say anything. When Long Qingchong saw that Xuemingji did not say anything, the smile on his face faded, and he sighed. Junior brother Xue. We've been brothers for many years. I won't harm you. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. Long Qingchong added, although your master and my master had a falling out, before that, your master, who is also my martial uncle, saved my life when I went out to train. I can't return the favor of saving my life to him, but I can return it to you. Long Qingchong said. Xuemingji's pupils shrank when he heard this. How could such a thing happen? He suddenly remembered that his journey in the Tianlong clan until he became the Tianlong clan's vice-sect master had been smooth sailing. It made him feel as if there was an invisible hand helping him. At that time, he thought that his master who had died in the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was secretly protecting him. But now, it seemed that it was most likely related to the person in front of him. Looking at Long Qingchong's honest eyes, Xuemingji smiled bitterly. Senior brother Long, the God Emperor expert who came to the Tianlong clan, was the sister of Linghu Renjie, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Ranfeng. After that, I asked around about her. She left the profound Handleland many years ago and went to the world of divine remains. But I didn't expect that she had already entered the God Emperor realm. As for Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan, he went to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie because I promised him some benefits. But I didn't expect that he would be killed by Linghu Ranfeng. I appeared at the Hidden Dragon tournament because of my daughter. She didn't want Duan Tian to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament and obtain the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. So, I threatened him with a voice transmission that if he entered the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament, I would kill Linghu Renjie. Chapter 39:17. As Xue Mingji spoke, Long Qingchong listened. From the beginning to the end, Long Qingchong's expression was calm as though he had already guessed all of this. Later, Xue Mingji mentioned the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. He said that Kuang Tianjing was coerced by him to risk his life to attack the Duanling Tian. However, he was executed because he failed. "It's really you." Long Qingchong looked deeply at Xue Mingji. His expression was still calm. "I knew it. Based on the information I've investigated, Kuang Tianjing is definitely not a person who is not afraid of death." At that time I was wondering if he was being coerced by someone. And the only person who could coerce him and the only person who would coerce him was you. As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect you to have guessed it, senior brother." However, despite the bitter smile on his face, Xue Mingji's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. At least, based on the current situation, he was safe. Even if the sect leader of the Tianlong clan knew that he was the culprit. Since Long Qingchong had made a promise, Long Qingchong would definitely keep his promise. He knew Long Qingchong very well about this. It was also because of this that he was so honest with Long Qingchong. "Those 2 men of sacrifice must have been your doing after Kuang Tianjing failed, right?" Long Qingchong asked. "Yes." Xue Mingji nodded. "I asked a friend of mine to pay a huge price to buy 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. I've waited for more than 10 years since I joined the sect. It was only today that I finally found the opportunity. I didn't expect to fail. 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice? That's not a small price to pay. I'm afraid you've spent most of your savings over the years, right?" Long Qingchong asked indifferently. "Yes." Xue Mingji nodded again. The bitter smile on his face became even more bitter. Long Qingchong shook his head and said, "You said earlier that you haven't even met Duanling Tian. Why do you insist on killing him? He only has enmity with the Thousand Demon sect and Kuang Tianjing. You can stay out of this." Clearly, Long Qingchong could not figure it out. In his opinion, with Xue Mingji's status, if Kuang Tianjing and Duanling Tian were to fight, Xue Mingji would not need to participate. Sect leader, logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. "However, you can't imagine how deep my only daughter's feelings for Xianxia are. If Xianxia is implicated because of the hatred between Kuang Tianjing and Duanling Tian, and I don't help her, she will most likely threaten me with death. I only have one daughter. What can I do? Moreover, when I sent Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan to kill Linghu Renjia, Linghu Renfeng humiliated me. I didn't dare to be angry at the God Emperor, but I still shifted my anger to Duanling Tian. It was at that time that I began to think about various reasons, such as the hatred between him and my son-in-law in the future, and the speed of his growth. I don't want him to live. Who knows, when he grows up in the future, whether or not he will seek me out for revenge. With the talent and achievements he has displayed so far, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a God Emperor." Xue Mingji sighed after he finished speaking. "Forget it." Long Qingchong suddenly stood up. When Xue Mingji stood up in shock, Long Qingchong looked at Xue Mingji and said indifferently, "We have to give Duanling Tian an explanation for this matter. You have no objections to this, right?" "Senior brother, what do you mean?" Xue Mingji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Thousand Demon Sect. After leaving these 3 words, Long Qingchong flew into the sky and left. At the same time before he left, he sent a message to Xue Mingji, "Take care of your son-in-law. If he insists on becoming an enemy of Duanling Tian, just abandon him. As for your daughter, you can do as you see fit. If you really want to go down the wrong path, I won't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want. I won't help Duanling Tian, but don't think that I will help you either. I owe Martial Uncle a debt of gratitude for saving my life. This time, I'll return it to you. From now on we'll call it even. Also, let me remind you, after what happened today spreads to the God Emperor forces, it won't be long before important people arrive. With the strength that Duanling Tian has displayed so far, it's enough for him to stand out and shine in the 7 Mansions banquet. You should know how important the 7 Mansions banquet is to the God Emperor forces." At this point, Long Qingchong did not say anything else.
Xue Mingji was the only one left standing on the spot. His expression changed rapidly. The Seven Mansions banquet that only happens once every 10,000 years. Is it going to start again? It seems like Duanling Tian will definitely leave the Tianlong clan and head to one of the God Emperor forces this time. If he goes to one of the God Emperor forces, I won't have a chance to deal with him anymore. Now, all I can do is put on a good show before he leaves. What's done can't be undone. I can only salvage the situation now. If he really wants to kill me in the future, it's not something I can control. It's impossible for me to leave the Tianlong clan in this lifetime. Xue Mingji knew very well that it was impossible for him to leave the Tianlong clan because he had sworn a heart demon blood oath in front of his master that he would devote his life to the Tianlong clan until his death. If he left the Tianlong clan, he would be breaking the oath and would not be able to escape death. Although Duanling Tian was surprised by today's encounter, he did not take it to heart. First, he was fine. Second, 2 mere God Emperors were not enough to scare him. Moreover, they had risked their lives to attack him in the Tianlong clan. This was not something that he could avoid by hiding in the Tianlong clan. Even if the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, Xue Mingji, had risked his life to attack him in the Tianlong clan, there was nothing he could do. Of course, this was just a thought. It was almost impossible for it to happen. He did not believe that a high-rank God Emperor like Xue Mingji would risk his life to kill him. However, the previous battle has loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation. Now, I'm one step closer to becoming a middle-rank God Emperor. At first, Duanling Tian had returned to Xue Haichuan's place after parting ways with Ding Yan. However, after cultivating for a while and discovering that the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and enter the battlefield of God Emperors in the Monarch battlefield to experience and break through the bottleneck completely. When he came out again, he could begin to break through to the middle-rank God Emperor. Of course, it would take a lot of time. Starting from the middle-rank God Emperor, cultivation would become more difficult. Even if he had the best cultivation environment and resources, it would take time to accumulate. It's senior brother Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian. As soon as they entered the Monarch battlefield realm, Duanling Tian was surrounded by a group of people. All of them were looking at Duanling Tian intently. Senior brother Duanling Tian, I heard you killed 2 middle-rank God Emperors even though you were attacked by them. How did you, a low-rank God Emperor, manage to do that? That's too shocking. An inner sect disciple asked curiously. Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard that. The profundities I've comprehended far surpassed theirs. Moreover, I've mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao and fused it with my divine energy. That's why I'm able to unleash more powerful attacks. Naturally, it's also because of my cultivation path in the Devata realms. Although I'm not very old, I have a lot of battle experience. Duanling Tian was in a good mood. After all, he had just killed 2 middle-rank God Emperors. One could imagine how the person behind this must be feeling right now. After all, the price of killing 2 middle-rank God Emperors was not small at all. When Duanling Tian thought about how the person behind this must be in a bad mood, he felt delighted. After all, they were the ones who wanted to kill him. That's true. At the same time, an outer sect elder sighed emotionally. I'm one of the first people to borrow the floating image pearl that recorded Duanling Tian's battle a few days ago. In the floating image pearl, I saw a calm and composed Duanling Tian. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid even Elder Bai Long would panic. However, Duanling Tian didn't. Based on the outer sect elder's words, he seemed to hold Duanling Tian in high regard. Naturally, there's no doubt about Duanling Tian's strength. At the very least, I'm afraid no one in the sect is a match for him except for Elder Bai Long. He's the first person in the history of the Tianlong clan to possess such combat strength when he's only a primitive God Emperor. Duanling Tian is the #1 prodigy in the Tianlong clan. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of the flattery from the members of the Tianlong clan who surrounded him. He was not affected by their words at all. His goal was not limited to this. In his opinion, this little achievement was nothing. After a while, Duanling Tian left the exit of the Heavenly Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and made his way to the Divine Royal Battlefield. He had come here this time for the Divine Sovereign Battlefield. Duanling Tian is going to enter the Divine Royal Battlefield again.
I don't know how many divine royal disciples of the Tai sect will be unlucky enough to die in his hands. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from Elder Di Ming of the Tai sect, he won't be able to kill anyone on the divine royal battlefield. The Tai sect's inner sect elders and primitive god emperors will definitely die if they encounter him. That's right. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space is not inferior to the law of wind. Moreover, he's able to kill an intermediate divine emperor, even though he's just a primitive divine emperor because of the law he comprehended. His attainments in the laws of space have even surpassed the attainments of most of the white dragon elders of our sky dragon sect. In the divine emperor battlefield, except for the greater one sect's elder Di Ming, the rest of the divine emperor disciples will most likely have nowhere to go if they encounter him. Is this former god of slaughter on the divine royal battlefield going to sweep across the divine royal battlefield and become the god of slaughter on the divine royal battlefield? That's unlikely. If he encounters Elder Di Ming of the Tai sect, even Duan Lingtian will have to avoid him. Chapter 39:18. Duan Lingtian came in? Yes, I heard that he went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. The Tianlong clan members in Peace City soon learned from their acquaintances in Sky Dragon City that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor battleplane again and went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. And their conversation was also overheard by some of the Greater One sect members. Suddenly, the faces of these Greater One sect members did not look too good. Duan Lingtian was attacked in the Tianlong temple a few days ago. He was killed by two middle-level god emperors whose strength was not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. The whole process was very sudden. Because the Greater One sect had also taken the floating image pearls that had recorded the scene in the mirror image formation in the sect protecting formation and sold them openly in Peace City, and many copies had been made. Therefore, many disciples of the Greater One sect had also bought the floating image pearls that recorded the scene and saw what had happened a few days ago. Even if they were Greater One sect members, standing on the opposite side of the Tianlong clan, after seeing the mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl, they could not help but marvel at the strength of Duan Lingtian. In that situation, even any inner sect elder of our Greater One sect would not be able to escape death, right? Is Duan Lingtian really just a lower-level god emperor? In the past, I thought that Duan Lingtian was not as good as senior brother Shimin Longxiang, but now it seems that senior brother Shimin Longxiang may not be as good as him. No wonder the Tianlong clan members say that Duan Lingtian is invincible under the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Based on the strength he showed in the floating image pearl, even in our Greater One sect, he is also invincible under the Elder of the Earth Underworld. Even the Elder of the Earth Underworld may not be as good as him. His current strength is not much worse than that of the Elder of the Earth Underworld. He is even comparable to the new Elder of the Earth Underworld of our Greater One sect. In the past, when the people of Greater One sect saw the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, they often hooted, saying that the Heaven's Prideling disciple Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan was not as good as their Greater One sect's Prideling disciple Shimin Longxiang. Even if Duan Lingtian's battle achievements on the battlefield of the God Emperor were far higher than Duan Lingtian, they unanimously believed that it was the credit of the two White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan, who had entered the battlefield of the God Emperor with Duan Lingtian and did not put in much effort at all. But their Greater One sect's Shimin Longxiang had single-handedly killed a number of Sky Dragon sect's low-level Divine Emperors on the Divine Emperor battlefield without anyone's help. Tu Longxiang of the Tianlong Heavenly One Tianlong Ancestor of Tianlong Ancestor. In fact, in this case, even if the people of the Tianlong clan were strong in their words, they still felt that Shimin Longxiang's strength was more convincing. However, with the events of a few days ago, the ironclad fact made them completely straighten their backs and gain confidence. How can your Greater One sect's Shimin Longxiang compare to our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian? Now that Duan Lingtian has entered the battlefield of the God Emperor, does Shimin Longxiang still dare to go in and look for him? A Tianlong clan disciple asked a Greater One sect disciple with a mocking smile. The latter's face flushed red, but he could not find any words to refute. Because in all likelihood, he did not dare to. Perhaps, now that Duan Lingtian had issued a challenge to Shimin Longxiang would not accept as long as the price was a little higher. Where did that Duanling Tian of the Tianlong clan come from? Isn't he a little terrifying? Yes. It's simply too abnormal. 20 years ago, he was just a god king. 20 years ago, he killed hundreds of our Greater One Sect's god king disciples on the battlefield of the god kings. Because of this, the sect master found the sect master of the Tianlong clan and exchanged for Duanling Tian not to enter the battlefield of the god kings at the price of Shimen Longxiang not to enter the battlefield of the god kings. 20 years later, he actually has strength that is not weaker than our Greater One Sect's newly promoted Earth Abyss Elder. In Tonglang Province, is there anyone who can grow faster than him? I don't dare to say anything else. Just based on the speed of his growth in the past 20 years, there has never been a second person like him in the history of Tonglang Province. It's impossible for such a person to stay in the Tianlong clan for long. The Tianlong clan is not worthy of him. Even if he doesn't stay for long, as long as he stays for a while, he will undoubtedly become a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield. He is only a lower God Emperor now. When he breaks through to the middle God Emperor realm, who will be his opponent on the God Emperor battlefield? At that time, even if many of our Greater One Sect's Earth Abyss Elders join forces, they may not be his opponent. Could it be that, in the near future, he will dominate the God Emperor battlefield like he did in the past? While the Greater One Sect's disciples were discussing in private, there was an inexplicable shock in their hearts, as if they had already seen a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield slowly rising. Perhaps before long, their Greater One sect master would go to the Tianlong clan to discuss the Duanling Tian God Emperor battlefield ban agreement. However, last time, their Greater One sect could still use Shimen Longxiang not to enter the God King battlefield in exchange for Duanling Tian not to enter the God King battlefield. But this time? Now, even if they used Shimen Longxiang, the Tianlong clan would most likely not care. Shimen Longxiang's current record on the God Emperor battlefield was killing several lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. It was said that 2 years ago, when Shimen Longxiang entered the God Emperor battlefield, he was almost killed by an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Of course, this was what the inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect said himself. As for whether it was true or not, only the person involved knew. Shimen Longxiang was a serious person. Unless it was someone close to him who asked, it was difficult to know whether this rumor was true or false. However, at that time when this news came out, the mood of the Greater One Sect was not depressed, but rather high. Senior brother Shimen Longxiang, with the cultivation of a lower God Emperor, he could escape from the hands of your Tianlong clan's middle God Emperor inner sect elder. Your Tianlong clan's inner sect elder is too useless, right? At that time, many people of the Greater One Sect said this to the people of the Tianlong clan. However, after Duanling Tian showed his strength a few days ago, no one laughed at the people of the Tianlong clan like this anymore. Because Duanling Tian was an existence that they used to compare with Shimen Longxiang. Now, Duanling Tian could kill 2 middle god emperors with the strength of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. How could they be complacent that Shimen Longxiang had escaped from the hands of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? Humph! Maybe this time Duanling Tian will enter the God Emperor battlefield and die in the hands of our Greater One Sect's elder Di Ming. There were also people of the Greater One Sect who were jealous of Duanling Tian's current achievements. They snorted coldly and cursed Duanling Tian. Greater One Sect. Hua! As the mirror image in the void disappeared, the young man standing on one side looked calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Don't be too pressured. And next to him, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, with an immortal aura, spoke in a timely manner to comfort the young man. Master, I'm going to leave the Greater One Sect and go over there. The young man said. You should have gone long ago. The old man sighed. Back then, I didn't approve of you staying. Even if Yun, doesn't want to leave me, she can leave. You leave first, and when you have a firm foothold there, you can take her over. Don't worry. I'm doing well in the Greater One Sect, and I'll take good care of Yun. Perhaps this time, there will be a chance to step into the God Emperor realm. If there really is such a time, I'll take Yun'er to find you. If I can really step into the God Emperor realm, the Greater One Sect has nothing to miss. As the old man's voice faded, the young man turned and left. Master, I won't personally say goodbye to Yun. Please tell her. I'm not worried about your strength, but in the quasi-emperor battlefield of the Emperor Battleplane,
Who knows if there will be experts of the Tianlong clan besieging you. If you can't win, retreat.
Master, this is what you taught me. As the young man's voice faded, he was already far away, floating like an immortal.
This kid is teaching me a lesson.
The old man shook his head with a smile, but there was still some reluctance in his eyes as he looked at the young man.
Among his disciples, the young man in front of him was the most outstanding one. Many years ago, there was a force outside Tunglang province that was not weaker than the few God Emperor forces in Tunglang province who had invited his disciple to join them. However, because his disciple was reluctant to part with his sister and him, he did not go over for a long time. I really didn't expect that he wouldn't go when I tried to persuade him in the past. Duan Lingtian's appearance has made him feel pressured.
After the young man's back disappeared, the old man looked away and shook his head gently.
Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian is really outstanding. Perhaps, he and Long Xiang will meet at the Seven Prefectures banquet soon.
The few God Emperor forces in Tunglang province must have obtained the floating image pearls by now.
That brat Long Qingchong from the Tianlong clan even went to the Emperor Battle Realm personally to give a floating image pearl to each family? It's obvious that he's trying to maximize the benefits for Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Lingtian is really outstanding, I would have thought that he's Long Qingchong's illegitimate son. I really didn't expect that the disciple who took over from him would be so scheming. The old man was Shimen Longxiang's master, one of the supreme elders of the supreme sect. In terms of seniority, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, had to address him as senior uncle. Long Qingchong's master was the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan. He was also the previous clan leader of the supreme sect.
However, the current clan leader of the supreme sect was not his disciple but the disciple of one of his junior brothers.
Yes, I have to think carefully about what to say to Yun. The biggest separation that girl has experienced with her brother in this lifetime is when her brother went into closed-door cultivation. This time, her brother has left the supreme sect. She must be feeling terrible.
The old man sighed inwardly before he floated away, leaving behind a shadow that dissipated with the wind.
Chapter 39:19. Duan Lingtian didn't know about the commotion outside. He also didn't know that Shimen Longxiang, the genius disciple of the Greater One sect who saw him as an opponent, had also left the Greater One sect in Tunglang province after seeing the scryer recording of him killing the 2 middle-level God Emperor Death Guards. He had gone to a force that wasn't any weaker than the top God Emperor forces in Tunglang province that had recruited him many years ago. This is my 3rd time entering the God Emperor battlefield. Every time I come, my mood is different. My mood is different. Even the air here feels different. Duan Lingtian flew forward in the God Emperor battlefield, breathing heavily and revealing a faint smile on his face. The first time he came, he was vigilant.
He knew that if he encountered the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, he would almost certainly die.
The second time, with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian by his side, he was fearless, but also less hot-blooded. This was the 3rd time he had come here, and just like the first time, he was alone. His heart was filled with hot blood, and he pressed forward courageously without fear.
With my current strength, if I use all my trump cards, as long as I don't encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect who is especially powerful, I am confident that I can make him stay in the God Emperor battlefield forever.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whether it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan or the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, there were a few people who were very powerful, surpassing ordinary White Dragon Elders and Earth Nether Elders. These people basically had the strength to defeat ordinary High God Emperors with the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor. Compared to these White Dragon Elders, even Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were a little lacking. However, the number of such White Dragon Elders was very small in the Tianlong clan, only 1 or 2. And the Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect were also very few.
There's someone there.
Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something.
His eyes narrowed, and with a few teleportations, he appeared on the peak of a dangerous mountain.
Duan Lingtian stood on the side of the cliff at the peak of the dangerous mountain.
He calmly looked at the cave that had clearly been dug out not long ago.
He casually slapped the entrance of the cave with his palm.
Bang!
With a loud bang, The entrance of the cave was filled with sand and stones. It was a complete mess. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the cave, accompanied by a shout. "One of us! One of their own?" Hearing the sound, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, but at the same time, he quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. When he saw this person, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was indeed one of them, and he could even be considered an acquaintance. In the past, when Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane for the first time, this person had coldly snorted at him. At that time, Duan Lingtian was baffled, but after someone told him about this person's identity, he finally understood. The person in front of him was none other than the person Duan Lingtian had met before, Lu Yin. He was one of the 2 white dragon elders of the 10,000 Demon sect. At the same time, Lu Yin was the previous sect master of a divine emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. He always wanted to kill Xue Haichuan's older brother, Xue Haishan. This was because Lu Yin's only son had died at Xue Haishan's hands, and because of this, Xue Haishan had been imprisoned in the Hidden Fog sect's Sky Stairway prison for 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian? And at this time, Lu Yin flew out of the cave. When he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashed. Just now, he had swept out with his divine sense and discovered that the person outside had an identity badge on his chest. It was the identity badge of a divine emperor member of the Tianlong clan. Thus, when the other party attacked the cave, he reminded them that they were one of them. It wasn't until he came out that he discovered that this person was Duan Lingtian. Elder Lu Yin. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Yin, which could be considered a greeting. He didn't have any grudges with this white dragon elder of the 10,000 Demon sect. As for the reason why Lu Yin didn't treat him well the last time they met, it was because he was close to Xue Haichuan and his brother. At the same time, Lu Yin looked around, as if he wanted to confirm whether Duan Lingtian had come in alone or if there were other people with him. He still remembered that the last time Duan Lingtian came in, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were with him. At that time, he thought he would have a chance to attack Xue Haichuan's older brother, Xue Haishan. After all, Xue Haichuan had left the Tianlong temple to come to this divine emperor battlefield. However, what he didn't expect was that before Xue Haichuan came in, he actually sent his older brother Xue Haishan to their Tianlong clan's consecrate, Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi was a consecrate that the clan master of the Tianlong clan had personally invited back. Normally, he had the status of Black Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Basically, no one had seen him fight before, but they all felt that since Sikong Yi could be personally invited back to the Tianlong clan by the clan master and given the status of Black Dragon Elder, he had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. Someone like that wasn't someone Lu Yin could deal with. Elder Lu Yin, there's no need to look. I came in alone this time. Duan Lingtian understood Lu Yin's intention and said indifferently. At this moment, Lu Yin was completely sure that there was no one hiding in the darkness. If there was someone, he would have detected them with his spiritual sense. As the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan and an outstanding mid-level Divine Emperor, he was confident that no one in the Divine Emperor battlefield could escape the detection of his spiritual sense. After all, the strongest people in the Divine Emperor battlefield were mid-level Divine Emperors like him. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts to come in alone. After confirming that there was no one in the darkness, Lu Yin's attitude changed slightly. His gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became unfriendly. Elder Lu Yin, didn't you also come in alone? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. After all, I'm a mid-level Divine Emperor, and you? If I remember correctly, you're just a low-level Divine Emperor, right? Lu Yin looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Just now, Duan Lingtian had attacked the entrance of the cave so suddenly that he didn't have time to react. Therefore, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian was still a low-level Divine Emperor or not. In the past, he wouldn't have thought that a low-level Divine Emperor could become a mid-level Divine Emperor in just 10 or 20 years. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, so he couldn't help but think that way. Because the time taken for Duan Lingtian to become a low-level Divine Emperor was too short. It was so short that it was shocking and unbelievable. Yes. Duan Lingtian knew what Lu Yin was thinking. He nodded and extended his divine power. The
The divine power of a low-level divine emperor covered the surface of his body and loomed in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin naturally wouldn't be mistaken about the aura of a lower divine emperor. His eyes, which were originally filled with vigilance, suddenly lit up. At the same time, there was a flash of killing intent in the depths of his eyes. What? The moment Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, Duan Lingtian spoke. Elder Lu Yin, you want to kill me? I remember that there is no enmity between us. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned profound. When Lu Yin heard this, he smiled faintly. Yes, there is no enmity between us. However, don't forget that there is some enmity between you and the 10,000 Demons sect. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. Our 10,000 Demon sect's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, was killed by you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin's eyes became sharp and murderous. Elder Lu Yin, Kuang Tianjing was executed by the sect. I didn't kill him. Duan Lingtian corrected him. In short, he died because of you. Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Moreover, you're on good terms with the brothers Xue Haishan and Xue Haichuan. They are my enemies. The friends of my enemies are also my enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin casually patted the void. Immediately, the surrounding void trembled and the space began to move rhythmically. Don't even think about escaping. I, Lu Yin, am proficient in the law of space. As soon as Lu Yin made a move, he disrupted the surrounding space so that Duan Lingtian could not teleport. Although Lu Yin was confident that he could catch up to Duan Lingtian while he was escaping, he did not need to go through so much trouble to disrupt space. He could just kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Killing me is not a small crime. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His expression was calm and he did not panic at all. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, who will know that I killed you? As Lu Yin sneered, the divine energy in his body surged out. At the same time, it merged with the law of space profundity and formed a spatial storm around him. Fine. However, what Lu Yin did not expect was that Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard his words. I was originally conflicted about whether I should help Brother Haichuan and Brother Haishan get rid of you since there is no enmity between us. But now, after listening to your words, I don't have to be conflicted anymore. You're right. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, no one will know that I killed you. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. On the other hand, Lu Yin was not frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he smiled coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you're still in the mood to talk nonsense? You're just a low-level divine emperor. How dare you dream of killing me? A middle-level divine emperor. When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he wanted to kill him, Lu Yin seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Of course. Lu Yin had been in the battlefield for more than 2 months, so he did not know what had happened in the past few days. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors, he would not have looked down on Duan Lingtian. I also want to see the strength of our Tianlong clan's elder by long. I only hope that you won't disappoint me too much. As Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, a spatial storm began to swirl around him. The law of space contained in the storm was obviously more profound than Lu Yin's. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space to such a level. As someone who is also proficient in the law of space, Lu Yin did not even need to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move. Just the law of space profundity that Duan Lingtian had fused with his divine energy was enough for Lu Yin to see that it was not ordinary. If you were also a middle-level divine emperor, I might not be a match for you. Unfortunately, you're just a low-level divine emperor. Chapter 39-20. Whoosh. Lu Yin moved. As he interfered with the surrounding space, his figure flashed, and he flashed through the void, leaving behind after-images that were almost real, like the reflection of the moon in the water. 2 awl-shaped double-faced thorns appeared in Lu Yin's hands. They rotated above his right hand, looking very much like the Amei thorns, a cold weapon on earth. However, the Amei thorns were always paired. Lu Yin only had one, and it was obviously longer than the Amei thorns, about 1.5 feet long. Bas! Lu Yin moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was not far away from Duan Lingtian. As he held the divine weapon in his hand, the void vibrated, and an ear-piercing sound of a blade rang out. A light blade condensed in the void and spread toward Duan Lingtian, sweeping toward Duan Lingtian. As soon as the light blade appeared, it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth into two. This was because it not only enveloped Duan Lingtian, but also the surrounding area. Several dangerous peaks were directly cut off by it, making muffled sounds. Although they were cut off, due to gravity, they still fell on the original mountain. However, when they were stacked together again, they did not look so natural anymore. Whoosh! Faced with Lu Yin's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian summoned his prominent celestial sword with just a thought. At the same time, he activated his Tao of Control and the Law of Space to nullify part of Lu Yin's attack. The rest of the attack was blocked by his sword. However, even so, he only felt a huge pressure on his body, and then his whole body was knocked away. Of course, rather than being knocked away, it was better to say that he was offsetting the force. When Duan Lingtian was knocked away, he was unscathed. In this flash, Duan Lingtian used a technique that was no weaker than the one he used to kill the two middle-level divine emperors. As some of the higher-ups of the Tianlong clan said, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the newly promoted White Dragon Elder. How is this possible? Although Duan Lingtian had retreated and was at a disadvantage, Lu Yin, who clearly had the upper hand, was not happy at all. Instead, he was in disbelief. How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? He thought that even if his attack was not enough to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be enough to seriously injure Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that even Duan Lingtian was not hurt at all. Duan Lingtian is so strong? Lu Yin was shocked. His space law shouldn't be so strong. But it's so strong that it doesn't seem like he has only comprehended the law profundity. Duan Lingtian had cast the Tao of Control from the four Tao of heaven and earth to control the law of space. Naturally, it would be even more powerful when it was fused with his profundities. It would have been fine if Duan Lingtian had comprehended other laws since he did not understand the law of space. However, Lu Yin was skilled in the law of space and had a deep understanding of the law of space. It was only natural that he noticed Duan Lingtian's space law profundity did not match his strength. However, this was only the beginning. He thought he was mistaken. However, when he launched another attack, and Duan Lingtian continued to fight with him, he was certain Duan Lingtian's space law profundity was much stronger than his space law profundity. He's from a Devata realm, and he doesn't have any bloodline power. Could it be that his space law clone has given him such strength? That's not right. If it's a space law clone, it's only a quantitative change in his strength. It's impossible for there to be such a qualitative change. What's going on? Lu Yin could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Although Lu Yin could not defeat Duan Lingtian in such a short time, he was not in a hurry. After all, Duan Lingtian was in a passive position and was much weaker than him. Moreover, Lu Yin had not used his bloodline power yet. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had secretly used his space law clone. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Yin's eyes were instantly suffused with a layer of blood qi. Subsequently, his eyes began to turn red as a baleful aura began to rise from his body. Duan Lingtian, as a primitive divine emperor, your strength is comparable to a medium divine emperor. It's indeed shocking. However, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you won't last more than 10 breaths. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yin launched another attack. His attacks were even more violent than before, causing Duan Lingtian to feel the pressure. 10 breaths. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Lu Yin's provocation and his attacks that had become even more powerful. At the same time, a figure shot out from his body. It was his space law clone. His space law clone wielded a high-grade divine sword and joined him in fighting Lu Yin. At this moment, it was as though there were two of him fighting Lu Yin. Moreover, not only could his space law clone perfectly unleash his divine energy and the power of law, but it could also unleash the way of control. Lu Yin, who had originally held the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage against Qin Lai, who was using his avatar of the laws of space. Impossible! At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin was currently dealing with the joint attacks of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's space law clone as he stared at them intently. It was as though he was trying to figure something out. Duan Lingtian, your space law clone isn't that powerful. How is it that you can unleash such a powerful attack after fusing with your divine energy? Lu Yin could not help but ask in a low voice. He still could not figure out what was going on. However, Duan Lingtian's reply infuriated him so much that he almost vomited blood. Take a guess. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, fortunately, I've recondensed my law of space doppelganger. I didn't expect that with the help of my law of space doppelganger, I'm actually stronger than Elder Lu Yin. However, this is only the beginning. Lu Yin is still not used to dealing with two of us working together. Give him some time to adapt, and he'll be able to fight me to a draw. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, after Lu Yin calmed down from his rage, he gradually got used to the rhythm of Duan Lingtian and his space law clone working together. He began to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Duan Lingtian also patiently fought with Lu Yin. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Yin, who had calmed down from his rage, was now fighting Duan Lingtian. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? He's just a lower divine emperor. How can he fight me, an elder of the White Dragon clan, to a draw with his space law clone? What's the secret behind his space law clone? I can clearly see what realm his space law clone is at, but the power it shows is completely different. It's more than one realm higher. Lu Yin's expression gradually turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The purple-clad young man in front of him was even more monstrous than Shui Haichuan. He's not even 3,000 years old. If he's given a few hundred more years, he might be able to easily trample me under his feet. At this moment, Lu Yin even regretted taking the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. Otherwise, there was no deep hatred between him and Duan Lingtian, and there was no need for him to fight to the death. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yin began to retreat. As he retreated, he dealt with Duan Lingtian who was chasing after him. Duan Lingtian, if we continue fighting, it'll be difficult to determine the victor. I was just joking earlier. I only wanted to test your strength. I have no enmity with you, so naturally, I won't kill you. Your relationship with Shui Haichuan and his brother is between the two of you. My enmity with them is between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Lu Yin was already thinking of retreating. He did not want to offend Duan Lingtian because of today's matter. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to deal with him today, he would still be in trouble in the future. Lu Yin, be serious. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Yin's request for a truce. He continued to attack Lu Yin fiercely like a storm. Lu Yin now regarded Duan Lingtian as an elder of the White Dragon who was on par with him in terms of strength. Faced with Duan Lingtian's outburst, he did not dare to be careless and hurriedly responded. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Lunatic! Lu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw that Duan Lingtian was unwilling to stop. However, he did not intend to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian because his divine energy was beginning to deplete. Even with the help of a divine pill, he could not catch up to Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian was a divine alchemist, he had already consumed many Supreme King-grade divine pills that could restore his divine energy. He was eating Supreme King-grade divine pills as snacks. As for Lu Yin, he could only use ordinary healing divine pills. This Duan Lingtian, is he trying to exhaust me to death? When Lu Yin saw Duan Lingtian casually take out 2 more ultimate king-level divine pills and throw them into his mouth, his already depleted divine energy surged again. A thought flashed through his mind. As soon as he thought of this, he lost all will to fight. The first thing he wanted to do was to teleport away. However, just as he was about to teleport away, he realized that the space around him was also disrupted by Duan Lingtian and he could not teleport away. Earlier, he was the one who had disrupted the space, afraid that Duan Lingtian would teleport away. Now, he was no longer disrupting the space. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to know that he would escape and took over his previous job, to disrupt the space around him. At this moment, Lu Yin was so anxious that he was about to cry. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had copied him and started to disrupt the space around him? If that was the case, he had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Duan Lingtian, we have no enmity between us. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Lu Yin shouted angrily. Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Lu Yin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Chapter 39-21. Why are you being so impolite to me? Duan Lingtian was amused by Lu Yin's hysterical words. At the same time, he became more courageous as he fought. In just a blink of an eye, he was able to fight Lu Yin to a standstill with just his clones. Moreover, he had the upper hand with his healing divine pills. Lu Yin's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his threats. After a while, he said with a grim expression, Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to stop, I'll give you all my wealth. Moreover, if you have any enemies in the 10,000 Devil Sect, I'll personally come to the 10,000 Devil Sect and help you deal with them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If I kill you, won't your wealth be mine as well? As for the 10,000 Devil Sect, do you think I can't do it myself? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. No matter how Lu Yin tried to persuade him, Duan Lingtian's attacks did not slow down. Instead, they only increased in intensity. Gradually, Lu Yin was at a disadvantage. It seemed like he was not far from death. Lu Yin's expression turned even more ferocious at this moment. Duan Lingtian, you're forcing my hand. Suddenly, Lu Yin let out a shout. Then, the image of a small world appeared in the air with his body as the center. Although it was only an image, it was extremely lifelike. This is... Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. He's detonating his own little world? In the realms of gods, even celestials in the Devata realms were capable of detonating their own little worlds. However, the power of detonating their own little worlds was limited. It was not enough to kill someone with a higher cultivation base. However, if one could not detonate their own little worlds, they would only be considered as a pseudo-detonation. Due to the limited power, they would only be able to injure someone with a similar cultivation base. Only when one could detonate their own little worlds would it be considered as a true self-detonation. Even in the realms of gods, only celestial emperors and above were capable of such a feat, as the saying went. An emperor could not be humiliated. This saying was widely spread in the realms of gods. Regardless of whether it was an emperor god or an ultimate god, if they were forced into a corner, they could evolve a small world in their body and self-destruct. Not to mention those who were of similar strength. Even those who were more powerful could die from their self-destruction if they were not careful. It's said that existences below the emperor god level can also self-destruct the small world in their bodies through some special methods, similar to secret techniques. This Lu Yin actually possesses such a secret technique. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he felt a great sense of crisis. At this moment, he subconsciously prepared to teleport, but he discovered that he could not teleport at all. The surrounding space had been completely disrupted. It was obvious that Lu Yin had taken action beforehand. It's too late to run now. At this moment, Lu Yin's expression was slightly ferocious while his eyes were filled with madness. Duan Lingtian, you asked for it. I gave you a chance. In Lu Yin's opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely be extremely terrified and beg him not to self-destruct the small world in his body. To his surprise, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even said indifferently, I'm not playing with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 7-colored divine sword appeared in his hand. It exuded an extremely sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the high-grade divine weapon in Lu Yin's hand, causing it to dim slightly. At the same time, an endless stream of vitality swept out from Duan Lingtian's small world and enveloped him. The silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared behind Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. As the branches flapped, extremely dense life energy sprinkled on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was luxuriously bathed in the vitality. This is the divine tree of life? Lu Yin's pupils shrank rapidly. And this sword? It's a high-grade divine sword that has given birth to a complete sword soul. Duan Lingtian actually has such a secret? While Lu Yin was still in shock, Duan Lingtian made his move. He waved the sword in his hand and slammed it down with a force that seemed to be able to suppress everything. It came crashing down on Lu Yin's head. At this moment, the terrifying true meaning of the sword principle and the way of control that was no longer concealed were completely revealed. Duan Lingtian had previously concealed the way of control and could only exert about half of its power. It was only slightly stronger than the embryonic form of the way of control, but there was a limit to its strength. However, now that it was completely revealed, its power had increased greatly. Sword principle? And it's the complete sword principle. Didn't he only grasp the embryonic form of the sword principle? And this is the way of control. Heavens, what kind of monster is he? He actually grasped the complete way of control. No wonder the spatial laws that he displayed earlier were so powerful even though they weren't strong. It turns out that he had integrated the way of control. Damn it! He's just a brat who's not even 3,000 years old. How could he have such means? Heaven and earth are so unfair. How could they treat this brat so well? However, he's going to die. If such an existence dies in my hands, even if my soul is destroyed, it'll be worth it. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As Lu Yin laughed heartily, the projection of the miniature world around him began to shatter. At the same time, it displayed an extremely terrifying power. It was probably not weaker than the all-out attack of a powerful high-level divine emperor. Boom. Rumble. When the little world in Lu Yin's body exploded, his body was unsurprisingly shattered. However, his soul wandered out and did not perish immediately. Instead, it watched everything from a distance. I'll definitely have to take a good look at how such a proud son of heaven is going to die in my hands. Lu Yin's soul appeared in the void and transformed into a phantom. Through Lu Yin's divine consciousness, he sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian's ears. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Duan Lingtian suddenly pressed down with the sword in his hand. Instantly, an equally terrifying power gushed out and covered the sky like a huge river. Then, it collided with the power of the little world in Lu Yin's body. After a moment of stalemate, it was completely shattered. The power of the little world self-explosion was not small. It continued to spread toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian was sent flying along with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, the remaining power seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Duan Lingtian as if it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. And at this moment, whoosh! A 7-colored figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian at some point in time. It was an extremely beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She looked coldly at the incoming power. She raised her hand and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in her hand. Then, she and the 7 orifices exquisite sword became one. They turned into a huge rainbow-colored sword ray and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the rainbow-colored sword ray split into tens of thousands of sword rays and attacked the oncoming power of the little world self-explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The branches of the divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian swayed faster and faster. In the end, the divine tree of life silhouette became more and more corporeal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the 7-colored sword chi were shrouded in an endless stream of energy. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was the power of the little world self-explosion. After crushing the tens of thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays, it collided with the huge rainbow-colored sword ray in front of Duan Lingtian. It also collided with the power of life. Suddenly, the rainbow-colored sword ray dimmed. It was as if it could shatter at any time. However, as the power of life continued to pour into it, it did not shatter. It continued to be damaged but continued to recover. It seemed to have an endless ability to recover. The power of the little world self-explosion became weaker and weaker. In the end, the power of life stopped pouring into it and the rainbow-colored sword ray showed no signs of dissipating. Whoosh! When the power of the little world self-explosion had completely dissipated, a gust of wind blew past. The divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian disappeared. The rainbow-colored sword ray in front of him also returned to his body. No! Impossible! In the distance, Lu Yin's soul, which should have dissipated a long time ago, had held on until now. When he saw the scene in front of him, he found it hard to accept. You're only a middle divine emperor, but you've mastered the self-explosion technique of the little world in your body. It seems like Elder Lu Yin has had a great opportunity. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yin's soul in the distance. He did not destroy it. He just looked at it from afar with a bright smile on his face. Ah! Ah! When Lu Yin saw that Duan Lingtian was unharmed, his remnant soul, which had been holding on until now, could not hold on any longer. It shattered into pieces and was completely annihilated. Listening to his final shriek, it was clear that he was extremely unwilling to give up. Seeing that Lu Yin's soul had dissipated, Duan Lingtian looked at the place where Lu Yin had been standing. Then, he flew over and retrieved Lu Yin's spatial ring and divine weapon. The power he had used just now was not enough to destroy Lu Yin's spatial ring. Lu Yin's spatial ring was of such high quality that only the power of a god emperor could destroy it. Although I've gained something, the price I paid was too high. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he was not in the mood to look at the things inside. Since they were already his, he could look at them at any time. Right now, he had other things to pay attention to. For example, Huang and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. There was also the divine tree of life. Although the technique he had used just now had seemed awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, and even Lu Yin's self-explosion of the little world in his body had not hurt him in the slightest, he had paid a great price. Huang, are you all right? Duan Lingtian asked softly. Master, I'm fine. Although Huang said she was fine, her voice was extremely weak. I've only suffered some minor injuries. I'll be able to recover after some time. I'm afraid the 7 Orifices exquisite sword will not be able to help you for the time being. Rest well. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then, he began to observe the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life, which had been shining brightly, now seemed somewhat dim. It even needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his little world to recover. Chapter 39-22. I won't be able to use Huang the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, or the sacred tree of life for a while. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was the first time he had used the sacred tree of life. In the past, he had never used the sacred tree of life even when he had used all his trump cards. It was a trump card that the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him before it went into hibernation. It had also warned him not to use it unless there was a special situation because the sacred tree of life needed a long time to recover every time it was used. Just now, he had encountered a special situation. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have the ability to self-destruct his small world. Judging from the power of Lu Yin's self-destruction just now, although he was only a mid-level divine emperor, the power of the self-destruction of the small world within his body was probably not any weaker than the all-out attack of a high-level divine emperor. Even the Golden Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan can't do much more than that. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he had not used the sacred tree of life, even if he had used all his trump cards, he was not confident that he could withstand the power of Lu Yin's small world self-destruction. Moreover, he did not expect Lu Yin to know a technique that only divine emperors and ultimate gods could use. In the past, he had only heard of a secret technique that allowed one to self-destruct his small world before reaching the divine emperor realm. He did not expect to meet someone who knew such a secret technique. I wonder if Lu Yin kept any records of such a secret technique. With this thought, Duan Lingtian continued on his way. He took out Lu Yin's storage ring and began to look through the things inside. As for the soul beads in Lu Yin's storage ring, they probably belonged to Lu Yin's family and friends. Duan Lingtian had taken them out and destroyed them. He doesn't have any. Moreover, how can a white dragon elder be so poor? After looking through Lu Yin's storage ring for a while, Duan Lingtian could not help but complain. Of course, it was not that Lu Yin was poor. In fact, Lu Yin was considered wealthy among the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian.
Even Lu Yin couldn't obtain hundreds of thousands of Tianlong clan contribution points in one go. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points multiple times. As for the other wealth, just now, Duan Ling Tian had swallowed pills as if they were beans during his battle with Lu Yin. He had tossed them into his mouth like they were free, scaring Lu Yin to the point of despair. Furthermore, you won't get any battle credit for killing your fellow sect elders. Duan Ling Tian felt a little helpless. At the moment of Lu Yin's death, Lu Yin's identity badge had also disappeared. Because he had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian, who was also a member of the Tianlong clan. Of course, in this case, the Tianlong clan would at most think that Lu Yin had died at the hands of his fellow sect members. No one would know that he had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian, unless Duan Ling Tian himself admitted it. Otherwise, even if there were suspicions without evidence, they could not do anything to Duan Ling Tian. In addition, with the strength and value that Duan Ling Tian had displayed, even if he really admitted that he had killed Lu Yin, the Tianlong clan may not really do anything to him. Duan Ling Tian did not know that after he had killed Lu Yin and continued to search for the disciples of the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor, several groups of uninvited guests had come to the Tianlong clan. Among them, there was an acquaintance of his. This acquaintance was none other than the elder of the Chunyang school, who had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. He was an old man named Qin Wuyang. However, the current Qin Wuyang was following behind a young man like a lackey. This young man had a handsome and resolute face. Between his brows, there was a sharp aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. However, on his face, there was a lazy smile. His entire face seemed to be somewhat contradictory. If only the top half of his face was exposed, people would definitely think that he was a straightforward person. If only the bottom half of his face was exposed, people would think that he was frivolous. Little Yang, you said that the little guy named Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of you? Now, the young man and Qin Wuyang were personally received by a golden dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. He led them to the place that the Tianlong clan had arranged for them to rest. This golden dragon elder was none other than Yang Feng, the golden dragon elder who had been guarding the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. When he heard how the young man addressed Qin Wuyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he thought of the two of them. Yes, Martial Granduncle. When Qin Wuyang heard the young man address him as Little Yang, he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. Martial Granduncle? Yang Feng's eyes narrowed when he heard how Qin Wuyang addressed the young man. In fact, he didn't know Qin Wuyang very well. However, when he saw the identity token of the Chunyang school hanging on his waist, it wasn't difficult to tell that he was Elder Ling Su of the Chunyang school. The elders of the Chunyang school were not divided into inner and outer sections. There were only 7 ranks. They were Void Pierce, Clear Void, Jade Void, Spirit Void, Clear Void, Purple Void, and Golden Void. In the Chunyang school, even the weakest elder, Elder Jin Su, was at least a lower divine emperor. Those below the divine emperor level were not qualified to become an elder of the Chunyang school. Elder Jin Su's status in the Chunyang school was almost equivalent to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect deacon. However, his strength was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect elder and inner sect deacon. Elder Purple Void's status in the Chunyang school was equivalent to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect elder and inner sect deacon. Elder Clear Void's status was equivalent to that of the inner sect elder. Elder Ling Su's status was equivalent to that of the White Dragon Elder. Elder Jade Void's status was equivalent to that of the Black Dragon Elder. Elder Clear Void's status was equivalent to that of the Golden Dragon Elder. As for the status of a Void Pierce Elder in the Chunyang school, it was extremely high. However, in the current generation of the Tianlong clan, there was no one with such a high status. Of course there was once. Elders of that level were called Ancestral Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. In the history of the Tianlong clan, the Ancestral Dragon Elders were all God Emperor level powerhouses without exception. Of course, the above was just a difference in status. However, their strength was completely unequal. Yang Feng was very clear about this point. Not to mention others, just the old man behind the young man behind him, the Chunyang school's elder Ling Su, was at least a higher divine emperor. His strength was not weaker than that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. I've heard that the Chunyang School's Elder Ling Su's strength is comparable to that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon Elder. And Elder Jade Void's strength is not weaker than that of a Golden Dragon Elder like me. As for Elder Clear Void, they are all existences above the God Emperor realm. A Void Pierce Elder is at least a God Emperor. When he thought of this, Yang Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. I can't recognize the identity token on the young man's waist, because I've never seen it before. However, the identity tokens of the Chunyang School's elders that I know are the identity tokens of Elder Ling Su and the other elders below him. As for the identity tokens of Elder Jade Void and above, I haven't seen them before. However, since this young man is called Grandmaster Teacher by Elder Ling Su, it means that he is at least a Jade Void Elder of the Chunyang School, and is not weaker than me. He may even be Elder Clear Void. Elder Clear Void. When he thought of this, Yang Feng's breathing stagnated. The elders of the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void were existences above the God Emperor realm. Is he a God Emperor? Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng turned around, looked at the young man, and asked with a smile, Elder, what is your identity in the Chunyang School? When his voice fell, in order to avoid awkwardness, Yang Feng added, Because I'm blind, I didn't recognize your identity token. Although it's a bit rude to ask this, but I'm worried that the Tianlong clan is lacking in etiquette. Yang Feng explained patiently. It doesn't matter. However, in the face of Yang Feng's inquiry, the young man smiled indifferently. My identity in the Chunyang School is ordinary, you don't have to make such a big fuss. When he heard the young man's words, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this person should be a Jade Void Elder of the Chunyang School. His strength was about the same as Yang Feng's, and he was an outstanding figure among the higher God Emperors. In this way, it wouldn't be a loss of the other party's identity if he personally led the way. I'm just a trifling Elder Clear Void. The young man continued. When the words came out, Yang Feng's pupils contracted in an instant, and he subconsciously stopped, a sluggish look on his face. Elder Clear Void? This is actually a Elder Clear Void? A God Emperor powerhouse? Elder Yang Feng, what are you doing? Seeing Yang Feng suddenly stop, Qin Wuyang, who stopped along with the young man, couldn't help but ask with a frown. Sorry, I lost my composure. Yang Feng came back to his senses and apologized to Qin Wuyang repeatedly. That's enough, little Yang. Don't scare people. The young man reprimanded softly. Yes, Uncle Master. Qin Wuyang responded respectfully. Elder, please continue to follow me. Yang Feng came back to his senses and continued to lead the way for the two young men. At the same time, as soon as he arrived, he sent a message to the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qing Chong and informed him of this matter. What? The Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void. A God Emperor powerhouse came in person? For the Duanling Tian? Recently, Long Qing Chong has received people from several other God Emperor rank forces, but the ones leading them were all outstanding God Emperors, whose strength was comparable to the Tianlong clan's Elder Gold Dragon. But now, the people from the Chunyang School, which was equal in status to the several God Emperor rank forces in Tongling Province, were led by the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void? Elder Clear Void was a God Emperor powerhouse. I'll be right there. Without any hesitation, Long Qing Chong put down what he was doing and walked towards Yang Feng, ready to receive the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void on the way. It should be noted that the people from the top God Emperor rank forces in Tongling Province, who came recently, were all settled down before he paid them a visit. Of course, the reason for the difference in treatment was that the Chunyang School's Elder Clear Void was a God Emperor powerhouse. Chapter 39-23. In the Emperor Battle Realm. On the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Swoosh. A figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and plunged into a lake. Then, it split into several figures and dug holes in the depths of the lake. Along the way, it threw out formation discs. After the formation discs were thrown out, a formation was activated and an illusory formation was formed. Before the surface of the lake could calm down, two figures flew over. Based on the identity badges pinned to their chests, They were middle-level divine emperors from the Tianlong clan. The middle-level divine emperors from the Tianlong clan were either inner elders or white dragon elders. That inner elder from the Tai sect has gone into the lake. One of them looked down at the rippling surface of the lake. As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged into the lake. When the other person heard his words, he followed suit. This fellow is really cunning. He threw out a few more formation discs and turned them into illusory formations. Does he think he can escape just like that? One of the middle-level divine emperors from the Tianlong clan said through gritted teeth as he stood in the depths of the lake. Elder Huang, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. Not only did he set up illusory formations here, but he even dug a few holes in the ground. I didn't expect him to not be a native of the realms of gods. You mean he escaped by digging holes in the lake with his clones? The middle-level divine emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. The middle-level divine emperor nodded. Moreover, he's already gone far away. If we split up and chase after him, even if one of us goes in the right direction, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. After all, the strength of any one of us is on par with him. If one of us is stronger than him, he won't have a chance to escape. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice as he spoke. It's fine if we can't catch up to him. We can only blame ourselves for being too careless and letting him escape. The middle-level divine emperor nodded as though he had thought it through. His expression gradually relaxed. At the same time, at the foot of a dangerous mountain some distance away from the lake, a figure broke through the air. Not long after he appeared, several figures flew over from all directions and entered his body. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build. At this moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state, but his face revealed a smile of having survived a disaster. Those two inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan are probably pissed to death right now. 2 against 1, and I still managed to escape. Furthermore, neither one of them is weaker than me, Huang Yun. Huang Yun, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, had been in the God Emperor battlefield for many years. He had killed more than a dozen low-level God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. In addition, he had also killed a mid-level God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I have to think of a way to kill a mid-level God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. That way, based on my contributions over the years, even if those people want me to pay with my life for their descendants, the sect will protect me. I can't stay in the God Emperor battlefield forever. If I stay in the Emperor battlefield, I'll have to leave sooner or later. In the past, I felt that there was no hope, so in order not to burden my family and disciples, I could only risk my life in the God Emperor battlefield. Now that I've made more and more contributions, even if I made some mistakes, it's enough to atone for them. Besides, even if I didn't instigate, that Duanling Tian entered the God Emperor battlefield and killed at least 80 God King disciples of the Greater One sect, if not 100. Huang Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "It's a pity Duanling Tian is only a God King." It's impossible for him to appear in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Otherwise, I'd have a chance to kill him in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Thinking of how he had fallen into such a state because of a verbal conflict with Duanling Tian in Peace City, Huang Yun couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart, and his eyes flashed with resentment. After finding a remote place and taking a divine pill to recover for half a month, Huang Yun set out again. I hope this time my harvest will be greater. Killing a few more lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan, or killing a mid-level God Emperor of the Tianlong clan should be enough for me to atone for my sins. Huang Yun's figure flashed as he muttered to himself. 2 months later, Huang Yun successfully encountered 2 God Emperors of the Tianlong clan, 2 disciples of low-level godly emperors. I didn't expect to encounter Duanling Tian on the God Emperor battlefield. He seems to be cultivating? Is there any meaning in cultivating here? I don't know. Maybe he has some comprehension of the laws. As a mid-level God Emperor, Huang Yun was hiding in the dark. The 2 lower God Emperors of the Tai sect didn't notice him and were talking among themselves. Duanling Tian? Huang Yun, who was hiding in the dark, was about to kill the 2 lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. When he heard the 2's words, his pupils shrank slightly. Duanling Tian had broken through to the God Emperor realm? Moreover, according to the 2's words, they should have met Duanling Tian not long ago, and Duanling Tian was cultivating or comprehending the laws. Duanling Tian,
Huang Yun's eyes flashed. It's really easy to find him. I'll kill one of them first and then interrogate the other. With that thought, Huang Yun made his move. He moved out and used his doppelganger to disturb one of them, while his original body attacked the other. In just a few breaths, his original body successfully killed his target. You're an inner elder of the Tai sect. When the remaining person saw Huang Yun's means, his expression changed greatly and he wanted to escape. However, how could a lower god emperor escape from the eyes of Huang Yun, a mid-level god emperor? In the blink of an eye, he was easily stopped by Huang Yun. For a moment, the face of the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. You met Duanling Tian just now? Huang Yun stared at the person in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Since it was a situation of certain death, the Heavenly Dragon Sect's low-level Divine Emperor's disciple did not bother with Huang Yun. When Huang Yun saw this, he sneered and said, If you tell me the truth, I'll give you a quick death. If you tell me the truth, I'll slowly torture you to death. Of course, you can also consider self-detonating your small world, but you'll still have to go through the pain of having your soul refined. That's not a pain that ordinary people can bear. The self-detonation of one small world was not only limited in power, it was at most comparable to a full-strength attack at the peak of one's strength, but the side effects were also great. At the same time, one's soul would be refined. Therefore, many people would not choose to self-detonate in front of an undefeatable opponent, because self-detonation not only could not kill the opponent, but it would also make one's death more painful. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Yun moved like lightning. Divine power swept out and shrouded the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan in front of him, imprisoning his divine power so that he could not commit suicide. Of course, Huang Yun could not control the self-detonation of one small world. He could only control the other party to use his divine power to commit suicide. Hearing Huang Yun's threat, and feeling that Huang Yun was suppressing his divine power so that he could not use his divine power, the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan's face changed again and again. Then he clenched his teeth and said, A few days ago, we encountered Duanling Tian in a stone forest behind. At that time, Duanling Tian was sitting cross-legged on a rock at the highest point of the stone forest, cultivating. When we approached, he opened his eyes and nodded at us, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Now he may not still be there. As the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan spoke, his mind was in turmoil. If this greater one-sect inner sect elder is alone, and there is no elder Ming with him, if he goes to find Duanling Tian, he will undoubtedly die. If he has elder Ming with him, and he goes to find Duanling Tian with him, then Duanling Tian will most likely die. Let's take a gamble. If I lose the gamble, and Duanling Tian dies because of me, if there is a chance in the next life, I will be willing to be his ox and horse. This lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan and his companions had only entered the Divine Emperor battlefield in the last 2 months. Before entering the Divine Emperor battlefield, he already knew that Duanling Tian had killed 2 middle god emperors in the Tianlong clan's emperor battle sect. He knew that although Duanling Tian was only a lower god emperor, his strength was comparable to the new white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. When did Duanling Tian break through to the lower god emperor realm? Huang Yun asked in a low voice. Although he did not think that Duanling Tian, who had just broken through to the lower god emperor realm, could pose a threat to him, he still wanted to know more, so that he could feel more at ease. A year ago, when the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan heard this, he knew that the greater one-sect elder in front of him should have stayed in the Divine Emperor battlefield for many years. Otherwise, he would have known that Duanling Tian had broken through to the lower god emperor realm. However, he did not intend to tell the truth now. Perhaps to describe Duanling Tian as weak, even if the greater one-sect's elder Ming was by his side, in order to monopolize the battle merit, he would still go alone to find Duanling Tian? Did he break through a year ago? Huang Yun smiled, a brilliant smile. A new lower god emperor, he killed him like he was killing a dog. As for Duanling Tian's monstrous performance in the Divine King battlefield, he did not care. The Divine King disciples of the Greater One sect that Duanling Tian had killed were far inferior to him. Moreover, he, Huang Yun, was a middle god emperor, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Even if Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law is not weaker than Shimin Longxiang's, after entering the lower God Emperor realm, he is still not my opponent. Huang Yun was very confident.
He's alone?
Huang Yun asked.
Yes, I don't see anyone else.
The lower God Emperor of the Tianlong clan nodded. At this time, not to mention that Duan Lingtian was indeed alone. Even if he wasn't, he would still say yes. After all, before he died, he still wanted to trick the Greater One Sect elder in front of him.
Haha, good.
Huang Yun laughed, looking very happy. Then he waved his hand like a knife. Huang Yun will do what I say.
I will give you a quick death. Chapter 39-24.
The Way of the Sword and the Way of Control. If I can use these two together perfectly, will my attacks be able to reach a whole new level? Or should I try to fuse them into a single attack? In the vast stone forest, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the tallest boulder in the center. His eyes were closed as he rested, a pensive look on his face. After a while, small spatial storms wreaked havoc around him. Occasionally, they would vibrate rhythmically, and occasionally, they would turn into rays of sword light. Just like that, the small spatial storms constantly changed. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's frown grew deeper and deeper.
No, not like that.
This won't do either. In the process of studying the fusion of the Way of the Sword and the Way of Control, Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time and effort. He had even thought of many different experiments, but in the end, they all failed. In the end, Duan Lingtian himself became rather irritated. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice that in the sky above him, there was a medium-sized figure looking down on the stone forest he was in.
As expected, it's Duan Lingtian.
I really didn't expect that little bastard to reach the Divine Emperor realm so quickly.
However, it's fortunate that he just broke through not too long ago.
If he had broken through a few hundred or 1,000 years later, I might not have been his match. At that moment, the person standing in the sky above the stone forest was none other than the inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, Huang Yun. He was also the inner sect elder of Greater One Sect who had a quarrel with Duan Lingtian the first time he went to Peace City when Duan Lingtian was still a god king. Afterward, Duan Lingtian declared in front of him that he would not come out until he killed 100 god king disciples of Greater One Sect. At that time, Huang Yun had scoffed at Duan Lingtian's words. So much so that when Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of God Kings for Peace City, Huang Yun had specially paid him a visit and mocked him. It was just that Huang Yun never imagined that Duan Lingtian would really kill over 100 God King's disciples the first time he entered the God King battlefield. This was because Duan Lingtian had said that if it weren't for Huang Yun, he wouldn't have killed so many God King disciples of the Greater One Sect. Therefore, when his word spread, the elders of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples couldn't take revenge on Duan Lingtian and shifted their anger to Huang Yun. If you, Huang Yun, were not the most despicable, how could Duan Lingtian kill so many people of our Greater One Sect? Under such circumstances, Huang Yun didn't dare to leave the Emperor battle plane because he knew he wouldn't be the only one in trouble. Even his family and disciples would be in trouble. At first, Huang Yun had planned to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and kill a few more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan. Then he would finally die there. That would be his final destination. However, as he killed more and more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan while he was still alive and well, he began to dispel the idea of seeking death. If he made a few more contributions, the sect might protect him. However, I still have to be careful. After all, I can't be sure if Duan Lingtian has an expert protecting him. It's unlikely that it's Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. I'm just afraid that he has an inner elder of the Tianlong clan by his side. Although Huang Yun had found Duan Lingtian through the mouth of a lower divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. This was because he needed to make sure that Duan Lingtian had no one by his side. Even though he hated Duan Lingtian to the bone, he hadn't lost his rationality. This was why he could survive for so long in the battlefield of divine emperors. Some time ago, he had encountered two inner elders of the Tianlong clan who had joined forces, but he had managed to escape. Of course, Huang Yun also knew that a large part of the reason why he could survive until now was because of his good luck.
Until now, he hadn't encountered the elder by long of the Tianlong clan. Just wait. As long as Duanling Tian makes a move, I'll follow behind him.
I'll follow him for a while and make sure there's no one by his side before I make a move. Although he couldn't wait to show up and kill Duanling Tian, Huang Yun resisted the impulse in his heart and tried to calm himself down.
At the same time, he deliberately hid himself. He wasn't worried about Duanling Tian.
He was just a lower divine emperor.
As long as he wanted to, it would be difficult for him to find him. What he was worried about was the Tianlong clan's inner elders who might be hiding by Duanling Tian's side. If Duanling Tian had an elder by long of the Tianlong clan by his side, he would have been discovered by now. However, so far, no one had shown up in front of him. This meant there was no elder by long of the Tianlong clan by Duanling Tian's side. Moreover, he didn't think Duanling Tian would have an elder by long protecting him in the dark. Wait! Huang Yun kept reminding himself. He was worried he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal himself. At this moment, he was like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey but was worried it was a hunter's trap. Therefore, he hid in the dark and waited. Only after confirming it was not a hunter's trap would he make a move to hunt the prey. Indeed, Duanling Tian was unaware of Huang Yun's existence. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. Although he was slightly stronger, he relied on the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control. Even his law clones were, at most, on par with the natives of the realms of gods. Of course, those with weaker bloodlines didn't have any advantage in front of his law avatars. Duanling Tian's divine consciousness was no different from a lesser divine emperor's. Even if he scanned his surroundings, he wouldn't be able to detect a middle divine emperor hiding. Duanling Tian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't worried. After all, even if he couldn't detect a middle divine emperor hiding in the dark, he would still be able to detect the middle divine emperor if they attacked him. Forget it. I'll give up for now and continue walking. I'll kill a few more divine emperors from the Tai sect before I leave. This time, I've gained a lot of experience. With the help of a supreme divine pill, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks in my cultivation base if I want to make a breakthrough. Previously, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. However, after killing Lu Yin, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, he had shown signs of loosening up. Later on, he encountered an inner sect elder of the Tai sect. Without using the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, he managed to break through the bottleneck after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with the Tao of Control. After breaking through the bottleneck, he used the Tao of Control to kill the inner sect elder. The inner sect elder of the Tai sect still had a blank expression on his face until the moment of his death. Clearly, he didn't expect a divine emperor from the Tianlong clan would be able to defeat him after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with him. Not only that, but he was also severely injured, causing him to lose the ability to continue fighting. Let's go! Although he did not intend to continue to integrate the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, Duanling Tian still cultivated for a few days with the help of the Supreme Divine Pill. It was only after the divine force in his body had recovered to its peak that he opened his eyes and left the stone forest. After leaving the stone forest, Duanling Tian began to head back to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield in Sky Dragon City. He was going to try his luck on the way back to see if he could encounter a few more Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect. Duanling Tian is going back? In the dark, at the same time that Duanling Tian set off, Huang Yun also set off, following closely behind him, secretly guessing. He knew the direction of the exit of the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor battlefield. Of course, the closer it was to the exit, the more dangerous it was. He also knew this, so whether it was him or the other Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai sect, they would not easily get close to the exit. On the other hand, the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan also did not dare to get close to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Wait a few days. As long as I don't find anyone following him in a few days, I'll kill him. Huang Yun, who had been waiting for a few days, did not start at the beginning. He patiently followed Duanling Tian. Although his eyes were sharp, he did not always stare at Duanling Tian, and would occasionally glance elsewhere. This was because he was worried that Duanling Tian would notice his gaze. Duanling Tian, however, was unaware of all this. Until,
6 days later. 6 days later, Duan Lingtian entered a desert. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of gold. There were no buildings in sight, nor was there any natural scenery other than yellow sand. About a few hours after entering the desert, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to notice something. He abruptly stopped, and then turned into a shadow. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian's silhouette was shattered by a powerful force. Subsequently, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian who had just teleported to the ground. Buzz! A saber, like a ghost, whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. The sharp saber light bloomed with a bright luster, which was extremely gorgeous in this desert full of yellow sand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no time to teleport. His figure swayed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. "It's you!" Although he had retreated in time, Duan Lingtian's robe was still cut open. Even on his strong and perfect chest, there was a blood-red saber mark. He had been injured. However, the injury was not serious. As his divine power rose, it healed. First, there was a faint saber mark, and then it completely disappeared, as if it had never been there. It was just a flesh wound. After retreating, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, who had stopped moving. His eyes flashed with surprise. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Huang Yun, who had waited for more than 10 days, finally appeared. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, and his face was full of surprise. If it had been an ordinary lower divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, if he had been alone without help, he would have been killed by his surprise attack. However, Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the lower divine emperor realm a year ago, had only suffered a flesh wound. "I also didn't expect to meet you here." Duan Lingtian looked at the man in front of him with surprise. He had a deep impression of this man. "Humph! I have been following you for thousands of miles." Huang Yun snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtian, today is the day you die." "Thousands of miles?" Duan Lingtian grinned. "Thousands of miles to kill me?" Chapter 39-25. You want my head? Let's see if you're strong enough to take it. Huang Yun was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he sneered and launched another attack. In his opinion, there was no need to be angry with a person who was about to die. Duan Lingtian was surprised to see this person here. When they were in Peace City, this person had repeatedly made things difficult for him and mocked him. He had left a deep impression on him. He did not expect they would meet again in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Moreover, it was obvious Huang Yun was here for him. "Is that all you've got?" To Duan Lingtian, who was strong enough to kill an ordinary Earth Nether Elder in the Tai Yi sect, a mere Tai Yi sect's inner elder was nothing to him. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he made his move. The high-grade divine sword in his hand swept out along with a spatial storm. With the boost from the Tao of Control, he easily crushed Huang Yun's attack. Then, he continued to advance triumphantly, destroying Huang Yun's attack and the defensive measures he had hastily put up. Finally, he severed Huang Yun's arm with his sword. Crack! Until the moment his arm was severed, Huang Yun was still in a daze. He was in a daze. If it was not for Duan Lingtian who did not seize the opportunity to attack, he would have been a dead man in the next second. "How's this possible? You're just a lesser divine lord. How can you be so strong?" Huang Yun snapped out of his daze. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, the arrogance on his face was gone. His face was pale, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. A lower divine emperor had casually destroyed his attack, which was almost his full power. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to break through his defense and cut off one of his arms. "You haven't used your bloodline power yet." Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yun mockingly. "Why don't you try using your bloodline power?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Huang Yun, like him, was from a Devata realm and did not possess the bloodline power of a supreme powerhouse. Huang Yun's face paled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time,
His heart was filled with regret. He regretted it. He regretted showing his true body. If he had known earlier, he would have sent a clone to test the waters first. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yun's figure flickered as he once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. This Greater One Sect Inner Sect elder clearly knew that he was not his opponent, but still took the initiative to attack him? He originally thought that the other party would choose to flee at this time. The next moment, Duan Lingtian knew the reason. He saw that the Greater One Sect Inner Sect elder suddenly split into two figures on the way. One figure continued to attack him, while the other figure flew away at an extremely fast speed. A law avatar? Interesting. Duan Lingtian smiled. With a flash of his body, he appeared to be standing still, but his original body had already caught up with Huang Yun's original body while leaving behind his avatar of the laws of space. As for Huang Yun's avatar of the laws of space, it was also destroyed by Duan Lingtian's avatar in just a few breaths' time. I was wondering why you didn't use your bloodline power. As it turns out, you're not a native of the Mystic Gangland. Duan Lingtian easily caught up with Huang Yun through the teleportation profundity. As soon as he caught up with Huang Yun, his doppelganger from the Law of Space returned and stood behind Huang Yun to intercept Huang Yun. At this moment, Huang Yun's expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian, both of us are from a Devata realm. I'm sure you know how difficult it is for people like us to come here. Please spare my life, and we'll mind our own business from now on. What do you think? At this moment, Huang Yun had completely lowered himself. He was practically wagging his tail as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. In his eyes, there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Is it very difficult? Upon hearing Huang Yun's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he circulated his divine energy and removed the effect of the divine pill that concealed his bone age. Using his soul energy, he forcibly revealed his bone age aura to Huang Yun. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Yun's divine consciousness discovered Duan Lingtian's bone age. Why, you're only 700 years old. Huang Yun's eyes widened as though he had seen a ghost when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. It was not a secret in the Tai Yi sect that Duan Lingtian, a monstrous disciple of the Tianlong clan, was not even 3,000 years old. Even Huang Yun was shocked by the fact that someone who was not even 3,000 years old could achieve such a feat in such a short time. Apart from being shocked, Huang Yun was also slightly jealous. Both of them were from Devata realms, so why was Duan Lingtian so outstanding? However, after confirming Duan Lingtian's bone age was only slightly more than 700 years old, Huang Yun felt as though his outlook on life and values had been overturned. Not to mention people from Devata realms. Even among the younger generation of the ultimate god level forces that were above the ultimate god level forces, other than those who had the talent of an ultimate god and were nurtured by their forces at all costs, there would not be many who could achieve such an achievement at the age of 700. Yes, it's indeed tough. You're only a divine emperor at 700 years old. While Huang Yun was still in shock, he heard a sigh. I wonder if there's a chance for me to become an ultimate god when I'm 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really did not know if he would be able to become a divine venerable when he was 1,000 years old. Based on the current situation, he was confident he would be able to become a divine emperor, but he did not dare to say it was absolute. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. His cultivation path was already extremely difficult, let alone the future. He was confident he would be able to become a divine emperor when he was 1,000 years old. However, he was not confident he would be able to become a divine venerable when he was 1,000 years old. However, when Huang Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he found them extremely irritating. He felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately showing off and provoking him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though water could drip from it. It shouldn't be difficult for you to reach where you are today at 700 years old, right? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Yun with a smile. However, Huang Yun did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? If you kill me, all you'll get is my storage ring, which doesn't contain much wealth, and those measly battle credits. If you let me go, I'll give you a fortuitous encounter. As he spoke, Huang Yun had a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he did not have any fortuitous encounter for Duan Lingtian. He only said this because he wanted to use Duan Lingtian's greed to save himself. In his opinion, a 700-year-old brat might have been tricked because of his greed. To have such achievements at 700 years old, he must have had many fortuitous encounters along the way. This kind of person has relied on fortuitous encounters to reach where he is today. He has never suffered before, so he might believe me. This was Huang Yun's current thought. However, Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Huang Yun's words. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Forget it, I won't waste any more time with you. Without waiting for Huang Yun to speak again, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and ended Huang Yun's life. Then, he took Huang Yun's identity badge, divine weapon, and spatial ring. Another inner sect elder of Greater One sect. My luck is not bad. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I've achieved my goal this time. Next, the only thing left on the path of cultivation to become a middle divine emperor is the accumulation of time. No matter how many divine pills I have, I can't rush it. Gently shaking his head, Duan Lingtian was ready to go out. On the way out, he did not encounter any more divine emperor disciples of Greater One sect. He only met a divine emperor disciple of the Tianlong clan, but he did not know who they were. However, looking at the identity badge hanging from their waist, they should only be an inner sect deacon and an outer sect elder. It's Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the battlefield, the eyes of the two inner sect elders on duty suddenly lit up. Then, the two of them sent a message to the White Dragon Elder above them. This was because the White Dragon Elder above them had already ordered them to inform him immediately if Duan Lingtian came out of the battlefield. Therefore this time, not long after Duan Lingtian walked out of the battlefield, an unfamiliar White Dragon Elder appeared in front of him. This was a middle-aged man with a strong build, a determined face, and a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. I am the White Dragon Elder, Jiang Dong. Elder Jiang. After greeting the other party, Duan Lingtian asked, Elder Jiang, for you to be in such a hurry to find me, is there something you need? Jiang Dong smiled. It's the sect master's order. If you come out of the battlefield, you should go find him. If there's nothing else, you can exchange your gains for battle merits. After you've exchanged them for what you want, you can go find the sect master. Jiang Dong did not let Duan Lingtian leave the emperor battle plane immediately, because he had already waited for several months and was not in a hurry. Elder Jiang, thank you for making this trip. Duan Lingtian smiled. I've already passed on the message, so I'll take my leave. Jiang Dong said goodbye. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Jiang Dong left, he walked all the way to Peace City, attracting the attention of many people along the way. It's Duan Lingtian. He came out of the battlefield. He's going to Peace City to exchange for battle merits. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the battlefield, right? Of course. I just don't know what his gains were this time. After all, the battlefield is very large and there are very few targets. Only if he's lucky enough to encounter them will he gain something. Before Duan Lingtian walked into Peace City, he noticed that many people of the Tianlong clan had followed him, but he was already used to this. Then, surrounded by a group of people of the Tianlong clan, under the curious gazes of many Greater One sect disciples, he took out his gains. 1 identity badge of a lower god emperor of the Greater One sect. 2 identity badges of a middle god emperor of the Greater One sect. Chapter 39-26. Duan Lingtian had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for more than half a year, and had encountered the 3 people of the Greater One sect. His luck was neither good nor bad. However, when they saw the 2 middle-level Divine Emperor badges of the Greater One sect, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Lingtian killed 2 middle-level Divine Emperors of the Greater One sect. Because, in the Divine Emperor battlefield, a middle-level Divine Emperor was in fact the person with the highest cultivation base. And whether it was in the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, A middle-level divine emperor was a symbol of status. The weakest was an inner sect elder, and the strongest was the white dragon elder and the earth underworld elder. Do you think these two middle-level divine emperor badges of the Greater One sect belong to the earth underworld elder? A member of the Tianlong clan boldly guessed. Impossible. Although Duanling Tian has the strength to kill the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, but I don't think he has the ability to kill the earth underworld elder of the Greater One sect? Perhaps it was the newly promoted earth underworld elder, and Duanling Tian killed him in a surprise attack? That's possible. If that's the case, then Duanling Tian's luck is a little too good, isn't it? While the group of Tianlong clan members were whispering, the Greater One sect members who had followed over saw the name on the identity badge. It's Elder Huang Yun and Elder Su Yushan. Duanling Tian killed 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect and an inner sect deacon. At this moment, the group of Greater One sect members did not look too good. And although the Tianlong clan members were somewhat disappointed that Duanling Tian did not kill the Greater One sect's earth underworld elder, they could not help but marvel at Duanling Tian's achievement this time. Duanling Tian, as a lower divine emperor, entered the divine emperor battlefield and killed 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. This kind of battle record, which lower divine emperor could do it? The people of the Greater One sect were still boasting about how strong Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect was. Ever since Duanling Tian killed 2 middle divine emperors in the sect, Shimen Longxiang seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Is he afraid of Duanling Tian? Amidst the howling wind of the Tianlong clan disciples, many Greater One sect disciples turned around and prepared to leave, because they really did not know how to refute. Duanling Tian's outstanding performance made them feel that Shimen Longxiang was not as good as Duanling Tian. However, just as these Greater One sect disciples were about to leave, a commotion came from outside the door, causing them to subconsciously stop. The next moment, they saw many of the disciples of the Greater One sect respectfully bowing to the outside, and then bursts of respectful voices were transmitted into their ears in a timely manner. Sect Master! Sect Master! Just as they were shocked by the voice in their ears and did not expect their sect master to come here in person, under their gaze, their Greater One sect master appeared. What was even more shocking was that the master of the Greater One sect was not leading the way, but was instead respectfully following behind an old man who was thin and had an awe-inspiring face that seemed to be able to stop a child from crying in the middle of the night. Sect Master! Sect Master! The Greater One sect disciples in the huge hall where they were exchanging battle merits respectfully bowed to their sect master. A moment later, under their gaze, under the gaze of the people of the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect master escorted the old man to a place not far from Duanling Tian. A group of people had originally gathered here, but at this time they had all dispersed. Even the people of the Tianlong clan, after learning that the person who had come was the Greater One sect master, did not dare to be presumptuous, not to mention that there was a person with a higher status in front of the Greater One sect master. Who is he? How could he make the Greater One sect master act like this? Even the supreme elders of the Greater One sect, the best among the upper divine emperors, could not make the Greater One sect master act like this, right? They are here to find Duanling Tian. At this moment, the group of people of the Tianlong clan present were all shocked by the matter in front of them. At the same time, they began to send out messages one after another. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, as well as the people of the Greater One sect, rushed over. They were also curious as to why the Greater One sect master would bring people to find Duanling Tian. Moreover, the status of that person was clearly far above that of the Greater One sect master. God Emperor expert? Thinking of this, their hearts inexplicably trembled. Although there were also emperor gods overseeing Peace City, they usually didn't show themselves, so they didn't feel anything. But now, an existence suspected to be a god emperor expert had appeared, so they could not help but feel extremely curious. What did a god emperor look like? Perhaps he looked like a normal person, but his temperament was different? I have never seen a god emperor expert with my own eyes in my life. Me too. This time, I have to go and see for myself. A god emperor expert. If I can see such an existence with my own eyes, I will have no regrets in my life. At the same time, both Sky Dragon City and the Greater One sect were in an uproar. Moreover, the news of a god emperor expert, escorted by the Greater One sect master,
going to find Duanling Tian had also spread to the Tianlong Temple and the Greater One sect. Immediately, the people in the two sects were in an uproar. An existence suspected to be a god-emperor expert had personally gone to find Duanling Tian? Could it be that he wanted to take Duanling Tian as his disciple? Thinking of this, many people began to feel jealous. At this moment, as the person involved, Duanling Tian was also a little confused. The Greater One sect master? Duanling Tian glanced at the person behind the thin old man in front of him. Then his eyes fell back on the old man in front of him. This old man, who could make the Greater One sect master willingly follow behind and respectfully follow behind, was obviously not an ordinary person. Could it be that, as they have guessed, this person is a god-emperor expert? Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he was slightly shocked. Why would a god-emperor expert come to find him? Moreover, he was escorted by the Greater One sect master to find him. Elder Deng, this is the heaven's pride of the Tianlong clan, Duanling Tian. The Greater One sect master respectfully introduced Duanling Tian to the old man in front of him. At the same time, when his eyes fell on Duanling Tian, they were full of indifference. Although he had no personal enmity with Duanling Tian, Duanling Tian had killed the people of Greater One sect on the battlefield of supreme gods and supreme emperors, so he could not bear a grudge against Duanling Tian because of this. However, under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to be friendly to Duanling Tian. If he could just treat him indifferently, he would consider himself to be well-mannered. The moment his words left his mouth, the sect leader of Supreme Sect looked at Duanling Tian and said nonchalantly, Duanling Tian, this is Elder Deng Kue from the Taowu Villa in the Azure State Mansion. Elder Deng Kue is Elder Silver Puppet of Puppet Mountain Villa, an Emperor God expert. The sect leader of the Tai Yi sect continued to explain as though he was afraid Duanling Tian did not know what kind of force the Puppet Villa was. The Puppet Villa is one of the top 4 Divine Emperor forces in the state of Azure. They have many Divine Emperor powerhouses, including intermediate Divine Emperors. As the voice of the Greater One sect master fell, other than the people behind the counter from the several great God Emperor forces in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, who were in charge of handling the collection of battle merits, the rest of the people were so frightened that they turned pale. State Prefecture of Qing. Some of them had heard of it, but some had not. Those who had heard of it knew that it was a prefecture adjacent to Tonglang Province. It was located in the northwest of Tonglang Province and occupied a vast area. It was not smaller than Tonglang Province. The top forces in State Prefecture of Qing were not any weaker than the top forces in Tonglang Province. It's actually a Divine Emperor from the Puppet Villa, a top Divine Emperor force in the state capital of Qing. Did he come to look for Duanling Tian to bring him to the Puppet Villa? Many people guessed. Previously, I thought that with Duanling Tian's strength and talent before he was even 3,000 years old, staying in the Tianlong clan would be a waste of his talent. He could have gone to one of the top Emperor God forces in Tonglang Province. Those forces had invited him before the start of the War of the Emperors, but he didn't seem to have any plans to go. I didn't expect that even an Emperor God expert from a top force in State Prefecture of Qing would come to look for him personally. Many of the Tianlong clan members whispered among themselves, their voices full of shock. An Emperor God expert came to invite him personally. This time, Duanling Tian will probably leave the Tianlong clan. Many of the Tianlong clan members were secretly guessing. To them, it was an unparalleled honor for an Emperor God expert to personally invite Duanling Tian. It was clear that the force behind him valued him greatly. Under such circumstances, if they were Duanling Tian, they would not have refused. Duanling Tian. The Puppet Villa's elder, Deng Kue, who had a thin figure and a ghastly expression, looked at Duanling Tian, and his ghastly face squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying with difficulty. I'm Deng Kue, the Qing State Mansion's Taowu Villa's elder, and I've specially come to invite you to join the Puppet Villa. If you join Puppet Villa, we will give you the best treatment in the villa. In addition, we will not be stingy with a greeting gift. As soon as Deng Kue opened his mouth, he went straight to the point and invited Duanling Tian to join Puppet Villa. However, before Duanling Tian could reply, a hearty voice rang in the air. Old geezer Deng, don't you think your Puppet Villa's influence is a little too great? This is Tonglang Province, not your state prefecture of Qing.
Almost as soon as the voice fell, a medium-sized figure appeared between Duan Lingtian and Deng Kuei. With his back facing Duan Lingtian, he looked at Deng Kuei. Hong Yunxiao. Deng Kuei glanced at the person indifferently. If I remember correctly, you were defeated by me 3,000 years ago. How dare a defeated person like you stop me from recruiting talents for Puppet Villa? Hong Yunxiao. As soon as Deng Kuei said this, many people from the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect could not help but whisper among themselves. Hong Yunxiao? Could he be one of the Emperor God experts of the Seven Kills Valley in Tongling Province, Elder Hong Yunxiao? It seems that he is the Emperor God expert who has been on duty in Peace City recently. From what the expert from Puppet Villa in State Prefecture of Qing said, Elder Hong Yunxiao was defeated by him? Chapter 39-27. The Chunyang School was one of the top 5 Emperor Gods in Tonglang Province, and the Seven Kills Valley was another one. The middle-aged man who had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was an Emperor God from the Seven Kills Valley. His name was Hong Yunxiao. Compared to Deng Kuei from the state capital of Qing, Hong Yunxiao was undoubtedly more famous in Tonglang Province. Hong Yunxiao was an Emperor God from the Seven Kills Valley. He had done many great things in Tonglang Province and was famous. In the eyes of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect, he was superior and could not be disrespected. But now, Elder Deng Kuei from the Taowu Mountain Villa of the state capital of Qing had said that Hong Yunxiao was defeated by him. Humph. As the saying went, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings. Deng Kuei's words instantly caused Hong Yunxiao's face to darken. He suddenly let out a cold snort. Although he did not do it deliberately, the sound waves from his cold snort still caused many of the weaker god kings to change their expressions. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even if an emperor god did not deliberately use sound waves to attack, the sound that he made when he was extremely angry still carried a terrifying power. So this is an emperor god? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he looked at the silhouette of the person in front of him. Although he had not seen the silhouette of the Golden Dragon Elder, he knew the silhouette of the silhouette was much stronger than the Golden Dragon Elder from the Heavenly Dragon sect. They were not on the same level at all. Deng Kuei, you're 10,000 years older than me. Is it something to be proud of? Hong Yunxiao snorted and said with a cold smile. Moreover, you said that was 3,000 years ago. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you again now. But we'll have to go somewhere else. As Hong Yunxiao spoke, his tone was cold and domineering. Haha, hearing this, Deng Kuei laughed. It seems that you, Hong Yunxiao, have made some progress in the past 3,000 years. Alright, after I finish my business in Tongling Province, I'll find a place to fight you, Hong Yunxiao. Why don't we go to Seven Kills Valley? Deng Kuei smiled very confidently, but his smile was uglier than crying. If you dare to go, I will naturally accompany you. Hong Yunxiao sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Deng Kuei said indifferently. Don't tell me that you, the Seven Kills Valley, would dare to keep me, Deng Kuei, here? I don't believe that the Seven Kills Valley has the guts to do so. Deng Kuei's words made Hong Yunxiao's face turn gloomy again. The Seven Kills Valley indeed did not dare to keep Deng Kuei here. Although the puppet villa behind Deng Kuei was not a very protective force, Deng Kuei's identity was a little sensitive. This was because one of the puppet villa's elders, Gold Puppet, was Deng Kuei's grandfather. Deng Kuei was the puppet villa's silver puppet elder. The silver puppet elders were all lower god emperors. As for the gold puppet elder, his position was even higher than the silver puppet elder. Moreover, only a middle god emperor was qualified to take up the position. After taking a deep breath, Hong Yunxiao's face gradually calmed down. Then when Deng Kuei looked at Duan Lingtian again, he immediately turned to Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, Duan Lingtian, if you join the Seven Kills Valley, everything that you can get in the Seven Kills Valley can be obtained in the Seven Kills Valley as well, and even more if you join the Seven Kills Valley. No matter what the puppet villa offers, the Seven Kills Valley will give you more than what they offer. Hong Yunxiao spoke first and threw an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the appearance of the Emperor God expert from the Seven Kills Valley. He was an average-looking middle-aged man with a medium build. Even so, no one would think that he was an average-looking man.
This was because the aura he exuded was enough to make one feel that he was a crane among chickens.
Especially his eyes. They were so deep that no one dared to look at them directly. Hong Yunxiao. Deng Kuei sneered. Aren't you afraid that you'll bite your tongue when you talk big? The Seven Kills Valley might not even be in the top 3 among the 5 Emperor God level forces in Tonglang Province, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Kuei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, the Puppet Villa is one of the 2 strongest Emperor God level forces in the state capital of Qing. You won't regret joining the Puppet Villa. 2 strongest forces? Hong Yunxiao sneered. Deng Kuei. Is it so hard to admit that the Puppet Villa is not as good as others? The number 1 force in the state capital of Qing is something that even the Puppet Villa is not as good as. Now, you're putting the Puppet Villa on a pedestal. Do you think that others don't understand the state capital of Qing? Or, is the Puppet Villa strong enough to challenge an Emperor God level force that has an upper-level Emperor God expert? Hong Yunxiao seemed to be unhappy with Deng Kuei and wanted to challenge Deng Kuei. Upper-level Emperor God. Although Hong Yunxiao's words were mocking Deng Kuei, when it entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, it shook their hearts. The state capital of Qing had an Emperor God level force that had an upper-level Emperor God expert? An upper-level Emperor God was the strongest among the Emperor Gods. Although there were differences in strength between upper-level Emperor Gods, even the weakest upper-level Emperor God was not someone that more than 99% of the middle-level Emperor Gods could go against. In Tonglang Province, the 5 strongest Emperor God level forces, including the 7 Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, were called the top Emperor God level forces because they were the top forces in Tonglang Province. Other than the 5 strongest forces, there were no other forces that could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, let alone surpass them. If one were to walk out of Tonglang Province and look at the mystic gangland of the Plains of Gods, the 5 strongest forces in Tonglang Province, including the 7 Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, could only be considered average Emperor God level forces. As for an Emperor God level force like the Tianlong clan, which did not have an Emperor God expert, it could only be considered an outdated Emperor God level force that did not live up to its name. It was at the bottom of the Emperor God level forces. Many people did not even consider the Tianlong clan as an Emperor God level force. Humph. Hong Yunxiao's words angered Deng Kuei. Hong Yunxiao, even if the Puppet Villa is not as good as the Heaven's Roar sect, we are still stronger than the 7 Kills Valley. I'm afraid the 7 Kills Valley doesn't even have 3 intermediate Emperor Gods, right? As for the Puppet Villa, the number of intermediate Emperor Gods we have is more than 5. Deng Kuei's words, which turned into anger out of humiliation, exposed the bottom line of the Puppet Villa and the 7 Kills Valley. This gave Duan Lingtian and the others a better understanding of the 7 Kills Valley and the Puppet Villa. 2 Emperor God experts arguing. Why do they look like children arguing? Duan Lingtian was speechless as he looked at the 2 Emperor God experts arguing before him. He felt that the 2 of them had completely overturned his impression of Emperor God experts. How could Emperor God experts argue with each other like shrews? Just as Deng Kuei and Hong Yunxiao were continuing their argument and had temporarily forgotten about Duan Lingtian, a faint yet frivolous voice came from outside. The 7 Kills Valley is not as good as the Puppet Villa, but our Chunyang School should be able to compete with the Taowu Mountain Villa, right? Deng Kuei and Hong Yunxiao immediately stopped talking and looked toward the door at the same time. Clan Master. Clan Master. This time, it was the group of Tianlong clan members who were standing near the gate who bowed to the door. Clan Master? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the clan master of the Tianlong clan had arrived as well. As for the owner of the voice just now, it should be someone from the Chunyang School. Duan Lingtian knew about the Chunyang School very well. Even the Chunyang School had tried many times to recruit him. Last time, under the leadership of Xianxia, many Chunyang School elders had come. It could be said that they were very sincere. Of course, the most sincere one was one of the Chunyang School elders who had come with Xianxia. He still remembered that the Chunyang School elder's name was Qin Wuyang. But judging from the voice, this time, it's not him who came from the Chunyang School? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw 3 figures slowly walking in from outside. One of them walked in front, while the other 2 walked side by side and followed behind. With just a glance,
Duan Ling Tian recognized the two people at the back. One of them was the Chunyang school elder, Qin Wuyang, and the other was the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing Chong. At this moment, Long Qing Chong and Qin Wuyang were escorting the person in front of them. This person was a young man. His face was handsome and resolute, and there was a sharp aura between his brows that made people not dare to look at him directly. However, there was a lazy smile on his face, and he appeared to be frivolous. As soon as the young man appeared, Hong Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said in surprise, "Zhenping Fan, you actually came personally?" "Zhenping Fan?" Upon hearing Hong Yunxiao's words, apart from Deng Kuei who was standing not far in front of him, the two people behind the young man, and a few elders from the top emperor god forces in Tonglang province behind the counter in the main hall, including Duan Ling Tian, were stunned. "Zhenping Fan? Zhenping Fan?" Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. No matter how he looked at it, this young man in front of him was not ordinary. Why did he have such a name? Did he come up with it himself, or did his parents come up with it? This was too ridiculous, right? At this moment, not only Duan Ling Tian, but even the people from the Tianlong clan and Tai sect could not help but feel the corners of their mouths twitching. Such a dazzling person with a refined temperament was not even close to the word ordinary. Okay. It was simply a blasphemy to the word ordinary. Hong Yunxiao, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll cripple him so that he won't dare to talk back to you in the future. How about you give me that half-condensed high-grade divine weapon in your hand? The young man, Zhenping Fan, the Jingshu elder of Chunyang school, walked up to Hong Yunxiao unhurriedly and grinned. Hong Yunxiao was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Forget it. I can solve my own problems. 3,000 years ago, I was indeed no match for him. But that doesn't mean that I'm no match for him now. In fact, Hong Yunxiao was not very confident that he could defeat Deng Kuei now, but when he heard Zhenping Fan's words, he repeatedly declined. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. How did Zhenping Fan know that he had a high-grade divine weapon that had given birth to a half-spirit? Not many people in the Seven Kills Valley knew about this matter. Chapter 39-28. Zhenping Fan. The silver puppet elder of the puppet villa, Deng Kuei, was also looking at Zhenping Fan at this moment. Deng Kuei's position in the puppet villa was actually equivalent to Zhenping Fan's position in the Chunyang school. He was the silver puppet elder of the puppet villa while Zhenping Fan was the Jingshu elder of the Chunyang school. Furthermore, one had to be at least a lower god emperor in order to take up these two positions. At this moment, Deng Kuei's expression was not very good. However, there was a strong sense of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhenping Fan. Deng Kuei, looking at your current high-spirited appearance, it seems that you have recovered from your injuries in the past. However, I wonder if your grandfather has recovered from his injuries? Zhenping Fan looked at Deng Kuei. Although there was still a smile on his face, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Deng Kuei's expression changed drastically when he heard this. 1,000 years ago, he and his grandfather came to Tonglang province from the Qing state prefecture because of some matters. Moreover, they went to the Chunyang school. At that time, the two of them had taken a fancy to an item in the Chunyang school. They offered 2 treasures as a bet and invited the experts of the Chunyang school to spar with each other with the same cultivation base. If one of them won and the other lost, they would call it quits. If both of them lost, the 2 treasures would be given to the Chunyang school. If the Chunyang school won both, the treasure of the Chunyang school would belong to them. At that time, his grandfather fought against a void-pierced stage elder of the Chunyang school. They were both mid-level god emperors. Although it was just a spar, the fight was extremely intense. It was as if the sky and earth changed color. In the end, the void-pierced stage elder of the Chunyang school severely injured his grandfather at the cost of minor injuries. All these years, his grandfather had been recuperating. Originally, his injuries were almost healed, but after the 1,000-year tribulation, his injuries worsened. He didn't even know if he could survive the next 1,000-year tribulation. As for him, he had fought against Zhenping Fan, who was already a Jingshu elder. Within 3 moves, He had been severely injured by Zhen Pingfan. The power that Zhen Pingfan displayed was close to that of a middle god emperor. He even felt that even the person who was known as the #1 person below a middle god emperor in Puppet Villa might not be a match for Zhen Pingfan. In that bet, Deng Kuei and his grandfather lost miserably. It could be said that they went for wool and came home shorn. They were seriously injured and were later taken back by the people sent by the Puppet Villa. Taking a deep breath, Deng Kuei forced a smile on his face. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhen. Grandfather's injuries have been healed not long after returning to the Puppet Villa." Although there was a smile on the surface, Deng Kuei's heart was full of hatred. Even he himself had to recuperate for a long time because he was seriously injured by Zhen Pingfan. Fortunately, his 1,000-year tribulation had only come 100 years ago. If it had come a few hundred years earlier, he didn't know if he would have been able to pass it smoothly. The guy from Chunyang School seemed to be all smiles, but when he attacked, he was not careless at all. Back then, not only did he shatter all the heavenly veins in his and his grandfather's body, but he also injured their souls. "That's good." Zhen Pingfan nodded with a smile, then said, "Elder Deng Kuei, I'm afraid you will return empty-handed this time. Duan Lingtian has already accepted our Chunyang School's invitation." Before the war between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect began, he promised little Yang Yang that after the war, if he wanted to take a step forward, he would go to our Chunyang School. When Deng Kuei frowned, Zhen Pingfan turned his head slightly to look at the old man behind him. "Little Yang Yang, tell your martial uncle Deng Kuei if this is true." Little Yang Yang. When he heard the first half of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed that the little Yang Yang mentioned was the elder of Chunyang School, Qin Wuyang, with whom he had exchanged soul orbs. Now, when he saw Zhen Pingfan turn his head to look at Qin Wuyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. A young man calling an old man, Little Yang Yang. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little funny. Martial Uncle Deng Kuei. At this time, Qin Wuyang also stepped forward and said to Deng Kuei, "It's true." Deng Kuei heard this and smiled faintly. "It's just a verbal agreement. After all, I haven't entered your Chunyang School, so I can change my mind at any time." Deng Kuei paused and turned to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, join our Puppet Mountain Villa, and I will personally accept you as my disciple. And I can assure you that the resources you will get in Puppet Mountain Villa will not be worse than anyone else's." Deng Kuei thought that his offer was so tempting that Duan Lingtian would find it hard to refuse. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian didn't show any signs of being moved by his offer. At this time, Zhen Pingfan also spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, I am a lazy person by nature. I have never accepted a disciple, and I don't plan to accept one either. However, if you really want to become my disciple, I can recommend a Void Pierce Stage Elder of Chunyang School to you. Having a mid-god emperor as your master is better than having an ordinary low-god emperor as your master." When Zhen Pingfan said this, Deng Kuei's expression turned ugly. "Zhen Pingfan, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you?" However, Zhen Pingfan ignored him and continued, "If you don't want to become my disciple, you can join the Chunyang School and be an idle person without any restrictions. However, I, Zhen Pingfan, owe you a favor. No matter what you encounter in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my principles and as long as I, Zhen Pingfan, am capable of helping you, I will not refuse. Besides, if you join the Chunyang School, not only will you enjoy the treatment of the true martial disciple, with the highest status among all the disciples in our Chunyang School, but the Chunyang School will also owe you a favor." Zhen Pingfan said, "However, if you want the Chunyang School to return the favor, you cannot violate the Chunyang School's interests. At the same time, the Chunyang School will not do anything that goes against the principles of the school." As soon as Zhen Pingfan's voice fell, Deng Kuei laughed mockingly. "Zhen Pingfan, you sure make it sound nice. Can you represent the Chunyang School? You are just a quiet void elder in the Chunyang School." In the Chunyang School, there are more than 10 people who have a higher status than you. How dare you say that you can represent the Chunyang School? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Deng Kuei's face became even more pronounced. Hearing Deng Kuei's words, Zhen Pingfan laughed. Elder Deng Kuei, hearing you say this, I know that you probably don't know that I, Zhen Pingfan, have another identity in the Chunyang school apart from being a quiet void elder. Deng Kuei frowned when he heard this. Little Yang, let me tell you, martial uncle Deng Kuei. Your martial uncle has another identity in the Chunyang school apart from being a quiet void elder. Zhen Pingfan said to Qin Wuyang. For a moment, almost everyone's eyes, including Duan Ling Tian, fell on Qin Wuyang. Even Long Qing Chong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, was no exception. Only one person, the God Emperor expert of the Seven Kills Valley, Hong Yunxiao, was looking at Deng Kuei as if he was looking at an idiot. At this moment, Qin Wuyang also looked at Deng Kuei and said, Martial Uncle Deng Kuei, I'm afraid you still don't know. Martial Uncle isn't just a quiet void elder in the Chunyang school. His father is also the strongest void peer stage elder in the Chunyang school. The current clan master of the Chunyang school is his junior martial brother. He is like a brother and a father to him. Yes. Martial Uncle is the only son of that void peer stage old ancestor. In the Chunyang school, his words are usually more effective than those of the clan master. As soon as Qin Wuyang said that, Deng Kuei's expression changed slightly because he really didn't know about this. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Tonglang province. Moreover, his understanding of the Chunyang school in Tonglang province was limited to the one time he met with it 1,000 years ago. However, he didn't expect that Zhan Pingfan, who severely injured him 1,000 years ago, was not only strong but also had an extraordinary identity. For a moment, his expression turned ugly. After all this time, not only did this Zhen Pingfan have extraordinary strength and an extraordinary identity in the Chunyang school, he was also a member of the Chunyang school's princeling party. And now, the people in the surroundings, whether they were members of the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, had an extremely complicated expression. Many of them were even cursing in their hearts. You deliberately chose this name to anger us, didn't you? How is this ordinary? If this is ordinary, then shouldn't we just bang our heads against the wall and die? Even Duan Ling Tian was looking at Zhan Pingfan with a stunned expression. He felt that the other party's name was too ridiculous and too infuriating. Duan Ling Tian, when you enter the Chunyang school, if you meet anyone who doesn't follow the rules and goes against you, you can find me. I'll beat them up for you. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to promise with a smile. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. I, Duan Ling Tian, am actually valued by Elder Zhen like this. Enough. Zhen Pingfan waved his hand and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Just be straightforward. Are you willing to enter our Chunyang school? Now, I just want a word from you. Duan Ling Tian. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, at this moment, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing Chong, sent him a telepathic message. Entering the Chunyang school is a very good choice. This time the other four major forces also sent people, but they were all scared away by Elder Zhen. Hearing Long Qing Chong's words, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. So, Elder Zhen of the Chunyang school didn't give him a choice at all? Qin Wuyang's telepathic message also reached Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little brother Duan, trust me. You won't regret entering the Chunyang school. When it comes to protecting people, our Chunyang school is famous in Tonglang province. In the Pure Yang sect, Martial Granduncle is famous for being protective of his disciples. Although Martial Granduncle doesn't accept any disciples, he often stands up for us Martial nephews and Martial nephews. After hearing Qin Wuyang's telepathic message and recalling Zhen Pingfan's sincere promise, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhen Pingfan and said seriously, Elder Zhen, Duan Ling Tian is willing to enter the Chunyang school. Hearing this, Zhen Pingfan's usually serious face suddenly broke into a smile. Good, straightforward. Then, he raised his hand and took out a storage ring. This is my gift to you. I've heard about the matter between you and the Linghu family. Inside this ring is the 100 million divine stones you promised to return to the Linghu family. If there's nothing else, you can return to the Chunyang school with little Yang and me after you've paid off this debt. Well, if you go to the Linghu family, we can go with you and join in the fun. I'd like to see the expressions of the Linghu family members when they see you return this sum of divine stones so quickly. Chapter 39-29. Thank you, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Zhen Pingfan's kindness because he really did need this batch of divine stones. It would be best if he could help Linghu Renjie solve this problem before he went to the Chunyang school. This way he would have one less worry. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to do it. After all, Linghu Renjie was removed from his position as the head of the Linghu family because of him. 100 million divine stones was actually very easy for Duan Lingtian to earn by refining some limited emperor-level divine pills, but that was not very realistic. The appearance of limited emperor-level divine pills was enough to cause a sensation in the Tonglang province. At that time, he would either be roped in or imprisoned as a pill slave. Even when refining limited emperor-level divine pills in the Tianlong clan, he was very careful. Generally, he would really refine 2 limited emperor-level divine pills at the same time to avoid being discovered. In between refining 2 limited emperor-level divine pills at the same time, he would refine 1 or 2 limited emperor-level divine pills like an advertisement. This was also why no one in the Tianlong clan had discovered that he knew how to refine limited emperor-level divine pills until now. Otherwise, not to mention others, even the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan, who was a divine pill master that even the top 5 god emperor-level forces in the Tongling province wanted to recruit, would definitely find out. After receiving the storage ring from Zhan Pingfan, Duan Lingtian immediately recognized it as his master. Soon he saw a mountain of, well, not divine stones, but divine crystals. Duan Lingtian casually weighed these divine crystals with his divine sense. There was definitely more than 1 million divine stones, but it was not much more than 10,000 divine stones at most. After all, it was very difficult to accurately determine the weight of divine stones with just one's divine sense. Moreover, even scales were not all the same. When are you going to visit the Morong family? Zhan Pingfan was obviously very interested in the scene of Duan Lingtian going to the Morong family, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. I'll go back and say goodbye to my friends. Then I'll leave. At that time, I'll contact Elder Qin and ask Elder Qin to tell Elder Zhen that I'll leave after confirming the time. Duan Lingtian said. No need to go through so much trouble. Zhan Pingfan waved his hand and took out a soul bead. Let's exchange a soul bead. When you're ready, just contact me. However, I hope that you'll settle everything and follow us to Chunyang School after you leave the Tianlong clan. Chunyang School has recently released a batch of good resources. They're all for the true martial arts disciples. However, those resources aren't evenly distributed. You have to fight for them. If you can make it in time, you can still get a share. If you can't, you won't get any benefits at all. After Zhan Pingfan said this, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Anything that could make him so serious must be good stuff. Therefore, after hearing Zhan Pingfan's words and seeing Zhan Pingfan's serious expression, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed and he said solemnly, Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'll do it as soon as possible. We can leave the Tianlong clan in 2 days at most. Duan Lingtian said. Good. Zhen Pingfan's face bloomed again. The earlier we leave, the more time we can spend on the road. If you have anything you want to do, you can do it together. Then, you can go back to Chunyang School with me without any worries. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. During the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan, Silver Puppet Elder Deng Kuei from Puppet Villa, a top god-level force in the state capital of Qing, also left unwillingly. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he knew that his trip was in vain. As soon as Deng Kuei left, the Greater One Sect's master also left. For a time, many disciples of Tai sect also left, but before they left, they all looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Congratulations, Elder Zhen. Congratulations to Chunyang School. At this time, the 7 Kills Valley Elder Hong Yunxiao, whose face flashed with a touch of helplessness, straightened his face and repeatedly congratulated Zhan Pingfan. At the same time, he said with emotion, Chunyang School has Duan Lingtian. In this 7 prefectures feast, the Zhenwu disciples of Chunyang School will definitely shine. When the time comes, Chunyang School. Hong Yunxiao's voice abruptly stopped, but his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Zhan Pingfan. Then, Hong Yunxiao also left. After Hong Yunxiao left, Zhan Pingfan and Qin Wuyang successively said goodbye to Duan Lingtian, and then left first, returning to Tianlong Temple. As for the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, as he turned to follow them, he also sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian to congratulate him. Duanling Tian, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you shine in Chunyang School. If you have time in the future, you can come back to the Tianlong clan at any time. The Tianlong clan's door will always be open for you. Long Qingchong said. Thank you, clan master. Duanling Tian repeatedly thanked him. After Long Qingchong left, the elders of the various top god-level forces in the main hall, who were in charge of registering the battle achievements, also congratulated Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, congratulations. An elder of Chunyang School on duty, in particular, stared at Duanling Tian with bright eyes and a smug expression on his face. Duanling Tian has finally fallen into the hands of the Chunyang School. Fortunately, these were his heartfelt words. If he had said them in front of Duanling Tian would really think that he had walked into a den of thieves. At the same time, a group of Tianlong clan members present also congratulated Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian, congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother Duanling Tian. Congratulations, Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian left the Battle Merit Exchange Hall amidst the congratulatory words of the Tianlong clan members. After that, he walked around Peace City but did not buy anything. He left Peace City and returned to Heavenly Dragon City before leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. It's a pity I didn't manage to see the second Divine Void Piercing Shuttle. In fact, Duanling Tian had already obtained all the items he wanted in Peace City. This time, he was wandering around Peace City to see if there was a second space-piercing Divine Shuttle he could buy. The Divine Void Piercing Shuttle could send his clones back to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duanling Tian was still worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. I hope master is safe. He's a person with great fortune and has obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. He won't die in the hands of someone as insignificant as Mi Xian. Duanling Tian glanced at his spatial ring, and a soul pearl lay unscathed in the space within the spatial ring. It was none other than his master, Feng Qingyang's soul pearl. However, the soul imprint on the soul pearl was very faint. It would not be long before the soul imprint completely disappeared, rendering the soul pearl useless. Once the soul pearl became empty, it would no longer be able to provide information about his master, Feng Qingyang. Even if something happened to his master, Feng Qingyang, the soul pearl would not change. When I arrive at Chunyang School, I must get a few more Divine Void Piercing Shuttles. With the Chunyang School's foundation, I'm sure they'll be able to obtain a few more Divine Void Piercing Shuttles. Duanling Tian thought to himself. As for the Tianlong clan, previously, Duanling Tian had asked Xue Haichuan if there were any Divine Void Piercing Shuttles in the Tianlong clan. The answer he received was that they often appeared, but they were in short supply recently. This was because the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed recently. Those who came from the Devata realms to the Mystic Gangland and stayed in the Tianlong clan could only return to their hometowns through this method. For this reason, the Divine Void Piercing Shuttles were very popular during this period. However, if it was during normal times, no one would care about it. Brother Haichuan. After leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Duanling Tian immediately contacted Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan smiled when he received Duanling Tian's message. Little Tian, are you in a hurry to tell me the good news? A god emperor from the Chunyang School personally invited you to the Chunyang School? Moreover, he promised you many benefits? Xue Haichuan had just received news about what had happened in the Emperor Battle Realm. He was happy for Duanling Tian. It's not about that. Duanling Tian replied, Brother Haichuan, you didn't leave your residence, right? I'll go over now and tell you in person. All right. Xue Haichuan's reply was straightforward. I'll wait for you. As Duanling Tian made his way to the Tianlong Temple, the disciples of the Tianlong clan who saw him congratulated him. There were quite a few people from the Tianlong clan who had joined the top god emperor forces in Tunglang province. However, no one from the Tianlong clan had ever received a personal invitation from a god emperor like Duanling Tian. After all, that was a god emperor, one of the top existences in Tunglang province. For such an existence to personally invite Duanling Tian, it was clear how much importance he attached to Duanling Tian. This was a great honor for the Tianlong clan. Although they could not enjoy any practical benefits for the time being, once Duanling Tian grew up and became a top existence in Tonglang province, he could take care of the Tianlong clan a little. That would be enough for the Tianlong clan to benefit immensely. Therefore, whether they recognized Duanling Tian as a disciple of the Tianlong clan or were reminded by others that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was a disciple of the Duanling Tian's Tianlong clan, all of them enthusiastically congratulated Duanling Tian. In the end, there were too many people congratulating him, and Duanling Tian was too tired to deal with them all. He had no choice but to teleport back to Xue Haichuan's residence. When he arrived, Xue Haichuan was already waiting for Duanling Tian in the front yard. Brother Haichuan. After Duanling Tian appeared, he smiled at Xue Haichuan. This time, you owe me a big favor. Xue Haichuan's face was filled with confusion. He had no idea what Duanling Tian was talking about. You should have received news of Lu Yin's death, right? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. Xue Haichuan nodded. He's been dead for a while now. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Xue Haichuan's pupils shrank. You can't be saying that Lu Yin is. Before Xue Haichuan could finish speaking, Duanling Tian had already taken out a divine weapon and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. It was the high-grade divine weapon that Lu Yin had used. Chapter 39-30. When he heard Duanling Tian's words just now, Xue Haichuan had already vaguely realized that Lu Yin's death might have something to do with Duanling Tian. Now that he saw Duanling Tian take out Lu Yin's divine tool, he was completely convinced. But the next moment, Xue Haichuan said worriedly, Little Tian, you didn't kill Lu Yin when he and the Greater One Sex Elder Di Ming were both injured, did you? Is the Greater One Sex Elder Di Ming still alive? If he's alive and this matter is exposed, it won't be good for you. Although you have the Chunyang school as your backer and the Tianlong clan can't do anything to you, if this matter spreads, it won't be good for your reputation. In the future, the people of the Chunyang school will say that you, Duanling Tian, are a person who would kill a fellow disciple in the Emperor War realm. Even the higher-ups of the Chunyang school will most likely be wary of you. In Xue Haichuan's view, with Duanling Tian's strength, killing half of the newly promoted White Dragon Elders should not be a problem. But it would be impossible for him to kill a White Dragon Elder like Lu Yin. Although Xue Haichuan's strength was greater than Lu Yin's, he did not dare to say that he was 100% certain that he could kill Lu Yin. Brother Haichuan, don't worry. Duanling Tian smiled. Before you knew about Lu Yin's death, I was the only one who knew. Speaking of which, he was the one who courted death. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. Duanling Tian said. After listening to Duanling Tian's story, Xue Haichuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Duanling Tian with a different gaze. It seems that you've been hiding a lot of your strength. It's really unbelievable. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already achieved this much. In the history of Tonglang province, there has probably never been someone like you. Xue Haichuan sighed. When he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian again with a serious expression. Little Tian, I won't thank you. Whether it's me or your brother Haichuan, we'll remember this favor. Brother Haichuan, I didn't kill him for all of you. He wanted my life, so I killed him. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. He did not tell Xue Haichuan about how dangerous the process of killing Lu Yin was. Even if Xue Haichuan himself in the end, he would most likely have died without a doubt when he was faced with the final blow. Xue Haichuan broke Xue Haichuan was had. Otherwise, Brother Ling Tian, Brother would have suffered in the future. Brother Haichuan, I'm leaving in 2 days. Go and pick up Brother Haishan from Sikong's place. Let's have a good drink tonight. Yes, call Brother Yanian. Duanling Tian said with a smile. I also heard that you'll be leaving with the God Emperor from Chunyang School in 2 days. Xue Haichuan nodded and smiled. All right, I'll go get my brother now. In the future,
I won't have to trouble revered Elder Sikong to take care of my brother. Lu Yin is dead, so no one will target him. You still have to be careful. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although Lu Yin is dead, the people around him are still alive. It's better to get rid of those who want to avenge Lu Yin and kill Brother Haichuan. That's a small matter. I don't even have to do it myself. Xue Haichuan said nonchalantly. In fact, when he confirmed that Lu Yin had died on the battlefield, he made arrangements to get rid of those loyal to Lu Yin who could pose a threat to his brother Xue Haishan. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had just said it casually. In fact, he knew that Xue Haichuan couldn't have not thought of this. That day, Duan Lingtian stayed at Xue Haichuan's place and drank and chatted with Xue Haichuan, Xue Haishan, and Dongfang Yannian. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't deliberately use his divine power to force himself to drink. He let the drunkenness fill his mind to his heart's content. It had been a very, very long time since he had been so indulgent. At this moment, he temporarily felt no pressure or urgency, because he knew that he was safe. No one would attack him, and no one would dare to attack him. Even the Tianlong clan's vice-sect master, Xue Mingji, didn't have the guts to attack him at this moment. Now, he didn't just have the Tianlong clan's protection. He also had the protection of the Chunyang school's god emperor. Apart from Xue Haishan, who was also drunk, Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's drunken appearance. They could see a sigh in each other's eyes. It can be seen that little Tian has quite a few things on his mind. Dongfang Yannian sighed. If he can't even solve his own problems, it'll be very difficult for us to help him. Xue Haichuan also sighed. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal what was bothering him from the beginning until the end, his emotions were spread to everyone present as they drank. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were the only ones who felt it when he was drunk. The next day, after Duan Lingtian sobered up, he prepared to leave. Little Tian, if there's anything you need us to do, feel free to send us a message. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian saw Duan Lingtian off. Xue Haichuan's expression became serious and he said seriously, you don't need to be so courteous with us. That's right. Dongfang Yannian also nodded. If there's anything you need, feel free to find the two of us. Of course, you have to be quick. I'm afraid that you'll surpass the two of us very soon. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian let out another sigh. He was truly convinced by the growth speed of the person before him. He had never seen someone who could grow to such a level in such a short period of time. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Although he didn't really remember how he lost his composure last night, he still had a vague impression of it. He agreed to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's good intentions. Even if he knew that he would never need Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's help for his problems. Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were powerless when it came to a godly venerable level faction. Little Tian. Dongfang Yannian continued, you've given me all your battle merits and sect contribution points. Not only have I returned the battle merits you owe me, I've also earned. In the future, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. If the sect or Peace City happens to have it, I'll exchange it for you and send it to you. Don't worry, Brother Yannian. I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian smiled. Yesterday, after returning Dongfang Yannian's battle merits and some contribution points, he originally planned to split the remaining contribution points between Dongfang Yannian and Xue Haichuan. After all, he was about to leave the Tianlong clan, so there was no point in keeping the contribution points. However, Xue Haichuan refused. According to him, Duan Lingtian killing Lu Yin was already a huge favor to him and his elder brother. He couldn't take the contribution points. In the end, they all fell into Dongfang Yannian's hands. Dongfang Yannian originally wanted to refuse, but because Duan Lingtian was already half drunk and took it seriously, Dongfang Yannian could only helplessly accept it. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I'm leaving. When Brother Haishan wakes up, help me say goodbye to him. Also, Brother Yannian, help me say goodbye to sister-in-law as well. Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, then left.
In the following day, he prepared to say goodbye to his other two friends in the Tianlong clan, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. That night, Duanling Tian drank another round of wine. However, he didn't indulge himself like last night. Instead, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning were more indulgent and passed out drunk. Ho Qingning, in particular, even told Duanling Tian to be extra careful when he went to the Chunyang school. The more powerful a sect was, the more resources it controlled. The competition within a sect was even more bitter, and people who schemed against each other could be found everywhere. Although Ho Qingning was only the young sect master of a divine king-level sect, he was also very knowledgeable about the knack involved. As for Ding Yan, he said that he would strive to enter the Chunyang school in the future, so that he wouldn't even be able to see Duanling Tian's back. Let's go. After Duanling Tian said goodbye to Ding Yan and Dongfang Yanian, he prepared to look for the two elders of the Chunyang school. Yesterday, Duanling Tian had contacted them, and they had told him where they lived. This allowed Duanling Tian to sort out the matters at hand, then meet up with them and leave. However, to Duanling Tian's surprise, he met someone on the way, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Sect Master. The person who appeared on Duanling Tian's path was none other than the Tianlong clan's sect master, Long Qingchong. Duanling Tian. Long Qingchong looked at Duanling Tian with a radiant smile on his face. You are the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Tianlong clan. As the Tianlong clan's sect master, I am proud that the Tianlong clan has a disciple like you. You will be bringing glory to the Tianlong clan by going to the Chunyang school. Although the Tianlong clan is only a fallen god emperor level force, we will not be stingy. This is the sect's farewell gift to you. As Long Qingchong spoke, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Duanling Tian. Sect Master. Duanling Tian frowned slightly. However, just as he opened his mouth, Long Qingchong interrupted him. Duanling Tian, if you really don't want to accept the sect's gift, then consider it a reward from the sect. You don't need to feel that you owe the sect a favor because of this. Long Qingchong said. That's not what I meant, sect master. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Although he had not stayed in the Tianlong clan for long, because of the existence of some members of the Tianlong clan and the help he received from many people, including the sect master in front of him, he would definitely not stand by and watch if the Tianlong clan was in trouble in the future. Just now, he had only wanted to politely decline Long Qingchong and the Tianlong clan's kindness. He simply felt that he had already used his contribution points to exchange for almost everything useful to him in the Tianlong clan. Even the second warehouse of the Tianlong clan, which was stored in Peace City, had been purchased by him using his contribution points. The rest of the items were probably of no use to him. Therefore, he might as well give them to someone who needed them more. Chapter 39-31. A Favor. Duanling Tian was taken aback by Long Qingchong's sudden words. After a while, he regained his senses and said with a smile, Please tell me, sect master. As long as it's within my power, I, Duanling Tian, won't refuse. Although he had only met Long Qingchong a few times, he still remembered how Long Qingchong had taken care of him before they met for the first time. Now that Long Qingchong wanted a favor, he might as well listen. If it was within his power, he would give it to Long Qingchong. Come with me to a place first. Long Qingchong smiled and said, When we arrive, I'll tell you what favor I want from you. Of course, don't be put in a difficult position. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Perhaps Long Qingchong knew that Duanling Tian was no longer the same as before, but his tone when he spoke to Duanling Tian was much friendlier compared to the first time they met. Naturally, it was not that he was rude when he first met Duanling Tian. He was also kind at that time, but not as kind as he was now. All right. Duanling Tian nodded and followed Long Qingchong. As for the two people from Chunyang school, he also sent a message to inform them that he would be there later to leave the Tianlong clan with them. Then, Duanling Tian followed Long Qingchong to the place where he had seen Long Qingchong in the past. It was also Long Qingchong's residence and cultivation place. Duanling Tian saw a middle-aged man here. The middle-aged man was standing in the courtyard and waiting. Although his expression was calm, there was obvious anxiety in his eyes. Sect Master, who is this? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously after he landed with Long Qing Chong. Could the favor Long Qing Chong had told him be related to this person? He's Xue Mingji. Long Qing Chong said bluntly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression changed when Long Qing Chong said the man's name. His pupils constricted. Back then, when the Thousand Devil Sect's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng tried to kill him, he suspected that it was Xue Mingji who forced the other party to attack him. As for the two mid-level god emperors, he suspected that they were Xue Mingji's handiwork. So it's vice sect leader Xue. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could roughly guess what kind of favor Long Qing Chong was talking about. Long Qing Chong was most likely trying to resolve the conflict between him and Xue Mingji. Young Master Duan. Hearing the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's tone, Xue Mingji's heart trembled. He immediately squeezed out an awkward smile and respectfully greeted Duan Lingtian. Speak. At this moment, Long Qing Chong spoke. He looked at Xue Mingji and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xue Mingji took a deep breath. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Young Master Duan, the conflict between us started because of my son-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji raised his hand. A head appeared in his hand. Looking at the bloodstains on the neck, it was obvious that the person had just died. It was the head of a handsome young man. He's my son-in-law, Zhong Can. At first, Duan Lingtian was still frowning. However, when he heard Xue Mingji's words, his expression subtly changed. Although it was his first time meeting Xue Mingji, he knew that Xue Mingji only had one daughter. Moreover, he loved his only son-in-law, Zhong Can of the Thousand Demon Sect, had taken great care of him. I hid it from my daughter and killed him with my own hands. It's because I knew that the appearance of the two mid-divine emperors had something to do with him. Xue Mingji looked at Duan Lingtian and said righteously, Of course, he doesn't have enough wealth to buy the lives of two mid-divine emperors. Behind this is the Thousand Demon Sect. The Thousand Demon Sect hates you because of Kuang Tianjing's death. However, some time ago, I went to the Thousand Demon Sect under the orders of the sect master. I killed all the higher-ups of the Thousand Demon Sect who were related to this matter. Moreover, I killed my son-in-law, Zhong Can, with my own hands. This is also my atonement to you, young Master Duan. After saying that, Xue Mingji, the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed 3 times, ignoring the blood flowing from his forehead. Atonement? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Xue Mingji and said, Deputy sect master Xue, what crime have you committed? Xue Mingji took a deep breath and said, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to attack young Master Duan in the Tianlong clan. To a certain extent it was because of my instructions. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Duan Lingtian's face was calm because he had already guessed it. Otherwise, Kuang Tianzheng would not have attacked him in the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demon Sect did not have the ability to threaten Kuang Tianjing. Not to mention that they did not have a deep hatred for Duan Lingtian. The relationship between Kuang Tianzheng and Kuang Tianjing made it impossible for the 2 white dragon elders to threaten Kuang Tianjing. Therefore, it could only be Xue Mingji. It seems that Deputy Sect Master Xue really wants me dead. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Young Master Duan, I did that because my son-in-law is Kuang Tianjing's disciple. I was afraid that when you grew up in the future, you would hold a grudge and deal with me while dealing with my son-in-law. Xue Mingji said, I was muddle-headed in this matter. Therefore, I'll kill Zhong Can now and use his death to show my sincerity. I'll sever all ties with the Thousand Demon Sect and Kuang Tianjing. This way, there won't be any conflict between me and you, young Master Duan. Xue Mingji said. Of course, if young Master Duan insists on killing me, I won't say anything. I only hope that young Master Duan will let my daughter go. She was muddle-headed and wanted to deal with you because of Zhong Can. Xue Mingji's gaze softened when he mentioned his daughter. Young Master Duan, if you want me dead, the sect master will give the order after my death and say that Zhong Can and I were involved in hiring assassins to kill you, Duan Lingtian. We'll be exiled, Xue Mingji said. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard this. He then looked at Long Qing Chong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, and asked, Sect master, the favor you mentioned earlier, is it his life? Yes. Long Qing Chong nodded. Xue Mingji's master,
my martial uncle, saved my life in the past. If possible, I hope to save his life as well. It can be considered as repaying my martial uncle for saving my life in the past. Of course, if you insist on killing him, I won't blame you. I only hope that you'll do as he said and let his daughter go. I can guarantee that his daughter won't take revenge on you. Of course, if she takes the initiative to take revenge on you, then she deserves it even if she dies in the future. If you spare this Xue Mingji's life today, I can guarantee that he won't do anything to you in the future. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Long Qingchong said all his thoughts in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered when he heard this. At this instant, Xue Mingji spoke again. Young Master Duan, there's one more thing. In the past, during the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, I appeared and sent a voice transmission to threaten you, young Master Duan. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Xue Mingji's words. It was you. He still had a deep impression of that threat from back then. However, since Linghu Renjie was fine, he thought it was just a prank. However, after hearing Xue Mingji's words, he knew it was not a prank. However, if it was not a prank, why was Linghu Renjie still alive? Linghu Renjie's soul orb was still in his spatial ring, safe and sound. It was me. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. At that time, my daughter was bewitched by Zhong Can. She said that if you obtained the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, you would be able to enter the Divine Emperor stage very quickly. That's not a good thing for us. Duan Lingtian's expression softened slightly when he heard this. It's nothing. After all, you didn't take any action. You just casually threatened me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, with Xue Mingji's ability, it would be easy for him to kill Linghu Renjie. However, Linghu Renjie was fine, which meant that he was only threatening him and did not take any action. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Xue Mingji shook his head. I took action. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically again. His gaze toward Xue Mingji sharpened in an instant. He could understand why Duan Lingtian wanted to deal with him. However, he could not understand why Duan Lingtian wanted to deal with someone unrelated to him. At the very least, he felt that if it was his enemy, he would not deal with a friend who had no enmity or conflict with him. He could understand what Xue Mingji said earlier, even if it was directed at him. However, what Xue Mingji said now crossed his bottom line. At the same time, Long Qingchong, who was standing to the side, sighed. He had told Xue Mingji about this before. However, he did not have to say it because it might completely enrage Duan Lingtian. Of course, if Duan Lingtian found out the truth in the future and wanted to settle the score, Xue Mingji would definitely be in trouble. Why didn't you succeed in the end? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice as anger rose in his heart. Xue Mingji took a deep breath when he heard this. It's because a god emperor intervened. A god emperor? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Xue Mingji's words. A moment later, a voice flashed in his mind. He remembered the god emperor who appeared in the Tianlong clan not long after he entered the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the other party was obviously not an ordinary god emperor. The other party was able to force the Tianlong clan to withdraw the Great Protective Array. This was something that even Jingshu Elder Zhen Ping fan of the Chunyang school might not be able to do without relying on his identity and background. Yes. Xue Mingji nodded and immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter. Back then, I made an agreement with a Black Dragon Elder. If he killed Linghu Renjie, I would give him a reward. Who knew that he would die in the Linghu family, killed by a god emperor? Later, that god emperor came to the Tianlong clan and taught me a lesson. However, from what she said, it seemed that she did not care if I dealt with you. She just did not allow me to deal with Linghu Renjie and the Linghu family. And because of that, I vented part of my anger on you. At this point, Xue Mingji's face flashed with embarrassment. This god emperor was Linghu Renfeng? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked directly. Chapter 39-32.
Young Master Duan, you even know about this? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xue Mingji's pupils shrank and he turned pale with fright. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would know who the God Emperor expert was. Because according to his investigation, apart from Linghu Renjia, no one in the Linghu family knew that Linghu Renfeng was a God Emperor expert. And Duan Lingtian actually knew. I guessed it. Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen through Xue Mingji's shock and said indifferently. However, his gaze towards Xue Mingji was still unfriendly. This Xue Mingji actually sent the Black Dragon Elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjia. This had already crossed his bottom line. Sensing Duan Lingtian's increasingly sharp gaze, Xue Mingji's face revealed a bitter smile and his gaze dimmed. He saw through Duan Lingtian's intention. I only hope that young Master Duan can spare my daughter. Xue Mingji sighed because he could see that the person in front of him had no intention of letting him go. As long as she doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything to her. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What happened next was simple. Xue Mingji's hands were tied as he allowed Duan Lingtian to kill him. The Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything because this was one of the two choices he had given Duan Lingtian. Clan leader, I'm sorry. After killing Xue Mingji, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Qingchong and said apologetically, if he hadn't sent someone to kill Linghu Renjia, I could have done you a favor and spared his life. However, his actions have crossed my bottom line. Even if I pretended to agree to spare his life today, when I have enough power in the future, I will definitely kill him. Duan Lingtian's face was full of apologies. I can understand. Long Qingchong nodded. He didn't blame Duan Lingtian. In fact, he even felt that Duan Lingtian's temper was somewhat similar to Duan Lingtian's. If he was Duan Lingtian, he would also make the same choice. Just leave the rest to me, said Lin Yun. Long Qingchong said, you can leave with Elder Zhan. I only hope that after you go to the Pure Sun sect, you can still remember that there was a sect called the Heavenly Dragon sect that had some connection with you. A faint smile appeared on Long Qingchong's face as he spoke. I won't forget it. I won't forget it, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Following that, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Long Qingchong and went to look for the two elders of Chunyang School. As Duan Lingtian and the two elders of Chunyang School left the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong publicly announced a shocking piece of news. We've investigated the origins of the two middle-level divine emperors who killed Duan Lingtian. Vice-clan leader Xue Mingji and his son-in-law, Zhong Can, colluded with some people from the Myriad Demon sect to do this. Now, those people from the Myriad Demon sect have been executed, and Xue Mingji and Zhong Can have been executed by the Myriad Demon sect. This matter ends here. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. If you're in the Tianlong clan, you must abide by the rules of the Tianlong clan. Don't think that we won't be able to find out that you're the one who did it. Don't take any chances. As Long Qingchong announced the news loudly, his voice spread throughout the Tianlong temple. The entire Tianlong clan was in an uproar. No one had expected that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan would suddenly make such an announcement. The two Divine Emperor Death Soldiers who tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the sect are actually related to Vice Sect leader Xue and the Thousand Demon sect? Heavens! That's a death squad. How will the sect find out who did it? I find it strange too. The sects are too scary. They can even find out about this. While the Tianlong clan was in an uproar, some of the people who had similar ideas because Duan Lingtian had been attacked by the Shanhuang men of sacrifice also dispelled the idea. Within the Tianlong clan, it was impossible for everyone to be on good terms with anyone. Some people also had fellow sect members whom they viewed as mortal enemies. Just like how Lu Yin had dealt with Xue Haichuan and Xue Haishan before. Normally, it was impossible to make a move on them. But if they could find a death squad, it would be the safest bet. However, after the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, announced the news and executed Vice Sect leader Xue Mingji, they didn't dare to take any chances. Father. Brother Can. Originally, Xue Mingji's daughter was still immersed in the shock of her husband Zhong Can's sudden disappearance and the sudden shattering of his soul orb, which meant that he was dead. Then, her father Xue Mingji's soul orb shattered, which made her even more shocked and terrified. For a time, she thought that there was something wrong with her husband and father's soul orbs. Until now, when she heard the Tianlong clan leader's voice, she knew that her father and husband were really dead. Executed by the sect. What's going on? How could this be? How could the sect know about this? Aren't we the only ones who know about this? Could it be that father's friend betrayed him? It must be him. It must be him. Also, Brotherkin has nothing to do with this. Why was he also executed? Who can tell me what's going on? Just as Xue Mingji's daughter was puzzled, the people sent by the Tianlong clan leader, Long Qingchong, arrived and directly captured her, taking her away from the Tianlong clan. The clan leader has ordered that Xue Mingji is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Since his daughter didn't know anything, he is to be expelled from the sect and never be accepted again. When Xue Mingji's daughter heard this, she finally came back to her senses. I didn't know anything? Could it be? Brotherkin took the blame for me? Although Duan Tian didn't know what happened in the Tianlong clan, he received several messages not long after leaving the Tianlong clan and learned about everything. These messages were from Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yanian, Ding Yan, and Ho Qingning. Because this matter is related to him, they all informed me in a timely manner. Yes, I understand. Duan Lingtian's response was calm and indifferent. This was because he already knew about this before leaving the Tianlong clan. It could be said that he was the first person to know about this other than Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jingshu elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunyang School was walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Originally, Duan Lingtian was politely walking side by side with Qin Wuyang behind Zhen Pingfan, but Zhen Pingfan always wanted to chat side by side with him, so he couldn't do anything about it. However, Qin Wuyang always followed behind. He didn't dare to walk side by side with this martial granduncle of his, even though he knew that martial granduncle wouldn't mind. The education he had received since childhood told him that it was a great disrespect. As for Duan Lingtian's behavior, he didn't think much of it. As long as Duan Lingtian didn't become a disciple of the Tianlong clan, he wouldn't be considered to be any different from them in terms of seniority. What do you think? If the Linghu family saw that you gathered 100 million god stones so quickly, what kind of expression would they have? At this moment, Zhen Pingfan was like a playful child, as if he cared more about this matter than Duan Lingtian. They would probably be very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If he didn't know that this elder Zhen wasn't young, he would have thought that he was just a child younger than him, who not only liked to cause trouble, but also liked to join in the fun. Should? Only should? Zhen Pingfan frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian said helplessly, "Of course, they would be very surprised." When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he beamed with joy. That's right. This way, I didn't give you 100 million god stones as a gift for our first meeting in vain. It's equivalent to 100 million god stones. Perhaps they would be even more surprised? As he muttered to himself, Zhen Pingfan's eyes brightened even more. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian really didn't know how to communicate with this elder Zhen. Why did he feel that this elder Zhen was like a child who hadn't grown up yet? Duan Lingtian turned slightly to look at Qin Wuyang and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Qin, is this elder Zhen always like this?" Also, not really. Qin Wuyang replied through voice transmission, "Martial granduncle is usually quite serious. However, he's more or less the same in front of people he likes and his friends." Martial granduncle is usually in closed-door cultivation in Chunyang School. Even when he's out in the open, he's usually a man of few words and rarely communicates with others. Therefore, when he's quiet, his temperament is actually no different from a young man's. After hearing Qin Wuyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. It turned out that this was a cultivation maniac who rarely interacted with the outside world. But that's fine too. At the very least, it's not tiring to interact with him, and I don't have to be too rigid about etiquette. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He had to admit that it was quite relaxing to be with this god emperor from Chunyang School. The atmosphere was not solemn and silent. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjie as they approached Linghu City, where the Linghu family resided. Duan Lingtian? Linghu Renjie was surprised to receive Duan Lingtian's message. You've come out of the Emperor Battle Realm? Before Duan Ling Tian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm, they'd exchanged a few words. Therefore, he knew that Duan Ling Tian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm. Sect Master, I'll be arriving at Linghu City immediately. Duan Ling Tian said to Linghu Renjie. You've come to Linghu City? Linghu Renjie was startled at first, then his expression changed slightly. You left the Tianlong clan so abruptly. Aren't you giving those who want to make a move on you a chance? You're alone. Although Duan Ling Tian hadn't said anything about Duan Ling Tian's situation in the Tianlong clan, Linghu Renjie knew a little about it through the Linghu family's connections in the Tianlong clan. There were many members of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan, and they weren't any fewer than the Myriad Demon sect. Although Duan Ling Tian rarely interacted with the members of the Linghu clan, the members of the Linghu clan still knew quite a lot about him. Chapter 39-33. I'm not alone. Hearing the concern and worry in Linghu Renjie's voice, Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. He didn't have time to joke with the other party. I came with 2 seniors. Seniors? Linghu Renjie was startled. What seniors? Are they the elders of the Tianlong clan? No. Duan Lingtian said, they are the elders of the Chunyang school. So they are the elders of the Chunyang school. Linghu Renjie subconsciously responded at first. A moment later when he transmitted again, his tone suddenly changed, full of shock. Are you talking about the Chunyang school, one of the top 5 God Emperor level forces in Tonglang province? Yes. Duan Lingtian responded. You are planning to go to the Chunyang school with them? Linghu Renjie was well aware of Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tianlong clan after he came to the Tianlong clan. It could be said that he had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's growth. Every time he heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor battle plane and killed many Greater One sect disciples, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. And when he heard that Duan Lingtian had been attacked by the inner sect elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Kuang Tianjing, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Especially recently, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been attacked by 2 God Emperor level death soldiers in the Tianlong temple, and 2 middle-level God Emperor level death soldiers at that, he was even more frightened. 2 middle-level God Emperor level death soldiers. He could imagine how much danger Duan Lingtian had faced at that time. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had escaped again, he still couldn't calm down from the fear in his heart for a long time. Of course, Linghu Renjie also heard that the top 5 God Emperor level forces in Tonglang province had extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. He knew that Duan Lingtian would join one of them sooner or later. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to Linghu City and the Linghu family, there were 2 people from the Chunyang school with him. It seemed that he was also planning to leave the Tianlong clan. I'll come out to welcome you. After Linghu Renjie said those words, he flew out from the Linghu clan's mansion. After that, he loudly shouted and his voice spread throughout the entire Linghu clan's mansion. Elders, follow me to welcome the 2 seniors from the Pure Sun sect. Chunyang school. Even though Linghu Renjie was no longer the head of the Linghu family, when they heard that people from the Chunyang school were coming, all the Linghu family elders' pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with disbelief as they followed him out. Based on their understanding of Linghu Renjie, they knew that Linghu Renjie wouldn't speak without thinking. Chunyang school? Could it be the Chunyang school, one of the top 5 God Emperor level forces in Tonglang province? It should be the Chunyang school. Although the Chunyang school and the Tianlong clan are both God Emperor level forces, in terms of status, the Tianlong clan can't compare. Why would the big shots from there come to our Linghu family? At the same time, the other members of the Linghu family were also shocked. The people of Linghu City. On this day, a group of people could be seen flying out from the Linghu family's residence, then flying in the opposite direction of Linghu City. Not long after, this group of people formed a line outside Linghu City, with Linghu Renjie at the head. Hero, why would the seniors from the Chunyang school come? Now, it wasn't just the ordinary elders of the Linghu family who had arrived. Even the ancestors of the Linghu family, such as Linghu Zhengxing, Linghu Hang, and Linghu Huan, had arrived. The person who asked Linghu Renjie was Linghu Zhengxing. They came back with Duan Lingtian.
Linghu Renjie sighed and said, Duan Lingtian will be going to the Chunyang school with the two seniors soon. I really didn't expect that the little guy who performed so well in our Linghu family back then would be going to a big shot like the Chunyang school today. As Linghu Renjie's voice fell, the eyes of Linghu Zhengxing, Linghu Hang, and Linghu Huan all lit up. They had more contact with Duan Lingtian, so when they learned that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunyang school, they were all happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the other elders of the Linghu clan, they looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. At that time, it was precisely because Linghu Renjie had taken care of Duan Lingtian that the Linghu family lost a lot of divine stone mines that they joined forces to dismiss Linghu Renjie. Later, Duan Lingtian made a bet with them, saying that he would repay them 100 million divine stones within 100 years. Now, only a few decades had passed since the 100-year bet was set, and it was still a long way from the deadline. However, when they heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tianlong clan again and again, they all regretted it. They regretted that they dismissed Duan Lingtian because of how much Linghu Renjie valued and took care of Duan Lingtian. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with the Linghu family after he went to the Tianlong clan. Now that they knew that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunyang school, they couldn't help but send telepathic messages to each other, discussing whether they should cancel the bet and let Linghu Renjie return to being an elder of the Linghu family. They didn't want the Linghu family to lose the care of a genius with amazing potential like Duan Lingtian for a mere 100 million divine stones. Once the bet was completed, Duan Lingtian would only take care of Linghu Renjie in the future, and might not take care of the Linghu family. Let's all discuss this. When Duan Lingtian arrives, we'll tell him that we'll cancel the bet ourselves. From now on, Linghu Renjie will return to being the head of the Linghu family until he doesn't want to be. Seconded. Whether it was the Linghu family elders present or the Linghu family elders who weren't present but had received the news that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunyang school, all of them supported the idea of canceling the bet and no longer made things difficult for Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie. 100 million divine stones might have a significant impact on the Linghu family, but it wasn't to the point where it would hurt them to the core. In exchange for the care of a god emperor less than 3,000 years old, it was worth it. Now the other party was only a lower god emperor, but he had the ability to kill 2 middle god emperors, and his strength was comparable to the Tianlong clan's new white dragon elder. What about in the future? He wasn't even 3,000 years old. Perhaps by the time he was 10,000 years old, he would have broken through and become an emperor god? An emperor god? When they thought about the possibility of an emperor god emerging from the Linghu family, they felt a rush of heat in their heads. They felt that no matter what, they couldn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Now, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a quasi-emperor god. They're here. Linghu Renjie's eyes were sharp, and he was the first to spot the 3 people who were flying over at a steady pace. The purple figure in the lead of the 2 people was all too familiar to him. I wonder. These 2 from Chunyang School are some elders of Chunyang School. As far as I know, Chunyang School's elders have a clear hierarchy. Elder Yushu, who ranks 3rd, is comparable to Elder Jinlong of the Tianlong clan. He's a top existence among god emperors. I've heard of this too. However, these 2 elders of Chunyang School, even if only one of them is Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School, it's enough to see how important Duan Lingtian is to Chunyang School. Yes. Elder Lingshu of Chunyang School is no weaker than Elder Hei Long of the Tianlong clan. It can't be Elder Lingshu, can it? Even if it's not Elder Lingshu, Elder Qingshu alone is comparable to Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan. He's a leader among middle-level god emperors. Even in the current generation of our Linghu family, only 2 elders of the Tianlong clan are Elders White Dragon. A group of Linghu family elders began to whisper at this time. However, when Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people approached, they all fell silent. Linghu Renjie greets the 2 seniors of Chunyang School. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people approached, Linghu Renjie spoke first and bowed respectfully at the same time. Linghu Zhengxing greets the 2 seniors. After Linghu Renjie, Linghu Zhengxing and the others also spoke one after another and bowed respectfully to the 2 people who came with Duan Lingtian. After they finished bowing, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people also came in front of them. Family head. Seeing Linghu Renjie again, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. I'm no longer the head of the Linghu family. Linghu Renjie had forgotten how many times he had corrected Duan Lingtian for calling him that. But Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten every time. Many of the Linghu family's elders wanted to say that they would allow Linghu Renjie to return to the position of the Linghu family's patriarch. However, when they saw the two people from the Pure Sun sect, they didn't say anything. In front of the two experts from Chunyang school, they were not qualified to speak. In this world where the strong were respected, they knew their place. In my heart, you'll always be the head of the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan and greeted them with a smile. He still remembered how the three of them took care of him in the past. The three of them also smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian, but soon, their eyes fell on the young man beside Duan Lingtian. This young man had an extraordinary temperament and was obviously not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian, introduce us to the two seniors from Chunyang school. Linghu Renjie looked politely at the young man beside Duan Lingtian and the old man behind him and said with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Qin Wuyang behind him. This is Elder Qin Wuyang from Chunyang school. Qin Wuyang. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Linghu Renjie and the others did not react. But Linghu Zhengxing and Elder Heng Huan's expressions changed instantly. This was because this name was like thunder to them. When they were young, Qin Wuyang, the prodigy of Chunyang school, was famous throughout Tonglang province. At that time, Qin Wuyang was one of the 10 prodigies of Chunyang school's younger generation. Now, Qin Wuyang was a high-level divine emperor and Elder Lingxiu of Chunyang school. Could it be Elder Lingxiu of Chunyang school? Elder Qin Wuyang? Linghu Zhengxing looked at Qin Wuyang excitedly, his voice trembling. Elder Lingxiu of Chunyang school. Linghu Renjie and the other elders of the Linghu family were completely stunned. Elder Lingxiu? Wasn't that someone from Chunyang school whose strength was comparable to Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan? As far as they knew, Elder Lingxiu of Chunyang school were all high-level divine emperors. The old man in front of them, who was following Duan Lingtian and another expert from Chunyang school, was Elder Lingxiu of Chunyang school? Was this a joke? Elder Zhengxing must have made a mistake, right? Impossible, right? How was this possible? How was this possible? You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.